Chapter 1. Transformed into the villainous supporting role, abandoning the flattery of the heroine. In the sacred land of the great Qin, at the Jixia Academy. In the martial arts arena. Slap. With the sound of a resounding slap, all eyes of the surrounding cultivators converged upon the scene. The focus was unmistakably on 2 men and 1 woman. Qin Hengyu, I have warned you before, if you continue to target Yi Xingqian, I shall sever all ties and no longer act as your empress. You, a mere emperor, are so petty, constantly targeting the orphan Yi Xingqian. The woman, Lu Rian, adorned in an ethereal ice-blue feathered robe, exuded an aura of purity and grace. Tall and curvaceous, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. It was she who had delivered a resounding slap to the face of Qin Hengyu, the emperor. After the strike, her fair skin glowed, her exquisite features accentuated by delicate, translucent lips that now appeared chillingly aloof. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, though captivating, bore a slight frown, revealing a profound disdain within their depths. Though her voice was as melodious as the song of birds, her tone was strikingly indifferent. The cultivators present, upon hearing her words, maintained their composure, some even expressing admiration. Only Lu Xianzi would dare to strike the emperor in this place. The emperor is so infatuated with her, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Lu Xianzi maintains her aloofness, utterly dismissive of the title of empress, which allows her to keep the emperor in check. It is more than just a title. The emperor gifted her a sacred artifact and pursued her relentlessly 3 times before it finally reached her hands, only to be reproached for interrupting her cultivation. That I have heard that the emperor knelt before the great emperor for 6 days to make Lu Xianzi his empress. He has never knelt for anyone before. Is that true? The entire continent knows it to be true. The emperor is deeply enamored with Lu Xianzi. Were it another woman, even the coldest ice would melt. Yet, one must not speak ill of Lu Xianzi. The emperor forbids anyone from uttering a single word against her. The emperor Qin Hengyu, dressed in a black robe embroidered with golden dragons and crowned with feathers, was a striking figure, with chiseled features resembling a jade sculpture. His dark eyes sparkled like stars, and his stature was tall and commanding, akin to a soaring dragon. However, there was a hint of foolish infatuation in his gaze, suggesting a heart deeply ensnared in love. At this moment, as Qin Hengyu beheld the beauty before him, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What is this? After the slap, it was as if a floodgate of memories had been opened in his mind, overwhelming him with a torrent of recollections. Emperor? A sycophant? In an instant, Qin Hengyu's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. His mind felt as if it had momentarily stalled. Once the memories fully assimilated, he inhaled sharply. The good news was, he had traversed worlds. He had crossed into a fantasy novel he had once read, assuming the role of an emperor. His father's power paled in comparison to other great emperors, now barely clinging to life after a self-inflicted wound. Yet, he was indeed an emperor, capable of commanding a realm, possessing followers, and establishing a sacred land. The bad news was, he was not the protagonist, but rather a foolish and subservient antagonist. The woman before him was none other than the heroine of the tale, Lu Rian. Initially, he relied on the identity of the divine prince to regard Lu Rian as his consort. Due to the nature of Lu Rian's cultivation, they had yet to engage intimately. However, after the demise of his father, Lu Rian betrayed him, utilizing the resources and connections of the Holy Land to nurture the protagonist, Yi Xingqian. In the end, this treacherous couple brought about the downfall of both him and the entire Holy Land, uniting in their wickedness. Qin Hengyu recalled the absurdity of the plot he once ridiculed, feeling a pang of heartache. It was truly remarkable how the divine prince had fallen to such depths. It was reminiscent of a millionaire in his past life, deceived by a gold digger, ultimately leading to his tragic leap from a building. The original body was the contemporary divine prince. The guardians were all at the holy stage, capable of being revered as ancestral figures elsewhere. Even when visiting other holy lands, one would at least extend congratulations out of respect for the divine prince's status. Moreover, the vision of the divine prince was exceptionally lofty. He was aware from the very start of the so-called path to heaven, the great contest among emperors, and the existence of extraterrestrial foes. With his father's impending demise, unable to provide protection for much longer, he had placed all his resources and hopes upon the protagonist, wishing to pass down the family legacy. Yet, he remained lost in the role of a sycophant. It was inconceivable that, even in his pursuit of women, he would not seek out the countless extraordinary ladies across the 5 domains and 13 states, many of whom possessed unparalleled talents. Was he truly content to hang himself on a single tree? So engrossed in his infatuation with being a sycophant, he remained chaste for her sake. The male protagonist, Yi Xingqian, merely needed a roasted chicken to win her over. Had he lost his mind? If Lu Ruyan possessed even a modicum of virtue, it would be forgivable. However, she was nothing more than a common hen.it, was solely due to the adoration bestowed upon her by the divine prince that she transformed from a lowly hen into a phoenix, infiltrating the upper echelons and becoming the object of everyone's admiration. Lu Ruyan's family was hardly noteworthy, merely a small clan on the fringes of the Great Qin, continually besieged by demonic beasts. They only managed to relocate to the Great Qin Holy Land thanks to the arrangements made by the original divine prince. Within her clan, there were no mentions of the holy stage. The likes of body refinement, Qi Si, palace opening, divine powers, ascending dragon, king realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, holy realm, and emperor realm, none of these were represented by a single monarch who was not propped up by the resources of the Great Qin Holy Land. Were it not for his backing, such a family would have lacked even the qualifications to survive in the Great Qin Holy Land, having long been reduced to the status of dogs by other clans. Yet later, they thrived by leeching off the Great Qin Holy Land, becoming a first-rate family. The original body was truly spineless. He offered Lu Ruyan the confidence to keep him hanging, all the while enduring various humiliations. He sent out the emperor's scriptures only to have them leaked to the protagonist, Yi Xingqian, in the aftermath, this vile couple, after bringing about the destruction of the Great Qin Holy Land, tarnished numerous reputations in their quest for perceived righteousness. His own father, tasked with protecting the heavens, became branded as a remorseless traitor, while the treacherous couple portrayed themselves as champions of justice. What nonsense! Qin Hengyu, did you hear that? Perhaps due to Qin Hengyu's silence, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of anger rising within her. Was he truly ignoring her? If it were not for Qin Hengyu's insistence on her becoming the Empress of the Gate, and the elders of her family urging her, how could she have endured such humiliation? If Qin Hengyu does not relent this time, she will no longer regard him in the future. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted, her disdain intensifying. She coldly declared, "Are you unable to hear? Do not ever refer to me as the Empress of the Gate again. I have never desired a betrothal that would bind me. With my talent, Lu Ruyan can achieve everything through her own efforts." Lu Ruyan displayed her contempt without reservation. She detested how Qin Hengyu leveraged his exalted status to look down upon her, unlike Yi Xingqian, who could engage with her as an equal and empathize with her feelings. Qin Hengyu merely threatened her family, coercing her into signing a marriage contract, using so-called sacred artifacts to feign nobility at a hypocritical man, ultimately coveting her beauty while indulging in theatrics. Very well, as you say, let us annul the marriage. As his words echoed, Qin Hengyu raised his gaze in agreement. Having processed the memories, a singular thought occupied his mind. No more servility. Lu Ruyan does not wish to be the Empress of the Gate. He pondered how to kick this ball away and liberate her. He was not the timid turtle-like empress. Having just escaped a life of servitude to become an empress full of infinite hope, he desired to sever ties with a woman who held herself in such high regard. For words encapsulated his sentiment. A double blessing. What? Lu Ruyan, taken aback, repeated, "What did you say? How could Qin Hengyu possibly agree?" At this moment, should he not apologize and accept her terms? Qin Hengyu had no intention of granting Lu Ruyan a chance to retract her words. A slight smile graced his lips. "What I mean is that tomorrow, I shall visit the Lu family in person. To annul our engagement in the future, you shall have no connection whatsoever with the Great Qin sacred land. The title of Empress of the Gate will no longer pertain to you." Qin Hengyu enunciated each word clearly, his voice resonating like a bell. As his declaration lingered, the entire martial arts arena fell into silence. To annul the marriage, to sever ties, Lu Ruyan would no longer be the Empress of the Gate. After a long while, the gathered cultivators exchanged glances, their minds echoing a singular thought. A change is upon us. Chapter 2. Unparalleled insight, comprehending the laws of fortune. The multitude of cultivators, reliant on the Great Qin sacred land for their livelihood, were acutely aware of the implications of Qin Hengyu's words as the Empress. An ironclad decree. Even if it meant swallowing bitterness, some would comply. The annulment of Qin Hengyu's engagement had become a reality. Lu Ruyan's status would undoubtedly plummet. Now, the Lu family, barely scraping by as a third-rate clan, would find it hard to survive. The Empress had never spoken in such a manner before. Could he truly follow through? As they regained their composure, incredulity spread among them. This scene feels eerily familiar previously. When Lu Xianzi was upset, the empress sought 1,000-year beauty elixir to earn her forgiveness. Why is today's narrative so different? The empress seems so unfamiliar. Has the empress truly awakened, deciding to annul the engagement? In that case, I must contact the clan leader immediately to prepare for what lies ahead. Do not be anxious, perhaps the immortal prince may reconsider his decision. The gathered cultivators, aware of the immortal prince's past indiscretions, held little optimism. Given the presence of Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruyan, their discourse was hushed, mostly consisting of murmurs. In truth, the crowd's presence was orchestrated by Lu Ruyan herself. She had no fondness for residing in the core palace of the Qin sacred land, preferring instead the bustling environment of the sacred land, where she mingled with the disciples and earned the affectionate title of senior sister. These desires were unconditionally fulfilled by Qin Hengyu, the immortal prince, who had little regard for boundaries. Perhaps, in this manner, Lu Ruyan could derive some satisfaction at this moment. Upon receiving confirmation, joy illuminated Lu Ruyan's countenance. Indifferent to the surrounding speculation, having faced it numerous times before, each instance ending with Qin Hengyu's appeasement, she now inquired, "Are you truly serious?" For the first time, an eager expression graced her otherwise frigid visage. An annulment. It was what she had longed for. Were it not for Qin Hengyu's relentless pursuit and the pressure from her family's elders and parents, she would never have conformed to the title of the so-called immortal prince's consort. Now, Qin Hengyu himself proposed the dissolution of their betrothal. No one in her family could impede this. Excellent. Qin Hengyu nodded in affirmation, his demeanor calm and untroubled. Indeed, since I sought the marriage contract, I shall personally visit tomorrow to annul it. At this juncture, he found himself more inclined towards diligent cultivation, desiring to amass formidable strength. In this fantastical realm, power is the essence of existence. Women hardly compare to even a fragment of one's strength. Setting aside Lu Ruyan, the impending doom of the Qin's sacred land loomed large, instilling a profound sense of urgency and caution. Undoubtedly, there were hidden forces at play. How could the demise of the Qin sacred land be so easily orchestrated by Lu Ruyan's naivete and the male protagonist's favored status? Qin Hengyu refused to allow himself to be overshadowed by Lu Ruyan. As the immortal prince, his noble lineage endowed him with exceptional talents. He possessed everything, yet found himself outdone by a woman from a humble family. In the original narrative, other immortal princes galloped ahead unchallenged. This was simply illogical. Thus, in the immediate future, he yearned to leverage resources to cultivate diligently. He aspired to ascend like the clematis upon the high wall, rather than ending up empty-handed after relentless flattery. Words alone bear no weight. I require your oath. Lu Ruyan anticipated that Qin Hengyu might retract his statement. To ensure conviction, she demanded an oath from him. With the heavenly Tao as witness, he would have no choice but to uphold his promise. The onlookers gasped collectively, their breaths held in suspense. Astonishing. Lu Ruyan truly detested the immortal prince. The vow to the heavenly Tao, though not unsolvable, bore a steep price and was intricately tied to fate, shrouded in the unspeakable. Once sworn, retracting would be nearly impossible. The crowd awaited with bated breath. Upon hearing her words, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Lu Ruyan truly failed to grasp the gravity of her position and her role. Without his protection and the status of the immortal prince's consort, her circumstances would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. He pondered what had led the original incarnation to find such a woman appealing, that, in terms of their respective identities and statuses, it is merely an act of charity. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's natural talent, intelligence, emotional quotient, and cultivation are rather unremarkable, rendering her incapable of sustaining the role of a princess. Fiancé, you and I shall vow separately. I shall annul our engagement, and you will refrain from entanglement, severing ties completely. Is that agreeable? Qin Hengyu harbored disdain within, yet maintained a facade of composure. Even before Lu Ruyan could utter a word, he began to swear. Qin Hengyu, vow to visit the Lu family tomorrow to annul my engagement with Lu Ruyan, never to be coerced by this marital bond again. Otherwise, may heaven strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. At the moment the vow was uttered, a thunderous roar resounded. Simultaneously, an enigmatic aura manifested within his heart. It is now your turn. Upon finishing his declaration, Qin Hengyu turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyan. That I shall believe you once considered an act of wisdom. Upon hearing the vow solidified, Lu Ruyan beamed, raising her chin slightly, her visage adorned with a hint of haughty superiority. I, Lu Ruyan, shall not exploit my identity as the prince's fiancé after Qin Hengyu has severed our engagement otherwise. May heaven strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt an instantaneous shift in their perceptions. The observers were clear-minded, all were aware of the immense support and assistance the sacred land had granted the Liu family. Immediately following the prince's vow, thoughts began to churn within their minds that it would be exceedingly difficult for Liu Ruyan to find another prince in the future. Liu Ruyan was finished. The Liu family was finished. It was hard to fathom why Liu Ruyan would act in such a manner, seemingly driven by a desire to retaliate against the Liu family. Did Liu Ruyan harbor such animosity toward her own family? Qin Hengyu, however, understood those who were favored often exhibit a sense of invulnerability. He did not compel Liu Ruyan to make this vow. It was simply that with Liu Ruyan's identity altered, his status as the prince remained unchanged, fearing that she might still leverage her title as the prince's fiancée for personal gain, thus seeking an additional layer of security. That moment. Yi Xingqian, who had been unconscious on the training grounds, awakened that he immediately grasped the unfolding events. Sister, do not. Yi Xingqian could not contain his voice. Upon understanding the situation, he foresaw the repercussions of Liu Ruyan's loss of status. Liu Ruyan's position was contingent upon Qin Hengyu, and his entry into the great Qin sacred land was facilitated by Liu Ruyan's reputation. Having been accustomed to poverty, he recognized the immense benefits of being in the great Qin sacred land. Was it merely a beating? If he were to sever ties with the great Qin sacred land, where would he find such invaluable resources? Sister, do not let my situation jeopardize your relationship with the prince. The prince is also training me, facilitating my growth. Yi Xingqian endeavored to preserve the bond between Liu Ruyan and the prince. It is of no consequence should the heavenly oath be violated. It is he who shall incur the wrath, and I bear no relation to it. He is but a prince who relies solely on his family. Liu Ruyan spoke to Yi Xingqian as if transformed, her tone gentle. Yet, when addressing Qin Hengyu, her voice turned frigid and unyielding, granting him no semblance of respect. Inwardly, Qin Hengyu could not help but curse. What a farce! Using his resources, indulging in his provisions, only to employ these very resources to support another favored individual. How audacious! Qin Hengyu suddenly felt a wave of revulsion. Upon witnessing Liu Ruyan's demeanor, a fierce impulse surged within me, compelling me to strike her twice. Indeed, I would return the favor. Just moments before my transposition, this wretched individual had the audacity to slap me once. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated within the recesses of my mind. Ding! The existence of the Chosen One has been detected, forcibly activating the incomparable enlightenment system. System? Incomparable enlightenment. As the words of the incomparable enlightenment system echoed in my thoughts, an idea swiftly crystallized. To my astonishment, the system instantaneously responded. The incomparable enlightenment system grants you the opportunity for sudden comprehension, bestowing upon you an unparalleled capacity for understanding without any expenditure, aiding the villainous host, encountering the Chosen One, and altering the torment of destiny's cycle, liberating you from the confines of a foolish narrative. Ding! The novice gift package has been activated. The host receives a complimentary opportunity for sudden comprehension, acquiring the Eye of Fortune, enabling the perception of the fortune beams of all individuals, revealing the destiny trajectory of the Chosen One, which cannot be concealed. The system detects that the host is targeting the Chosen One, thus granting an additional opportunity for sudden comprehension. System, Chapter 3. The mortal made apart, yet the sacred artifact remains. Upon hearing the system prompt, Qin Hengyu felt a slight itch in his eyes. Moments later, he beheld a perspective unlike any other, a spectrum of black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. As he gazed upward, the fortunes of those around him unfolded before his very eyes. Astonishing! Both Liu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian radiated golden fortunes, shining brightly like the sun. However, as he tilted his head to glimpse the color of his own fortune, he found himself momentarily bewildered. A shroud of black energy enveloped him. Qin Hengyu felt a deep sense of frustration. He was no overlord. 2 golden fates and 1 black fate. This was an abysmal fortune indeed. It was no wonder that he was deemed fit only to serve as a mere adornment for others. At that moment, a system panel, visible solely to him, materialized before his eyes. System, Epiphany System Host, Qin Hengyu Epiphany Opportunities, 1 Realm, Pinnacle of Qi Comprehension Ability, Eye of Fortune, Method of Epiphany. Silently recite Epiphany 3 times in one's mind and envision the desired outcome to gain certain insights, thereby acquiring the techniques and abilities the host requires. 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Qin Hengyu reflected on his current identity and realized that his needs were rather few. Given the opportunity for enlightenment, he pondered his present circumstances, questioning what he truly required. Fortune? The matter of his own fortune necessitated transformation. Indeed, as an imperial son, his fortune was lamentably poor, indicating a fundamental issue within himself. Enlightenment, enlightenment, enlightenment. In his heart, Qin Hengyu silently recited 3 times, contemplating a method to devour fortune. Soon, a prompt from the system appeared. The host felt the torment of being oppressed by destiny, comprehending the art of heavenly devouring, which allowed him to consume fortune from below and essence from above, devouring all without restraint. The art of heavenly devouring. In Qin Hengyu's mind, the relevant knowledge of the cultivation technique immediately emerged. Through the devouring sky demonic art, one can consume fortune. By creating obstacles for individuals of high fortune or defeating them, one can absorb a certain amount of fortune through this technique. It also allows for the assimilation of a corpse's essence and constitution, drawing upon the residual fortune of the deceased to counteract it. Life and fortune are intertwined. By disrupting the enemy's fortune and subsequently devouring their life and essence, the technique proves to be exceedingly ruthless. However, since he is already cast as the antagonist in a narrative, the implications are not particularly significant. As the saying goes, calamity endures for a millennium. Being a proficient villain is undoubtedly less arduous than striving to be a virtuous individual. Upon grasping the essence of the devouring heavenly demon technique, Qin Hengyu swiftly conceived a plan. Initially intending to sever the engagement on the morrow, he now sought to experiment with the technique beforehand to reap some benefits. He aimed to suppress Lu Ruoyan and siphon her fortune, subsequently turning his attention to the Lu family. Additionally, he contemplated absorbing the fortune of Yi Xingqian. There were ample opportunities for suppression here, and the engagement could also be undermined. Furthermore, having traversed into the narrative, he recalled that Lu Ruoyan possessed certain fortuitous opportunities. He pondered whether seizing these treasures would prove beneficial for the devouring heavenly demon technique. Qin Hengyu was eager to test it out. However, during his silence, Lu Ruoyan misinterpreted his intentions. Qin Hengyu, I hope you uphold your words. Even if you possess a sacred artifact, breaking your vow will not bode well, exclaimed Lu Ruoyan. Let us proceed. At that moment, noticing Qin Hengyu's pause once more, Lu Ruoyan, puzzled yet fearful of his potential change of heart, threatened him again. Subsequently, seemingly to provoke Qin Hengyu, she deliberately took Yi Xingqian's hand, intending to lead her away. Halt. Qin Hengyu raised his hand to halt Lu Ruoyan's departure. Since you have sworn an oath to bear no debt toward me, I must insist that you relinquish the Qingyuan Xianbing sword and your storage ring. As for the ice Xian snow silkworm garment adorning you, I shall not permit its removal. I hope you will return it to me at the time of our annulment tomorrow. These are treasures of the great Qin sacred land, not items you can lay claim to. After comprehending the Eye of Fortune and the devouring celestial art, Qin Hengyu exerted his pressure on the scene. As his words resonated, Lu Ruoyan stumbled, turning around with disbelief reflected in her eyes. Qin Hengyu, what do you mean? She spoke, struggling to suppress her disdain. Her expression twisted, seemingly tinged with an unappealing shade of blue. Is this truly the renowned heir of the great Qin sacred land, demanding the return of what he has bestowed? Lu Ruoyan's tone dripped with sarcasm. She showed no intention of relinquishing the Qingyuan Xianbing sword, a sacred artifact at her waist, nor the storage ring adorning her finger. Sacred artifacts can serve as the foundation for a prestigious family. Within the storage ring lies the cultivation resources she requires for this period. The Ice Xian Snow silkworm garment she donned is also a rare treasure, capable of nourishing the body and enhancing her beauty. Without these, how could she maintain her competitive edge after leaving Qin Hengyu? These possessions were meant for the consort of the heir. She is no longer the consort, yet still yearns for the heir's possessions? Lu Ruoyan, if you perceive this identity as a burden, then cast it aside. Could it be that you, as before, wish to have everything without bearing the responsibilities that belong to you, believing that you can easily obtain blessings without paying the price? Upon encountering the visage of Lu Ruoyan, Qin Hengyu could not suppress a derisive laugh. He vociferously proclaimed his desire for freedom while simultaneously reveling in the benefits bestowed upon him, a slight setback, and he felt entitled to indulge. Ultimately, everything had come to him far too easily. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for words. The cultivators nearby, having overheard his remarks, recognized that the attitude of the imperial son was unfeigned and his assertions well-founded. As a member of the sacred land of the great Qin, the specifics mattered little. What was paramount was their capacity to advocate for the interests of the sacred land. Consequently, they began to voice their agreement. The identity of the celestial maiden as the imperial consort of the great Qin was met with disdain, revealing its fraudulent nature. Were it not for this title, such privileges would never have been afforded to her, for she had neither merit nor talent. How laughable! Though our imperial son may not possess the highest of gifts, he has suffered no injustice. Due to the nature of his cultivation, aside from mere handshakes, the celestial maiden had not been touched at all, and he had shown her every courtesy. Yet, such words cannot be spoken lightly. We must have faith in the celestial maiden, whose purity and grace render her impervious to the trivialities of the mundane world. Indeed, the celestial maiden would never stoop to petty calculations, lest she shatter the very abacus itself. As Qin Hengyu listened to the words of these cultivators, a slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, these individuals were quite astute. Their eloquence was enchanting, and with a modicum of skill at their disposal, their allure was hardly inferior to that of a Lu Ruyan. However, Qin Hengyu observed that Lu Ruoyan had yet to respond and decided to prolong the conversation. His tone shifted abruptly, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, "Lu Ruoyan, I am not here to negotiate with you. Do you not care for your dignity in the slightest?" Qin Hengyu issued a threatening remark. Lu Ruyan remained conflicted within. She wished to uphold her image of being indifferent to external matters, yet hesitated to relinquish her resources. She recognized that her ability to garner support from her family relied not only on her previous status but also on her sacred artifacts and resources. Without these two elements, her authority within the Lu family would be severely diminished. DZ, if you wish to target me, I, Yi Xingqian, can endure. But why must you direct your animosity towards senior sister Lu? Previously, you did not mention that these gifts were intended for the DZ Fei. They were clearly given to senior sister Lu by your own volition, rendering your desire to reclaim them utterly unreasonable. You have never truly considered senior sister Lu's circumstances. Instead, you have relentlessly pressured her into submission to satiate your own desires, which is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Observing Qin Hengyu's continued coercion, Yi Xingqian stepped forward to shield her. He had keenly discerned that Qin Hengyu was susceptible to provocation and sought to stabilize the situation through this strategy. At this moment, he and Lu Ruyan were intricately bound together, naturally inclined to ensure that she reaped the utmost benefit. With the demise of the great Qin sacred land, the Lu family had become an unattainable pinnacle for him. Securing the Lu family's support would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for his future in cultivation. Xingqian, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing these words, felt as though they resonated deeply within her. The glance she cast towards Yi Xingqian sparkled with admiration. Indeed, only Yi Xingqian understood her. Unlike Qin Hengyu, who lacked a sense of nuance, Qin Hengyu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xingqian, observing the hands they clasped together, narrowing his eyes. Yi Xingqian has truly emerged? Is this not a fulfillment of his own desires? To speak candidly, in the absence of Yi Xingqian, it would appear somewhat unbecoming for Lu Ruyan to return the sacred artifact, akin to a robust man taking advantage of a delicate woman. Yet with the protagonist Yi Xingqian, the instigator of chaos, present, it becomes entirely reasonable. The principle is clear. It is permissible for you two to engage in your affair. Yet I am not allowed to reclaim the sacred artifact? How can one of imperial consort status possess such a lack of boundaries? Is this justifiable? Humph. Thus, I am considered an outsider before you. You wish to meddle in my familial affairs. The formalities of 3 gifts and 6 ceremonies remain. Yet the imperial consort neglects her boundaries. The sacred artifact and spiritual elixirs must surely have their rightful place, while cold words and distant actions prevail. If a woman behaves thus, laughing and conversing with outsiders, pledging to sever ties with a mere stroke of a blade, does she not audaciously hoard treasures while nurturing a white-faced paramour? Qin Hengyu offered no response to Yi Xingqian, instead reciting a poem to Lu Ruyan. The double standards were evident to all present. Upon hearing the verse, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, her lips pressed tightly together, seemingly consumed by rage. She had merely expressed concern for her junior, yet Qin Hengyu dared to tarnish her reputation. Was it not entirely reasonable for her to offer support to someone he had sent to be defeated? What wrong had she committed? However, the onlookers were not blind. They observed the interactions between Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, and upon hearing the poem, they quickly inferred Qin Hengyu's predicament. It seemed the prince had misplaced his affections. Even if Lu Ruyan was indeed compelled by circumstances, there was no need for her to draw so close to Yi Xingqian. One could not help but notice Yi Xingqian's exuberance. He was nothing more than a pretty boy. Was this truly the esteemed consort of the prince, as promised? I suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment for the great Qin's sacred land. Having made mistakes, she still clung to the gifts bestowed by the prince, seeking to maintain her relationship with this pretty boy. How could one be so shameless? Such disgraceful happenings within our great Qin's sacred land. Ultimately, it was evident that the Liu family, being of humble origins, found it challenging to produce a woman of virtue. No wonder the emperor had previously opposed this union. It seems he had foreseen this outcome. Fortunately, the prince had seen through the web of emotions and had not succumbed to Liu Ruyan's persistent temptations. If the prince were to reclaim his strength, his future would be boundless. Questions about the prince's character arose, yet so too did support and understanding for him. Liu Ruyan, perhaps, feared losing her sacred artifacts and resources, worrying that her pretty boy might abandon her. Chapter 4. Devouring Fortune, Breaking Through. Liu Ruyan listened to the sparse voices that pierced her ears, feeling as if countless needles were stabbing her heart, causing great discomfort. How repulsive. It was he who had forced her from the fringes to the great Qin sacred land, compelling her to become the prince's consort. The gifts he had so insistently offered were often intended for her family, having little to do with her. The burden of pressure was placed upon her. While Qin Hengyu reveled in his own emotions daily, to reclaim his possessions, he resorted to all manner of slander against her, casting the role of the good person upon himself while leaving the villainy for her to bear. Qin Hengyu is certainly not a virtuous individual. Conversely, Yu Xingqian, with her honeyed words, is merely her junior disciple. What harm is there in showing a modicum of concern? Liu Ruyan inwardly absolved herself of any responsibility. Yet, the incessant whispers branding her shameless became unbearable. In a fit of frustration, she cast aside the Qingyuan Xianbing sword, letting it clatter to the ground. She similarly discarded the storage ring from her hand, allowing it to fall beside the sword. Whoever desires these items may reclaim them. I hope your future imperial consort will not despise your stinginess. I have misjudged the Qin sacred land. It is nothing but a self-serving sanctum. As Liu Ruyan departed, she derisively denounced the Qin sacred land, completely forgetting the benefits she had received. Indeed, had Liu Ruyan been a person of gratitude, even a piece of millennium ice would have melted in her hands, and the matter concerning the protagonist Yu Xingqian would have faded away. Ultimately, flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Remember to inform your father and grandfather that I shall withdraw from the engagement tomorrow and reclaim that which rightfully belongs to the Qin sacred land. If a severance is to occur, let it be thorough for the well-being of both parties. Qin Hengyu interjected with a disdainful humph. Who desires to be associated with you, junior brother? Let us depart. Liu Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, not only for the sacred artifact that had slipped from her grasp, but also out of frustration. Yet, even in this moment, she did not forget Yu Xingqian, who was being pulled away. Yu Xingqian cast a lingering glance at the item in Qin Hengyu's possession, fully aware that the storage ring contained numerous treasures. In fact, it was from this very source that Liu Ruyan had previously bestowed upon him valuable gifts. Sensing the shift in Yu Xingqian's emotions, Liu Ruyan sought to console him, saying, "Junior brother, I have faith in your innate talent. Even without the resources of the great Qin sacred land, my Liu family's support will surely elevate your cultivation. In the future, you will undoubtedly rival the likes of Qin Hengyu, who only knows how to bully the weak." Her words rang out with considerable volume, seemingly intended to provoke Qin Hengyu. Whatever. Qin Hengyu observed the departure of the two, reaching out to grasp both the Qingyuan Xianbing sword and the storage ring in his hand. The moment Liu Ruyan cast them aside, he discerned a faint waning of fortune surrounding her. The storage ring and the Qingyuan Xianbing sword were imbued with a substantial amount of golden luck, particularly the sword, where the golden fortune coalesced to a thickness akin to paper. This seemingly ordinary sacred artifact bore an extraordinary lineage, belonging to the revered Qingyuan female sage. Throughout history, the Qingyuan female sage has been exceptionally renowned among the ranks of saints, not only for her unparalleled talent, but also for being one of the rare women capable of contending with emperors at the saintly realm. It is often said that were it not for the existence of unparalleled emperors in the world, she would undoubtedly reign supreme as the empress. This statement refers to the illustrious Qingyuan female sage. However, it is evident that a mere sacred artifact could not harbor such an abundance of fortune. Within the Qingyuan Xianbing sword lies a hidden treasure map, one that leads to the secret hoards and legacies of the Qingyuan female sage. The reason Qin Hengyu became aware of this matter was due to a novel he had read. Later on, in a desperate bid to save Yu Xingqian, Liu Ruyan unleashed a devastating strike, sacrificing her sword in the process, and fortuitously acquired this hidden treasure, even without Lu Ruyan's innate talent. This secret repository enabled her to ascend to the realm of saints, thereby safeguarding the Lu family. The devouring celestial demon technique. Qin Hengyu had no intention of procrastinating. He commenced the process of absorbing the fortune contained within the Qing Yuan Xinbing sword in the storage ring without delay. Under his absorption, invisible streams of golden fortune flowed into his crown, causing the black column of fortune to diminish slightly, transforming into a shade of gray. This was no small feat. Simultaneously, the long stagnant realm showed the slightest hint of loosening. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The mist parted, revealing a celestial ladder. Beyond the ninth tier lay what seemed akin to a heavenly palace. The path of cultivation began with body refinement, followed by the opening of the Qi Sea. The establishment of the palace, the mastery of divine abilities, the ascent to the dragon's ascendancy, the attainment of the King's realm, the Emperor's realm, the venerable realm, the sacred realm, and ultimately, the Emperor's realm. After refining one's body, a cultivator would open the Qi Sea within their dantian. The Qi Sea, when cultivated, could pierce through the fog of the mind's eye, allowing one to glimpse the heavenly palace of the ninth tier. The heavenly palace nourished the spirit sense, which in turn sought out divine abilities. By mastering these divine abilities, one could establish the dragon's pillar. The flawless were kings, the unblemished were emperors. Those who transcended tribulations became revered, and those who opened the heavens and created the earth achieved sanctity. The ultimate mastery of heaven and earth crowned one as an emperor. The heavenly palace within the mind's eye dispelled some of the mist, enough to vaguely discern the ninth tier. A breakthrough had occurred. He had indeed transcended a significant realm, advancing from the Qi Sea to the palace establishment realm. Even his father, the emperor, had been unable to facilitate this breakthrough. Yet he had accomplished it. Truly, the influence of a woman had expedited the process of drawing the sword. Nonetheless, Qin Hengyu has come to realize that the factors hindering his breakthrough were not merely the resources of martial arts, but rather the elusive force of fate. His unfortunate luck has indeed obstructed his cultivation. The concept of fate is enigmatic and profound, said to be manipulable only by those above the rank of emperor, who can exert some measure of control over the intertwining of destiny. Therefore, even his biological father, despite being an emperor, had limited means to assist him. In order to continue his ascent, he must inevitably focus on Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, utilizing the devouring sky demonic art to absorb a modicum of fortune. To cultivate effectively, one must first alter their destiny, then their fortune. Congratulations to the Crown Prince on his breakthrough. The martial training ground was filled with familiar faces, who gathered around to offer their protection as Qin Hengyu practiced. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a chorus of congratulations. All present were the pillars of the sacred land of the great Qin, destined to traverse the vastness of the world together. The Crown Prince acknowledges his previous lack of clarity and appreciates the laughter at his expense. Now, having severed ties with the past and entered a state of flourishing, it is only fitting to celebrate this milestone with all of you. Qin Hengyu rose and respectfully saluted the cultivators present. He then opened Lu Ruyan's ring, distributing some spiritual herbs and spirit stones, thereby performing a few favors. As an imperial prince, one must learn the art of winning hearts. Thank you, Imperial Prince. The fortune of the imperial lineage is unparalleled. We are willing to serve. The cultivators, having received benefits, expressed their gratitude fervently. In an instant, their gazes towards Qin Hengyu transformed. Previously, when they referred to him as the Imperial Prince, their hearts held a tinge of disdain for what they perceived as sycophancy. However, with the current display of generosity in the effort to mend past grievances, his image had significantly improved. Everyone belonged to the sacred land of the great Qin. While opinions may vary, their hearts remained steadfastly inclined towards the betterment of the great Qin sacred land. Ding! The host has successfully pressured the destined child, earning one opportunity for enlightenment. Another chance for enlightenment? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Hengyu realized that he was gradually mastering the techniques. Could it be that his intersection with the destined child grants him opportunities for enlightenment? There's no rush. He can test it tomorrow. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the system's prompt, he refrained from engaging in excessive conversation with the ordinary cultivators present. With the impending annulment of his marriage tomorrow, he needed to make certain arrangements. It was essential to have someone accompany him to create a disturbance. He aimed to rectify some of the foolish actions taken by his former self. His father, the great emperor, commanded a total of 9 formidable generals. Although their lifespans were limited, some perished of old age, while others fell in battle, They each established 9 prominent clans, which continue to safeguard the sacred land of the Great Qin. The former self had nearly offended each of these 9 clans, depleting any goodwill. Nevertheless, when the sacred land of the Great Qin faced a crisis in the future, the 9 clans still stepped forward. Regrettably, the former self was exceedingly foolish, sacrificing all 9 clans for a mere affirmation from Lu Ruyan. With such an imperial scion, who could possibly threaten the survival of the sacred land of the Great Qin? Qin Hengyu grasped the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword, intending to first visit the Jiang family, the residence of the foremost general. After all, the conflict was intricately tied to the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword. The descendants of the Jiang family had always been esteemed men of honor, yet this generation produced a precious daughter, Jiang Roshua. Despite being such a treasure, she was relegated to the role of a maid for the original host. The original host, however, was foolishly infatuated with Lu Ruyan. Perceiving Jiang Roshua's existence as a threat to his idealized notion of pure love, and thus treated her with unwarranted harshness. Later on, during an auction, the original host chanced upon the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword and decided to purchase it. At that moment, Jiang Roshua had first laid eyes on the sword and felt a spark of affection for it. Unfortunately, the original host's infatuation clouded his judgment, leading him to assert that Jiang Roshua was unworthy of such a sword, his words laced with derision, which ultimately brought tears to the delicate and innocent girl. In the aftermath, the entire Jiang family rallied in response. The original host, who had been excessively pampered, nearly faced his first beating in life. Following this incident, the Jiang family completely vacated the Great Qin sacred land and ceded their familial position to the Lu family, seemingly seeking to sever ties with the sacred ground. Each misstep they'd only served to offend the family of the sacred land's leading general. What difference was there between this and self-mutilation or self-castration? Utter foolishness. Qin Hengyu, reflecting on the actions of his former self, felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself in the face. To this end, he recalled the moment of his engagement annulment, where having the Jiang family present could serve to appease their grievances and alleviate the tension between both parties, while simultaneously providing a source of support. After all, who would annul an engagement without a helmet? Upon contemplating this, Qin Hengyu rose and made his way to the Jiang residence. Chapter 5. A sword as a token of respect, winning over the Jiang family. An hour later, as Qin Hengyu arrived at the Jiang family estate, he was halted at the threshold by a cluster of guards. It was indeed the Jiang family that showed him the least deference. This was understandable, for the original owner had been rather foolish in his previous conduct. Nonetheless, the Jiang family could not truly leave an imperial prince stranded at their doorstep. Such an act would reflect poorly upon them. The first to emerge was Jiang Yizhan. Ah, the imperial prince. My humble Jiang family is ill-equipped to receive such a distinguished guest, he remarked with a sardonic tone. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan, had 12 sons and 1 daughter, with the sons ranked from the 1st to the 12th. All 12 brothers were quite enamored with their sole sister, which speaks volumes about the peculiarities of the Jiang family. Following Jiang Yizhan's appearance, several more figures materialized behind him. Qin Hengyu articulated his intentions. I have come in search of Roshua. The moment he spoke, the brothers grew anxious and began to voice their objections. Roshua has gone out to cultivate. She is not here. Our Roshua cannot be compared to Fairy Lu, so do not seek her out. Might I suggest you depart, Emperor? Otherwise, I find my hands itching for a battle. Each one expressed their refusal, clearly intent on preventing this emperor from approaching Jiang Roshua, fearful of his intentions. Brother Qin, what brings you to me? Just as Qin Hengyu pondered how to navigate past these overprotective guardians of the fair maiden, a stunning woman appeared before him. Her beauty was unparalleled, with delicate features akin to a painting, skin as smooth as cream, and eyes that sparkled like spring water. Dressed in a crescent-hued gauze gown with hair cascading down to her waist, she resembled a blooming, night-blooming Sirius, exuding a unique charm. Such is the transformation of a woman as she matures. Qin Hengyu gazed at Jiang Roshua, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Once, she had trailed behind him like a fragile sprout, but now she had blossomed into a tall and graceful figure, possessing all that she ought to have. Despite her lack of extravagant adornments compared to Lu Ruyan, she still retained an air of innocence. Her gentle address of Brother Qin resonated like celestial melodies to his ears. Roshua, this matter does not concern you. We have not seen the imperial prince in quite some time. Let us first indulge in a drink together. Little sister, the imperial prince seeks us out. You must have misheard. The brothers of the Jiang family, upon witnessing their sister's emergence, grew anxious. attempting to shield Qin Hengyu from her sight, striving to prevent any interaction between him and Jiang Roshue. "Brothers!" Jiang Roshue exclaimed with a hint of exasperation. At the sound of their sister's plea, the Jiang brothers' hearts softened, and they promptly parted to form two lines, yet their eyes remained fixated on Qin Hengyu, as if any untoward gesture from him would warrant a severe reprimand. "Brother Qin, would you like me to ask my brothers to step aside?" Jiang Roshue inquired, still considerate of Qin Hengyu, as she feared that with her brothers standing so closely, certain matters might be inappropriate to discuss openly. "Let us remain here. Today, I have severed ties with Lu Ruyan and reclaimed the sacred artifact, which I intend to return to you. Tomorrow, I shall also go to the Lu family to annul our engagement. I wish to invite the Jiang family back to the great Qin sacred land." Qin Hengyu spoke somewhat bashfully. To be candid, his act of returning the sword appeared rather unrefined. After all, it was a gift he had previously bestowed upon another woman, only to reclaim it and present it to yet another. Even if this object were a concealed sacred artifact, akin to gold or diamonds in a previous life, it still felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, it was the finest gift he could currently offer, and he believed the Jiang family would be pleased. Jiang Roshue was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. However, the Jiang brothers around them could not remain still. They perceived Qin Hengyu's intentions as an obvious attempt to curry favor with Jiang Roshue. Engaging in dubious conduct, offering unsolicited kindness could only imply ulterior motives. Having been spurned by Lu Ruyan, he now targeted their own sister, which was utterly unacceptable. The Jiang family was thriving here and had no need to return to the great Qin sacred land. Indeed, the sacred artifacts belonged to the Jiang family, and they had no requirement for the Qingyuan Xianbing sword that another woman might utilize. His engagement with Lu Ruyan had no bearing on the Jiang family whatsoever. In an instant, several of them surrounded Qin Hengyu, resolutely preventing any further interaction between him and Jiang Roshue. Ahem, it seems that this imperial son is quite unpopular. Faced with this situation, Qin Hengyu felt somewhat helpless. "Brothers!" Jiang Roshue, a person of impeccable character, called out to her brothers, requesting them to step aside. She then took the initiative to approach and accepted the Qingyuan Xianbing sword. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I truly adore it." A gentle smile adorned Jiang Roshue's face. Though she did not explicitly state her feelings, her emotional intelligence prevented her from disregarding Qin Hengyu's dignity. In comparison to Lu Ruyan, the difference was stark. It was akin to choosing between a sumptuous feast and a bowl of rice mixed with sand, yet the original self unhesitatingly opted for the latter. Was the original self a fool? Upon hearing these words, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but express his disdain once more. Is Uncle Jiang present? Upon receiving the sword from Jiang Roshue, Qin Hengyu promptly proceeded to the next step. The younger generation should not dictate certain matters concerning the Jiang family. Ultimately, authority rests with the family head. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan, while not as formidable as the venerable patriarch or the slumbering ancestors, possesses commendable talents. Currently standing at the 7th level of the sacred realm, this level of prowess is sufficient to dominate the entire planet. While he may not stand out within the sacred grounds, outside of them, few can rival him. Had Jiang Zhan not perished in the battle against the extraterrestrial foes, his mere existence would have ensured that the great Qin sacred land was not easily vanquished by mere trifles. Regrettably, following the destruction of the great Qin sacred land, Jiang Zhan and others became scapegoats, labeled as traitors who allied with external forces, all due to the slander propagated by figures such as Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. How infuriating. You, young man, approach us with ulterior motives. Speak plainly, what business do you have with the Jiang family? Upon hearing his name mentioned in conversation, Jiang Zhan emerged from the estate. In truth, he had been present all along, quietly observing the current Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu, being the heir of the imperial lineage, could not allow the other party to be entirely rebuffed. A meeting was indeed necessary. Just moments ago, he had learned of the events that transpired in the training arena and had come to grasp the full context of the oath taken. This piqued his interest slightly, and as a member of the elder generation, he felt a measure of satisfaction. In the past, he had watched his own heir being toyed with by a woman as if he were but a mere dog, and he did not mind that it was a faade. Such matters were not easy to intervene in, though he had already somewhat involved himself. Jiang Roshue, a legitimate daughter, serving as a maid to Qin Hengyu, undoubtedly hinted at ulterior motives. Unfortunately, the heir remained rather oblivious. Out of sight, out of mind. This was the utmost Jiang family could achieve. Jiang Zhan, being seasoned in the ways of the world, naturally discerned that Qin Hengyu's visit was not merely a courtesy. Everything had been anticipated by Uncle Jiang. The younger generation wished to request that Uncle make a trip tomorrow, as the Liu family was unworthy of remaining in the sacred grounds of the Great Qin. Qin Hengyu did not believe that mere reasoning would persuade the Liu family to retreat. To minimize complications, it was imperative to summon a formidable force to exert pressure. You, my friend, do you not fear that such actions may draw harsh criticism upon the Holy Land, leaving no room for leniency? Matters among the younger generation that touch upon an entire family? Jiang Zhan, standing in the Great Qin Holy Land, felt a twinge of unease. Yet, there was no impropriety. The previous neglect of the first war general, the Jiang family, was indeed a sign of coldness. Now, it was merely an endeavor to rectify past wrongs and restore the fundamental order. If even a family of an unprincipled former imperial consort is treated with undue favor, others would inevitably perceive the Great Qin blade as lacking in efficacy. Qin Hengyu presents his arguments with both reason and evidence. To ensure the stability of a sacred land, the foremost necessity is strength, all else is mere illusion. As the cornerstone of power, how could one not extend preferential treatment? You, my friend, have you gained some enlightenment? I find you increasingly enigmatic. Jiang Zhan gazed at Qin Hengyu, beginning to suspect that the emperor's essence had been usurped. However, considering that the great emperor still remained, possessing numerous methods to prevent such an occurrence, it was inconceivable that anyone could achieve this under his reign. Thus, he concluded that perhaps Hengyu had merely begun to awaken his intellect. Previously, Hengyu had been shrouded in obscurity, which had led Uncle Jiang to jest at his expense. But now he appeared to be showing signs of clarity. This time, he had indeed come to solicit Uncle Jiang's assistance and to invite the Jiang family back to the Great Qin sacred land. The gifts for Sister Ruxue were genuine as well. Within the sacred artifact, the Qingyuan Xianbing sword, lay a treasure map that could unveil the hidden treasures and legacy of the Qingyuan female saint, promising Sister Ruxue a path of prosperity. Qin Hengyu elucidated his intentions, explicitly acknowledging that he had previously lacked understanding but had since gained insight. You mentioned substitution, asserting that it would be entirely different. Such a notion is implausible. Even an ordinary person can undergo a remarkable transformation overnight. Naturally, an imperial figure is equally capable of such a metamorphosis. His original self had erred, which requires no further elaboration. Given his status as an imperial figure, no one would cast blame upon him. It suffices to re-establish connections. Of course, he is acutely aware of the most significant gift for the Jiang family. Only by treating Jiang Ruxue with kindness can the entire Jiang family's attitude be altered, thereby mending the rift between the Great Qin sacred land and the Jiang family. Is this true? If so, I, Jiang Zhan, shall accompany you on this journey tomorrow. Jiang Zhan, upon hearing of the Qingyuan saintess's inheritance beneficial to Jiang Ruxue, bore a look of astonishment. The inheritance is indeed authentic and evidently best suited for Jiang Ruxue. The significance of the sacred artifact thus transforms. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhan seized the sacred artifact from Jiang Ruxue's hands and exerted all his strength to shatter the Qingyuan Xianbing sword. Chapter 6. The Emergence of Imperial Majesty. With a resounding crack, a handkerchief made from 10,000-year-old ice silkworm silk emerged from the Qingyuan Xianbing sword, revealing a treasure map. It is indeed true. The expressions of the Jiang family brothers shifted as they gazed at Qin Hengyu, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Jiang Ruxue blinked, her gaze towards Qin Hengyu now markedly different. A sacred artifact previously used by another and a treasure of the Qingyuan saintess are fundamentally dissimilar entities. Qin Hengyu let out a sigh of relief. Employing a strategy of restraint before elevation, achieving precisely the desired effect. After the Qingyuan Xianbing sword was shattered, fragments of it astonishingly revealed an aura of fortune once more. What a delightful surprise! Qin Hengyu immediately began to cultivate the swallowing heaven demon technique, initiating the absorption of fortune. Perfect. This endeavor yielded threefold benefits. He re-established ties with the Jiang family, absorbed fortune, and acquired a capable ally for tomorrow. It remains uncertain whether this absorbed fortune belongs to Liu Ruyan. After all, fortune is intricately linked to the treasures of the female sage. And the fortune hovering above him transformed completely from black to a serene gray. The mists before the Nine Heavens Palace have dissipated further. With just a modicum of resources, his realm can naturally ascend once more. As the son of the emperor and the lord of the sacred land of the Great Qin, he possesses an abundance of cultivation resources. Elevating his fortune and enhancing his realm and strength should not prove overly challenging. Truly, this is the legacy of the Qingyuan female sage. After examining the treasure map, Jiang Zhan could not restrain his astonishment. The Jiang family had invested considerable effort into Jiang Roshui's cultivation issues, and even the emperor had intervened to assist. Different physiques necessitate distinct cultivation methods. The legacy of the Qingyuan female sage is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Jiang Roshui among all options. After stowing away the treasure map, Jiang Zhan turned his gaze back to Qin Hengyu. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to the Lu family, if all proceeds smoothly. The Jiang family's return to the sacred land of the Great Qin will be unproblematic. Thank you, Brother Qin. Jiang Roshui recalled her gratitude and promptly performed a courtly gesture toward Qin Hengyu. There is no need for such formality between us as siblings. Qin Hengyu instinctively extended his hand to assist Jiang Roshui, inadvertently causing her to blush deeply. She had no intention of kneeling down. The primary reason was that the emperor's son had grasped her arm, which carried a hint of ambiguity. You, Jiang Rushui's brothers, surrounding her, assumed that Qin Hengyu sought to take advantage of the situation and almost simultaneously reprimanded him. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Qin Hengyu also realized that it was unnecessary for him to impede Jiang Roshui, as it somewhat reflected a sense of taking advantage. It's all right, Brother Qin, Jiang Roshui said, though she instinctively took a small step back. What about you all? Qin Hengyu, who thrives on gentle persuasion rather than force, displayed his authority in front of Jiang Roshui and her brothers, proclaiming, "Do you not feel any gratitude towards me?" This was a calculated move. As a prince, it was imperative for him to establish a semblance of respect among his male peers. Who could endure being treated like a thief? This display was intended to earn their compliance, for once their hearts were won, the rest would follow. With Jiang Zhan, a senior figure, present, engaging in such antics before his son felt rather natural, akin to the playful scuffles of children. Indeed, any attentive parent witnessing such frolic would perceive it as a sign of camaraderie among the young ones. Remarkably, since Jiang Yizhan's time, each of them, without exception, harbored a desire to confront Qin Hengyu rather than express gratitude. At this moment, as Qin Hengyu brought it to light, the expressions on their faces revealed a hint of discomfort. It became evident that only I genuinely cared for dear sister Roshui. Qin Hengyu once again displayed his characteristic sarcasm. Jiang Roshui blinked, sensing an impending conflict between Qin Hengyu and her brother. She felt a twinge of anxiety and was at a loss for how to intervene. Humph. Jiang Zhan certainly did not wish for his sons to lack any discernment, letting out a soft snort. Thank you, Emperor. Jiang Yizhan comprehended the unspoken cue and was the first to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Emperor. Thank you, Emperor. The air was soon filled with expressions of thanks. No worries, Roshui is also my sister. Qin Hengyu slightly raised his hand, signaling everyone to feel at ease. Uncle Jiang, I shall await you all at the Great Qin sacred land tomorrow. Farewell. Qin Hengyu once again paid his respects to Jiang Zhan before turning to leave. Jiang Yizhan and the others watched him depart, casting puzzled glances toward Jiang Zhan. Father, they exclaimed in unison, their words laced with inquiry. It felt as though Qin Hengyu had undergone a profound transformation, appearing as a completely different person. The preceding ceremonial exchanges were intricately connected, while the subtle pressure he exerted upon them was neither too harsh nor too lenient. Merely reflecting upon it evoked a sense of cunning. In truth, he did not harbor disdain for such tactics. A leader of significance must possess sufficient means, lest they be perceived and underestimated by others. However, the demeanor Qin Hengyu now exhibited was markedly different from before, leaving them unable to fully digest the change. The heavens of the Great Qin might be on the verge of transformation. Remember, Hengyu shall forever be the son of the emperor, while you shall always be the generals of war. Status is not an insurmountable barrier. Amidst the encirclement of foes, internal strife only offers opportunities to the enemy. Do you understand? Jiang Zhan reminded his sons gently. Understood. Jiang Yizhan and the others immediately grasped that their feelings were indeed correct. This did not imply that they would immediately submit to Qin Hengyu. As generals, their relationship was one of mutual reliance. As the son of the emperor, Qin Hengyu could test them, and they, in turn, needed to acknowledge his status. With neither arrogance nor subservience, they would complement one another. Roshui, now that you have inherited the legacy of the Qingyuan Holy Maiden, let us allow your grandfather and our esteemed ancestors to accompany you on this journey. Jiang Zhan said softly to his daughter, what my Jiang family desires shall never fall into the hands of others. All right, father, Jiang Roshui replied affirmatively. Although she was intrigued by Qin Hengyu's annulment of their engagement, She recognized that a woman should not appear in such circumstances. Her foremost priority was to obtain the treasures of the Qingyuan Holy Maiden and enhance her strength, which would benefit both the Jiang family and the Great Qin Sacred Land. In the Great Qin Sacred Land, within the Lu family's quarters, Lu Ruoyan suddenly pressed her hand to her forehead, her body feeling slightly weak as she leaned against the table. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Yi Xingqian, noticing Lu Ruoyan's unusual condition, immediately approached with concern. He placed his hand on her shoulder, gently kneading it. Indeed, only Yi Xingqian could provide her with a sense of security and understand how to care for her. Despite her humble origins, she had worked diligently to rise above her circumstances, in stark contrast to Qin Hengyu, who relied solely on his power to coerce others. She felt an unsettling sense of loss, as if something precious had slipped away, even though it was merely material possessions. Lu Ruoyan articulated the poignant feeling of emptiness within her heart. After all, it had been a storage ring filled with various cultivation resources and a holy-grade weapon. Once I acquire such resources in the future, I shall present them all to my senior sister, regardless of how she treats me. I will never ask her to return them. Yi Xingqian gently offered words of comfort, speaking sweetly. Lu Ruoyan, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, responded, "It is still Xingqian who understands my feelings. Sister, will you not inform uncle and the others about the matter of your broken engagement?" Yi Xingqian then brought up the agreed time for the annulment, expressing a hint of concern. Qin Hengyu observed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. He remarked that the Lu family had previously relied solely on him, drawing from his resources, and tomorrow they would be compelled to act, with their backs against the wall. Qin Hengyu felt no apprehension. After all, he had offended numerous individuals, and it was unlikely that anyone would accompany him to the Jiang family. A mere annulment of the engagement was all it entailed. Based on the connections we have cultivated within the Great Qin Sacred Land, he could still remain there. Ultimately, the Jiang family held no desire to linger in the Great Qin Sacred Land, and could Qin Hengyu truly expect the Lu family to relocate once more? He was nothing more than a worthless prince. When Lu Ruoyan spoke of Qin Hengyu, her eyes reflected disdain and contempt. Her words conveyed an unwavering confidence regarding the annulment of the engagement the following day. Indeed, although Qin Hengyu is a noble son, he has distanced himself from various military families due to his prior actions. A noble son at the Qi realm, stripped of his identity, is nothing significant. The decision to annul the engagement tomorrow ultimately rests with the Lu family, who may exert pressure on Qin Hengyu and offer him some compensation. The head of the Lu family, his father, is a formidable figure at the Emperor realm. Chapter 7. Visiting the Lu family. Does this noble son truly seem so easy to bully? The following day, within the heart of the Lu family's Rui Hall, a gathering of the direct lineage, including Lu Ruoyan, convened. At the head of the grand hall sat a middle-aged man clad in fine garments, exuding an overwhelming aura that compelled the assembled family members to bow their heads in deference. He was Lu Zhengyan, the patriarch of the Lu family and Lu Ruoyan's father. "My daughter, you claim to have called off the engagement with Qin Hengyu and sworn an oath. He intends to visit the Lu family today, all because of that boy?" Lu Zhengyan's brow furrowed in perplexity, his expression one of disbelief, especially since he had just learned this news. He felt as though he had been struck by divine lightning. Is it that Qin Hengyu looks down upon us, asserting that our Lu family owes all its fortune to the Great Qin Sacred Land? "My daughter, this is unacceptable. My disciple merely spoke a few words on my behalf. This matter has nothing to do with him." Lu Ruoyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, tinged with a hint of redness, seemingly bearing an immeasurable grievance. Yet, what awaited her was a sharp slap. Many direct lineage members raised their heads in astonishment at the sound. Lu Ruoyan, disregarding her faade of victimhood, widened her eyes. "Father, do not forget who provided you with resources, enabling you to attain your current level of cultivation. How can you exploit your own daughter to this extent?" "I am your father," Lu Zhengyan reprimanded sternly, resolutely stating, "I am not a fool. Do not deceive me. Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate that boy right now?" His slap to Lu Ruoyan stemmed from a deep understanding of how precariously his current position was obtained. The easier one acquires something, the more one fears its loss. Seemingly sensing her father's vulnerability, Lu Ruoyan scoffed, "Father, are you truly afraid? The deed is done. If I do not cooperate, there will be no chance for redemption. If you heed my counsel, there remains a glimmer of hope." Lu Ruoyan, ever capricious, raised her head defiantly after realizing that her plea for sympathy bore no fruit. "You rebellious daughter, what plan do you propose?" Lu Zhengyan was skeptical, casting a glance at Yi Xingqian, evidently contemplating using him to quell Qin Hengyu's wrath. "Father, Do you truly believe that pushing me and Yi Xingqian forward will suffice? Should you proceed with this course of action, I shall ensure the ruin of both you and the Lu family. Yi Xingqian, endowed with remarkable talent that even surpassed his daughter-s, was deemed the solution to the Lu family's predicament. As for the engagement annulment today, the Lu family had no reason to fear. Qin Hengyu had long since alienated his numerous warriors, leaving him devoid of any trusted confidants. Who would stand up for him now? The Jiang family had already abandoned this place. Our annulment of the engagement with Qin Hengyu would still allow us to remain here, rendering our situation unchanged. My Lu family commands respect in the great Qin sacred land, and the lesser clans would not dare to act recklessly. They would frequently offer tributes without hesitation. Qin Hengyu's heart was filled with trepidation. If you, father, were to exert a modicum of intimidation and ally with your daughter, it would naturally compel Qin Hengyu to withdraw from the engagement, thus preserving the status quo. Given my understanding of him, my daughter had no intention of escalating matters and losing face. Lu Ruyan's logical analysis elicited a measure of agreement from Lu Zhengyan. Yi Xingqian, witnessing Lu Ruyan's successful persuasion of Lu Zhengyan, breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing he might become a sacrificial pawn. With Lu Ruyan's stratagem and Lu Zhengyan's intervention, the situation should stabilize. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyan and Lu Zhengyan conferred on how to apply pressure effectively. Father, had you possessed this mindset earlier, a breakthrough into the venerable realm would merely be a matter of time. After concluding their discussion, Lu Ruyan did not hesitate to offer a few compliments. Lu Zhengyan, being an ambitious man, proudly lifted his chin, basking in the praise. He was genuinely in a state of complete refinement, on the verge of breaking through to the venerable realm. At that point, the family could be regarded as a second-tier clan. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Ruyan, your excellence will undoubtedly attract better suitors. That slap earlier was a misjudgment on my part. Lu Zhengyan's hand lingered on Lu Ruyan's cheek, tenderly caressing her. Lu Ruyan felt a wave of revulsion at his touch. Indeed, apart from her junior disciple Yi Xingqian, she found no man worthy of her regard. Her father relied on her, lacking his own opinions, and was fundamentally arrogant. Yet, it was precisely these flaws that made him so easily manipulable. Oh, what did you call me? Who do you think I should apologize to? Just as the father and daughter were feigning cordiality, a calm and unhurried voice drifted in from outside the hall. Under the watchful eyes of the Lu family, Qin Hengyu strolled into the Rui Hall alone, positioning himself squarely at the center. Jiang Zhan and the others remained outside, having dealt with all of Lu family's guards. His intention in arriving alone was to set a trap. Little did he expect that before he could make his move, the Lu family would already be scheming against him. Upon Qin Hengyu's entrance into the hall, Lu Zhengyan's expression grew serious, and his voice rose a notch. Qin Xianshi, we do not intend to make things difficult for you regarding the annulment, but at least you ought to apologize to my daughter first. As Lu Zhengyan spoke, he exuded a certain aura, causing his garments to flutter gently. Allow me to clarify, I am no mere nephew of yours. An apology? How intriguing. Do you suggest I should offer what kind of humility? Qin Hengyu waved his sleeve, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zhengyan that was both a smile and a sneer, before finally resting his gaze upon Lu Ruoyan. It was evident that you had humiliated my daughter Ruoyan yesterday, wielding your influence to bully her and subjecting her to public disgrace. Should you refuse to comply, I shall take it upon myself, as an elder, to administer a proper reprimand before the annulment of the engagement. Lu Zhengyan's voice was imbued with arrogance, his demeanor increasingly haughty, as he endeavored to intimidate Qin Hengyu, hoping to unearth a crack in his composure. How dare you presume to challenge me? Keep your words to yourself. Qin Hengyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity required to utter such words. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and when he did, a sardonic smile graced his lips. A mere emperor, after all, had grown far too comfortable within the hallowed grounds of the great Qin sacred land, oblivious to the trials of life. Nevertheless, the utterance of a dog should not speak of human affairs cast a pall of silence over the gathering. Qin Hengyu had always held Lu Zhengyan in high regard, never resorting to such scornful ridicule, let alone uttering insults. How audacious! Boom! Lu Zhengyan's aura erupted with unparalleled intensity. He struck the armrest of his throne with such force that it shattered. His presence was akin to an invisible hand, pressing down upon Qin Hengyu with overwhelming might. A precious jade embedded in Qin Hengyu's body automatically activated under the immense pressure, enveloping him in a protective azure shield. The residual force of the pressure continued to surge like a tempest, causing the dragon robe he wore to flutter and resonate. Qin Hengyu stood motionless, a sneer etched on his face, seemingly reveling in the anticipation of the unfolding events, as if everything were well within his grasp. Chapter 8. In light of this, let me return a slap. Lu Zhengyan, hailing from humble beginnings, had always believed in the supremacy of the strong. For the first time, he found himself insulted by someone who had yet to attain the realm of Sky Pivotal Palace, and despite being a son of the emperor, his anger was palpable. At this moment, witnessing Qin Hengyu safeguarded by a mystical treasure, he harbored the audacious desire to shatter the protective barrier and force Qin Hengyu to kneel. Did he not understand the necessity of respecting a formidable opponent? Lu Zhengyan's tone was frigid, having been insulted. His thoughts had shifted from defending Lu Ruyan to reclaiming his own dignity. What right do you, a mere monarch, have to claim strength? Even to be compared to a dog would be an overestimation of your worth. What sort of worthless beings are you from the Lu family, to dare show such disrespect within the sanctified grounds of the great Qin? Qin Hengyu surveyed the surroundings, broadening his scope of attack. A group of individuals stood before him, yet none possessed the clarity to perceive the situation accurately. Subsequently, the utterances from the Lu family further affirmed his suspicions. Humph. The immortal prince graced the Lu household to annul the engagement. Surely, he ought to exhibit a modicum of respect. Is it not absurd to be so incensed simply by a rejection? What dignity does the immortal prince possess? Regardless of the circumstances, this is the Lu family, the sanctum of the great Qin, and to insult them and demean their lineage warrants an apology. While the annulment may be understandable, one must ponder whether a person of such ineptitude is truly worthy of the immortal prince's stature. The direct descendants of the Lu family regarded Qin Hengyu with scorn, their disdain palpable. This reaction was hardly unexpected. In the original narrative, Qin Hengyu repeatedly presented lavish gifts to the Lu family in a bid to curry favor with them, hoping they would speak well of him. Yet, such subservience only bred a sense of entitlement. Initially, they held a modicum of reverence for the immortal prince's title, but soon came to believe that their mere words would elicit a groveling response from him. Thus, their attitude towards Qin Hengyu shifted to one of condescension. In the eyes of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan's demeanor towards Qin Hengyu was entirely justified. How dare he approach to annul the engagement, and alone at that? Did he truly believe anyone regarded him as the immortal prince? As the saying goes, kindness begets kindness, while enmity breeds enmity. Unbeknownst to them, the Lu family had transformed into ungrateful wretches, a trait deeply ingrained within their lineage, as evidenced by Lu Ruyan herself. When the head is askew, how can the tail remain straight? At this juncture, Yu Xingqian observed Qin Hengyu's inaction. He could only hurl insults, which incited Lu Zhengyan's ire, prompting everyone to vociferously denounce him. They believed their conclusions mirrored Lu Ruyan's assessments and thus rose to admonish him. Does the immortal prince not adhere to the laws of the survival of the fittest? Look at you, your realm inferior to all others. What face have you to utter such nonsense? Lu uncle, after all, is Ruyan's father. Even if you intend to annul the engagement, you must maintain basic decorum. How do you presume to be worthy of the title of immortal prince or Lu Ruyan when you are destined to falter on the path of the strong? Yu Xingqian had witnessed too many powerful individuals mercilessly belittle the weak. His cultivation journey had been a relentless quest for strength, aspiring to become one capable of belittling the feeble. The weak possess no voice, only the strong are entitled to speak. To rely on familial influence while remaining so feeble is a disgrace to such status. Only those who ardently crave power deserve the title of immortal prince. Deep within, Yu Xingqian felt a pang of envy towards Qin Hengyu, yet his pride forbade him from uttering, I too wish to be the immortal prince. Thus, he could only look down upon Qin Hengyu himself. Lu Ruyan, perceiving that events unfolded as she had anticipated, gazed at Qin Hengyu with disdain and remarked, Once you have offered your apology, you may dissolve the engagement and depart as the worthless immortal prince you are. I wish to have no further entanglements with you. Are you perhaps regretting your decision, which has led to this self-inflicted humiliation? Yesterday, I spared you out of consideration, but today, as I stand in the presence of the Lu family, it is a matter of tit for tat. Upon finishing her words, Lu Ruyan produced a marriage contract, channeling her spiritual energy as if it were a razor, shredding the contract before Qin Hengyu's eyes. With the destruction of the marriage agreement, the web that ensnared her was also torn apart. In those years, while she lived carefreely on the border, she was brought by Qin Hengyu to the prestigious lands of the great Qin, where she was exposed to a dazzling world that only deepened her feelings of inadequacy. Her father and other relatives, in pursuit of personal gain, gradually pushed her closer to Qin Hengyu. What purpose does Qin Hengyu serve? Having brought himself to the sacred land of the great Qin and endowed it with such abundant resources, why does he not elevate the Lu family to a singular existence, allowing himself to completely transcend others? Ultimately, it is merely an attempt to bestow trivial favors, to win over loyalty, and to satisfy his own vanity. Upon witnessing the destruction of the marriage contract, Qin Hengyu calmly produced another nuptial agreement. As black flames flickered in his palm, he incinerated the contract into mere ashes. The old hound of the Lu family would surely concur, as I suspect the likes of you wretches harbor similar thoughts. Qin Hengyu surveyed the surroundings with a dismissive glance at the crowd gathered within the arena. You old hound, Lu Zhengyan, seething with shame and anger from the continuous insults. Were a countenance as dark as decaying timber, his grip tightening until his once transparent hand bore numerous golden veins. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier shattered. Just as it seemed an attack was imminent against Qin Hengyu, another shield manifested around him. Allow me to finish my statement. Should you choose to annul the engagement, I would be quite pleased. However, your ingratitude displeases me greatly. If I were to become enraged, the consequences would be dire. Surely, you do not believe this matter concludes here? The smile on Qin Hengyu's face faded, replaced by a solemn demeanor as he clapped his hands. At the entrance of the hall, a long spear suddenly soared in, piercing directly into Lu Zhengyan's vital point, pinning him forcefully to the throne. Lu Zhengyan spat out a mouthful of old blood, his gathered hand seals shattering instantaneously. Clad in armor, Jiang Zhan entered alongside his son and soldiers. Anger visibly etched upon his face. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. For Jiang Zhan, as long as Qin Hengyu remained the emperor's son, such humiliation could not be tolerated. The notion of the weak being preyed upon by the strong was utterly absurd. The sacred land of the great Qin had reached its current state thanks to the so-called rules and the facade of unity. Upon seeing Jiang Zhan, Lu Zhengyan's expression turned to one of panic, his body trembling involuntarily, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Previously, when the Lu clan had usurped the Jiang clan's position within the sacred land of the great Qin, Jiang Zhan had effortlessly struck down the towering Qianren peak, asserting dominance that left all motionless. In the aftermath, upon learning of Jiang Zhan's formidable achievements, the Lu family had spent an entire year in restless nights. The marriage pact had been dissolved, and accounts were to be settled one by one. Arriving here, he had been compelled to apologize. He, too, wished to understand where he had erred. Just yesterday, Lu Ruyan had slapped him across the face, and although he tried to dismiss it, it seemed his benevolent disposition had ultimately led him astray. Therefore, it was only fitting to return the slap. Uncle Jiang, release the head of the Lu family. I am certain he will ensure justice is served. Qin Hengyu remarked nonchalantly. He found even the act of striking someone beneath him. Yet he was curious to see whether Lu Zhengyan could maintain his bravado, although he projected the demeanor of a villain. He had yet to witness any virtue emanating from the Lu family. At this moment, it was indeed the wicked confronting the wicked. Chapter 9. Accepting the challenge. Yet I stand for justice in numbers. Jiang Zhan received the command, his palms slightly open. In an instant, the golden spear that had bound Lu Zhengyan returned to Jiang Zhan's grasp. Once freed from its constraints, Lu Zhengyan gasped for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ruyan, blaming her for the predicament. She had claimed that Qin Hengyu would come alone, yet now Jiang Zhan had also arrived. He alone could vanquish the Lu family, not to mention the offspring and warriors of the Jiang clan. Survival was imperative. He must endure. Gone was any semblance of imperial dignity or the poise of a powerful figure. Lu Zhengyan had unwittingly descended into the depths of weakness. He aimed his wrath at Lu Ruyan and delivered a resounding slap. The impact was without restraint, sending the spiritual realm Lu Ruyan sprawling. Her face bore the marks of the blow. As she lay on the ground, slowly rising, disbelief clouded her expression. Lu Zhengyan shot a glance at Qin Hengyu. Fearing he might be perceived as holding back, and berated Lu Ruyan. Wretched woman, did you dare to strike the son of the emperor yesterday? He showed you leniency, yet you took it for granted. Then, he turned to Qin Hengyu in a plea for mercy. Your Excellency, it is this wretched woman who has deceived us. Otherwise, we would never have clashed with your esteemed self. Indeed, the dissolution of the betrothal is fitting. She is unworthy of being a consort to the son of the emperor. A mere maidservant suffices. With a single blow, Jiang Zhan shattered their audacity, as they sought to sacrifice Lu Ruyan in exchange for the Lu family's safety. And what of you? Qin Hengyu surveyed his surroundings once more. The transformation was astonishingly swift, akin to that of a chameleon. The loyalists nearby, observing the stillness outside, discerned the dire situation at the palace gates, now besieged by the Jiang family. The previous arrogance had dissipated entirely. Spare us, noble one. We know nothing, ensnared in ignorance. Willing to serve you. Lu Ruyan, once a slanderer of the noble one, was indeed a vile woman, unworthy of his illustrious prowess. This matter had nothing to do with us. We have always remembered the noble one's benevolence. It was Lu Ruyan's indecency that led her to consort with a man. Betraying the noble one. She ought to serve as a maid to the true heirs. These individuals, having altered their rhetoric, sought to ingratiate themselves with Qin Hengyu. Even if they perceived him as a tyrant, their resentment was buried deep within their eyes, daring not to act rashly. To Lu Ruyan, it appeared that Qin Hengyu remained covetous of her body, setting traps to compel her submission. He aimed to crush the last straw of her resolve through the shifting attitudes of her family. Disgusting, utterly revolting. Lu Ruyan bit her bloodied lip, her eyes aflame with fury. Qin Hengyu, you scoundrel, your facade has crumbled. You have resorted to such despicable tactics. Such thoughts were only natural for her. Mistakes would always be attributed to others, with reasons readily available. Beside her, Yi Xingqian witnessed Lu Ruyan's betrayal by the Lu family and absorbed the words exchanged. His own anger igniting. He yearned to be Lu Ruyan's sole pillar of support, and thus he stepped forward, coming to her side, offering comfort. Are you all right? He then turned his gaze upon Qin Hengyu, his eyes sharp as blades, fixed intently on him, rebuking. Qin Hengyu, do you comprehend why Ruyan detests you? It is because you rely solely on your power, employing various means to oppress the weak, while Ruyan and I have ascended to this realm through our own efforts. We alone understand the plight of the powerless, which you cannot fathom. Today, I, Yi Xingqian, challenge you to a duel. Should I prevail, you shall depart from the Lu family and never return. If you are not a man, then dismiss my words as folly. Yi Xingqian understood that if Qin Hengyu did not withdraw from the Lu family, they would certainly regard Lu Ruyan as a pawn to be discarded. To expedite the resolution of this matter, he provoked Qin Hengyu into a duel, even threatening him with the potential cost of life, promising celestial oaths. He was confident that, even with a warrior like Jiangzhan present, none would dare to toy with Qin Hengyu's life. As for his own strength, he had already reached the realm of palace opening, surpassing the pinnacle of the Qi realm that Qin Hengyu had attained. Once one attains the palace opening stage, their spiritual awareness is vastly enhanced, allowing for a more profound utilization of strength. He was certain of his success. At that moment, Jiangzhan cast a cold glance at the scene before him, even contemplating a casual nose pick. It was painfully awkward. He truly wondered how the Lu family could have been so confident in his absence, believing that the son of the emperor could be so easily bullied. Were it not for the presence of the son of the emperor, the Lu family would have no reason to exist. Now, the actions of Lu Ruyan and that Yi Xingqian were nothing short of childish. He was somewhat curious. Would the son of the emperor truly engage in a contest with the likes of them? If that were the case, he would lose all respect for him. Behind Jiangzhan, his sons, a cadre of young warriors clad in golden armor, had already begun to pick their noses, seemingly eager to witness just how their son of the emperor would embarrass himself. Yesterday, they had merely accepted his words outwardly, but their hearts had not been swayed. They thought that if the Lu family were to be extinguished, they would not mind if the son of the emperor suffered a bit of disgrace, merely to entertain their younger sister, Jiang Roshue. If only Jiang Yizhan and the others knew the term yellow-haired, they would surely use it to refer to Qin Hengyu. Very well, I accept your challenge. Qin Hengyu spoke. Upon receiving his response, Yi Xingqian immediately unleashed the formidable pressure of the palace-breaking realm and charged towards Qin Hengyu. You must concede, Qin Hengyu. Without allowing Qin Hengyu a moment to react, he propelled himself forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. What are you so anxious about? I have yet to finish speaking. Jiang Yizhan, Jiang Erzhan, Jiang Sanzhan, Jiang Xizhan, Jiang Wuzhan, Jiang Liuzhan, Jiang Qizhan, Jiang Bazhan, Jiang Jiuzhan, Jiang Shizhan, Jiang Shiizhan, Jiang Shirzhan. All of you, join forces and teach him a lesson. What are you waiting for? Yi Xingqian, if you can defeat them, I shall concede that you possess the qualities of a man, despite the nonsense you have uttered. Qin Hengyu stood still, commanding Jiang Yizhan and others. He was not the original self, foolishly submissive. Initially, calling upon such individuals yet merely standing there? Jiang Yizhan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, expecting a one-on-one confrontation. However, they swiftly moved forward, knowing their purpose was to engage in such actions, and soon stood before Qin Hengyu. You will surely teach Qin Hengyu a lesson. As Yi Xingqian took action, Lu Ruyan felt a subtle lift at the corners of her mouth, her previously heavy heart lightening considerably. Emerging from humble beginnings, Yi Xingqian was a genius born of mortal roots, distinctly different from the level attained by Qin Hengyu through accumulated resources, when all others had forsaken her. Yu Xingqian stepped forward, igniting a flicker of hope within Lu Ruyan. It affirmed her choice to support Yu Xingqian had been wise. Yet, her joy was fleeting. In an instant, the spark in Lu Ruyan's heart was extinguished. "You shameless!" she exclaimed through gritted teeth as a golden barrier materialized before Qin Hengyu. Chapter 10. I should not have mentioned that the betrothal gifts need not be returned. Jiang Yizhan, witnessing Qin Hengyu commanding his sons, nodded in satisfaction. This was the true prince. While personal involvement was essential, it was unnecessary to handle every matter personally. The Lu family had become a mere caricature, and Yu Xingqian, an inconsequential individual, fighting against the prince was, frankly, a degradation of the princess stature. On Yu Xingqian's side, hearing Lu Ruyan's praise stirred a fiery passion within him. To fight with righteous fury for a beloved, how exhilarating. However, he soon encountered an insurmountable wall of iron and copper. Jiang Yizhan's 12 brothers, the youngest and weakest among them, were all at the divine realm. Each instinctively threw a punch, and in that moment, it felt as though Yu Xingqian was struck repeatedly by 12 colossal hammers. With a thunderous crash, Yu Xingqian was sent crashing to the ground before Lu Ruyan, stirring up a cloud of dust. The swollen Yu Xingqian could utter no more before losing consciousness. Cruel. The direct descendants of the Lu family instinctively recoiled and huddled closer together upon witnessing this scene. They finally understood that the prince represented not merely Qin Hengyu alone, but the multitude standing behind him. After dispatching Yu Xingqian, Jiang Yizhan's brothers retreated, clearing the way. Qin Hengyu gazed upon the fallen Yu Xingqian with a sense of satisfaction. After Yu Xingqian endured the brutal assault, his mindset naturally underwent a subtle transformation, causing the golden aura of fortune to dim ever so slightly. The lingering remnants of this fortune dispersed throughout the grand hall. There is no need for haste. Qin Hengyu intends to address matters only after they have been completely resolved. A minor incident just occurred. Let us proceed. I recall that when the marriage contract was signed, there were quite a few betrothal gifts. Am I not mistaken? I believe I did not mention that the betrothal gifts need not be returned, but where might they be? Why did Qin Hengyu personally come to the Lu family to annul the marriage contract? Primarily, it revolved around the dowry he had provided, which served as the foundation for the Lu family's rise. Naturally, he must reclaim it piece by piece. This is not a previous life where only half of the bride price is returned. Since he is making this decision himself, he intends to return the entirety. Especially as he is yet to have any intimate encounter with Lu Ruyan and has already aided the Lu family significantly. What justification is there for not returning it? As Lu Zhengyan reflected on this, his complexion paled. He recalled how elated he had been at the time and how swiftly resources were squandered. Now, he felt a deep sense of regret over the immense resources that would be required to replace them. Lu Ruyan glared at Yu Xingqian on the ground, her eyes ablaze with indignation. The mere mention of the dowry by Qin Hengyu further fueled her belief that he was taking undue advantage of the situation. She retorted, I have been your consort for several years, and though I may lack merit, I have certainly borne my share of hardships. You have relentlessly pressed me. Do you not fear that word of this will spread, leading others to mock you? Moreover, the matchmaker had once stated that the dowry was intended as compensation for future children and for their upbringing. Although we have no children, and it is impossible for us to have any together, I will surely have children in the future, will I not? Thus, the dowry rightfully belongs to my future offspring. What right do you have to reclaim it? Lu Ruyan argued her case vehemently. She felt that by voluntarily tearing up the marriage contract and returning to him a sacred-grade weapon and a storage ring, she had already shown considerable grace towards Qin Hengyu. Now, he dares to return to the Lu family to demand more? Does he consider himself an imperial son? It was clearly Yu Xingqian who proposed the duel. Yet so many have banded together to assault him. This is nothing short of blatant revenge. Such disregard for agreements, such pettiness, is unbecoming of one destined for greatness. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Qin Hengyu felt an overwhelming shock. That singular statement, from now on, do not speak of who the child's father is, was utterly astonishing. Remarkable. Fortunately, he had severed the engagement. Otherwise, even if a child were born, it might suffer from incomplete cognitive development. Jiang Zhan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. It was no surprise that the Lu family, lacking in any semblance of familial virtue, could utter such disgraceful words. As for Jiang Yizhan and the others, their gazes towards Lu Ruyan were filled with disdain. If not for Qin Hengyu's restraint, he would have been tempted to give this woman a piece of his mind. Qin Hengyu remained silent in response to Lu Ruyan. At this moment, engaging in conversation with Lu Ruyan would be a disservice to his own intellect. What rational person would argue with a fool? Qin Hengyu's gaze settled upon Lu Zhenghan, who remained seated. He ascended the steps, looking down upon Lu Zhenghan from his elevated position. I wonder if the head of the Lu family shares this sentiment as well. Qin Hengyu wore a faint smile upon his face, yet behind that smile lay an undercurrent of danger. In his previous life, Lu Zhenghan was hardly a virtuous individual. He often conspired with Lu Ruyan on ways to secretly acquire more from behind him, all the while being particularly generous towards Yu Xingchen, intending to use Yi as a counterbalance against Qin. Subsequently, when the great Qin sacred land fell into decline, he was the first to turn the tables, accusing the Qin of coercing the Lu family. But did coercion truly exist? Was it the lavish dowries that constituted coercion, or the annual gifts, or even the weekly banquets? Such a person would resort to manipulation when in need, yet when no longer of use, would wish to grind you into dust. Since Lu Zhenghan relished coercion so much, perhaps it was time for a taste of his own medicine. A personal trial was in order. Would this deed result in a good reputation or a bad one? Jiang Zhan closely followed Qin Hengyu's every step, determined to shield him from any peril. Simultaneously, the weight of his authority bore down heavily upon Lu Zhenghan, rendering him as immovable as if he were carrying a mountain, even with Qin Hengyu so near. Lu Ruyan, witnessing Qin Hengyu's disregard for her counsel and his insistence on pressing her father, felt a surge of urgency. If her father yielded, the betrothal gifts would indeed be returned. What would become of her future, or of her children? She would not permit it. After being struck once, Lu Ruyan boldly stepped forward to confront Qin Hengyu, intending to deliver a slap in return. Qin Hengyu's actions must have captured her attention. As long as she makes her stance clear, Qin Hengyu will undoubtedly cease all current endeavors and revert to treating her as he once did. Lu Ruyan remains confident in herself. Uncle Jiang, since she still wishes to throw a tantrum, let us exert control together. As Lu Ruoyan approached, Qin Hengyu commanded Jiang Zhan, who remained utterly still, unleashing his mental prowess to subdue her. Release me, Qin Hengyu. Is it not your desire for me to strike you? In her confinement, Lu Ruoyan sensed a flicker of panic as she perceived the tone of Qin Hengyu's voice, realizing that he was somewhat different from her expectations. Qin Hengyu, let me go. If you release me, there remains a glimmer of hope for my forgiveness and acceptance. Otherwise, you shall never again hear a word from me or witness a smile upon my face. Lu Ruoyan endeavored to employ her previous tactics, casting a bait of hope to entice Qin Hengyu, thus yielding in her approach. Qin Hengyu was thoroughly vexed by the explosive words just uttered, and the incessant chattering reminiscent of a shrew only exacerbated his irritation. Channeling his inner strength, he delivered a swift slap towards the offending mouth, landing a blow that left half of the face slightly swollen. With a resounding crack, silence enveloped the air. Chapter 11. The Great Qin Sacred Land prefers dogs over ungrateful wretches. In Qin Hengyu's eyes lay a cold indifference as he rubbed his aching hand. Lu Ruoyan, in the eyes of this emperor, is nothing but a worthless being. Thus, do not test my patience any further. He had no intention of continuing the assault. Lu Ruoyan, possessing a realm of divine abilities, surpassed him by a level in cultivation. Her tongue and countenance were as defiant as ever, with but a slight exertion. He found his hand pained. While Lu Ruoyan continued to struggle, it felt as though her throat was constricted, leaving her breathless. This was the intervention of Jiang Zhan, who would not allow Lu Ruoyan to further disrupt Qin Hengyu. This truly might lead to Lu Ruoyan's demise. Lu Zhenghan, witnessing this scene, could not help but believe that Qin Hengyu harbored not an ounce of affection for Lu Ruoyan. Otherwise, such a brutal strike would be inconceivable, as would his indifference to Jiang Zhan's apparent intent to kill her. The next target for elimination could very well be himself. Bang! Lu Zhenghan fell to his knees, pleading loudly, I shall return the betrothal gifts. I remember that at the time, the betrothal comprised 3 sacred-grade weapons, 100 million top-tier spirit stones, countless pills, and 10,000 volumes of various martial arts manuals. Aside from the sacred-grade weapons, the manuals and divine resources have been nearly depleted. And I humbly ask for the Emperor's forgiveness. The Lu family has erred. I would gladly be the Emperor's dog, having only just attained the imperial realm. I do not wish to perish here. Therefore, I will lower my head as much as necessary. The Great Qin Holy Land desires loyal subjects, not ingrates. Since we cannot return the betrothal gifts, Uncle Jiang, please expel them all from the Great Qin Holy Land, allowing them to keep their garments as a final semblance of dignity and grant them one last reprieve. Should any member of the Lu family dare to approach the Great Qin Holy Land within 10 miles again, let them face death without mercy. In a single utterance, Qin Hengyu severed the Lu family's retreat, extinguishing their hopes of remaining in the great Qin sacred land. Indeed, upon receiving the command, Jiang Zhan hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, the storage ring from Lu Zhengyan's hand fell to the ground, and alongside him, Lu Ruyan was also subdued. Nearby, Jiang Zhan's sons and the warriors under his command sprang into action. Some of the direct descendants attempted to resist, but they were swiftly restrained, their movement stifled. Those possessing storage rings had them forcibly removed, along with various weapons. Even if they were to sell the Lu family, they could never meet the exorbitant demands outlined by Lu Zhengyan. When Qin Hengyu mentioned the betrothal gifts, he merely intended to use it as an excuse to expel the Lu family. At this moment, within the grand hall that lay before his eyes, an abundance of fortune energy lingered. Qin Hengyu unapologetically absorbed the powers with the devouring heaven technique, as his fortune gradually transformed from a dull gray to a brilliant white. The spectrum of colors unfolded like a vivid tapestry: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, although he remained far from attaining the coveted purple fortune. This advancement was a significant milestone for him. Previously, possessing the black fortune felt like a stroke of immense luck, merely escaping a calamitous fate. Was it possibly due to the protection bestowed upon him by his father? After absorbing the fortune, Qin Hengyu was about to make a slight breakthrough in the palace-breaking realm when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has annulled the engagement. Slapped the male and female protagonists, suppressed the Lu family, and received one instance of enlightenment. With the system notification appearing, Qin Hengyu indeed witnessed his instances of insight increase to 2. Is this truly beneficial? The method he originally employed to suppress the male and female leads genuinely resulted in gaining instances of enlightenment. He was uncertain of the underlying principle. In any case, it was a fortuitous turn of events. At that moment, Jiang Zhan had completed his task and returned once more. Your Majesty, why not eradicate the roots? Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Jiang Zhan inquired about Qin Hengyu's arrangement, refraining from asking earlier to preserve Qin Hengyu's dignity. Now, with only he and the Emperor present in the hall, it was natural to bring up relevant matters. In Jiang Zhan's view, having observed the Lu family's attitude, they should be treated accordingly. Thus, the Lu family ought to cease to exist. Even if the Lu family were to be exterminated, no one within the entire star domain would dare to voice dissent. The great Qin sacred land still had a living emperor. Within the subterranean divine source lay countless ancestors and elders in slumber, which constituted the foundation of the great Qin sacred land. It was not worth it. We eliminate the Lu family. Whether the Lu family is good or bad is for others to decide. As you have seen, this family, if allowed to persist, will only invite trouble, and outsiders will naturally discern the Lu family's faults. Of course, this is not the primary concern. The golden fortune that protects Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen means that killing either of them would bring misfortune and curses upon us. To deal with the Lu family, we must employ a dull knife to slice the flesh. You should have people secretly monitor the Lu family, gradually collecting that overwhelming fortune into our hands. Qin Hengyu did not conceal his ability to perceive fortune. Jiang Zhan can be considered one of his closest companions, and revealing such a talent would only serve to strengthen the other's belief. The Emperor's ability to discern fortune is remarkable. A look of astonishment flickered in Jiang Zhan's eyes. The concept of fortune is typically attributed only to emperors. For ordinary individuals, it remains largely elusive. My own fortune is shrouded in darkness, necessitating a method to reverse it, effectively suppressing Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. Uncle Jiang and brother Yizhan possess a fortune of blue, which is classified as the lowest tier of the upper 3 grades. After Qin Hengyu elucidated the situation, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. The individuals from the great Qin sacred land appeared rather lacking in fortuity. It is no wonder that the Son of Destiny falters in their endeavors. The Emperor once lamented that his greatest frustration lay in his inability to alter the fate of the imperial son. He also remarked that the imperial son had once been confounded, and that his fate was inextricably linked to the forces of fortune. The Emperor had previously attempted to defy destiny and reshape the imperial son as fate, but this endeavor ended in failure, resulting in a backlash. Had the Emperor been privy to the circumstances surrounding the imperial son, he would undoubtedly have been filled with exuberant joy. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Jiang Zhan, however, brought up a clandestine matter. Had there once been an attempt to alter destiny? And did it end in failure? Qin Hengyu found himself perplexed about his circumstances, for there was little mention of such details within the narrative. It seemed that his imperial father, after having made a single intervention, had met his demise. Qin Hengyu wrestled with his thoughts for a while before ultimately setting his sights on Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. His next course of action would involve closely monitoring them, seeking ways to undermine their efforts, ensuring that they would not enjoy a peaceful existence. He contemplated dedicating this period to cultivation, aiming to elevate his realm and strength. However, he was acutely aware that Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan would undoubtedly continue their relentless pursuit, and he could not allow them to rise. Indeed, upon learning about the differing fortunes of the two, Jiang Zhan, no stranger to awareness, became increasingly vigilant. The imperial prince was no longer the same. Unlike his somewhat naive sons, he had begun to perceive that the sacred land of the Great Qin might undergo certain transformations due to Qin Hengyu's presence. Naturally desiring a deeper connection with the imperial prince. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Qin Hengyu's ear. "My son, come here." Inside the great hall. Jiang Zhan also heard this voice and knelt on one knee, filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." At the same time, Qin Hengyu felt the world spinning around him, his body slipping beyond his control, and in an instant, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Chapter 12. My Emperor Father. Qin Hengyu arrived at a place deep beneath the great Qin sacred land, the burial site of the ancestor emperor. This was the final resting place meticulously prepared by his father, the ancestor emperor Qin Ing. Following the ancestor emperor's passing, it would descend into the depths of the netherworld. The appearance of the burial ground closely mirrored that of the great Qin sacred land. However, it was filled with countless clay figurines, some animated and others lifeless, all remnants of the ancestor emperor's former subordinates. In stark contrast to the vibrant vitality of the great Qin sacred land, this place was permeated with an air of death. Various slain beasts and enemies had been transformed into puppets, and a river of water flowed here, causing the void to tremble and enveloped in layers of curses. In the twilight of his reign, the emperor would be besieged by an inexorable tide of darkness. When Qin Ing was still a youth, he emerged in a frigid celestial sphere in the western star domain, besieged by various extraterrestrial foes. He stepped forward, rallying his kin to repel the invaders and dispel a portion of the encroaching darkness. He commanded the entirety of the star domain, uniting with numerous emperors to establish the Outer Wall, a bastion safeguarding humanity. For this, he earned the esteemed title of Ancestor Emperor from the multitude. However, the Dark Invasion also wrought a dire consequence, the depletion of spiritual essence within the Tao domain, leading to the impairment of the heavenly Tao, rendering it impossible to attain the status of emperor for 100 millennia. Qin Hengyu has recently emerged from the realm of the divine source. On one hand, the ancestral emperor is beginning to falter. On the other hand, a great era has arrived. If he does not vie for the imperial throne, the future remains uncertain. At the heart of the burial site lies a subterranean hall. A black dragon, resembling a nine-dragon formation, rests quietly upon the tiled floor, while behind it, a bronze chariot bears a black coffin, seemingly awaiting a resurgence. The ancient bronze lamp casts a white candlelight, the sole illumination in this darkened expanse. The flickering flame reveals the black coffin, within which lies an elderly man clad in a black dragon robe. His visage reflects deterioration, imbued with a sense of ruin and the passage of time. It is evident to all that he is aged. This has led the denizens of the star realm to speculate whether the ancestral emperor still lives, or if he is merely a relic of a once great sovereign. Qin Hengyu appeared in the underground palace, standing before the coffin, gazing at the once illustrious emperor ancestor, who is now his father. A wave of emotion surged within him, stirred by the instinct of his being. It seemed as though the emperor ancestor had sacrificed so much for him, a debt that felt insurmountable, as if it could never be repaid. Father. Qin Hengyu contemplated that he had supplanted the original self, yet he still humbly bowed and addressed his adoptive father. My son, you have finally awakened. 100,000 years ago, I waged a dark war against the abyss, yet they shamelessly traversed the void, launching a surprise attack upon you within the sanctum, shattering your foundation and fortune. I offered my entire clan as sacrifice, yet still could not alter your fate. Such folly persists. Lu Ruoyan is certainly not a suitable match. She, being a daughter of destiny, foolishly sought to alter her fortune by agreeing to your request. But the outcome was far from desired. Everything you have done over the past 2 days, I have witnessed with my own eyes, and I feel confident in trusting the entire clan to you. In the realm of darkness, should you seek to obliterate my Qin lineage, ultimately, you shall not succeed. Given time, I shall assuredly bring forth a cataclysmic reckoning upon you. Qin Ying's lips remained still, lying within the dark coffin. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, 2 murky tears emerged from the corners of his eyes. This vividly illustrates the profound joy of the ancestral emperor. Had it not been for the undeniable frailty of his body, yearning to serve as a support for Qin Hengyu for a while longer, he might have already employed secret arts to revive himself at this moment. Father, I have caused you worry. Hearing these words, Qin Hengyu felt a profound sense of gratitude. He never anticipated such a turn of events. No wonder, as the son of a great emperor, his fortune could plummet to such depths. It was all a result of being schemed against. Qin Hengyu did not perceive his son as having been supplanted, but rather as having awakened. This is for the best. There is no fear of his identity being revealed. You are my son, and there is no need for gratitude. It brings me great solace to witness your awakening in my twilight years. I have 5 more years to live, during which I can lend you my support. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them. The fates of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen can be harnessed for your benefit. Qin Hengyu also spoke of his own circumstances. The emperor's methods defy conventional reasoning. He possesses complete mastery over the situation within the sacred grounds of the Great Qin. Despite being buried beneath the earth, naturally, he is aware of Qin Hengyu's recent endeavors to draw upon the currents of fortune. He did not dwell much on how his son acquired these abilities. Years ago, in a bid to repel the encroaching darkness, various scriptures were employed to cleanse his essence, and countless precious elixirs were used to nurture his body. Now, upon reflection, it is only natural for one to attain certain insights. Father, Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen are not in haste. At present, my fortune is exceedingly poor, and the extremes are bound to reverse, making me susceptible to the backlash of fate. I wonder if there are any remnants of prodigies that I might consume, gradually transforming my bloodline quality and fortune. Hengyu Qin, upon hearing the requirements, ceased to conceal his intentions. The essence of the swallowing heaven demon art lies in the acquisition of corpses. All he needed was to procure the remains of prodigies. And with a single inhalation, his fortune and strength would assuredly ascend, allowing him to venture forth into the world. Previously, he had exercised a modicum of caution. Prodigy corpses? Within this burial ground, what is most abundant are indeed the remains of prodigious talents. As Qin Ying's voice resonated, the flickering flames within the subterranean chamber grew more radiant, illuminating a myriad of vividly lifelike clay figurines. Beneath these figurines lay a series of grave pits. These seemed to be trophies of conquest, carefully arranged in this place, sealed within the essence of the divine source, emphasizing the opulence of their origins. It is not difficult to comprehend. Those cultivators of profound mastery, even in death, retain vestiges of vitality and spiritual energy, which hold remarkable efficacy for the nearly lifeless. As the great emperor, Qin Ying's preparations for his own tomb are hardly surprising. Of course, the corpses collected by Qin Ying all belong to the enemy. It is quite natural to harbor ambitions of feasting upon the flesh of the barbarians and to just about quenching one's thirst with the blood of the Huns. Qin Hengyu gazed at the scene before him, his eyes brimming with emotion. My mighty imperial father. He had intended to seek opportunities for slaughter, but now resources lay readily available. I beseech you, father, to endure. Once I have grown stronger, I shall surely extend your life. I yearn to contend for the heavens alongside you. Qin Hengyu could not help but exclaim with grandeur. This generous father truly wishes to save. My son is indeed thoughtful. Choose freely as you wish. Even with his eyes and mouth closed, Qin Ying could still sense the faint upward curve of his lips. He had but 5 years of life remaining. Even if Qin Hengyu were to grow at an astonishing pace, it would be impossible for him to rise again after his own demise. Having a heart is sufficient. At the same time, Qin Hengyu found himself with another pressing need, the scriptures for cultivation. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Ying took the initiative to speak, saying, Since my son has successfully transcended to the palace-breaking realm, you may now cultivate this scripture. In an instant, a golden page materialized before Qin Hengyu. It became evident to him that his current circumstances were dire, as his fate was exceptionally poor, severely hindering his progress in cultivation. Even if the manuals and techniques were laid out before him, they appeared as incomprehensible as celestial texts. What was to be done? The only recourse was to attain enlightenment. Qin Hengyu seized the opportunity for a moment of enlightenment, and in an instant, the scriptures before him became remarkably clear. The Sun Scripture. Qin Hengyu gazed at the 4 characters, feeling a sense of bewilderment. To encounter the scriptures of the great emperor right at the outset? As his father was indeed a great emperor, possessing the ancestral scriptures of the great emperor, it was not surprising that another scripture was presented. The Sun Scripture was originally intended for the cultivation of the solar sacred body. However, at the palace opening realm, the requirements for practicing a single passage were considerably less demanding. The Sun Scripture could empower one's consciousness to radiate like the sun, usurping the very fabric of creation. In the palace opening realm, it was said to manifest extraordinary phenomena, capable of conjuring 9 blazing suns in the celestial palace. Merely through such extraordinary manifestations, some enemies would find their blood evaporating, transforming them into lifeless husks upon approaching. Terrifying indeed. Qin Hengyu utilized the Eye of Destiny to inspect the corpses of various prodigies within the mass grave, intending to absorb their essence progressively from the weakest to the strongest. He commenced his training in the solar scriptures. First level of palace opening. Second level of palace opening. Third level of palace opening. As time elapsed, Qin Hengyu's cultivation began to transform. However, due to possessing merely a white aura of fortune, even with the solar scriptures at his disposal, he found the path of cultivation fraught with challenges. Meanwhile, just 10 miles from the great Qin sacred land, in the desolate outskirts, Yi Xingqian, having been cared for by Lu Ruyan for some time, finally regained consciousness. At that moment, the Lu family encircled Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, their eyes filled with resentment and disdain, as if they wished to inflict 1,000 tortures upon the two. Their presence had irrevocably altered the fate of the Lu family. In a moment of turmoil, the Lu family was at a loss for direction. Smack! The family head, Lu Zhengyan, unable to contain his anger, strode over and struck Lu Ruyan across the face. Chapter 13. A stray dog, facing obstacles everywhere. Lu Zhengyan could not help but berate. Wretched woman, it is your fault. Had you not so easily called off the engagement, we would not be trapped in this predicament. The Lu family had been expelled from the great Qin sacred land. They had lost their sacred-grade weapons, their storage rings, and everything else. The surrounding members of the Lu family echoed their condemnation. What good is this pretty boy? He is easier to manipulate than Qin Hengyu. What can he offer? You sacrificed the entire Lu family for Yi Xingqian. We nearly perished within the great Qin sacred land. Regret it now, do you? Look at us. Reduced to a state of utter destitution. Lu Ruyan regarded her father and the entire Lu clan, men, women, and children, with unmasked disdain. Were it not for the need for assistance, she would have personally dispatched these useless individuals. What do you know? We have lost everything, yet we have gained our freedom. For cultivators, freedom is the most essential attitude on the path to becoming powerful. Relying on the great Qin sacred land will never lead to true strength. Lu Ruyan's eyes shone with determination. Just moments ago, she had nearly fallen victim to Qin Hengyu's lethal intent. Qin Hengyu, unable to possess her, contemplated destruction. Truly, he is a self-serving individual. After severing ties with Qin Hengyu, everything began to blossom anew. It was only Qin Hengyu who abused his power egregiously. With no merit to his name, yet still wielding influence, how dare he expel the Lu family? The senior sister was right. We must trust in our innate talents, for they will surely earn us the acceptance of the strong. In due time, the humiliations suffered at the hands of the great Qin sacred land shall be repaid 100-fold. Yi Xingqian also began to curse. Having endured such indignities, he was on the cusp of surpassing the mediocrity of the great Qin sacred land, ready to harness all resources for his own benefit. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself beset by over a dozen adversaries, each stronger than he. How dare they? Yi Xingqian, do you believe I won't kill you? Lu Zhengyan, hearing Yi Xingqian's words, surveyed his surroundings and raised his hand, prepared to strike him down. What a fool! They were now 10 miles away from the great Qin sacred land, and there could still be ears nearby. How reckless to threaten a youth in his plight. Was that not courting death? Who would reveal their true thoughts so openly? Father, if you lay a hand on Yi Xingqian, our hopes will perish. He is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. When we first arrived from the borders of Great Qin, we had nothing, did we not? Now you have reached the imperial realm, and we have all gained some cultivation. Starting anew is nothing extraordinary. We shall surely carve out our own path. Lu Ruyan gazed at Yi Xingqian with eyes full of anticipation. Each time she faced adversity, it was Yi Xingqian who stood up for her, enduring blows on her behalf. Regardless of the cost, she vowed to provide her junior brother with ample resources, even at the expense of her own well-being, ensuring his rise. Once her junior brother grew formidable, he would undoubtedly take revenge on Qin Hengyu, the one who toyed with her and the Lu family. First, they needed to find a place to settle. There were still some assets in the nearby Golden City. They should head there first. Lu Zhengyan ultimately refrained from taking action against Yi Xingqian, having relied on Lu Ruoyan to attain everything he possessed. He feared that any hostility towards Yi Xingqian might provoke Lu Ruoyan into an irrational frenzy. He was still awaiting Qin Hengyu's change of heart. In the past, Qin Hengyu had clashed with Lu Ruoyan on several occasions, only to relent each time. It was quite likely that this instance would unfold similarly. Having once gained everything through Lu Ruoyan, he believed that even after losing it, he could eventually reclaim it. Conversely, internal strife would lead to hopelessness. As for Lu Zhongyan's mention of Jincheng, it is the most prosperous city located outside the sacred land of the Great Qin. The ancestral emperor had once captured 12 golden figures from beyond the realm and forged this magnificent city. Its layout embodies a profound duality of yin and yang. Jincheng lies approximately 100 miles away from the sacred land of the Great Qin. As a city, it is open to the outside world. Within Jincheng, numerous races from the 5 domains converge, including many ancient imperial clans, prestigious families, and sects, all establishing a foothold within the city. The Lu family had previously relied on the Great Qin sacred land and held a position of prominence in Jincheng, owning property sufficient to accommodate their clan members while seeking alternative means of survival. A group of individuals began their journey toward Jincheng. However, not all members of the Lu family possessed formidable cultivation, resulting in a slow pace. It was estimated that they would take more than a day to cover the 100 miles. During this time, news of the Lu family's expulsion from the Great Qin sacred land spread rapidly through nearby Jincheng. This city is particularly sensitive to news regarding the Great Qin sacred land. As the Lu family traveled, passers-by began to gossip about their plight. The Lu family had never encountered such treatment. Throughout the journey, the expressions of Lu family members, including Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, grew increasingly grim. Eventually, the group arrived at the gates of Jincheng. The city has its own regulations. Entering requires the payment of a tax, and one must not traverse the skies without a spirit stone. This pertains to the passage for ordinary people. For the noble passage, a fee of 100 spirit stones is required. The Lu family instinctively approached the noble passage, however. They found themselves unable to produce even a single spirit stone. A few of the younger members managed to gather a meager sum, barely exceeding 100 spirit stones. Even these were insufficient for 2 individuals to traverse the noble passage, forcing them to opt for the ordinary route. Bah! What need is there to pretend to be affluent when one is destitute? The soldiers guarding the city, mistaking their presence for a business opportunity, scoffed as they observed the departing figures. Take note, they appear to be from the Lu family. Recognizing them, a soldier spoke up to block their passage. Fearful of their diminished status, they had been expelled from the Great Qin sacred land and could not even produce a spirit stone. The soldier evidently recognized the members of the Lu family, yet upon grasping the situation, he remained disdainful. As a soldier of Jincheng, his allegiance naturally lay with the sacred land of Daqin. The actions of the Lu family were undoubtedly a betrayal of this sacred trust. Lu Ruyan, perceptive and astute, overheard their exchange and was about to express her indignation when she was restrained by Lu Zhongyan. Let us not cause a scene. In the past, Lu Ruyan could easily rely on her status to confront the soldiers. After all, Jincheng, in a sense, belonged to the sacred land of Daqin. Once the soldier recognized Lu Ruyan, he would not impose any fees upon her. The noble passage was indeed contingent upon one's identity. Senior sister. They are certainly incited by Qin Hengyu, wishing to prevent our entry into Jincheng and provoke us. Yi Xingqian, with a touch of paranoia, immediately speculated on the underlying motives. In truth, given Qin Hengyu's stature, he would not stoop to manipulating soldiers. Such behavior would be beneath him. Humph. After being reminded by Yi Xingqian, Lu Ruyan let out a cold snort and chose silence. At that moment, many ordinary citizens entering the city curiously scrutinized the Lu family. They were unfamiliar with Lu Ruyan and had little interest in her affairs. However, they noted a group of individuals clad in luxurious attire, albeit somewhat disheveled, who certainly did not resemble common folk in coarse garments, yet could not even produce 100 spirit stones to pay, merely waiting in line with the rest. It was indeed peculiar. Consequently, the crowd exchanged a few murmurs. To the ears of the Lu family, these comments were undeniably jarring. Nevertheless, even Lu Zhongyan, despite being scrutinized, could only muster an air of dignity before choosing to disregard the stares. This was not the wilderness. Engaging in conflict with commoners could lead to dire consequences. The soldiers, witnessing any altercation, could react unpredictably, and now the Lu family found themselves in a position where they could not afford to provoke anyone. They could only hope that once they entered Jincheng, they could rely on their enterprises to lead a stable life for a while. An hour later, the Lu family finally entered Jincheng. By this time, a considerable gathering had formed at the city gates, with several gilded carriages among them. Upon learning that the Lu family was queuing to enter the city, they flocked to the gates, eager to witness the Lu family's predicament. Today, Jiang Zhan had arrived in Jincheng to announce the engagement between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruyan. And he had also reclaimed all of the Lu family's properties and assets in Jincheng, even expelling their servants from the premises. This commotion was significant. Jincheng, being the heart of Zhongzhou, was a hub of information. The citizens were already well aware of how the Lu family had brought about their own downfall. Foolish, indeed. It is indeed quite astonishing, prompting a visit to witness the scene. Upon entering, the Lu family, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, initially believed themselves to be warmly welcomed. Even Lu Ruoyon's lips curled into a slight smile. At that moment, a disheveled servant rushed to the Lu family, exclaiming in alarm, "Master, it is dire news. All our family's assets in Jincheng have been reclaimed by the sacred land of the Great Qin." Chapter 14. When the drum breaks, the people strike. When the wall falls. Everyone pushes all their properties reclaimed by the sacred land of the Great Qin? How outrageous. Lu Ruoyan, upon receiving this news, felt utterly perplexed. Their family had clearly been expelled from the sacred land, so why did they not leave even a sliver of mercy? Why must they seize the Lu family's assets in Jincheng? Is Qin Hengyu truly so heartless? Lu Ruyan has never reflected on whether she ever held any genuine feelings. In times of adversity, she has become utterly unrepentant. At this moment, Yi Xingchen furrowed his brow. He had originally hoped to leverage Lu Ruyan's connections to obtain some resources from Jincheng, believing that it would not greatly hinder his cultivation. Now that the Lu family has lost everything, where should he turn? Yi Xingchen is acutely aware that if he desires to exact vengeance on Qin Hengyu, he cannot afford to neglect his cultivation. Lu Jing'an felt a chill in his heart, eagerly wanting to visit one of their properties to assess the situation. Thus, a group of individuals made their way down the street towards the city center, trailed by numerous onlookers from Jincheng. At that moment, some could vaguely discern individuals adorned with scales and feathers, their heads resembling those of beasts. Such beings are referred to as the foreign races. Even though, upon witnessing the unfolding events, were somewhat intrigued. They were generally cautious not to provoke the Great Qin's sacred land. Thus, when an audacious woman dared to challenge it, they were curious to observe. Upon reaching the center of Jincheng, the Lu family soon spotted solemn members of the Jiang family standing before their residences, which bore the marks of sealing. The Lu family found themselves unable to enter, and even approaching was nearly impossible. Lu Ruyan attributed their predicament to Qin Hengyu's deliberate targeting. In a fit of frustration, she exclaimed loudly, "Qin Hengyu, do not think that by pressing us so relentlessly, I will yield." Even at this moment, Lu Ruyan still believed that Qin Hengyu harbored lingering feelings and would inevitably return, seeking her forgiveness. Suddenly, a light laugh broke the tension. It came from a nearby figure. Lin Yi, the veiled saintess of the Star Pavilion, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. It seemed Lu Ruyan's words had amused her. The Star Pavilion, of considerable renown across the 5 domains and 13 states, held power comparable to that of certain sacred lands. However, unlike typical sacred lands with fixed territories, the Star Pavilion was dispersed throughout the 5 domains and 13 states, as well as the Dao domains beyond the Imperial Star, engaging in various intelligence and information trades. The Great Qin sacred land's actions, disgracing the imperial consort and expelling the Lu family, had long been known to the Star Pavilion. Logically, as the saintess, Lin Yi had no need to offend anyone. Perhaps Lu Ruyan would rise again in the future. Yet, Lu Ruyan had previously been notorious for showing no respect to anyone within the Great Qin sacred land in Jincheng. Qin Hengyu is indeed such a person. Not to mention others. Lin Yi has long been subjected to the pressure wielded by Lu Ruyan, and crucially, given her position, she must engage in pretense with Lu Ruyan. It can only be said that it is the present Lu Ruyan that everyone is pleased to see flourish. Lin Yi, too, possesses a nature that is both opportunistic and drawn to strength. Observing Lu Ruyan relying on the Great Qin Emperor, transforming from a mere chick into a phoenix, she cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why should Lu Ruyan, this woman, soar higher than those of them who were already perched upon the branches like phoenixes? Lin Yi harbors a slight grievance towards Qin Hengyu, the scion of the Great Qin sacred land. This fool, possessing the Great Qin sacred land, is nonetheless bullied and toyed with by such a woman. It could be argued that any well-bred woman in Jincheng would surpass Lu Ruyan by a margin. Alas, Qin Hengyu, this prince of the empire, has developed a rather peculiar affection. To put it bluntly, it is akin to a dog unable to resist filth. A thought he dares not articulate but lingers in his mind. However, circumstances have taken a turn. Qin Hengyu seems to have awakened, expelling Lu Ruyan and her family. This has rendered the previously mundane Jincheng intriguing once more. The business of the Xingchen Pavilion has flourished significantly. as individuals from other regions have shown keen interest in the affairs of the Great Qin Holy Land, purchasing related information. Dare I say, is this not a moment where the prince has finally discerned the truth behind the dung beetle and learned to avoid deception? Following Lin Yi's laughter, another woman clad in black articulated Lin Yi's unspoken thoughts. This woman bore a black mark upon her brow, exuding an air of compassion yet emanating a chilling aura. Unlike the icy coldness that enveloped Lu Ruyan, this was an eerie chill, reminiscent of an endless darkness. She was none other than Ming Danin, the saintess of the Nine Nether Holy Land. Previously, she had clashed with Lu Ruyan. Yet the protection of the Great Qin Holy Land had allowed the matter to pass with ease. Observing the Lu family's misfortunes, Ming Danyin felt compelled to take a jab. Humph. Lu Ruyan, upon seeing Lin Yi and Ming Danyin, furrowed her brow slightly. You too. She regarded a few familiar faces, particularly Lin Yi. Their previous exchanges had led Lin Yi to display unwavering agreement with her words, providing considerable assistance. It was unexpected to see Lin Yi now leading the mockery. Indeed. Like Qin Hengyu, most individuals are not virtuous. Lu Ruyan reiterated, asserting that she could ascend the heights solely through her own efforts, emphasizing that it was she who chose to part ways with Qin Hengyu, not the other way around. Yet, this explanation appeared feeble in the eyes of the onlookers. As the saying goes, wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations, while poverty struggles to endure for even 3. Wealth dissipates over generations, meaning the affluent gradually decline, while the impoverished have difficulty sustaining their lineage. Can an ordinary person rely solely on themselves? It is not impossible, yet in this world, 1 out of 10 possesses power, while the remaining 9 are merely ordinary folk, with perhaps only 1 or 2 exceptional individuals emerging from the masses. And one must ponder, did these exceptional individuals not receive assistance from the affluent? The odds are slim. Thus, Lu Ruyan's declaration of self-reliance merely exposes her ignorance. Who would not scoff? After Lu Ruyan uttered this statement, the onlookers began to speak up, emboldened to express their thoughts. What do you mean by relying on oneself? Wasn't it the Great Qin Holy Land that you depended on in the past? Now that you've been cast out, you dare to say such things? It was said that Qin the prince refrained from approaching Lu Ruyan for her cultivation techniques, only to discover that she had taken a disciple as her consort, failing to uphold her virtue. Thus, being expelled from the Great Qin Holy Land was not without its justification. Lu Ruyan deliberately chose a cultivation method that only permitted her to remain a virgin to prevent Qin Hengyu from ever touching her. In the past, the Great Qin Sacred Land had relocated the Lu family there for her sake, even displacing their own warrior clan to accommodate them, offering lavish gifts without concern for expense. Yet, the Lu family remained ungrateful, treating an outsider like the young emperor as if he were unheard of. It was only due to an incident in his childhood that Qin Dzi found himself so easily toyed with by a woman. Otherwise, how could he have chosen Lu Ruyan? Back then, the Lu family leveraged the prestige of the Great Qin Sacred Land to bully others with their influence. But now that such power has waned, I am eager to witness the Lu family's eventual fate. Is there a possibility that the emperor of the Great Qin Sacred Land could fall for her once more? A good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has passed. Such a thing seems unlikely. As the crowd murmured, a voice rang out, "The emperor has arrived." This immediately captured everyone's attention, for besides Qin Hengyu, who else could be referred to as the emperor? Clearly, an enthralling spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 15. Merely a courtesan. Does she truly believe it is still the same? At this moment, Qin Hengyu has completed his cultivation within the underground palace of the Great Qin Sacred Land and has been released. In a single night, his cultivation level ascended to the 5th stage of the palace-breaking realm, further dispelling the mist surrounding the celestial palace. It is anticipated that he will soon behold the true nature of his celestial palace. However, he remains subtly influenced by fate, encountering yet another obstacle in his advancement. Qin Hengyu had no choice but to seek out Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen, aiming to suppress them in order to enhance his own fortune. The two were inherently akin to his antidote, and thus, it was only prudent to make the most of this opportunity. Qin Hengyu sat in a horse-drawn carriage, surrounded by a formidable entourage and a dedicated honor guard. As he made his entrance, people immediately parted, creating a path to the central circle. Upon observing Qin Hengyu's approach, Lu Ruyan's countenance darkened, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. Lu Ruyan, do you find yourself in need of spirit stones? I possess a method that could grant you access to them. I wonder if you would be willing to consider it. Qin Hengyu gazed at Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen and spoke up. This was not an act of benevolence. Rather, it was an attempt to complicate matters for Lu Ruyan, A calculated provocation. What reversal? Absurd. He was the antagonist, and it was prudent to pursue the retreating enemy relentlessly, rather than seek hollow fame akin to a tyrant. If not for the temporary inability to eliminate Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen, his blade would have been exceedingly sharp. As he could not strike them down now, it was only reasonable to collect some interest. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, a look of disdain immediately flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Qin Hengyu, have you begun to regret your choices? Lu Ruoyan felt a strong urge to scoff disdainfully, dismissing Qin Hengyu's attempts at flattery. However, after being expelled from the sacred land of the Great Qin, enduring the embarrassment of entering the city gates, and now finding herself in a state of homelessness, she has come to realize her pressing need for spirit stones, particularly as she aspires to establish a life beneath the Golden City. Ultimately, Lu Ruoyan could not maintain her previous rigidity, yet her countenance still bore an expression of reluctance as she uttered, "Speak." Her tone seemed devoid of warmth. Those around them observed the interaction between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruoyan, momentarily taken aback. Could this be the rekindling of a forgotten flame? Lin Yi, the holy maiden of the starry pavilion, looked at Qin Hengyu with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, lamenting his foolishness while fearing that Lu Ruoyan would seize the upper hand once more. Having mustered her resolve for a fleeting moment, she now braced herself for further humiliation. Meng Danyin could not help but shake her head, adorned with a silver crown embellished with numerous tiny bells, which chimed a crisp melody that almost resembled a sigh of despair. I could generously offer you 1,000,000 spirit stones in exchange for a single night with Lu Ruoyan. What say you to that? Qin Hengyu wore a condescending smile upon his face. Although 10,000 spirit stones appeared to be a substantial sum, it hinted at price inflation. However, when associated with Lu Ruyan, it bore a somewhat demeaning connotation. The former Lu Ruyan, once the empress of the imperial sun, had now been reduced to a mere commodity. Simultaneously, this action served to create a rift between Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen, thereby pressuring the Lu family and subjecting Lu Ruyan to moral coercion. If it could incite Yi Xingchen to take action, it would be even more advantageous, as it would provide a convenient excuse for confrontation. For now, the support remained on his side, and his reputation would inevitably influence some fortune. He could not afford to diminish his favorability. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, the onlookers in the nearby streets collectively sighed in relief, having anticipated yet another instance of the emperor's unrestrained demeanor, but at least this time there was a semblance of dignity. Yi Xingchen, upon hearing this remark, took a bold step forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Hengyu. I detest being pointed at. As Qin Hengyu advanced a step closer to Yi Xingchen, he seized the opportunity with remarkable precision, channeling all his cultivation into his fingertips, coalescing into a formidable dragon claw. This claw, imbued with an overwhelming aura, descended upon Yi Xingchen's lower body. Ever since Jiang Zhan's intervention, he had regretted not severing Yi Xingchen's vital essence, and now he finally found his chance. Yi Xingchen, merely at the nascent stage of the palace-breaking realm, had not anticipated Qin Hengyu's sudden breakthrough, which led to a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. With a sound akin to an egg cracking, Yi Xingchen was propelled through the air. No matter how diligently he practiced, he could not escape the limitations of his mortal form. His essence remained intact, and in that fleeting moment of rupture, he curled up like a shrimp. Alas, it was never his intention to resort to violence. As for Lu Ruyan, it seemed that beyond arranging accommodations for the Lu family, she would now also need to consider the added burden of medical expenses. I wonder how you will address this matter? You likely find yourself in dire need of a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones, do you not? After making his move, Qin Hengyu waved his hand dismissively, not casting a glance at Yi Xingchen, but rather directing his attention towards Lu Ruyan. He was acutely aware that the Lu family was presently incapable of producing either wealth or spirit stones. Every action they took was laden with significance and intrigue. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, after Qin Hengyu withdrew, cast a meaningful glance at the fallen Yi Xingchen. Had Qin Hengyu truly reached the palace-breaking realm? Was it not said that he had no opportunity to ascend to a higher level? Such had been the information previously conveyed by Lu Ruyan. A transformation was imminent. An emperor who could cultivate and continually elevate his prowess was a stark contrast to one who remained perpetually at the Qi Sea realm. The former was destined to be the heir of the great Qin sacred land, while the latter's fate remained uncertain. Meng Danyin's gaze fell upon a glimmer of crimson beneath Yi Xingchen, and as a woman, she keenly sensed the venomous nature of Qin Hengyu's strike. How intriguing! Rather than deeming Qin Hengyu excessive, Meng Danyin found herself increasingly favoring him. At the very least, he was not cowardly. The pursuit of women is inherently a man's instinct. Now, Qin Hengyu displayed desire, embodying the essence of masculinity more than ever. The transformation of Qin Hengyu is truly remarkable, and an intriguing spectacle awaits. Ming Danyan eagerly anticipates the forthcoming developments. As Yu Xingchen soared into the sky, Lu Ruyan turned her head to gaze upon her junior disciple's anguished visage. How infuriating! She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qin Hengyu. However, it was evident that Yu Xingchen had acted rather impulsively, lacking justification. Very well, I concede. Lu Ruyan nearly bit her lip in acquiescence to Qin Hengyu. Yet, she harbored additional calculations within her mind, believing that should the two find themselves alone, she could easily restrain Qin Hengyu, ensuring that his efforts would yield naught but loss. This confidence stemmed from her previous interactions with him. Among the onlookers, Lu Ruyan recognized the esteemed proprietor of a nearby illustrious inn, Manager Lu of the Fortune Inn. The Fortune Inn is extraordinarily opulent, boasting 9 floors. Often referred to as the 9-tiered palace. Upon entering this grand establishment, one would find residences that mirror the enchanting vistas outside, replete with splendid scenery. Manager Lu, might you accommodate my Lu family? Lu Ruyan inquired, her gaze shifting pointedly towards Qin Hengyu, clearly indicating her expectation for him to foot the bill. As a savvy merchant, Manager Lu promptly took out his golden abacus, calculating. Fairy Lu may opt for a luxurious private suite at a cost of 100,000 spirit stones per day, sufficient to house all members of the Lu family, with a deposit of 1 million spirit stones required. I shall cover it. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Hengyu summoned forth a small piece of source stone, a mere fragment that could substitute for 1 million spirit stones. Source stones, in contrast to spirit stones, are more diminutive in size and considerably more precious. Countless spirit stones, numbering in the hundreds, thousands, or even millions, are often replaced by items of exceptional value or by source stones. The transaction was completed. Naturally, Qin Hengyu had no intention of concluding matters in such a manner. 2 pieces of source stones, each worth 10 million spirit stones, lay before Lu Ruyan and Manager Lu. The former naturally signified the successful completion of a transaction, while the latter pertained to the accommodation for the evening. Qin Hengyu was not inclined to return to the great Qin sacred land so soon. He instructed Manager Lu, please arrange the imperial pavilion for me tonight. This was the most luxurious suite at the Fortune Inn, costing 10 million spirit stones for a single night. Uncle Jiang, please remember to seal all of Lu Ruyan's cultivation and administer the soft bone pill to her. Qin Hengyu would never allow someone with superior cultivation, like Lu Ruyan, to prance before him, especially while still retaining her strength. This night was destined for indulgence. Jiang Zhan remained closely by Qin Hengyu's side, swiftly taking action against Lu Ruyan, sealing her cultivation and compelling her to consume several pills that would diminish her power. Lu Ruyan barely managed to remain standing. As Qin Hengyu observed this scene, a cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. With a casual lift, Lu Ruyan was hoisted onto his shoulder as if she were mere cargo. Manager Lu led the way, guiding her towards the imperial pavilion. Yu Xingchen had just regained his senses from the pain, only to turn and glimpse the retreating figure of Qin Hengyu. A sense of disorientation enveloped him, leaving him uncertain whether the pain beneath him or the ache in his heart was more profound. The members of the Lu family, including Lu Zhongyan, gazed on with a glimmer of anticipation. Having settled in for the evening, they looked forward to a brighter turn of events on the morrow. Chapter 16. Are you the ice-hearted beauty? A night of passion. Within the imperial pavilion, there existed a splendid hot spring, surrounded by fragrant mist, with several lotus flowers blooming in the pool. It resembled a serene garden courtyard. On the roof, formations could conjure the sun, moon, and stars. It was hard to fathom that such a plethora of beauty could be contained within a single room. Indeed, one cannot help but revel in the pleasures of life. Qin Hengyu felt an exquisite opulence that surpassed even the presidential suites of his former life. Among the attendants, several women possessed cultivation levels rivaling that of Lu Ruyan, each exhibiting the prowess of the divine realm. They held an array of garments, intended to enhance the atmosphere, all meticulously arranged by the esteemed Manager Lu. You may leave now, he instructed. Upon reflection, this was Qin Hengyu's first experience of such a setting. He was not fond of being observed, nor did he harbor any inclination towards attention. Following his command, the maidens and servants gently set down their belongings and exited, gracefully closing the grand doors of the imperial pavilion behind them. Thus, the entire pavilion transformed into a realm of its own. Qin Hengyu also discovered the existence of shadow stones, which seemed capable of preserving certain images, serving as a means of documentation. The service is indeed considerate. The people in this world engage in quite extravagant pastimes. After observing the belongings left by the maidservants and servants, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Qin Hengyu traversed the grand hall with Lu Ruyan upon his back, and as they entered the chamber, a fleeting glimmer of panic flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. The cultivation technique she practiced, the Ice Emperor scripture, required her to maintain her virginity, permitting her to seek a man only after transcending to the sacred realm. Qin Hengyu, do you truly intend to act so shamelessly? I have always perceived you as a good person. Could it be that you have forsaken even that virtue? In her anxious state, Lu Ruyan admonished him. A good person? My apologies, but at this moment, I aspire solely to be a villain, a truly reprehensible one. This transaction was initiated by you, and there shall be no room for remorse. Qin Hengyu chuckled softly, pulling the delicate Lu Ruyan into his embrace. Fingers idly toying with an object. Lu Ruyan's heart grew increasingly restless and anxious, yearning to break free. However, the soft bone pill she had ingested earlier had already taken effect, rendering her utterly powerless. How could she possibly contend with someone as skilled as Qin Hengyu? It was akin to willingly stepping into a cage. How foolish. Regret began to seep into her thoughts. Her words became increasingly nonsensical by acting this way. You will never earn my true heart. I won't lift a finger. Consider me as nothing but a piece of wood. After uttering these words, she indeed slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, clearly unwilling to cooperate any further. Qin Hengyu was well aware that the soft bone pill did not render one's body entirely devoid of strength. It merely reduced one to the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Lu Ruyan had simply reconsidered her stance and opted not to cooperate. Qin Hengyu chuckled softly. He crouched down, placing Lu Ruyan on the ground, and began to strip away her mundane exterior. With a cold smile, he remarked, Surely you jest? What need have I for your heart? A mere body suffices. Why would you presume that I desire the heart of a courtesan? If you remain still, I shall naturally take my course. Qin Hengyu's precision was unwavering. Before long, Lu Ruoyan found herself exposed and vulnerable. In a state of panic, Lu Ruoyan attempted to rise, desperately trying to shield certain parts of her body with her hands. However, now resembling an ordinary person, her efforts were futile. In such a confined space, how could she possibly conceal herself? She seemed akin to prey ensnared within a hunting circle. The more frantic she became, the more her helplessness was laid bare. Qin Hengyu gazed at Lu Ruoyan, no longer feeling the respect he once had for himself. One night was ample time for him to indulge. In fact, he even recalled several special techniques his teacher had imparted before his journey across realms. After all, he too was a novice in matters of intimacy. Given the circumstances, having paid for the encounter without receiving any red envelopes, he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Qin Hengyu began to casually shed his garments, revealing his robust physique. Surrounding him were bronze mirrors, reflecting his handsome visage. There lingered an ever-present sensation of being at a disadvantage. Qin Hengyu observed as Lu Ruyan grasped the stone, still intent on resisting. With only his waistband remaining around his waist, he hurriedly closed the distance between them, taking 2 steps for every one, until he stood before Lu Ruyan. A sharp sound echoed as he struck. Qin Hengyu delivered a sharp slap. Having already paid for the spirit stones, what was there to feign? Observing Lu Ruyan still struggling, he casually tossed her into the pool of water. Submerged in the warm spring, she was forced to swallow a few mouthfuls, her entire demeanor evoking a sense of poignant sympathy. Yet, as the saying goes, those deserving of pity often harbor their own faults, and Lu Ruyan was certainly no exception. Indeed, she bit down once more on Qin Hengyu's arm, as if she had never consented to the earlier transaction. Qin Hengyu was not one to indulge. When Lu Ruyan bit him, he responded with equal ferocity. Lu Ruyan's breath grew increasingly labored, and her body began to flush with a hint of crimson. Qin Hengyu was also unaware of when he had breached Lu Ruyan's defenses. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation unexpectedly experienced a modicum of enhancement. Had his original self been deceived? This was certainly not a method that necessitated the preservation of an unblemished purity. Simultaneously, upon overcoming Lu Ruyan's form, he immediately sensed the diffusion of her golden fortune, and he too was once again able to absorb fortune. Splendid. In a fleeting moment, felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his being. However, the brevity of this sensation compelled him to suppress his desire and persist in his previous endeavors. Meanwhile, upon entering the Laifu Inn, Yi Xingqian sought to find Lu Ruyan, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift blow from Lu Zhongyan. Witnessing the rekindling of affection between Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, he was determined not to allow Lu Ruyan to thwart his own ambitions. Consequently, Yi Xingqian still in a state of partial consciousness, succumbed to oblivion once more. The proprietor of the Lai Fu Inn, Lu, was a man of discernment and summoned a physician to assess Yi Xingchen's condition. The force of the strike had left considerable damage. Fortunately, the physician, skilled in the art of healing, managed to restore some semblance of normalcy, enabling the patient to regain basic functions. However, any further activities were beyond reach. The physician applied a medicinal powder to Yi Xingchen's injuries, concluding the treatment. Lu Zhengyan harbored little fondness for Yi Xingchen. Suspecting that it was Yi Xingchen's influence that led Lu Ruyan to contemplate leaving Qin Hengyu. Now that Yi Xingchen had been rendered impotent, it seemed to serve his downfall well. An insignificant interloper, unworthy of involvement in familial affairs, had brought upon himself dire consequences. In a parched state, Yi Xingchen instinctively called out for Lu Ruyan. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan, eyes closed and tears streaming down her face, whispered and even cried out Yi Xingchen's name. A lament that only served to heighten the absurdity of their plight. Over time, her utterances shifted as she murmured both names, seemingly pleading for mercy, invoking Qin Hengyu. Brother, be gentler. As the night passed, Lu Ruyan bore numerous bluish marks upon her skin, her once pristine form now appearing disheveled. The revulsion she felt was palpable. With her cultivation diminished to the initial stage of divine power, her gaze towards Qin Hengyu was now laced with animosity. Qin Hengyu delivered a sharp slap, retorting, "What are you saying?" After enduring a night of admonishment, Lu Ruyan had become considerably more sensible. Instantly, she fell silent, tightly closing her lips. After all, she had faced her share of reprimands. If only she had been this understanding sooner, perhaps she would have accepted this contraceptive pill without hesitation. After Lu Ruyan fell silent, Qin Hengyu produced a pill and forcefully placed it into her mouth, compelling her to swallow it with the aid of water. It was evident that he had no intention of entangling himself in the complications of fatherhood that a woman like Lu Ruyan might bring. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ruyan immediately began to cough, as Qin Hengyu's actions remained brutally unrefined. After a night of probing, he had come to realize that Lu Ruyan was indeed a shameless creature who demanded respect without offering any in return. After all, just yesterday, she had recited an entire book to him, replete with a multitude of words. Yet, the more she insulted him, the more invigorated he became. After Qin Hengyu had completed his endeavors, he indulged in a refreshing bath before donning his garments once more. Simultaneously, the long silent system emitted a series of auditory notifications. Ding! The host has lost his virginity, thereby earning one instance of enlightenment. The host has penetrated Lu Ruyan's body, severed her cultivation method, and suppressed her fortune, thus acquiring another instance of enlightenment. The host has castrated Yi Xingchen, further suppressing her fortune and gaining yet another instance of enlightenment. A total of 3 instances of enlightenment? Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the system for breaking through would also offer a reward. Could it be that it took into account his past life as a great sorcerer and felt a modicum of pity for him? With 3 opportunities for enlightenment now added, he found himself with a total of 4 chances to ponder deeply how best to utilize them. After Qin Hengyu had indulged himself, he departed from the imperial pavilion. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan, akin to a courtesan, found herself devoid of the means to continue residing in the lavish imperial pavilion, which demanded a staggering 10,000 spirit stones per night. With a heavy heart, she returned to the modest residence rented by her family, the Lu clan. This abode occupied a 3rd-floor loft, surrounded by numerous residences and bustling streets that exuded an aura of vibrant liveliness. Despite being situated within a single building, it had managed to create an intoxicating atmosphere, unlike the vendors and tourists elsewhere, who lacked the freshness found within the Inn of Fortune. Naturally, additional services came at a cost. As Lu Ruyan trudged through the lively streets, her heart felt like ash as she arrived at the temporary dwelling, where she was immediately greeted by her father and numerous relatives from the Lu family. Eager inquiries filled the air. What transpired? Did the imperial prince have a change of heart? Can we return to the sacred land of the great Qin? Are we now wealthy beyond measure? The physician has already come to examine the situation. Yi Xingchen has been rendered a eunuch. Should we abandon him? He is surely no match for Qin Hengyu. Are we to enjoy better days ahead? Almost every face, including Lu Zhengyan's, was alight with anticipation. Merely a day and night had passed. Yet everyone felt weary of their current circumstances and began to yearn for the past. Lu Ruyan observed her family, resembling leeches with their pale faces, and a merciless smile crept across her lips. After the events of the previous night, she had discerned a change in Qin Hengyu. one that felt strangely unfamiliar and somewhat frightening. The Lu family's scheme to utilize her as a bargaining chip to return to the sacred land of the Great Qin might well unravel. What of Yixingchen? Lu Ruyan understood that revealing the truth to her father and the Lu family would only exacerbate the situation, rendering it even less manageable. It was better to allow them to dwell in their illusions, under her control. He had already succumbed to slumber. Lu Jing'an wore a fawning expression. His hope to return to the sacred land pinned upon Lu Ruyan, making any measure of flattery seem justifiable. Soon, Lu Ruyan entered the inner chamber, where she beheld the pallid Yixingchen, his hand resting upon his pulse, his breathing relatively stable. Fortunately, his foundation remained largely intact, though his cultivation had come to a standstill. Senior sister? After Lu Ruyan's arrival, Yixingchen also regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he instinctively reached for Lu Ruyan's wrist. However, she recoiled as if startled, evading his grasp. Yixingchen, misinterpreting her reaction as disdain, was engulfed by a wave of sorrow. A man's worth is often discernible without touch, and Yixingchen felt the innate essence of his being had been stripped away, leaving him in a state of profound emptiness, exacerbated by Lu Ruyan's apparent rejection. Upon noticing the tears welling in the corners of Yixingchen's eyes, Lu Ruyan, unable to bear the sight, softly implored, "Junior brother, please do not touch me. I am no longer pure." The moment these words escaped her lips, Yixingchen's eyes reddened. Not pure? With a moment's reflection, he grasped the implication of Qin Hengyu's actions, and the stark contrast of the situation rendered him momentarily speechless. Yixingchen longed to articulate his feelings. Yet all that emerged from his throat was a feeble cry. "Junior brother." Lu Ruyan was startled, tears cascading down her cheeks as she placed her hand upon Yixingchen's. The two wept together, gradually finding solace in each other's presence. After a period of silence, Lu Ruyan regained her composure and exchanged a few words with Yixingchen. Ultimately, they concluded that remaining in Jinqing was not a sustainable option. The necessities of life here demanded spirit stones. Even with 10 million spirit stones, the expenses were insurmountable. They deemed it wiser to vacate their room at the Fuku Inn and retreat to the desolate outskirts of Jinqing, where they could focus on enhancing their cultivation. The sum they would reclaim from their departure amounted to over 10 million spirit stones, sufficient for a considerable time. Lu Ruyan concurred with this plan and personally approached Lu Zheng and to discuss the matter. "Father, should I engage in a tempestuous affair with Qin Hengyu? There is a possibility I may conceive his child. He would never allow his offspring to languish in the wilderness. Instead, we would find ourselves in a more pitiable state." Evoking his sympathy, she reasoned with clarity. In truth, her intention was to secure more resources for herself and Yixingchen. However, Lu Zheng stroked his non-existent beard, contemplating the feasibility of her proposal, and promptly agreed. Qin Hengyu paid a deposit of 1 million spirit stones, and as the Lu family departed, they returned 9 million spirit stones. After leaving the Lai Fu Inn, they procured additional supplies and set off towards the outskirts of Golden City. However, just as they were about to exit the city, a figure obstructed their path. "The Holy Son of Huan Yu has arrived." With this proclamation, a bronze carriage appeared near the city gate. The curtains of the carriage were drawn aside, revealing the Holy Son of Huan Yu within. Hailing from the Huan Yu Holy Land, which lies not far to the west of Golden City, the current Holy Son, Meng Fanyan, presented a delicate appearance. As the maidservant pulled back the curtain, one could see Meng Fanyan's pale complexion and slender frame, adorned with carefully arranged ornaments. From any angle, he resembled a pretty boy. Meng Fanyan, having intercepted Lu Ruyan, had ulterior motives. He had received intelligence suggesting that after Qin Hengyu had vented his frustrations on Lu Ruyan, he no longer regarded her with any significance. Meng Fanyan sought to take advantage of her vulnerability. At that moment, he spoke in a rather effeminate tone. "Fairy Lu, since Qin Hengyu has also called off your engagement, why not spend a night with me? 10 million spirit stones for a single encounter?" His gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan with an unsettling leer. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, feeling as though she were under a prickle. Refusal? In the past, she would have readily dismissed such a proposition, and even without her rejection, Qin Hengyu would have been by her side. Did Qin Hengyu truly depart? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyan found herself reminiscing about the times when Qin Hengyu would bravely emerge to her aid. Could he be watching over me from the shadows? Would he still care for me in moments of distress, as he once did, considering I have entrusted my body to him? Lu Ruyan's thoughts meandered. She awaited the reappearance of that once familiar figure, yet that silhouette remained elusive. Instead, the people around her, sensing her hesitation, began to speculate. Chapter 18. Regret, but alas. It is too late. The throngs at the city gate had always been numerous, and a crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Little did they expect Lu Ruyan's indecision. It seemed she was indeed swayed by Meng Fanyan's proposition, a notion that caught many off guard. Times have changed. Had it not been for the slight elevation of her worth by the Qin Emperor's son, the leading courtesan could not possibly command such a price. Once the object of admiration, now she faced public scorn. Clearly, the Lu family was in dire need of funds. If they were not, they would not have exited the come fortune in so hastily. The Lu family, akin to leeches of the great Qin sacred lands, revealed their true nature when the blood ran dry. The exchanges among the crowd were far from discreet, as they did not shy away from Lu Ruyan or her kin. Many members of the Lu family bowed their heads in shame, unable to muster defiance. A few even glared at Lu Ruyan with resentment, believing that had it not been for her obstinacy, they might have preserved some semblance of dignity. Fairy Lu, have you made your decision? Meng Fanyan inquired once more, having received no response from Lu Ruyan. However, her mind was entirely preoccupied, far removed from the allure of 10 million spirit stones. As memories of Qin Hengyu's timely interventions flooded her thoughts, her heart grew weak. Qin Hengyu, where are you? You would always come forth. Tears cascaded down Lu Ruyan's cheeks, and she collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly desolate. Surely, you are testing my resolve, are you not? Lu Ruyan muttered to herself, on the brink of despair. Regret overwhelmed her. She truly lamented her choices. Nearby, Yi Xingchen, still being carried by a Lu family member, felt an inexplicable ache in his heart upon hearing Lu Ruyan call out for Qin Hengyu. Sister, he called softly, attempting to uplift her spirits. Yet, how could Lu Ruyan, in her current state, heed any voice but her own? No one dared to approach her. All around, scornful gazes were cast her way. The moment Lu Ruyan uttered Qin Hengyu's name, it was clear to them that she was steeped in remorse, still clinging to her fondness for him. Others might hesitate to voice it, but Lu Ruyan was destined to be a tragic figure with her own share of faults. She deserved it. Lu Ruyan waited for quite some time, yet she did not see Qin Hengyu emerge once more. He must be testing me. Lu Ruyan engaged in self-hypnosis, her mind wandering in confusion. Senior sister, let us head outside Jin City, residing amidst the mountains. Let us take our time. After Lu Ruyan regained her senses, Yi Xingchen continued to persuade her, unwilling to see Lu Ruyan entangled with Meng Fanyan. The previous encounter with Qin Hengyu had already been unexpected. He did not wish for such an occurrence to repeat itself. Let us go. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Lu Ruyan finally concluded that Qin Hengyu would not emerge again and resolved to proceed with their previously established plan. A fleeting sadness crossed Yi Xingchen's gaze. He felt that after Lu Ruyan's choice of Qin Hengyu, she no longer needed him and had now returned to him as a last resort. He was the one who had been earnest, sacrificing even his little bell for Lu Ruyan. A surge of resentment flashed through Yi Xingchen. You would forsake 1,000,000 spirit stones. Do you think Qin Hengyu would turn back? You are merely a worn-out shoe, pretending to be a pure lotus? Spare me. If you have come to your senses, you may secretly seek me out. I will not let anyone know, not even Qin Dizizi. Meng Fanyan, watching Lu Ruyan depart, could not help but mock her. He did not force or hinder Lu Ruyan, for this was Jin City. If it was a test, it had already been conducted. Before the sacred grounds of the great Qin, one must understand the boundaries of what could and could not be done. The Lu family had little difficulty exiting the city gates, almost facing no obstruction. To the west of Jin City lay numerous desolate mountains. These barren hills were devoid of vegetation. After being surveyed, it was found that they contained no minerals, and thus no one chose to settle there. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruyan remained somewhat silent. Senior sister, are you all right? Yi Xingchen, feeling uncomfortable, still managed to present a smile, offering solace to Lu Ruyan. I am fine. Lu Ruyan shook her head, striving to make her gait appear less awkward and to conceal her inner fragility. She had not chosen Meng Fanyan. Ultimately, there lingered a glimmer of hope that perhaps Qin Hengyu was indeed testing her. Senior sister, my talent surpasses that of Qin Hengyu. I will surely ascend to the pinnacle. Alongside you. At that moment, Yi Xingchen suddenly feared abandonment, treating Lu Ruyan with a touch of flattery, hoping to garner more attention. Like a humble village dog. I will assist you, and will wait for you. Lu Ruyan cast a deep glance at Yi Xingchen, nodded, and continued onward, her thoughts remaining a mystery. Was it manipulation, disdain, or simply a lack of choice? After a prolonged journey, The Lu family finally arrived at the desolate mountains, a series of barren hills devoid of vegetation. Occasionally, a few field mice could be spotted, the only charming creatures able to endure such a parched environment. Here, even rainwater struggled to be retained, leaving shallow ravines visible between the hills. Upon arriving, Yi Xingqian was already able to move about freely. This is one of the advantages of being a cultivator. Even without the bell, recovery comes swiftly. He found himself quite content with the surroundings. Before entering the sacred land of the Great Qin, his village had nestled among the caves of various mountains, evoking a sense of home. After pausing in this location, the Lu family began to use their spiritual power to carve out suitable dwellings in the rock faces. Additionally, due to the nature of certain cultivation techniques possessing water and fire attributes, they were able to kindle fires and gather water sources for sustenance. However, it was not as though the Lu family had left Jincheng to settle comfortably in the wilderness. For many, the Lu family represented the latest source of entertainment. They had followed along and arrived at this desolate mountain. This wilderness did not belong to any particular faction, granting anyone the right to come and observe the spectacle. The Lu family, much like monkeys in the hands of a street performer, found themselves subjected to the gaze of onlookers. Despite their helplessness, they had no recourse. All they could do was to dig the cave a little deeper, hoping to shield their activities from the curious eyes of the spectators. Qin Hengyu was naturally aware of the attention directed towards the Lu family and Lu Ruyan, and he recognized Lu Ruyan's sense of regret. A noble steed does not graze upon the grass it has already passed. Last night could be considered the final payment of interest from Lu Ruyan. It was a matter of indulgence and finality. Qin Hengyu intends to once again venture into the underground palace for further cultivation. With a father who is an emperor, why not rely on that? Before doing so, he aims to secure an additional layer of protection. Qin Hengyu summoned Jiang Zhan and instructed him, Uncle Jiang, discreetly acquire that expanse of desolate mountains, but do so without drawing attention. Qin Hengyu harbored a reluctance to gamble, for in the presence of the Chosen One, any unforeseen event was fraught with potential peril. The desolate mountain had been scrutinized by spirit seekers, yet no mineral wealth was discovered, resulting in no habitation in that region. Jiang Zhan expressed curiosity regarding the significance the son of the emperor placed on the barren mountains. Observing Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian, it seemed unlikely that they would incite much turbulence. Both possessed extraordinary fortunes, making it inadvisable to eliminate them lightly. However, allowing their growth unchecked could lead to endless troubles for the sacred land of the Great Qin. I have an intuition that even within the desolate mountains, these two harbor remarkable opportunities. Therefore, they must not be allowed to slip from our grasp. Rather, they should be suppressed at every turn, lest they become a source of sleepless nights. Qin Hengyu expressed his concerns. The two individuals have deviated significantly from the original narrative. His separation from Lu Ruyan has introduced the greatest variable into the plot, leaving him to ponder whether any familiar characters might emerge. For instance, Ming Fanyan from the Huanyu Sacred Land. The Huanyu Sacred Land, though once a prestigious institution, has seen a decline in stature over generations. It is rumored that the imperial scriptures have been lost. Meng Fanyan, whose demeanor is effeminate and whose behavior is exceedingly delicate, is also known for his lascivious nature. Regrettably, in the original storyline, he fell hopelessly in love with Lu Ruyan, ultimately becoming a mere footnote in her life, perishing tragically at the hands of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan due to his lack of fortune. All right, Jiang Zhan nodded, his understanding dawning. During Qin Hengyu's previous summons by the emperor, similar sentiments were echoed. He had underestimated the situation. Once you acquire the desolate mountain, continue to monitor it closely and inform me of any developments. Qin Hengyu reiterated his instructions once more. Subsequently, he communicated with his esteemed father, the great emperor, and entered the underground palace to embark on a renewed journey of self-improvement. He possessed 4 opportunities for enlightenment. He pondered what knowledge he might acquire. As for Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian, regardless of their status as the destined children, they would require a measure of time, and it seemed unlikely that any significant disturbances would arise in the near future. Chapter 19, The Source Stone Unearthed from the Desolate Mountain? Such is the fate of the Chosen Ones. In the Desolate Mountain, after settling down, Lu Ruyan began to assist Yi Xingqian in his cultivation. The resources purchased with countless spirit stones were generously provided to aid Yi Xingqian's training. Naturally, Lu Ruyan was also deeply concerned about his progress. Within just 10 days, she inquired about Yi Xingqian's cultivation advancement. Junior brother, how fares your progress? Her brow was furrowed with worry. She could hardly endure the dismal conditions of this place any longer, having grown accustomed to the cleanliness and elegance of palatial living. Adorned in splendid garments and savoring exquisite delicacies, the current environment demanded her to manage many tasks herself. Yu Xingqian represented one of the few glimmers of hope. Yet, her impatience began to surface. She yearned for Yi Xingqian's talents to be recognized by a formidable master, for if he were to become an apprentice, she too would rise in fortune, thereby offering the Lu family a semblance of hope. Qin Hengyu indeed possesses a rather indifferent disposition. Time has passed. Yet he has not deigned to cast a single glance in my direction, despite our past entanglement. As the saying goes, a woman distant becomes ungracious. A woman close grows weary. Senior sister, I have already attained the 3rd level of the palace-breaking realm. As Yi Xingqian spoke of this realm, a subtle twitch graced the corners of his mouth. Palace-breaking, a term that echoes the act of self-castration. The similarity between these two phrases is striking. One signifies the opening of celestial palaces while the other denotes the loss of one's essence. It serves as a reminder of the capriciousness of life. When Yu Xingqian pondered the matter of realms, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. He could sense Lu Ruyan's dissatisfaction. The resources he relied upon for cultivation were derived from the price Lu Ruyan paid for her own freedom, and even then, the Lu family harbored considerable resentment. Yu Xingqian felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the spirit stones obtained through Lu Ruyan's sacrifice, yet he found himself helpless in the situation. Cultivation demanded his own effort. It was not Lu Ruyan prioritizing limited resources over him that rendered him powerless, but rather the necessity of self-reliance. Upon further reflection, one might conclude that Lu Ruyan's world was rather foolish. Had she not acted impulsively, he would never have been caught in such dire straits. Senior sister, look. Fearing her disdain, Yi Xingqian summoned his aura, beginning to demonstrate his prowess. The first manifestation was his Qi Si, above a billowing pool of spirit energy. A stone hovered in the void, upon which a towering tree was sprouting. This grand tree's branches were robust, with each leaf representing a star, and each branch a world. Though merely a phantom, it exuded an ethereal sense of timelessness. This was the Jianmu, a sacred tree that connects heaven, earth, and humanity, with each branch corresponding to a vast world. Lu Ruyan had once gazed upon the manifestation of Jianmu, filling her with hope for Yi Xingqian. Such a powerful phenomenon bore the aura of an emperor. Naturally, in the palace-breaking realm, one must observe the celestial palace. Instantly, above Yi Xingqian's head, a palace shrouded in mist appeared. Through the veiled clouds, glimmers of scales and feathers were faintly discernible, reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes soaring within. Occasionally, an ancient plaque emerged, its inscriptions imbued with an archaic elegance. Celestial melodies resonated from within, their ethereal tones carrying a unique charm, as if one were enveloped in a realm of immortals. The celestial palace, within the 3rd level of the palace-breaking realm, was indeed remarkable. Upon witnessing Yi Xingqian's display of cultivation, Lu Ruyan's furrowed brow finally began to relax. Even though her junior disciple had become a eunuch, the existence of such phenomena in the celestial palace was sufficient to secure a worthy master. The eunuch's condition affected only the realms of the venerable and the saint, among the myriad treasures of heaven and earth. There certainly existed potent elixirs capable of restoring his physical form. After exhibiting his cultivation, Yu Xingqian evidently wished to test his strength. With determination, he unleashed a powerful punch against the ground beneath the cave. Boom! With a series of resounding cracks, the ground trembled. From the surrounding stone walls, fine dust began to cascade down. A pit had formed on the ground, the stones within reduced to mere powder, revealing the impressive strength of the celestial realm. The various levels of cultivation were commonly understood. The body refinement stage shatters stones, the Qi Si stage breaks them, the palace establishment stage pulverizes them. The divine ability stage rends mountains, and the ascending dragon stage shatters entire ranges. Generally, it is believed that only an ordinary person at the 9th level of palace establishment could achieve such effects. However, Yi Xingqian accomplished this at merely the 3rd level. After witnessing Yi Xingqian's actions, Lu Ruyan could hardly restrain herself from scolding him. He had nearly destroyed the cave they had painstakingly excavated. Yet, she was soon captivated by the pit created by a strike, as the dust within it continued to fall, seemingly drawn downward by some unseen force. Once the dust settled, a deep fissure was revealed beneath the stone wall. What sort of fissure is this? Yi Xingqian, realizing the unexpected outcome of his actions, exchanged a glance with Lu Ruyan before crouching down to inspect the crevice. Senior sister, it seems there might be source stones below, he remarked. his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized the gap. To his astonishment, at the very depths of the fissure, source stones glimmered with radiant light, far more than just a few. It appeared to be a vein of ore. A vein of source stones? This was a notion only a first-rate family would dare to entertain, as even second-rate families struggled to hold onto such treasures. Even a sacred ground would find it difficult to possess more than 10 source stone veins. Source stones, also known as divine sources, are a superior type of mineral, more precious than spirit stones. Encased in a stone skin that prevents the leakage of spiritual energy, they bear little resemblance to ordinary stones. It is said that only the most skilled spirit seekers can locate even a small amount of divine source deposits. The value of a single divine source stone can equate to hundreds or thousands of high-quality spirit stones. The true significance lies in the potential resources contained within spirit stones. Source stones possess the ability to preserve time. Medicinal herbs, weapons, armor, and even life forms can endure within source stones for countless ages. Source stones? Lu Rian echoed, incredulous upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words. She, too, abandoned her composure, leaning down to examine the situation within the fissure. Through this narrow opening, she could nearly confirm the presence of divine sources at the bottom of the stone crevice. Each fragment was worth far more than what Qin Hengyu had paid her. With a frustrated gasp, Lu Ruyan nearly choked on her rage. This was utterly infuriating. In this desolate mountain, there exists a source stone mine. Even without Qin Hengyu, one can rise again, perhaps not inferior to the great Qin sacred land. However, the mine must remain concealed, requiring meticulous excavation. Lu Rian's heart brimmed with renewed hope. Beside her, Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, filled with excitement. After darkness comes light. This source stone was discovered by him, so he had no fear of being driven away by Lu Rian. Their statuses had undergone a subtle reversal. For him, possessing the source stone mine meant that his cultivation speed would not wane. Surpassing Qin Hengyu in the future would be effortless, and he could even gradually surpass the great Qin sacred land. Upon discovering the source stone, Yi Xingqian was reluctant to share it with the Lu family, who had treated him harshly in recent days. Sister, let this source stone mine be our secret. The more who know, the greater the risk of exposure. Of course. Yi Xingqian spoke with Lu Rian's interests in mind. All right, let it be just the two of us. We shall excavate without others knowing. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Rian agreed, wishing to exclude the Lu family from the endeavor. As her fortunes waned, the Lu family had increasingly heeded Lu Zhenghan rather than her, leaving her to secretly amass strength through the mind to seek new opportunities. Thus, Lu Rian and Yi Xingqian conspired together, quickly coming to an understanding. They began to excavate along the narrow fissure, aiming to reach the source stone at its depths. Chapter 20. When the time comes to emerge. Will a beauty by the hot spring await as a reward? In the rugged mountains, as Yi Xingqian and Lu Rian uncovered the source stone, Qin Hengyu was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. In the ancestral imperial burial ground, the clay figurines and black ice guardians stood vigilantly, safeguarding Qin Hengyu. The bodies of the prodigies extracted from the source stone turned to ash upon being absorbed by Qin Hengyu. These prodigious corpses and divine sources were originally intended for the slumbering clay figurines, once subordinates of Emperor Qin Ying, capable of resurrection. Naturally, in Qin Ying's eyes, since his son could make use of them, exhausting them completely was acceptable. If the next generation could thrive, why would there be a need for a legion of the undead to rise once more? After absorbing the corpse of a fallen prodigy, Qin Hengyu opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had reached the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm, and the celestial palace was fully revealed. Within his inner consciousness, he could see the depths of his brow, where ethereal clouds swirled. A complete celestial palace floated amidst the mist, supported by 9 tiers of celestial steps. It is said that no two celestial palaces are identical. Each one is a unique reflection of the individual's inner self. His celestial palace could be named the Tower of Gods and Demons. One side gleamed with a golden hue, adorned with the stern or benevolent visages of deities, while the other side was as dark as ink, featuring fierce and avaricious faces of gods. The unity of divinity and malevolence seemed to embody tremendous power, capable of unleashing great might with a single joy or anger. Qin Hengyu gazed upon this celestial palace, perceiving it as a reflection of himself, both unfamiliar and yet imbued with a certain admiration. Indeed, reaching the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm is not the ultimate limit of the devouring heaven demon art. Rather, it is constrained by the bounds of fortune. The devouring heaven demon art permits the consumption of the lingering fortune, the essence of one's constitution, and a portion of the cultivation from the remains of extraordinary beings. As his fortune ascended to a crimson hue, it carried with it a trace of sanguine malevolence. Although his realm seemed to stagnate, the absorption of substantial essence transformed his physique from the undying Qian bird body into a pre-celestial sacred body, aptly termed the pre-celestial undying Qian bird sacred body. The undying Qian bird body, possessed by Qin Hengyu, undergoes a metamorphosis upon sustaining severe injuries, granting him an additional life compared to ordinary mortals. Should one be unaware of the existence of the undying Qian bird body, even a mere remnant of flesh could facilitate rebirth. The pre-celestial sacred body is merely the inception. As he continues to absorb the remains of prodigies, he may acquire even more formidable constitutions. Furthermore, due to his cultivation of the solar canon, the celestial palace manifests unique phenomena, adorned with a resplendent sun that surpasses that of ordinary beings. With the elevation of his realm, this sun can condense into 9 radiant orbs. The devouring heaven demon art is indeed formidable, compensating for certain foundational deficiencies. As for the body refinement realm, the existence of the pre-celestial sacred body renders his physique nearly unparalleled. In the same realm, few can rival his corporeal strength, enabling him to withstand the mystical weapons of his peers. His Qi has undergone significant transformation, whereas most individuals possess a Qi comparable to a mere lake. His now stretches beyond sight, teeming with various extraordinary manifestations. For instance, a bright moon rises upon the sea, golden lotuses bloom forth, skeletal remains float upon the vast ocean, and the Qin devours the waters of the deep. These phenomena interweave with one another, where grand manifestations suppress the minor ones. In order to fortify his energy reservoir, Qin Hengyu, after consulting with Qin Hengyu, diligently studied a particular Tao scripture. This endeavor naturally required the activation of his innate understanding. The results proved fruitful, as the conflicts within his energy reservoir significantly diminished, thus averting undesirable consequences. However, the swallowing heaven demonic art was not without its complications. There was a near conflict within the energy reservoir, and during the absorption of the primordial essence, he inadvertently assimilated some impurities. Should these impurities remain within his body, they would subsequently hinder any breakthroughs, rendering him unable to continue employing the swallowing heaven demonic art. "My son, what troubles you?" As Qin Hengyu assimilated his gains, the voice of Qin Hengyu resonated once more from within the black coffin. "Father, I have reached an impasse and must venture outside." After attaining a certain threshold, Qin Hengyu yearned to venture outside. He possessed an extraordinary seed of talent, which he had only utilized once within the underground palace. Perhaps he might encounter the so-called opportunities to employ it in the outside world. "Go forth, my son. You are endowed with the potential of an emperor, and it brings me great solace." Qin Hengyu also offered a compliment. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hengyu's lips twitched slightly. Is this the setting of a flag? Ultimately, it is a kind intention. Qin Hengyu clasped his hands and said, "Father, I would never belittle myself. I shall exert every effort on the imperial path to ascend to the realm of immortals." He dared not jinx his own fate. Those antagonists endowed with the potential of great emperors often meet with tragic ends. "My son harbors such aspirations. This is indeed commendable." Qin Hengyu nodded in acknowledgement once more. In an instant, the surrounding space shifted, and Qin Hengyu felt himself being transported once again. With a soft splash, he found himself submerged, as if he had fallen into a pool of water. No, could it be that his father had miscalculated the teleportation coordinates? Surely being sent to any palace would have been preferable to ending up in a pool. Qin Hengyu was slightly puzzled. The sound of rustling filled the air. Qin Hengyu soaked in warm water, and once again heard the sound of the ladle scooping water, reminiscent of water striking against jade with a crisp clarity. Something felt amiss. Emerging from the water, Qin Hengyu gazed upon the surface, where a half-revealed exquisite figure lay. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly been brought to Jiang Roshue's bathing pool? As he cast his eyes around, the steam rising from the hot spring enveloped the scene in a dreamlike haze, while the elegant form before him leaned slightly, revealing fleeting contours. To think that his somewhat unscrupulous father could orchestrate such a scenario. Who would have imagined that an emperor could engage in such indiscreet antics? This was indeed a grand spectacle. Qin Hengyu fell into the pool, creating quite a commotion, which naturally alerted Jiang Roshua. Upon hearing the noise, she turned around, clutching a jade water ladle. Her eyes widened significantly in that fleeting moment, and a rosy hue blossomed on her neck and cheeks. She likely did not anticipate Qin Hengyu's sudden appearance in this place. Qin Hengyu dreaded the possibility of a piercing scream echoing through the air, for in that moment, his life's brilliance would be utterly obliterated. Yet, he realized, his brilliance had long since faded. The person he once was scarcely better, Within the narrative, he was merely a villain. Hush. Qin Hengyu raised his hand, signaling for silence with a gesture. I have been practicing in the burial grounds, and my recent emergence was purely accidental. He offered this explanation while standing there, exuding an air of indifference as if impervious to the heat of boiling water. The deed had already transpired. He, too, was a son of the emperor. I have laid bare my intentions. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ruxue met Qin Hengyu's gaze, her cheeks flushed deeper. The arrival from the emperor of the burial grounds, namely Qin Ing, implied unmistakably his desires, suggesting a union between herself and her elder brother Qin. Jiang Ruxue bit her lip in hesitation before softly exclaiming, "Does brother Qin wish to bathe as well?" After speaking, she stood up, revealing even more of her alabaster skin. The thoughts of a woman are often the most elusive. Though Jiang Ruxue felt a natural shyness, being observed by Qin Hengyu instilled a flicker of pride within her. Chapter 21. The shortness of spring nights, rising late. Thus the son of the emperor no longer attends court. What does this inquiry about bathing signify? Qin Hengyu acknowledged that his emotional intelligence was rather lacking, a trait inherited from his previous life, and at this moment, he found himself somewhat bewildered. However, his passivity did not deter Jiang Ruxue from taking the initiative. Upon grasping the emperor's intentions, Jiang Ruxue waded through the water, beginning to unfasten Qin Hengyu's garments. "My dear brother Qin," as she removed his clothing. The flush on Jiang Ruxue's cheeks faded away. Her delicate, fair hands gently peeled away Qin Hengyu's attire, leaving their two forms submerged in the water. Since Jiang Ruxue preferred solitude, the hot spring pool was devoid of any onlookers. Qin Hengyu fell into silence. Compared to the proactive approach of Lu Ruoyan, this moment was an unprecedented experience for him in both lifetimes. Jiang Ruxue's beauty and grace surpassed Lu Ruoyan's by several degrees, a splendor that could only be described as ethereal. He felt his words falter, his voice trembling as if caught in a spell. His movements became sluggish, overwhelmed by the enchanting scene before him. It was the first time he had encountered such a lure. In his past life, he had toiled endlessly, never indulging in the simple pleasure of a foot soak, let alone aspiring for something more lofty. Despite having viewed countless images in his previous existence, he found himself unable to maintain composure. The wind stirred, and so did his heart. Jiang Ruxue, oblivious to Qin Hengyu's inner turmoil, misinterpreted his stillness as acquiescence. With delicate precision, her petite hands began to tenderly attend to him, her movements surprisingly adept. "Thank you." After a considerable time, Qin Hengyu finally uttered a couple of words. He had gradually acclimated to his surroundings, though he found his body somewhat uncontrollable, with a slight surge of vitality coursing through him. Jiang Ruxue began with his hair, meticulously tending to every part of his being with utmost care. Inadvertently, her hand brushed against a weapon. "Huh?" Jiang Ruxue initially did not react, but she instinctively caressed it once more. Her cheeks swiftly flushed a delicate crimson. Although Jiang Ruxue was inexperienced, she was quite knowledgeable and possessed an understanding of matters between men and women. At this moment, Qin Hengyu found himself gradually losing control. Instinctively, he embraced Jiang Ruxue, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, causing the steam from the hot spring to thicken significantly. Jiang Ruxue, in response to Qin Hengyu's actions, did not resist. Instead, she simply closed her eyes. "Qin Ge, be gentle." Her voice, akin to the delicate chime of wind bells, resonated with an added allure in this moment. If previously, Qin Hengyu's feelings towards Lu Ruoyan were merely rooted in desire, now they could only be expressed through profound emotion. Instinctively, Qin Hengyu pressed his lips against Jiang Ruxue's, and her tongue danced like a nimble serpent, intertwining with his in a fervent embrace. It was as if swords and blades clashed, their passionate entanglement igniting the air around them. With a splash, they plunged into the water, their bodies locking together like two interwoven links. Both were cultivators, their need for breath less than that of ordinary mortals. As they explored each other, the water in the pool seemed to boil over, spilling outwards. In the midst of a sudden surge, tears glistened at the corners of Jiang Ruxue's eyes, yet the smile gracing her lips revealed a joy that bordered on the ecstatic. Jiang Ruxue had always struggled with self-doubt, especially in comparison to Lu Ruoyan. She perceived herself as lacking allure. This sentiment traced back to her childhood, when, unlike her brothers who merely treated her as a plaything, it was only brother Qin who consistently brought her unique gifts. When did brother Qin change? When did he become the foolish prince in the eyes of others? Later, upon hearing her father suggest that she serve brother Qin as a maid, she accepted without hesitation, believing that this would restore the brother Qin of her youth. She devoted considerable time to mastering various tasks. However, in the presence of Lu Ruyan. She felt akin to a mere servant. Back then, Brother Qin had been rather mischievous upon learning that he was trapped by circumstances. She dedicated herself to intense cultivation and diligent work, yearning to help him reclaim the essence of the Brother Qin she remembered. Now, Brother Qin has truly awakened. Dispelling Lu Ruyan from his side and seeking solace in her own hot spring, taking the initiative like never before. Yet, within the confines of the pool, their ardor remained restrained. In the tranquil waters of the hot spring, Qin Hengyu, after causing the water to splash around him, turned and gracefully lifted Jiang Roshue in a princess carry, emerging from the pool. At that very moment, the spiritual energy emanating from his body enveloped them, causing droplets of water to scatter effortlessly aside, refreshing both of them significantly. Nearby, the sheer garment Jiang Roshue had prepared for herself, under the influence of his mental energy, floated gracefully and wrapped around her form. "Dear Roshue, do not catch a chill," Qin Hengyu whispered into Jiang Roshue's ear. At that moment, Jiang Roshue had already opened her bright eyes, blinking them as she gazed adoringly at Qin Hengyu. "Thank you, Brother Qin." Jiang Roshue's gaze fell shyly, her bashfulness preventing her from looking for long. "Brother Qin has become even more alluring. Though I possess my own cultivation and am not afraid of the cold, who does not relish being cared for? In an instant, it feels as if I have returned to my childhood. I would chase after Brother Qin throughout the palace. And when he, feeling the heat, removed his outer garment, he would anxiously hold it, waiting for the sweat on my back to subside before eagerly draping it over me. At that time, neither my father nor my biological brother ever considered such tender gestures, for they were rather coarse in nature. Thus, Brother Qin has always been able to bring me immense joy, crystal clear and resplendent." Qin Hengyu observed Jiang Roshue's evasive demeanor, unable to suppress a swallow. It was akin to tofu, a delicacy one could never tire of. In truth, this was not his first visit to the palace. At the very least, he retained some recollections of its splendor. Qin Hengyu couldn't help but quicken his pace, ultimately locating the couch. What ensued was yet another tumultuous affair, and fortunately, the phoenix bed was no ordinary piece of furniture. It withstood the commotion, even managing to contain certain beams of light. During this process, Qin Hengyu unexpectedly achieved another breakthrough in his cultivation. He transcended the palace-breaking realm and ascended to the divine ability realm, where his internal organs were subtly activated. Certainly, at this moment, Qin Hengyu was hardly concerned about his cultivation. The arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. Who could still ponder over such matters? In contrast to Lu Ruyan, who resembled a mere doll, Jiang Roshue's collaboration provided him with an unparalleled enjoyment. Qin Gij. Under Qin Hengyu's fervor, Jiang Roshue found herself enraptured, unaware of the origins of the emotions surging within her. After a prolonged period of solitude, they ventured to bridge the gap between them in the most intimate manner possible. This endeavor saw both parties relinquishing their reservations, whether through the clasp of hands or the melding of bodies. Jiang Roshue's voice, akin to the chime of wind bells, provided the most exquisite accompaniment. In any case, Qin Hengyu was thoroughly delighted. What would transpire the following day was of no concern to him. If passion bore the sharpness of a knife, then let it cut him deeply. Chapter 22. Acquiring the Desolate Mountain. Preparing to expel the child of destiny, a night of entanglement lingered on. The next day, as noon approached, Qin Hengyu finally opened his eyes. He had expended an immense amount of energy the previous night. In the phoenix bed, Jiang Roshue's figure was partially veiled, curled closely against him. Qin Hengyu gazed at Jiang Roshue, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. As for Lu Ruyan, he truly hesitated to keep her close. One could never know what might happen after a night's slumber, perhaps awakening to find some part of oneself missing. However, Jiang Roshue was entirely different. She was the kind of presence that could shield him from harm. As Qin Hengyu took advantage of Jiang Roshue's slumber, his fingers involuntarily explored her nose, ears, and other features. It can only be said that he had unlocked the door to a new world, discovering the nuances of various women, each possessing several captivating aspects worthy of admiration. For instance, the legs, and likewise, the waist. However, Qin Hengyu's place of amusement may be rather sensitive, causing Jiang Roshue's cheeks to flush significantly. It is evident that she has awakened. Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of embarrassment as he withdrew his hand. After feigning sleep for a moment longer, Jiang Roshue seemingly stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open shyly as she murmured, "Brother Qin." Her voice was soft and delicate. Her form pressed closely against his, their bodies intertwined. What has become of the precious treasure belonging to the Qingyuan saintess? Qin Hengyu felt a sense of helplessness. so he deftly shifted the subject. In truth, he harbored profound trust in Jiang Ruxue, who had now ascended to the realm of kings, her cultivation surpassing nearly 2 significant levels. Should she desire his demise, it would be a trivial endeavor for her. Were it Lu Ruyan in her stead, it would be out of a disdain for life itself that she would dare to slumber nearby. Qin Hengyu was aware that Jiang Ruxue's elevation in realm was likely associated with the treasures of the Qing Yuan Holy Maiden. The Jiang family seemed to have dispatched numerous individuals in pursuit of the inheritance. The Holy Maiden's precious artifact had already been acquired, and I now possess the strength of the Wang realm. I owe a great deal of gratitude to Brother Qin. Henceforth, I shall be able to safeguard him. Jiang Ruxue smiled charmingly. Ha ha ha, then you shall protect me in the future. With a smile, Qin Hengyu responded, gently caressing Jiang Ruxue's cheek. He harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of her words. This foolish girl had indeed sacrificed herself in the original storyline. Ruxue would undoubtedly protect her brother Qin. Yet he too had grown formidable, having surpassed his previous limitations. Jiang Ruxue lavished praise upon Qin Hengyu, and during their instinctive exchange yesterday, their breaths had inadvertently revealed the truth. She had noticed that her brother had reached the realm of divine powers. How wonderful it was! Her brother seemed to be evolving in ways that were increasingly remarkable. In the past, it had pained her to see him being bullied. As she thought of Lu Ruyan, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. She boldly seized Qin Hengyu's arm, playfully shaking it. Brother Qin, will you promise me something? You may seek the company of other women, but please do not pursue Lu Ruyan, all right? Once upon a time, he would have readily acquiesced to her every request. How nostalgic that felt. In truth, Jiang Ruxue did not insist on her brother's promise. She merely wished to indulge in a little self-deception. That would suffice. Qin Hengyu's hand gently brushed against Jiang Ruxue's hair tips, and his lips descended upon her. In his heart, Lu Ruyan resembled a disposable chopstick, once used, easily discarded. There exists a saying, familiarity breeds affection. Therefore, after that encounter, no further thoughts would linger. The crux of the matter lies in the allure of finer things. Who would still crave pickled vegetables? Would Jiang Ruxue even permit him to seek companionship among other women? This notion appears quite comprehensible in a fantastical realm. Procreation is a rare gift, and polygamy is but a commonplace occurrence. Many saintly maidens of the Starry Pavilion willingly serve as wives and concubines to the emperor, bearing offspring that elevate their status in society. Sensing Qin's sincere gesture, Jiang Ruxue, after a kiss that seemed to transcend eternity, sweetly murmured, I always knew you were the best, Brother Qin. Although Jiang Ruxue outwardly presented herself as a pure and innocent maiden with wide, naive eyes, her subtle antics were numerous and could challenge anyone's patience. Qin Hengyu ultimately could not restrain himself and once again mounted his steed, pure yet desirous. She truly is the cherished delight of a man's heart. By the time Qin Hengyu and Jiang Ruxue descended from the bed once more, an entire day had passed, during which they had subsisted solely on spiritual herbs as sustenance. Perhaps being youthful and spirited, they indulged excessively in their pleasures. Ding! The host and Jiang Ruxue's revelry has granted them a moment of enlightenment. The host has transcended into the realm of divine powers, earning yet another moment of insight. Does the act of breaking through with Jiang Ruxue also bestow moments of enlightenment? What could be the reasoning behind this? After several moments of lingering intimacy, Qin Hengyu glanced at the system and discovered that he had gained 2 additional moments of enlightenment. While he was filled with excitement, a hint of confusion lingered as well. Naturally, to fully comprehend the operational principles of the system, further study was imperative. This effectively granted him a total of 5 instances of enlightenment, opening up a myriad of possibilities for action. Qin Hengyu, fearing the prospect of being drained, refrained from succumbing to the depths of passion with Jiang Ruxue. Instead, after a brief period of tidying up, he exited the palace. The distance that once characterized their relationship had considerably diminished, and a hint of allure now graced Jiang Ruxue's features. Qin Hengyu embarked on this journey with the intent of locating Jiang Zhan. This was not, of course, in relation to the matrimonial matters concerning Jiang Ruxue, as the two were merely in a romantic relationship. What business did they have discussing marriage? His aim was to address more pressing concerns. It had been a while since he last inquired about Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen, and it was high time to accumulate some experience. Cultivation belonged to the realm of personal endeavor, while leisure was reserved for enjoyment. One must never let their guard down. Allowing the child of destiny to grow unimpeded would only invite trouble. Maintaining a sufficient distance between the two was essential for his peace of mind. Likewise, being able to continuously amass experience was the true allure of his identity as the son of the emperor. upon witnessing the close interaction between Jiang Ruxue and Qin Hengyu. Jiang Zhan's expression became rather complicated. Had the cabbage been ravaged by the pig? The only solace he found was that Qin Hengyu seemed to have undergone a transformation. After Qin Hengyu and Jiang Ruxue settled down, Jiang Zhan inquired, "What brings the son of the emperor here? How fares the Lu family?" Qin Hengyu inquired about the situation of the Lu family. The Lu family remained remarkably stable, with no significant disturbances, even resorting to capturing field mice for sustenance. Jiang Zhan spoke of the Lu family's circumstances with a hint of disdain. In his view, the Lu family found it exceedingly difficult to regain their former glory. After severing ties with the sacred land of the Great Qin, this was the inevitable outcome. Their struggles bore no fruit. What of Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingchen? However, Qin Hengyu sensed something amiss. Being trapped in the desolate mountains was evidently tantamount to awaiting his demise. Even the most ordinary of beasts instinctively understand the necessity of flight in the face of peril. It was inconceivable that the Lu family would remain stationary in that location. Their primary focus appeared to be secluded within the cave, devoted to their cultivation, seldom venturing outside. The only peculiar aspect was that the Lu family seemed intent on establishing a permanent residence there, as they commenced further excavations of the cave. Jiang Zhan continued to speak. "Oh ho." Upon hearing this assertion, Qin Hengyu began to furrow his brows. Could it be that the two individuals have indeed encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Something hidden beneath the earth? Uncle Jiang, has that piece of land been acquired yet? Qin Hengyu recalled that he had instructed Jiang Zhan to acquire that territory. It was time to pay a visit. The purchase had been completed. Then let us proceed to evict the occupants. Qin Hengyu had devised a plan to drive the people away and assess the situation. Odd occurrences often harbor hidden truths. Merely observing should suffice. For any deceit would likely reveal itself with ease. Chapter 23. Unearthing the Source Stone. Destiny takes flight in the desolate mountains. As Qin Hengyu emerged from his seclusion and engaged in a liaison with Jiang Ruxue, Yi Xingchen, and Lu Ruyan, after considerable excavation, finally unearthed several source stones. The fissure appeared shallow yet was deceptively profound. Like diligent miners, they toiled for an extended period. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit. Upon peeling back the exterior of the first source stone, Yi Xingchen discovered a mesmerizing purple fruit nestled within. The purple fruit, ethereal and dreamlike, seemed to shimmer with an elusive mist. The purple moon fruit enhances one's spiritual awareness and confers additional benefits for those at the palace-cleaving realm. Qin Hengyu had once procured a millennia-old purple moon fruit for me, which is akin to this find. "Xingchen, you must consume it quickly," Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with palpable excitement as she turned to Yi Xingchen. "Not every source stone contains treasures. Those that do are of superior quality, potentially harboring relics from ancient times. This discovery could elevate both her and Yi Xingchen's standing, ensuring their resources rival those of the Great Qin sacred land, thus paving the way for their ascendance." "Very well, senior sister," Yi Xingchen replied, a rare smile gracing his face. After losing his most cherished possession, he had been rather gloomy. However, with Lu Ruyan's companionship during this endeavor, his spirits had slightly lifted. They had certainly shared both hardship and joy. With a firm grip, Yi Xingchen shattered the source stone, revealing the coveted purple moon fruit within. The moment the fruit's essence permeated the air, it invigorated his senses. Without hesitation, he consumed it and settled into a meditative posture. The shattered source stones surrounding him were also absorbed into his being. Source stones provide a greater reservoir of spiritual energy than spirit stones. Thus, substituting spirit stones with source stones during cultivation accelerates one's progress, a privilege not afforded to the average individual. After consuming the purple moon fruit, the aura emanating from Yi Xingchen grew significantly denser. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression radiant with joy. Clenching his fist, he proclaimed, "Senior sister, my strength has now reached the 6th level of the palace-cleaving realm. After consuming the purple moon fruit, I can summon the celestial palace ahead of schedule. Should Qin Hengyu stand before me now, I could shatter his aspirations with a single blow." Unbeknownst to Yi Xingchen, Qin Hengyu was already on his way. Inadvertently, he had spoken a prophecy of his own demise. After absorbing the essence of the purple moon fruit and a piece of source stone, Yi Xingchen brimmed with newfound confidence. A single source stone and a spirit fruit had dramatically enhanced his power, and this was merely the beginning of a source stone mine. Excellent, truly excellent. Lu Ruyan gazed at Yi Xingchen, whose power had significantly improved, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. The hardships of mining during this period had been truly arduous. Amidst the crevices, they had unearthed 3 pieces of source stones, indicating the presence of a source stone mine. They would proceed with caution. Lu Ruyan's gaze fell upon the remaining 2 source stones on the stone table before her. These stones emitted no aura. The path to enlightenment is inherently simple and unadorned. Spirit stones naturally carry some spiritual energy and aura, which disperses easily. In contrast, source stones reveal no essence, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Even emperors struggle to fully uncover a source stone mine. It is said that source masters are the only beings intimately familiar with source stones, capable of locating mines that elude many emperors. Let us first examine what treasures lie within these source stones. Yi Xingqian nodded, equally eager to discover the wonders hidden within the 2 stones before them. Lu Ruyan carefully peeled away the stone's skin, revealing a millennia-old Bodhi seed. Wearing the Bodhi seed enhances one's comprehension and is exceptionally resilient. A sufficient quantity could be fashioned into a Buddhist rosary, serving as a formidable weapon. Just 1 millennia-old Bodhi seed could fetch at least 100 million spirit stones in the market. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling the luck that had come their way was unstoppable. With renewed eagerness, Lu Ruyan hastily peeled away the skin of the other source stone, revealing a slender black finger adorned with dark scales. Its elongated shape unmistakably indicated it belonged to a woman. It appeared ominous yet alluring, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. What is this? Yi Xingqian found himself captivated by the finger, unable to suppress his curiosity. A finger of the dark race? Do not touch it. Contact could lead to an ominous affliction, Lu Ruyan responded, her demeanor shifting to one of alarm. In the sacred land of Qin, she had long been aware of the dark race's existence, and the scarcity of sacred realms in the current era was closely tied to the invasion of the dark race 100,000 years ago. The dark race is universally reviled. Any trace of them discovered in the 13 states of the 5 domains would prompt a collective hunt. Does this imply that the dark race still exists within the source stones? Yi Xingqian retracted his hand, concern etched on his face. However, as he glanced at the Bodhi seed beside him and recalled his recent power enhancement, his expression hardened. Senior sister, we need not fear. We require source stones and ample resources. A little danger is inconsequential. As long as we are cautious, the dark race sealed within the source stones cannot escape. In fact, should adversaries arise in the future, we could use the dark race to frame them. The nature of the darkness is irrelevant. What matters is whether it serves his interests. Yi Xingqian was the first to accept the existence of the dark race's finger, contemplating its potential utility. By the way, let me take the finger. We cannot allow senior sister to face any danger. Yi Xingqian carefully stored away the severed finger of the dark race. Lu Ruyan observed his actions. Feeling a slight stir of emotion, yet lacking a finger herself, she cautioned, you may hold on to it, but exercise caution. Do not shatter the source stone. Understood. Yi Xingqian, appreciating the concern implicit in Lu Ruyan's words, tore off a piece of cloth to wrap the fragment of the dark race's finger source stone, securing it close to his person. Lacking a storage bag or spatial ring, this was the only option available to him. Sister, do you think we should purchase the entire desolate mountain? If we do, all the treasures would belong to us, Yi Xingqian mused, contemplating the idea of claiming the territory for himself to gain greater leverage. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan shook her head. That cannot be done. Such a move would undoubtedly raise suspicions about the presence of valuable resources here. We must excavate discreetly, ensuring we remain undetected. For now, no one is aware of this secret. Once we have utilized the source stone to enhance our strength, we can then reclaim the mountain at a later date. Sister, your foresight is commendable, Yi Xingqian acknowledged, reflecting on her wisdom. He then showered her with compliments, leaving Lu Ruyan slightly flustered. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan retrieved the Bodhi seed and handed the source stone to Yi Xingqian, encouraging him to continue his cultivation. She then proceeded to descend into the deep pit they had excavated together, intending to further explore for source stones. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengyan remained stationed at another cave, roasting field mice over a flame to satiate his hunger, completely unaware that this seemingly barren mountain harbored a source stone mine. He also could not fathom that Qin Hengyu had no intention of sparing his family. On the other side, the great Qin sacred land. Qin Hengyu orchestrated a grand procession, resplendent and magnificent. Chapter 24. Enlightenment of Celestial Arts and the Treasure of Origin Stones. 6 carriages, each drawn by exquisite superior dragon steeds, adorned in 6 distinct colors without a single blemish. The warriors of the Jiang family were clad uniformly in golden armor, wielding long spears. However, To assume that the Jiang family's military might is merely homogeneous would be a grave misjudgment. Within their ranks were also several colossal battle beasts, similarly encased in armor, charging forth with unrestrained ferocity. Mounted atop these beasts were warriors, rhythmically beating massive drums and sounding horns. It is evident that the armored warriors, equipped with an array of splendid artifacts and supported by battle formations, rendered ordinary cultivators utterly powerless. The fantastical notion of skilled practitioners engaging in fierce duels belies the harsh reality, where the weaker are easily crushed to death. In truth, it is the adept who remain composed, while the lower tiers engage in desperate struggles to claim resources. The higher the realm of mastery, the more one tends to eschew mindless confrontation. This is akin to recklessly squandering hard-earned time. As with age, strength increases, and the fear of death becomes ever more pronounced. The inclination to seek advantage and evade peril is the prevailing condition of most cultivators. Unless compelled to engage in battle, the strong will invariably opt for avoidance. The march of the Great Qin sacred land was deliberately slow, crafted to entice a larger gathering of onlookers to witness the spectacle. Qin Hengyu sought to command public opinion. Indeed, as the army of the Great Qin sacred land leisurely made its appearance beyond the borders, pertinent information swiftly permeated to Jincheng. The Star Pavilion in Jincheng deduced that Qin Hengyu was likely to become entangled with Lu Ruyan once more. This promised to be an intriguing spectacle. Within Jincheng, many individuals hastily departed the city, eager to venture towards the nearby desolate mountains to witness the unfolding drama. Among them were the previously mocking star maiden Lin Yi, the 9 nether holy maiden Meng Danyan, and the effeminate Meng Fan Yin from the cosmic sacred land. Lin Yi, inherently inquisitive, was particularly drawn to sensational occurrences. After all, the Star Pavilion also dabbled in storytelling, and the last tale of the infatuated prince from the Great Qin sacred land had seen considerable sales. This time, she wondered if a sequel could be crafted. Regardless of the gradual pace of the Great Qin sacred land's advance, the strength of the entire contingent was undeniable. And after a while, they reached the desolate mountains. A considerable number of spectators had already gathered there, some congregating nearby, poised to observe the spectacle, while others, upon the emergence of the Great Qin sacred land's troops, prudently retreated to a safer distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Upon arriving at the desolate mountains, Qin Hengyu surveyed the unremarkable terrain surrounding him, and a thought began to form in his mind. The system panel displayed some of his information. System, Enlightenment System. Host, Qin Hengyu, Enlightenment Opportunities. 4. Realm. First layer of Divine Power, Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fortune, Devouring Demon Technique, True Scripture of the Sun, Tao Scripture, True Dragon Fist. The opportunities for enlightenment, if left unused, would merely gather dust. In order to confront Yixingchen, Qin Hengyu, upon arriving here, comprehended a formidable technique known as the True Dragon Fist, which enables him to concentrate his entire strength to unleash an unparalleled strike. A single punch suffices for this technique. Should he fail to vanquish his opponent with it, he can simply resort to alternative strategies. After all, the prince possesses the backing of a sacred ground, offering him a plethora of methods. Moreover, he now fortuitously finds himself with an opportunity for enlightenment. As Qin Hengyu gazed upon the desolate mountains before him, he began to recite the Source Heaven technique, intending to acquire the ability to explore source stones. He had previously learned from his father, the esteemed Emperor Qin Ing, that the Source Heaven technique was the most effective skill for probing source stones. When employed at pertinent locations, the chance of perceiving related abilities through sudden enlightenment would undoubtedly increase. In the midst of this enlightenment, the host comprehended the Source Heaven technique. Source Heaven technique, a capability attributed to Source Heaven masters, which grants knowledge of celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography. With the power of formations, it can move mountains and shift seas, as well as discern the spiritual minerals of the earth, unravel the veins of source stones, and assess the value of these stones. However, it is entwined with mysterious curses, and its later implications remain uncertain. The Source Heaven technique? Indeed, it has truly manifested. In Qin Hengyu's mind, he immediately grasped the essence of the Source Heaven technique. The reason why one is deemed a Source Heaven master lies in their mastery of this technique. Even an ordinary individual can learn it, provided they possess sufficient insight. It is the sole form of cultivation that does not necessitate any particular level of spiritual attainment. One merely needs to comprehend and master the divine patterns while possessing extensive knowledge of astronomy and geography. Once the Source Heaven technique is mastered, there exists no place in the world that one cannot traverse. However, the pursuit of this technique is fraught with the so-called curses and millennia of misfortune, which manifest as calamities descending from the heavens. It appears that sudden enlightenment is not devoid of drawbacks. This source heaven technique stands as a prime example. Gaining power necessitates a certain sacrifice. It is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, as the misfortune is relegated to one's later years, I need not worry excessively for the time being and may delve into it further in the future. Upon acquiring the source heaven technique, Qin Hengyu surveyed the surrounding geography and immediately sensed a peculiar change. On the surface, it appeared to be a desolate wasteland, yet in reality, it was a perilous domain. A hidden dragon lurking in the depths. The source stone, devoid of any tangible aura, nonetheless influenced the geographical environment around it. The longer it existed, the greater its impact, becoming increasingly perceptible. Source Heaven Masters relied on this phenomenon to locate source stone mines. He had already discovered that deep beneath the desolate mountains lay an ancient vein of source stone, extending thousands of meters below. This vein exhibited a nascent trend of awakening, akin to a dragon raising its head. If all proceeded without mishap, it would reveal more clues within the next 10,000 years, inevitably attracting attention. Truly, as the child of destiny, wherever he chose to settle became a significant mine, now rightfully his. Upon Qin Hengyu's arrival at the desolate mountains, the members of the Lu family, upon hearing the news, were instantly filled with anticipation. They felt like fish on the chopping block, acutely aware of the growing sense of crisis since their departure from the great Qin sacred land. Here, amidst the desolation, they lacked any protective force, vulnerable to being annihilated by unknown adversaries. At this juncture, some hoped that Qin Hengyu would reconsider, allowing Lu Ruyan to return. In that case, they could resume their former reckless exploits in the great Qin sacred land, leveraging their status. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom why an imperial heir like Qin Hengyu would venture into such desolation. Lu Zhengyan shared similar sentiments. Upon learning of Qin Hengyu's arrival, he rushed to the front of the military formation, nearly in a state of panic, and immediately knelt down. He then addressed Qin Hengyu's entourage with a loud voice. I humbly welcome the esteemed presence of the imperial prince. Having previously endured a beating and now finding himself in this remote wilderness, he understood the gravity of the situation, feeling a stronger desire than ever to be subservient. As Lu Zhengyan knelt, the formation shifted, allowing the war beasts and soldiers to part and create a pathway. 6 black steeds, pulling a celestial golden chariot, appeared before Lu Zhengyan. The structure of the chariot had undergone slight modifications, the exterior concealment dissipating, revealing Qin Hengyu seated within. Following closely behind was another celestial golden chariot, drawn by 6 pure white dragon horses, with Jiang Roshiwei trailing closely behind Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu, without any circumlocution, stated directly, Lu Zhengyan, I must inform you that this territory is already within the domain of the great Qin sacred land. You are to be expelled once more. Qin Hengyu's voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of all present. Lu Zhengyan was taken aback. Is this madness? The Lu family merely sought a desolate mountain, and yet he dares to drive them away. The Lu clan members, upon hearing this, displayed visible disappointment mingled with a flicker of indignation, yet found themselves powerless before the military formation surrounding Qin Hengyu. Lu Zhengyan, attempting to maintain some semblance of defiance, clenched his teeth and stated, I have heard that this is a land without a master. However, before he could finish his sentence, a soldier approached, clutching a contract that illustrated the desolate mountain and its surrounding areas, indicating that the great Qin Holy Land had already acquired the vicinity. This left Lu Zhengyan feeling as uncomfortable as one suffering from constipation, rendered speechless. Hold on. At that moment, a proud and familiar voice interrupted, halting Qin Hengyu's further coercion of the Lu family. Chapter 25. Do you think you can outwit me? It was none other than Meng Fanyan, the scion of the Huanyu Holy Land, who stepped forth to obstruct Qin Hengyu. His motivation stemmed from a directive given by an inner sect elder of the Huanyu Holy Land, who happened to be his mentor, to bring Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan back to the Huanyu Holy Land. Was this not fortuitous? After recently learning some information about Lu Ruyan, he felt a slight attraction towards her and sought to tame such a wild spirit. With this in mind, Meng Fanyan resolved to take action. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Hengyu, he spoke with a hint of derision. Qin Hengyu, your great Qin Holy Land is rather petty. What if I offer you 100 million spirit stones to rent this desolate mountain for a century? Upon hearing the words of the scion of the Huanyu Holy Land, Lu Zhengyan felt a surge of excitement. Having a place, even if it was temporary, was certainly better than being homeless. He understood that the ultimate decision lay with Qin Hengyu. Lu Zhenghan once again bowed deeply to Qin Hengyu, pleading, "Your Highness, could you grant my Lu family a chance to survive?" With Qin Hengyu's promise, the Lu family has effectively acquired a territory. Simultaneously, they have established a tenuous connection with the Huanyu sacred land, where the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. You may not even be able to afford the rent. Qin Hengyu did not cast a glance at Meng Fanyan, but instead focused on the newly excavated earth at the foot of the desolate mountain, indicative of a potential source of ore veins. After all, remnants of stone skin were visible. In the original narrative, Meng Fanyan was merely a provocative figure meant to challenge Yi Xingchen, only to be vanquished by him. However, after driving away Lu Ruyan as the antagonist, the storyline took an unexpected turn. The original villain now found himself allied with Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen, turning against his former self, which added an intriguing twist to the tale. Could it be that this barren mountain concealed treasures? Qin Hengyu contemplated the notion of mercy, pondering how the great Qin sacred land would be perceived should he choose to act otherwise. Meng Fanyan, aware of his own underestimation, escalated his taunts. He had no intention of sincere negotiation. Whether or not he rented the space was inconsequential, as his true aim was to take the individuals away. If he could manage to vex Qin Hengyu slightly beforehand, it would be even better. Naturally, securing the rental would be ideal, allowing him to extend a favor to the Lu family. You are indeed correct. Treasures do exist, and the great Qin sacred land has merely come to claim them. Qin Hengyu harbored no intention of concealing the existence of the source stone veins within the desolate mountains. The Daqin sacred land, inherently formidable, would find it even easier to attract individuals willing to pledge their loyalty with the acquisition of additional resources. While small factions must operate covertly, large powers naturally impose their will through sheer might. Haha. Upon hearing this, Meng Fanyan erupted into hearty laughter, clearly perceiving it as merely an excuse from Qin Hengyu. Meanwhile, the starry holy maiden Lin Yi and the nine nether holy maiden Ming Danyan observed the unfolding situation in silence. Lin Yi cast a fleeting glance at the barren mountains, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism, as if pondering the possibility of a treasure truly existing within those desolate hills. Treasure? At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen, having received the news, arrived a step too late, only catching wind of the treasure's rumor. How could it be? They had discovered the source stones without divulging the information to anyone. How had the news spread? Yi Xingchen felt a wave of panic wash over him, while Lu Ruyan merely shot a glance at Qin Hengyu, convinced he was speaking nonsense. Qin Hengyu merely seeks to expel her. The fleeting anger in Lu Ruyan's eyes was momentarily quelled upon acquiring the source stone, which endowed her with newfound confidence. Yet now, she finds herself being driven from this position. Is this not excessively cruel? After all, she has shared an intimate connection with Qin Hengyu. This clearly appears to be an attempt to impose difficulties upon her, compelling her to submit. This indicates that ultimately he cannot let her go. She must exhibit unwavering determination. Only then will Qin Hengyu relent, conceding the desolate mountain to her. She has resolved to seize control of the desolate mountain, even if it means sharing a night with Qin Hengyu. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, allowing her anger and disdain to dissipate, replaced by sorrow and melancholy. As she knelt directly before Qin Hengyu, "Imperial son, please do not drive the Lu family away. The desolate mountain is the only refuge we have managed to secure. I implore you, even if you desire my servitude, I am willing to comply. Might you allow me to remain at your disposal for a few days, thus permitting the Lu family to retain the desolate mountain? After all, you have forcibly claimed my body, and my cultivation has stagnated. Just let me be." It is evident that Lu Ruyan is adept at evoking sympathy. She had previously consented to the transaction, seeking to gain without offering anything in return. And now she attempts to tarnish Qin Hengyu's reputation, portraying it as coercive. She feigns weakness, hoping to elicit the sympathy of onlookers. As Lu Ruyan spoke thus, Yi Xingchen displayed a mix of panic and resentment, yet more so, a sense of helplessness. He did not wish to witness Lu Ruyan's humiliation. The thought of her being dishonored caused an ache to stir within him. Why was it not he who bore the burden? Perhaps there is an alternative. Yi Xingchen's mind raced, unwilling to see Lu Ruyan make such a sacrifice, nor did he desire to relinquish the source stone mine. A sudden thought struck him. He could challenge Qin Hengyu. In the absence of outsiders within the Lu family, Qin Hengyu's shamelessness would be unbridled. However, with numerous witnesses present, Qin Hengyu would be compelled to accept his challenge for the sake of his pride. Yi Xingchen stepped forward boldly, provoking Qin Hengyu. "You who abandoned the betrothal yet now persistently entangle yourself, do you truly embody masculinity? You take advantage of the Lu family as lack of men, today. I shall voice their injustice. Do you dare to duel with me? Should you lose, the desolate mountain shall henceforth belong to us. Should you win, we shall depart without regret. Yu Xingqian positioned himself before the 6 dragon steeds, exuding an aura of spirit that suggested he could withstand an army single-handedly. This only served to highlight Qin Hengyu's character, resembling that of a tyrannical villain. The 6th stage of the palace-breaking realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon realizing Yu Xingqian's cultivation had ascended. Previously, he had been reduced to the 1st stage of the palace-breaking realm, and now, devoid of his life root, his cultivation speed had inexplicably accelerated. Could this be a method to enhance one's realm? Should he consider trying it? Many onlookers redirected their gaze towards Qin Hengyu. The last time, Qin Hengyu had incapacitated Yu Xingqian, whose cultivation was seemingly at the 3rd level of the palace-breaking realm. It remains uncertain whether Qin Hengyu has surpassed Yu Xingqian since then. To be frank, the spectators felt that Yu Xingqian was somewhat bullying Qin Hengyu. Ming Fanyan, upon observing Yu Xingqian's cultivation, wore a radiant smile, reveling in Qin Hengyu's predicament. Listening to Yu Xingqian's terms, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but chuckle. To seek a profit without investment? However, it is almost certain that Lu Riyan and Yu Xingqian must have discovered source stones on the desolate mountain. Otherwise, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so dramatically. Having read numerous novels in my past life where characters swiftly ascended in rank, I understand that resources are indispensable for such advancements. It is not out of the question to agree. You propose residing on the desolate mountain. Losing doesn't concern me. After all, as long as the Qin sacred land possesses the source stone mine below, allowing you to dwell nearby. Witnessing the extraction of source stones by the Qin sacred land might evoke a twinge of envy. Moreover, my strength is not insignificant. I may not necessarily be outmatched by Yu Xingqian at the divine ability level. The disparity in fortune is not profound, and while I cannot resort to killing Yu Xingqian, there remains a feasible chance to suppress and overcome him, provided I do not resemble those antagonists who prattle excessively and afford Yu Xingqian opportunities to flourish. Should I emerge victorious, it would yield a return on Yu Xingqian's fortune. As for the claim of life-threatening danger, such a notion is unfounded. I possess methods devised by my father, Qin, akin to a strike from an emperor, rendering me safe from peril. I have long been prepared for this. I agree. If you win, I shall grant you and the Lu family a residence on this desolate mountain. However, it is merely a place to inhabit. Everything on the desolate mountain does not belong to you. Qin Hengyu articulated his terms with precision. He deliberately separated the right to inhabit the desolate mountains from the source stones beneath them. Yet, Yu Xingqian made an erroneous assumption. Believing that Qin Hengyu was utterly oblivious to the existence of the source stones, thinking he merely sought to complicate matters further. As long as he continued to reside there, he would have the opportunity to advance, and he doubted that Qin Hengyu would remain in the barren mountains indefinitely. I agree. Without any hesitation, Yu Xingqian acquiesced. Chapter 26. Do you still think this prince is weak? As tensions escalated, the surrounding onlookers were taken aback. While many had faith in Qin Hengyu, a greater number placed their bets on Yu Xingqian. Had it not been for Qin Hengyu's underhanded attack previously, Yu Xingqian would likely have retained his vital essence. In his fury, he might even gain an additional edge. Conversely, rumors had long circulated regarding Qin Hengyu's mediocre talents, having remained stagnant at the Qi realm for an extended period. At this juncture, whether he had achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of the palace opening realm remained uncertain, making it ludicrous to compare himself with Yu Xingqian, who had already attained that level. Such a comparison would only serve to bring shame. The spectators were befuddled by the unfolding drama. Boom, boom, boom. Upon Qin Hengyu's agreement, the warriors atop the battle beasts began to beat their drums. Many soldiers erupted in song, for steeds of splendid lineage, reins in hand, the noble's beloved, hunts in command. Heeding the auspicious hour is grand, the noble commands left, and the spoils are at hand. Roaming the northern garden, for steeds now stand. Chariots adorned with phoenix reins bear the proud band. This was the hymn sung during the great Qin sacred land as hunts, a symbol of triumph. The surrounding soldiers eagerly formed a circle, establishing an arena for the contest. Those who fell within it and could not rise again, or who were forcefully ejected from the circle, would be deemed the losers. Qin Hengyu and Yu Xingqian found themselves encircled in the midst of it all. The rhythmic beating of drums reverberated in succession, intensifying the atmosphere to its zenith before the clash of battle commenced. Qin Hengyu stood at the center, seemingly reveling in the resounding beat of the war drums. Qin Hengyu, meet your demise, Yu Xingqian bellowed, instantly launching his assault. Upon entering the arena, the battle commenced. Qin Hengyu is merely a spineless emperor, engaging in combat in such circumstances as if it were a leisurely spring outing. It is nothing short of courting death. This is certainly not a matter of disdain. Qin Hengyu was perpetually attentive to Yi Xingqian's movements, feigning indifference while secretly placing great importance on them. His strikes were cleverly disguised, appearing as mere feeble punches. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's attack, Yi Xingqian felt an even greater sense of delight. How could one so lacking in strength dare to underestimate his opponent? Such a princely figure, had he not been fortunate enough to be born into greatness, would have perished long ago. In nature, even a rabbit, when confronted by an eagle, can inadvertently kick back and fend off its predator. Yi Xingqian initially aimed to deliver a powerful blow to Qin Hengyu's chest. However, upon realizing Qin Hengyu's weakness, he contemplated seizing his neck to coerce him into honoring his earlier promise. No, he could propose further demands, such as a vow forbidding any aggression towards himself and Lu Ruiyan. Defeating him might not suffice, as Qin Hengyu could easily deny the outcome. Should he manage to take Qin Hengyu hostage and compel him to swear an oath to the heavens, the situation would be markedly different. He bore no fear of the sudden emergence of Jiangshan, who might seek to target him. Yi Xingqian intended to put an end to this once and for all. Yet, Qin Hengyu, being a master of the divine realm, wielded his fist with an apparent slowness in the beginning, yet its speed escalated rapidly. Yi Xingqian, who had barely managed to parry the initial strike, found himself at a disadvantage as Qin's change of tactics rendered his own movements even slower. With no other recourse, Yi Xingqian summoned what he referred to as the manifestation of the Qi Si. The ethereal presence of the Tree of Life emerged behind him, bestowing vitality and swiftness. He needed merely to be a fraction faster than Qin Hengyu to achieve his aspirations. As Qin Hengyu observed the extraordinary phenomenon displayed by Yi Xingqian, a cold smile crept across his face. You possess an extraordinary manifestation, but do I not have one as well? He was not singular in his capabilities, rather, he possessed an abundance of them. To confront Yi Xingqian, it sufficed to reveal but a single one. Boundless star domain. Qin Hengyu manifested a phenomenon related to the suppression of time and space. Its effects completely nullified Yi Xingqian's Jianmu. Even, Qin Hengyu also revealed his celestial manifestation. Naturally, the celestial manifestation differs somewhat from the aura manifestation, as the former can be concealed. Its appearance is but a thought away. Merely the boundless starry realm has already overshadowed Yi Xingqian, let alone the hidden activation of the celestial palace, where his divine consciousness once again overwhelmed his opponent. In that fleeting moment, Qin Hengyu appeared to step into the vast expanse of the starry sky, presiding over the infinite cosmos as he dealt with a treacherous minister. How could it be possible that Yi Xingqian, upon making contact with Qin Hengyu's fist, was sent flying, hurtling towards the circle formed by the surrounding soldiers? It was over. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the true extent of Qin Hengyu's power. It was not merely the realm of palace breaking. His strength had transcended to the realm of divine manipulation. At that moment, there was no time for further contemplation as he crashed violently to the ground. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as a massive crater formed in the earth nearby. With a swift punch, Qin Hengyu sent Yi Xingqian sprawling, thus fulfilling the terms of their wager and securing victory. He had no intention of holding back against the so-called child of destiny, under the mandates of fate. He had exercised utmost caution, which afforded him the slightest chance of triumph. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to resort to alternative means. How could this be? Lu Ruiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could be more acutely aware of Qin Hengyu's strength than she? For years, they had both hovered at the pinnacle of their cultivation. His recent breakthrough into the palace-breaking realm was indeed a rarity. Yet now, his pace of advancement had even eclipsed that of Yi Xingqian. Had she been aware that Qin Hengyu could continue to transcend realms, potentially surpassing her, she would never have felt disdain towards him. Yes, she was indeed that kind of woman, merely wishing for Qin Hengyu to strive a little harder, as she felt he was too weak. Everyone perceived her as a woman overly enamored with material wealth. However, with Qin Hengyu's ascension into the divine passage realm, he had caught up to her. Lu Ruiyan clenched her fingers, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. She had ended their engagement solely to motivate Qin Hengyu. He would surely understand her intentions and come to love her anew. Her gaze lingered on Qin Hengyu, unable to break away. Though Yi Xingqian had been cast out, his strength was not entirely diminished. One could not deny the slight favor of destiny that accompanied him. Moments ago, Qin Hengyu had shown no mercy, and yet it seemed inconsequential. Impossible. You cannot have broken through to the divine passage realm. Yu Xingchen, who had often listened to Lu Ruyan's grievances regarding Qin Hengyu, found himself perplexed. With just a single strike, he had felt utterly crushed. The last time he had been injured, Qin Hengyu had now ascended an entire realm. His cultivation speed was evidently not slower than his own, despite what his senior sister had claimed, that no one possessed talent greater than his own. Reality was smiting him with harsh truths. If Qin Hengyu was still the favored son of the great Qin Holy Land, how could he ever surpass him? No. To defeat Qin Hengyu would merely require one significant leap in realm. Yu Xingchen rose once more. As the victor, Qin Hengyu solemnly remarked, "Your physique is frail. Your vital energy is depleted, and your spirit is superficial. You are far too eager to elevate your realm, yet your foundation remains unstable. It is only natural to face certain consequences after a rapid ascent of 6 levels." Yu Xingchen, feeling the weight of Qin Hengyu's condescending gaze, was immediately filled with rage. "On what grounds do you presume to critique me?" Memories of a less than pleasant past resurfaced in his mind. Orphaned at a young age, he had fought tooth and nail to stave off starvation, even consuming a steamed bun discarded by a landlord, tainted with a foul odor and warmth. After gaining strength, he had avenged himself by slaying that very landlord, ensuring the survival of every member of his family. It was after this act of vengeance that he vowed to trample upon all those who looked down upon him, irrespective of their moral standing. With a surge of determination, Yu Xingchen seized the moment when Qin Hengyu's attention wavered. He bent his legs and launched himself like a majestic eagle, soaring towards Qin Hengyu. Behind him, the manifestation of the Jianmu tree supported the heavens, while the celestial palace emerged, revealing the 6-tiered staircase to the heavens. Perhaps it was the peak of Yu Xingchen's will that allowed a glimpse of the celestial palace, usually visible only at the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm. Misty clouds swirled, hinting at the presence of 9 celestial palaces, adorned with dragons and phoenixes in flight. The atmosphere was palpably extraordinary. This was a confrontation that transcended realms. Truly, he was the child of destiny. Qin Hengyu would not relax. He merely intended to employ the strategy of feigning retreat to lure the opponent. With a sidelong glance, he observed the transformation of Yu Xingchen and discerned the extraordinary qualities inherent within him. However, he was no longer the same as before, merely a sycophant to the prince. Possessing an innate sacred body, a vast reservoir of energy beyond that of countless others, and numerous manifestations of energy. Not to mention the formidable presence of the celestial palace and the trump cards of the emperor, each element was far from negligible. Moreover, he had also brought with him the true dragon fist. Qin Hengyu summoned all his strength, transforming it into a magnificent punch. As the fist struck, an ethereal shadow of a dragon emerged. He paid no heed to where Yu Xingchen might hit him. His sole intent was to unleash a relentless assault upon Yu Xingchen. All of his power was concentrated in that one blow. Just as Yu Xingchen approached Qin Hengyu, intending to launch a swift surprise attack with a punch, he was caught off guard by the ferocity of Qin Hengyu's initial strike. The reason why Qin Hengyu dares to fight so fiercely is that his father, the great emperor, has bestowed upon him the utmost protection, ensuring his immortality. Thus, with this foundation, it suffices to eliminate his foes. Overall, there is a certain reckless audacity in his approach. Yu Xingchen, on the other hand, seeks only to take advantage and launch sneak attacks. His malevolent intentions render him too fearful to confront Qin Hengyu directly, as he is inherently terrified of death. When faced with the true dragon fist, he instinctively attempts to evade, causing his own strength to falter. And he finds himself unable to escape, nearly presenting his nose to Qin Hengyu's fist. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xingchen's nose was met with a violent collision to his face. The heavenly palace trembled at this moment, retracting in response. This was not the worst of it. There had seemed to be some possibility for mitigation earlier, yet now he was struck squarely in the center of the arena. The ground bore witness to a massive pit over 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. Not only was he left in a state of utter disarray, but he also succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu Xingchen could hardly fathom his defeat, having made no substantial psychological preparations for such an outcome. The dual blow to his body and spirit was simply insufferable. After Qin Hengyu completed his assault, he let out a sharp reprimand. Upon realizing that Yu Xingchen had succumbed to unconsciousness, he refrained from taking any further action. With 2 swift moves, he vanquished his foe. And the war drums resounded once more, heralding the rise of the battle song. For steeds, a magnificent chariot, 6 reins in hand, the beauty of the realm. Engaged in the hunt for the stars, Lu Ruyan blinked, yearning to assist Yu Xingchen in rising, yet apprehensive of Qin Hengyu's potential misinterpretation. She could not help but voice her concerns inwardly. It was not that she harbored any romantic feelings for Yu Xingchen, rather, she feared for his well-being and wished to hedge her bets on both sides. Lu Ruyan, having been coerced into submission by Qin Hengyu that fateful night, recognized that he was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. Contemplating her next move, she contemplated rushing to Qin Hengyu's side and embracing his leg. However, Jiang Roshue had already disembarked and was keenly observing the interaction between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruyan, prepared to thwart Lu Ruyan the moment Qin Hengyu emerged victorious. Her animosity towards this woman was unparalleled. As Lu Ruyan made her move, Jiang Roshue acted with swiftness that eclipsed Lu Ruyan's intentions, gracefully positioning herself before Lu Ruyan in midair. With a sweep of her sleeve, she sent Lu Ruyan sprawling away. After dispatching Lu Ruyan, Jiang Roshue immediately turned her gaze to Qin Hengyu, her expression a blend of charm and playfulness as she cooed, "Brother Qin, you hold it against me. Will you? Come, let us hold hands." Qin Hengyu was acutely aware of which woman held greater significance in his heart. With a swift motion, he cast Yu Xingchen aside, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan. He noticed the Bodhi seed adorning Lu Ruyan's wrist, a trinket she had not taken with her to the great Qin sacred land. This observation provided yet another piece of evidence to support his conjecture regarding the source stone. Subsequently, a smile danced in the corner of his eye as he extended his hand toward Jiang Roshue. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's gesture, Jiang Roshue felt as though she had just savored honey, her entire being melting with sweetness. This was Qin Hengyu's way of affirming his identity before those present. Like a gentle spring stream, Jiang Roshue's eyes brimmed with affection as she reached out to him, allowing Qin Hengyu to grasp her hand, positioning herself beside him. After this, Qin Hengyu once again turned his gaze towards Lu Zhengyan. "Thus, I propose that you acknowledge this deed of the desolate mountains." Lu Zhengyan, observing Yu Xingchen sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and Lu Ruyan, who lay face down, displayed not a trace of fighting spirit. Even with the power of an emperor, he felt as insignificant as a mere ant. After all, among the guards surrounding Qin Hengyu, there were more than one of royal caliber. The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, fell into a profound silence. The brief yet intense confrontation left an indelible impression. Was Yu Xingchen weak? Not in the slightest. In fact, there was an air of terror about him. The phenomenon of his qi resembled the majestic Jianmu, while the celestial palace bore an uncanny resemblance to the heavenly court, both being utterly unique. In contrast, Qin Hengyu, his opponent, required merely just two strikes, to unveil an endless cosmic manifestation without even revealing the celestial palace. Was this truly the same Qin Hengyu from before? The transformations exhibited by the sacred land of the great Qin were indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan remained unfazed when Jiang Roshue stepped forward, not even employing any form of resistance. She deliberately chose to appear vulnerable, intending to evoke pity and gauge Qin Hengyu's reaction, so she could subsequently strategize her response. However, Qin Hengyu merely cast a fleeting glance at himself before taking hold of Jiang Roshue's hand. It was not that he harbored no affection for Jiang Roshue. Rather, he seemed to be enamored solely with himself. Men are but deceivers, duplicitous beings. Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and an endless tide of remorse. However, her attention was soon drawn to her exposed wrist. Alongside it lay a Bodhi seed. With subtlety, she concealed the seed within the folds of her sleeve and continued to lie on the ground, feigning death. At this moment, rising to her feet would undoubtedly be more awkward. Meanwhile, the astute Saintess Xingchen, Lin Yi, keenly observed Lu Ruyan's actions. A Bodhi seed? In such desolate wilderness, where could one possibly find a Bodhi seed? It could only be hidden underground. The only treasures that could be secured without detection are likely the source stones. Just moments ago, Qin Hengyu mentioned he was in search of treasure. Lin Yi's mind raced with conjecture. She needed to confirm her theory. Thus, with a hint of jest, she addressed Qin Hengyu. "My lord, could it be that a source stone has indeed manifested in these wild mountains?" Upon uttering these words, she cast a contemplative glance at Lu Ruyan. With a single statement, she aimed to achieve dual purposes, to elicit a response from Qin Hengyu while also discerning the implications of Lu Ruyan's actions. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Hengyu interjected, "Indeed, there exists a source stone within this desolate mountain. Lu Zhengyan, do you not agree?" Qin Hengyu took the initiative to inquire about Lu Zhengyan. As long as Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen were not killed, the source was destined to be exposed. It would be better to reveal it voluntarily. Through careful observation, he deduced that Lu Zhengyan might be unaware of the existence of the source stone. This was even more advantageous. by committing acts of violence. He could sow discord within the Lu family, making them aware that Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had discovered the Source Stone yet chose to conceal it from them. This revelation would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations, painting them as selfish individuals in the eyes of those around them. Furthermore, the rationale for sparing Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan remained unchanged. Killing the fated child would only give rise to more unforeseen fated children, making potential adversaries even more formidable. It was far more prudent to retain these two familiar opponents. As for exposing the Source Stone vein, the Great Qin Sacred Land had nothing to fear. Given the proximity to Jinqing and the Great Qin Sacred Land, the discovery of the Divine Source Stone vein could actually facilitate further development. Indeed, the Source Stone vein could serve as bait, luring enemies of the Great Qin Sacred Land into a trap. In summary, the advantages of exposing the Source Stone vein outweighed the disadvantages. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Zhenggen's response, Qin Hengyu wore a smile reminiscent of one who delights in the company of a loyal dog, affectionately patting Lu Zhenggen's head. "That is splendid, indeed," he remarked. He then turned to the guards beside him, commanding, "Send someone in to search." On the ground, Lu Ruoyan, feigning unconsciousness, was paralyzed with fear upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry and Qin Hengyu's reply. She was apprehensive that this might be a test of her resolve. Were they truly sending someone in to search? The shock rendered her momentarily speechless, yet she resolved to maintain her pretense of being faint, all the while offering herself silent reassurances. "Qin Hengyu must be seeking revenge against me. He has not discovered the existence of the Source Stone mine. This is merely a fade. Once he uncovers the mine, it will simply be part of a performance to render the entire process seemingly plausible. I have only just discovered the Source Stone mine, known only to myself and Yu Xingqian. There is absolutely no way Qin Hengyu could be aware of it. Absolutely impossible." Lu Ruyan repeatedly reassured herself, lying still on the ground, fearful of jeopardizing the Source Stone mine. At that moment, I might feel as though my heart were being sliced apart. Chapter 28. Indeed, the desolate mountains do harbor veins of Source Stone. After Qin Hengyu issued his orders, the combat team commenced their search within the caves of the desolate mountains, while the Lu family members harbored not even a whisper of dissent. Lin Yi diverted her gaze from Lu Ruyan, having gleaned no insights from her previous actions. However, upon hearing Qin Hengyu's assertions, her suspicions began to arise, primarily due to his unwavering confidence. The interplay of reality and illusion made her question her own deductions, leading her to ponder whether Qin Hengyu merely sought to fabricate a discovery of the Source Stone mine as a plausible justification for his actions that day. Among mortals, such acts of misrepresentation are not uncommon. Could it be that she was overthinking? Who, after all, bestowed the Bodhi seed? Conversely, Ming Fanyan erupted into laughter upon hearing Qin Hengyu's proclamation. "Ha! I never imagined that the son of the emperor is not only shameless but also harbors delusions. As for whether this desolate mountain can yield a Source Stone mine, I would be willing to swallow horse manure on that bet." He gestured towards the dragon horse pulling the cart beside him. In matters of sustenance, both man and beast produce waste, which is equally regarded as a foul substance. To consume horse manure is indeed an act of great disdain. Ming Fanyan perceived that Qin Hengyu was unable to let go of Lu Ruyan, creating trouble where none existed, exhibiting behavior of the utmost shamelessness. Only a man like him, who presents no threat to a woman, considers her in all matters, and comprehends her sentiments, can truly capture a woman's heart. Aside from his identity as the emperor's son, Qin Hengyu possesses nothing of value. "You swear it?" As Qin Hengyu turned his head, intrigued, he regarded Ming Fanyan when the latter proclaimed his intent to consume horse dung. It was then that the oath of heaven was invoked, binding him to his word. An oath was indeed an oath. "I, Ming Fanyan, solemnly swear that if Qin Hengyu can discover a Source Stone mine within this desolate mountain, mind you, a Source Stone mine, I shall consume horse dung, struck by 5 bolts of divine thunder." Without hesitation, Ming Fanyan made his vow. As Qin Hengyu witnessed Ming Fan's solemn vow, he felt a subtle enhancement of fortune. Through the eye of fate, he perceived that his own crimson aura, alongside the other's violet one, each released a slender thread. It seemed that whether the vow was fulfilled or not, fortune would be bestowed upon the victor. Did the heavenly oath possess such a power? Perhaps he should engage in more wagers with others in the future. Meanwhile, as Qin Hengyu and Ming Fan placed their bets, Lin Yi furrowed her brow and curled her lip. The heavenly oath? Did the desolate mountains truly conceal a Source Stone mine? The response of Qin Hengyu, along with his own actions, has increasingly muddled his mind. He finds himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom anything at all. Meanwhile, the sacred maiden of the Nine Nether, Meng Danyan stretches languidly, unveiling her snow-white abdomen and arms. The silver bells adorning her head emit a delicate chime. The Nine Nether Sanctuary, where Meng Danyan resides, is situated to the south, reflecting a southern style in its attire, characterized by its coolness and her gentle demeanor. She tilts her head, observing Qin Hengyu with keen interest. Qin Hengyu has triumphed over Yixingchen, and the great Qin sacred land has revealed new developments, necessitating closer scrutiny of Qin Hengyu. An instinctive feeling suggests that Qin Hengyu is not jesting. Perhaps he has indeed made a significant discovery. It seems that the assertion that the great Qin sacred land will only fall by its own hand, and not by external forces, is a sound judgment. There appears to be more intrigue to unfold within the great Qin sacred land. The Nine Nether Holy Maiden, Meng Danyan, beams with an exceptionally radiant smile. One that is both cunning and mischievous, as if she fears the spectacle might lack excitement. Lin Yi has taken note of Meng Danyan's wild demeanor. Regarding this woman, she feels a tinge of uncertainty. She recalls hearing an elder from the Starry Pavilion caution against provoking the people of Nine Nether, known for their vengeful nature. Typically, Meng Danyan presents as quite eccentric. Lin Yi cannot help but murmur inwardly, what could this madwoman be laughing about? After the warriors entered the cave, several members of the Lu family were expelled, creating quite the commotion. The cultivator soldiers emerged before Qin Hengyu, their hands empty after a thorough search. Your Highness, we have made no discoveries, they reported, their expressions tinged with unease due to the lack of findings. Haha. Meng Fanyan could not restrain his laughter as he approached, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. A powerful strike was aimed at a position 100 feet to the southeast, penetrating a depth of 9 feet. Qin Hengyu gestured for the soldiers to return to formation, commencing the command of the rear troops to assault a section of the desolate mountain with their battle array. With a resounding boom, a mound was flattened, revealing a rugged terrain adorned with peculiar stones, among which lay fragments of divine source. The sight was utterly astonishing, source stone veins. The onlookers could not suppress their gasps of wonder at the unfolding spectacle, were it not for the military presence of the great Qin sacred land. Some might have attempted to seize the treasures and flee. Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her curiosity amidst the exclamations, turned her head. She too beheld the source stones. Realizing that her arduous labor in mining paled in comparison to the bounty unearthed by this explosive strike. How infuriating! A pang of anguish pierced her heart as the appearance of those source stones shattered her dreams once more. Source stones? Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the source stones revealed after the mound's disappearance, her mouth agape. Had her just somehow become reality? It was inconceivable that the great Qin sacred land had buried them here. The notion that the Lu family secretly interred them amid such a multitude of watchful eyes was implausible. It was impossible to execute such a scheme unnoticed. At least, an emperor could manage it, but there was no necessity for such subterfuge. It was simply unfathomable. Meng Fanyan, witnessing the emergence of the source stones, could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming loudly, how could Qin Hengyu's expedition, ostensibly aimed at exacting vengeance upon Lu Ruyan, uncover a source stone mine? It defied all logic. This must be a premeditated arrangement, though the particulars remained elusive. Lu Ruyan, if I am not mistaken, you and Yixingchen have also stumbled upon source stones. Have you not? Yixingchen's rapid ascension and cultivation is undoubtedly linked to this, and the Bodhi seed on your wrist must have originated from the source stones, correct? Forgive me, but upon harboring suspicions, I confirmed my conjectures and discovered that this place indeed possesses a source stone vein. Qin Hengyu did not offer any defense. Instead, he inquired about Lu Ruyan. He had sensed earlier that she was feigning confusion, and now he was thoroughly convinced. If she was not truly dazed, then he would provoke her further. After all, what does it mean to kill a person's spirit? Upon hearing these words, many gazes in the vicinity turned towards Qin Hengyu, scrutinizing him closely. Lin Yi suddenly understood. It became apparent that Qin Hengyu had discovered the possibility of a source stone mine and had sent someone to investigate before returning to reclaim the desolate mountain. His previous actions now seemed somewhat justified. Meng Danyan regarded Qin Hengyu with a knowing look. While his words seemed straightforward, it was evident from the actions of Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen that they had not revealed anything. For the Daqin sacred land to uncover a source stone here, they must be acquainted with a formidable source master, a being far superior to a spirit seeker. They possess the ability not only to locate deeply concealed source stone veins, but also to discern whether the stones encased within their skins contain anything of value. Their skills are quite remarkable, rivaling the rarity of the sacred tier. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming despair, biting her lip until it bled. Her face ashen, rendered speechless. After yet another defeat, what else could she possibly say? However, Lu Xingzhai, upon listening to Qin Hengyu and observing the source stones alongside Lu Ruyan's expression, realized he had been kept in the dark. A surge of unnameable rage welled up within him. It was Lu Ruyan's unilateral decision that had plunged the Lu family into such dire circumstances. Now, having discovered a treasure, she had overlooked the rest of the Lu clan. As if that were not enough, she had even concealed the truth from him. What a daughter! What a cold-hearted child! Lu Zhengzhou swiftly approached Lu Ruyan, seizing her forcefully. With a resounding slap, he felt a chill in his heart as he struck her, exclaiming, "You and Yi Xingchen were so intimate, hiding this from me." Chapter 29. Hence, you may as well swallow horse manure. Lu Ruyan, having already been thrown aside, was struck again, her hair disheveled. Everything was lost, utterly gone. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, teetering on the brink of madness, cried out to Lu Xingzhai with a broken heart, "It's all gone. The desolate mountain belongs to the Daqin's sacred land now. There's nothing left. What good is your hitting me?" Lu Xingzhai had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan would dare to retort once more. He struck her again, this time without holding back, rendering her unconscious. Lu Xingzhai genuinely felt humiliated and unlucky. Everyone present was perceptive enough to deduce that Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan were the ones most eager to protect the secret of the Source Stone, while he and the rest of the Lu family remained entirely oblivious. As the head of the Lu family, how could he not even manage his own daughter? The misfortune lies in the absence of any benefits, having once again offended the illustrious Qin sacred land. Should one proactively disseminate the information, there exists the possibility of re-entering the Qin sacred land or even other sacred realms, potentially gaining a supportive ally. Presently, the Qin sacred land surmises that there are indeed source stones within the desolate mountains, and they have even acquired the land deed. Yet, Yi Xingchen remains blissfully unaware. Provoking them further, is he not merely pushing the Qin sacred land away? Both face and substance are lost. Conversely, under the condition that the Qin sacred land's secrets remain undisclosed, the discovery of the source stone mine within the barren mountains becomes even more inscrutable. Qin Hengyu paid no heed to the melodrama performed by the Lu family. Could it be? Could it truly be? Does he genuinely believe he would still hold any regard for Lu Ruyan? Qin Hengyu's gaze fell upon Meng Fanyan, intent on compelling him to fulfill his promise of consuming horse manure. He turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, "Fetch a handful of horse dung and present it to young Master Meng, so he may honor his vow." The soldier, obedient to the order, approached a magnificent dragon steed. After a brief exchange with the steed's driver, a lump of dung fell to the ground. The soldier cradled it in his hands and brought it before Meng Fanyan. At that moment, upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Meng Fanyan's countenance shifted between shades of green and white, his dignity visibly strained. Consuming such filth was out of the question. As a distinguished scion of the sacred land of the great Qin, how could he stoop to eating horse dung? Begone! I would rather face the wrath of the heavens than partake in such degradation, being the son of the sacred land of the universe. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of violating a celestial oath. He was wagering that the life-preserving treasures he possessed would safeguard him. The vow itself was of little consequence. If it were a matter of life and death dictated by the heavens, he would not hesitate to consume any excrement, horse dung included. Thunder roared. As his words echoed, it was as if a bolt of lightning cleaved the clear sky. In an instant, blood erupted from Meng Fanyan's body, and his vitality waned, leaving him uncertain of the source of his injury. Nevertheless, as the son of the sacred land of the universe, he could not afford to show weakness. Even in the face of grave injury, he feigned nonchalance and fixed a steely gaze upon Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu was also observing Meng Fanyan. However, his gaze was fixed on Meng Fanyan's fortune. After the oath to the heavenly path, Meng Fanyan's once purple fortune had transformed, now appearing as a pale blue. Conversely, his own fortune had shifted to a vibrant orange. Excellent. It felt as though he had effortlessly acquired a portion of fortune. An undeniable windfall. Should he discard it? Qin Hengyu instructed his soldiers to dispose of the horse manure. Since fortune had favored him, he would not make things difficult for Meng Fanyan. Let us return to the matters concerning Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. Humph. As Meng Fanyan observed the horse dung discarded on the ground, he could not help but twitch his lips. The cost was indeed substantial. After the sky had unleashed 5 bolts of thunder, half of his cultivation had dissipated, and his internal organs had begun to exhibit certain issues. Qin Hengyu turned around and once again approached the unconscious Yi Xingchen. The spatial ring flickered, and a dagger shot forth from within, landing in Qin Hengyu's hand. The onlookers held their breath in a moment of tense anticipation, as it was evident that he intended to strike with lethal intent against Yu Xingchen. Qin Hengyu merely sought to test the veracity of the so-called Chosen One. Every posture exhibited was a testament to the intent to extinguish Yu Xingchen's life. The blade's velocity escalated, appearing as if it would impale Yu Xingchen in an instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the surrounding space abruptly shattered. Beside them, Jiang Zhan, still in his role as protector, instantly became alert and exclaimed, "The spirit realm." The spirit realm serves as the inverse of the Tao domain, existing as two sides of the same coin. The world is enveloped in layers, with the entirety of the Tao domain's starry expanse merely representing the surface of the spirit realm. Through this realm, one can traverse the vastness of the Tao domain with greater swiftness. The spirit realm, with its layers intricately intertwined, functions as a singular entity, within a single step. One might encounter the vastness of Mount Meru and the diminutiveness of a mustard seed. Only upon ascending to the status of a venerable can one freely shatter space and gain entry into the spirit realm. Once within, individuals become elusive, often losing their way. For a venerable, entering the spirit realm is akin to becoming an ordinary person within the Tao domain's starry expanse, fraught with peril. To ensure safety, one must command the coordinates of their position within the Tao domain and its corresponding location in the spirit realm. With established coordinates, one can traverse between the two realms with relative security. Even an emperor, lacking coordinates and positioning, risks becoming lost in the void, trapped in an inaccessible location. Now, the assailant surged forth from the spirit realm, launching an attack on Qin Heng. This indicates that the attacker had secured the coordinates to the Emperor Star at the moment of their strike, their strength rivaling that of the Holy Tier. Clad in black, the figure's visage was obscured by a malevolent mask, emanating a foul stench. As Jiang Zhan sought to intervene, he realized he was already too late. Protect. As the shadow materialized, Qin Hengyu softly uttered a protective incantation. In an instant, golden runes emerged upon his form, coalescing into numerous gilded pillars that resembled confining cages. Not only did these wards shield Qin Hengyu, but they also ensnared the dark-clad assailant lurking in the shadows. The assailant found himself imprisoned at a distance, utterly immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhan hurled the celestial golden spear from his grasp, the strike cleaving through the air and etching a luminous trail in its wake. The aura of golden armor surged to life, and a silver-armored general materialized behind him, galloping across the terrain with an ethereal silver moon suspended above, a harbinger of unparalleled slaughter. However, the dark-clad figure was not struck by the golden spear. Instead, within the confines of the original cage, countless golden runic weapons emerged, piercing into the body of the cloaked assailant. A flash of golden light ensued, reducing the malevolent spirit to mere ashes. What was once a formidable foe had now become mere fodder. Only after the demise of the Dark Spectre did the golden spear penetrate through, crashing into a desolate mountain and obliterating its summit. The spear, possessing a spirit of its own, struck and then returned to Jiang Zhan's hand. Standing resolute with the spear in hand, Jiang Zhan remained vigilant, aware that such a display of power could only belong to a child of destiny. Qin Hengyu observed the scene with a leisurely demeanor, retracting his hand and refraining from further action against Yu Xingchen. He had gleaned all the necessary insights from his earlier probes. Should he continue his offensive, it was likely that further attacks would ensue to thwart his efforts. The Emperor's strike was not to be squandered. Exchanging it for a holy tier would indeed be a considerable loss. It would be wiser to continue using Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan as bait, reeling in larger catches before utilizing his powers, thus ensuring a more favorable exchange. In Qin Hengyu's heart, a meticulous plan had been devised. Yet, after he refrained from taking action, the entire space seemed to revert to tranquility, indistinguishable from before, save for the somewhat oppressive atmosphere that lingered. No one had anticipated that their initial intent to witness a spectacle would transform into an encounter with formidable adversaries. Merely the aura emanating from them rendered the crowd mute with trepidation. Those of weaker constitution found their trousers dampened with fear. Once the turmoil subsided, all that remained was the sound of suppressed sobs echoing through the venue. The Emperor's child? What kind of aberration is this? Merely stepping forth had summoned adversaries of the sacred realm from the spirit world, retaliating with a strike of imperial might, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 30. A fortuitous opportunity for 6 enlightenments. Qin Hengyu sent Yu Xingchen flying with a single kick. After surveying his surroundings once more, he gained a deeper understanding of the so-called destiny. For instance, the desolate mountains containing the source stone veins were not merely stumbled upon by luck. Rather, It was the terrain that fortuitously selected them. In the grand scheme of things, the geography of this place attracts individuals of considerable fortune to linger here. Even if he had not driven Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen out of the great Qin sacred land, it was likely that they would eventually arrive at this spot. Drawn by fate, perhaps due to injuries or other circumstances, and subsequently discover the source stone veins. This exemplifies the advantageous interplay of timing, geography, and the alignment of people within destiny. Just moments ago, when he aimed to eliminate Yu Xingchen, assistance arrived almost instantaneously. This was the manifestation of human connection within destiny. Had he succeeded in taking Yu Xingchen's life, the repercussions could have been far more severe. Qin Hengyu's understanding of the temporal essence is that the world embodies both light and shadow, justice and malevolence. It is through the interplay of these dualities that equilibrium is achieved. Once this delicate balance is disrupted, those who dwell in righteousness may find themselves overshadowed by greater evils, while those entrenched in darkness will confront formidable forces of justice. Given this premise, sparing Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan, utilizing them as bait, emerges as the most prudent choice. Just as Qin Hengyu contemplated his next move, a notification from the system reverberated. Ding! The host has triumphed in the wager against the destined protagonist, earning 1 moment of enlightenment. The host has overpowered the destined protagonist, rendering them unconscious, thus acquiring another moment of enlightenment. The host has emerged victorious in the heavenly oath duel against Meng Fanyan, gaining an additional moment of enlightenment. The host has orchestrated a grand scheme, leveraging a strike from the emperor to successfully calculate the saintly tier, thwarting the celestial order, and earning yet another moment of enlightenment. The host has seized the arid mountain source stone mine, acquiring another moment of enlightenment. The host has shattered Lu Ruyan's heart of Tao, gaining yet another moment of enlightenment. Total moments of enlightenment, 9. Qin Hengyu stared, somewhat taken aback, at the frequency of his epiphanies. Is this a wholesale phenomenon? System, if you intend to assist me, you need not be so cryptic. You may be direct. Qin Hengyu silently lamented. Of course, he understood that the system remained unresponsive. He had attempted to elicit a reaction before, but unless the system chose to respond, it typically resembled a lifeless entity. Next, he needed to address the issues concerning Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. In the recent rewards from the system, he had also gleaned a piece of information. By vanquishing that saint-level being, he inadvertently disrupted a certain scheme. What scheme? Why was he completely oblivious to it? At that moment, a powerful saintly aura erupted nearby, and an elderly woman, adorned in luxurious attire and marked by numerous wrinkles, appeared in the vicinity. It was old Granny Jiao. Upon seeing her, Meng Fanyan instinctively took a couple of steps back. If one were to consider who instilled the most fear in the entire universe sacred land, it would undoubtedly be this old Granny Jiao. Although she held the position of the 9th elder within the inner sect, nearly no one dared to oppose her within the sacred land. Even among the inhabitants of the sacred land, no one could accurately state how long old Granny Jiao had lived. Among all the living souls within the sacred land, when the name of old Granny Jiao was uttered, there was but one consensus: heed her words. Those who failed to comply seemed to have met their demise. Qin Hengyu also took note of the elderly woman, and the recent information from the system suddenly connected in his mind. The 9th matriarch? Qin Hengyu recalled certain circumstances he had learned before entering the narrative. This was a traitor who had allied with the dark races. Following the demise of Meng Fanyan, old Granny Jiao had plotted revenge against Yu Xingchen. He, the pre-narrative Qin Hengyu, initiated an assault against old Granny Jiao using the sacred powers of the great Qin Holy Land. The outcome was disastrous, leading to mutual destruction between the original self and old Granny Jiao, leaving Yu Xingchen to reap the benefits and even turning the tables, accusing the original self and old Granny Jiao of collusion in a staged act. At that time, the emperor, Qin Ing, had already met his end, resulting in internal strife within the great Qin Holy Land. It was from that moment that the entire great Qin Holy Land began its rapid decline. Now, it appeared that old Granny Jiao had actually allied with Yu Xingchen. This suggested that her revenge was merely a faude, while dragging the great Qin Holy Land into a quagmire was her true intent. A sow wearing a corset? One scheme after another? Qin Hengyu has already sensed that the great Qin sacred land is being schemed against. There exists an unseen hand orchestrating everything, with Yu Xingchen as the fated child, being elevated as a lever to unsettle the entirety of the great Qin sacred land. Is Jiao Popo aiding Yu Xingchen? In summary, He believes that he has committed no wrongdoing and must continue to suppress Yixingchen to uncover the shadowy hands that manipulate from behind the scenes. Upon Jiupopo's arrival, Jiang Zhan immediately appeared before Qin Hengyu, his heart filled with vigilance. Jiupopo is renowned both within and beyond the realm. As Qin Hengyu's protector, Jiang Zhan is naturally tasked with safeguarding him, especially after the emperor's strike had been exhausted. Jiupopo, from her elevated perspective, addressed Qin Hengyu, saying, "Qin Emperor's son. Both Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen have been expelled from the great Qin sacred land. I intend to proceed to the Huan Universe sacred land shortly. Is that acceptable?" It is evident that Jiupopo has come with intentions concerning Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu eagerly wished for the ninth grandmother to take the individuals away. At that point, he would have even greater justification to confront the sacred land of the universe. Indeed, this desolate mountain truly belonged to the sacred land of the great Qin, while the Lu family did not, nor did Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu smiled subtly and gestured for old Lady Jiu to proceed as she pleased. Old Lady Jiu nodded and turned to Lu Zhangyan, saying, "Master Lu, there remains a corner in the universe sacred land. Is the Lu family inclined to join us?" It seemed that not only did she intend to escort Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan away, but she also aimed to embrace the Lu family as a whole. Naturally, Lu Zhangyan was more than willing. He felt as though he could weep with relief. The trials of the recent times had been excruciatingly arduous. At last, a sacred land was willing to shelter him. He would have accepted this 1,000 times over. The once accessible source stone veins in the desolate mountains had become a distant dream, with the universe sacred land extending a hand to the Lu family. He finally had a place to call home. "Ming Fanyan, take them back to the universe sacred land," old Lady Ming instructed after a brief nod. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at the direction from which the Emperor's might had been unleashed, then turned and left as lightly as she had arrived. Once old Lady Jiu had departed, Meng Fanyan breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the Lu family members favored by her, a smirk creeping onto his lips. As the Holy Son, he knew that the Lu family within the universe sacred land would have to regard him with respect. This ignited a flicker of hope regarding his potential connection with Lu Ruyan, especially given the rumors that Yixingchen had lost everything. Before leaving, Ming Fanyan clearly had no intention of letting matters rest. He remarked to Qin Hengyu with a hint of sarcasm, blind to the golden jade. "The Lu family possesses truly remarkable talents, yet some lack the capacity to appreciate them, squandering such potential." His remarks were directed towards Yixingchen. The extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the Jianmu, and what might be the celestial palace of the heavenly court, each a testament to their uniqueness. Qin Hengyu, having overheard Meng Fanyan's words, almost retorted, "Indeed, without a modicum of strength, one cannot possibly perceive horse manure as gold." Humph. A single remark from Qin Hengyu nearly caused Meng Fanyan to choke on his own blood, particularly given his already injured state. Unable to devise a suitable retort, he could only scoff disdainfully before turning to depart. As Qin Hengyu observed with the eye of fortune upon Meng Fanyan's departure, he noted a peculiar transformation, a violet fortune gradually shifting to a shade of blue. In contrast, Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan's fortunes, having undergone tumultuous changes, were slowly on the mend, seemingly drawing from the surrounding aura. This was evidently uncontrollable, potentially leading to a grand misfortune. For this reason, the Huanyu sacred land was willing to accept the Lu family. He would merely watch the spectacle unfold, ready to intervene decisively when the moment arose. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yi couldn't contain her amusement after Ming Fanyan's exit. Qin Hengyu's remark about mistaking horse manure for gold had genuinely tickled her fancy. After stifling her laughter, she turned her attention to Qin Hengyu, inquiring, "Your Highness, I am astonished to learn that there truly exists a source stone vein in the desolate mountains. How was this discovery made? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Her voice dripped with charm, clearly aiming to captivate Qin Hengyu's interest. As men grow in strength, it is often observed that women are instinctively drawn to them, becoming more proactive in their affections. Chapter 31. From the wolf's den to the tiger's lair. Before Qin Hengyu could respond, Zhang Roshua took the initiative to speak. "Sister Lu, this is a well-guarded secret of our great Qin sacred land. If Sister Lu is truly interested, you are most welcome to visit the great Qin sacred land and experience it for yourself." Zhang Roshua also winked playfully, exuding an irresistible charm. Qin Hengyu did not fully grasp the underlying intrigue, yet he shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "Saintess Lu, if the Starry Pavilion wishes to engage in the business of source stones in the future, we could certainly discuss it. Zhang Roshue remained mostly silent during this serious discussion. Lin Yi, however, responded earnestly when it came to the matter of importance, stating, "I will inform the elders of the Starry Pavilion." Since the emperor had resolved the matter, it was likely he would need to attend to the mineral veins, prompting Dan Yin to take her leave. At this juncture, Meng Danyan also made her appearance, gracefully excusing herself. With the affair concluded, it was probably time to usher others out. It would be better to depart on her own accord. Of course, Meng Danyan also harbored a desire to showcase herself, as the silver bells adorning her attire jingled melodiously with each step. Farewell. Qin Hengyu gave a slight wave to Meng Danyan. This woman had her own enigmatic storyline in the original narrative. After both Meng Danyan and Lu Yi departed, the remaining spectators gradually dispersed. After all, this was the territory of the great Qin sacred land. It was inevitable that fortifications would soon be established here to safeguard and mine the precious stones. Depending on the quality of the source stones, there would be varying methods of processing. Some would undoubtedly yield treasures extracted from within, while others could be used for gambling in the capital city. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Hengyu sat down and commenced his cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique. The number of insights he gained was a reward from the system. Having subdued Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, he found that a considerable amount of luck lingered in the air around him, while others might struggle to absorb it for him. It was a simple endeavor. After absorbing the fortunes with the celestial devouring technique, Qin Hengyu's own fortunes underwent a transformation once more. The edges of his orange fortune now displayed hints of yellow, indicating a steady yet favorable enhancement of his luck. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the fortune, he realized the necessity of returning to the underground palace to engage in a period of cultivation. Prior to this, he would naturally employ the source heaven technique to elucidate the conditions of the source stones within the relevant mineral veins, thereby facilitating the sacred land's extraction efforts. Given that the source heaven technique carries certain side effects, he resolved to use it liberally, addressing any subsequent issues as they arose. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, in a shadowy underworld, a decayed aura lingered, accompanied by a sluggish black river where time flowed at an agonizingly slow pace. By the riverbank stood several elderly figures draped in ancient black robes, engaged in hushed, raspy conversations. Initially concerned about Qin Ing potentially pursuing them from the spirit realm, they noted that he had not followed, though he was likely still alive. That was a remnant of the Emperor's strike. And they contemplated the remaining trump cards of the great Qin sacred land. There was no rush. They could afford to remain in slumber for a while longer. With the child of destiny emerging, calculations indicated intervention was imperative. With the blessing of destiny, they could more effectively bring about the downfall of the great Qin. This was only fitting. However, it seemed the child of destiny had encountered unforeseen complications. Originally intended for the great Qin sacred land, he had been expelled, facing a life-threatening crisis, possibly detected by Qin Ing, prompting precautionary measures and testing. Now, having entered the universal sacred land, the child of destiny was safe, and a guardian had been chosen for him. After their discussions, a black tombstone nearby began to emanate light, accompanied by the cawing of crows, seemingly serving as a reminder. A dark shadow manifested upon the tombstone, revealing the venerable Nine Granny of the universal sacred land, who respectfully bowed to the elderly figure in black robes before her. "Greetings. Esteemed lords," she addressed them. Though her appearance was aged, her voice had transformed into that of a youthful maiden, imbued with an eerie quality. "What is the matter?" inquired one of the black-robed elders, seeking clarity. "My lords, all is proceeding smoothly. Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan have both been brought back to the universal sacred land. However, Yi Xingqian has been rendered a eunuch," Nine Granny revealed, disclosing an unexpected turn of events. She discerned the black-clad figure's particular interest in Yi Xingqian and thus deemed it necessary to mention this matter. "Not to worry, once his cultivation level rises slightly, we shall provide him with the necessary regenerative potions. Rest assured, the desired skin will be delivered alongside it," one of the black-robed elders suggested after a brief moment of contemplation. "Skin?" Upon hearing that her desired skin could also be included, Nine Granny erupted into a fit of laughter, her wrinkled face quivering with delight. "In the time to come, you must diligently fulfill your role as Yi Xingqian's guardian. Do you understand?" The cloaked elders evidently had no intention of bestowing benefits without conditions, laying out future tasks. Indeed, under the promise of substantial rewards, Granny Jiu readily acquiesced. After a brief exchange, the gravestone dimmed, and the crow upon it succumbed once more to a profound silence, as if petrified, remaining motionless atop the monument. In the sacred land of the universe, Granny Jiu regarded the now silent gravestone, chuckling softly to herself. After a considerable moment, the creaking of her old frame finally ceased. She then exited her cave dwelling to check on Meng Fanyan, who was accompanied by Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. Both had ingested some healing elixirs, and their complexions had improved significantly. Yet, Yi Xingchen's nose bore a sanguine wound, a stark reminder of their ordeal. If they were aware of the concept of Voldemort, they would certainly refer to him as such. Approaching the unconscious Yi Xingchen, Granny Jiu completely disregarded Lu and the others, tenderly caressing various parts of Yi Xingchen's body. The entire motion, coupled with her soft, affectionate murmurs, elicited an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it, particularly around Yi Xingchen's vulnerable form, which seemed to garner her peculiar fondness. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, wishing to evade Granny Jiu's attention, yet it was futile. Granny Jiu had no intention of letting Lu Ruyan escape her scrutiny. Approaching Lu Ruyan as if appraising a slave, she inspected her teeth and pinched her flesh, remarking, "This girl is quite appealing." Her tone left no room for dissent. "Granny?" Meng Fanyan looked at Granny Jiu in disbelief, realizing that even Lu Ruyan was not spared from her gaze, feeling a pang of reluctance. "What a useless wretch," Granny Jiu noted, fully aware of Meng Fanyan's injuries from the heavenly oath, which made recovery exceedingly difficult. With a flick of her sleeve, he was unceremoniously hurled away. "Granny!" Meng Fanyan felt as if struck by lightning, incredulous at her actions. Previously, he had been her favored one, but now it seemed that he had fallen from grace. Granny Jiu clearly harbored disdain for Meng Fanyan, who was merely a plaything in her eyes. Witnessing Meng Fanyan's plight, Lu Ruyan's fear of Granny Jiu deepened. "Sweet words please me. You must diligently cultivate your skills to surpass Qin Hengyu and exact your revenge. Otherwise, you shall remain merely a toy." Granny Jiu said with a smile, her tone almost maternal, though her expression was overshadowed by a more sinister undertone. "Very well, Granny," Lu Ruyan responded, though an inexplicable chill coursed down her spine, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a den of wolves only to stumble into a lair of tigers. "You all should focus on your recovery," she concluded. Aunt Jiu continued to speak. Lu Ruyan, relieved by Aunt Jiu's lack of further elaboration, let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 32. When you and I were together, did my brother-in-law attack? In the great Qin sacred land, after concluding matters concerning the desolate mountains, Qin Hengyu, under escort, returned to the great Qin sacred land. Due to the necessity of a sufficient number of slaves for mining, an organization was required. Qin Hengyu thus came to realize that the great Qin still operated under the archaic institution of slavery. This system was undeniably regressive. He recalled from the original narrative that the great Qin Empire, under the dominion of the sacred land, experienced a slave uprising during its decline, which accelerated its fragmentation in the later stages. It was imperative to implement certain reforms. While the outright abolition of slavery might lead to challenges in governance, it would be more prudent to allow slaves to gradually earn their freedom through a more manageable process. Qin Hengyu instructed Jiang Zhan to bring forth the records of the slaves. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a familiar name among them, Zhang Shanyang. This was an elderly man devoid of any cultivation, yet he commanded great respect among the slaves, serving almost as a sage. He had played a significant role in the slave rebellion, even managing to persuade a formidable warrior to unite and form a faction. Later, the protagonist found himself in need of Zhang Shanyang's insights, acquiring crucial information from him. Qin Hengyu summoned Zhang Yang over. Among the throng of slaves, a stir arose as Zhang Yang emerged. Uncertain of the reason for the esteemed one's summons, Zhang Yang, though aged, possessed an air of dignity and composure. His eyes sparkled with vitality, revealing that, despite the absence of martial prowess and the passage of time, his spirit far surpassed that of ordinary men. What could have led him to a life of servitude? Qin Hengyu inquired about the reasons that led the elder to become a slave. The elder bowed his head and replied, "The Wildstar clan is ignorant of the true doctrine and has committed numerous offenses. Thus, I have been enslaved. The territory ruled by the sacred land of the Great Qin does not encompass even a fragment of the imperial star. This celestial expanse is known as the Dao Domain, with the imperial star residing at its heart, divided into 5 regions and 13 states, each clan and family vying for their share of the imperial star, engaging in warfare against the planets of the Dao Domain to extract resources for their cultivation. Consequently, certain planets inhabited by both humans and alien races fall prey to invasion. In essence, these individuals became slaves due to the Great Qin Empire's aggression, yet the elder's words are indeed thought-provoking. It seems he bears no animosity, rather, through his enslavement, He has gained a broader perspective. From this viewpoint, his response is quite pleasant to hear. If one could genuinely adopt such a mindset, it would be even better. Thus, I grant you a path to salvation. Currently, mining can be counted towards merit. Upon achieving sufficient merit, your slave status can be revoked, and you shall become a Qin citizen. Until your status as slaves is lifted, all will be treated as Qin people. You and your friends may also share in this merit, working together to eradicate your slave status. After the removal of your bondage, arrangements will be made for your settlement. Are you willing? Qin Hengyu also proposed a solution. The term slave is merely nominal, by first arranging equal conditions and then granting emancipation. One can facilitate better integration for the other party. Otherwise, directly freeing someone from their status as a slave might incite conflict and animosity, leading the individual to forget the kindness shown and fail to appreciate it. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhang Shanyang's already bright eyes sparkled even more. He understood all too well what this signified. His tribe and kin had the opportunity to become the formidable Qin people. Both identity and status would undergo a transformation. As the emperor's son, Qin Hengyu is the sole arbiter of his own destiny. Initially a slave, destined to remain one for eternity. It is a rarity in this world to hear of a slave having the opportunity to alter their fate. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities are often powerless to effect such a change. The emperor's son granting oneself and others this chance is akin to a rebirth. Moreover, the treatment afforded to the Qin people entails the privilege of cultivation and learning. For the sake of my kin, I pledge my service. In this life, I willingly endure for the emperor's son. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Shanyang was so moved that he knelt down in reverence. Fear not, my esteemed elder. Your clan shall unite with mine, and together we shall thrive as one. Qin Hengyu gently raised his hand, aiding the elder to rise. Subsequently, Zhang Shanyang returned to the throng of slaves, speaking of the event in a dialect that resonated with his fellow clansmen, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers among the group. Some, still in disbelief, posed inquiries in Qin language, questioning the veracity of the news. The soldiers nearby, however, responded with assurance, "Fear not. The words of the imperial son are as solid as a mountain. Would he deceive you?" Although the soldiers remained unaware of Qin Hengyu's motives, his recent actions had begun to instill trust within them. After all, possessing formidable strength and the ability to lead the great Qin sacred land to discover the source of or veins was no ordinary feat for an imperial son. The cheers grew even louder, as it seemed the great Qin sacred land had gained a renewed vitality. After Qin Hengyu concluded the handling of this batch of slaves, he intended to extend the system outward. However, this inevitably required the establishment of a new dynasty, in a realm that intertwines the fantastical with feudal structures. A power can be governed in the form of sects or factions akin to the great Qin sacred land, or it may evolve into a dynastic state. Generally speaking, during periods of contraction, it is characterized as the great Qin sacred land, while in times of proactivity and aggression, it transforms into the status of an imperial dynasty. At that juncture, the establishment of a new dynasty would be essential, necessitating the organization of the imperial foundation. Qin Hengyu intends to revive the sacred land of the Great Qin and transform it into the Great Qin Empire to confront the impending crises. Meanwhile, the brothers of Jiang Roshue have caught wind of the close relationship between Jiang Roshue and Qin Hengyu. Furthermore, Qin Hengyu emerged from his sister's palace. The two of them entwined in intimacy. Damn it! The expressions of several individuals instantly shifted. It had long been anticipated that Qin Hengyu had not harbored good intentions since his last appearance. Qin Hengyu undoubtedly spied on his sister while she was bathing, leading to an illicit relationship. His sister, possessing a gentle disposition, was too embarrassed to voice her grievances, resulting in their clandestine union. Sneaking into his sister's quarters to engage in such indecorous behavior is nothing short of disgraceful. Is this not a provocation to the might of his several elder brothers? How outrageous. Or perhaps, after their previous collaboration, he believes he can act with impunity? Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yizhan and others gathered together, intent on confronting Qin Hengyu with the intention of administering a sound thrashing. How dare he bully my sister, regardless of his status as an imperial scion? He should brace himself for a severe beating. 12 formidable auras converged, advancing toward Qin Hengyu. Simultaneously, after concluding matters concerning the slaves, Qin Hengyu arrived at Jiang Roshua's palace, intending to rest briefly before entering the underground palace to cultivate. Jiang Roshue was gently massaging his temples, softly advising, "Brother Qin, do not overexert yourself." She had observed that Qin Hengyu seemed somewhat troubled lately. The enhancement of his cultivation and abilities demanded considerable energy, not to mention the necessity of allocating a portion of his focus to the great Qin sacred land and to her. In the past, when the imperial scion was blissfully naive, such worries were absent. It's all for your protection, he reassured her. If the great Qin sacred land were to fall, we would become mere pawns, and I would be the fish on the chopping block. Qin Hengyu chuckled, relishing the current days. They were far more luxurious compared to the toilsome existence of his past life. However, the impending demise of his father, the esteemed Emperor Qin Hengyu, loomed over him, instilling a sense of urgency to acquire the strength necessary for self-preservation. Brother Qin is the best. Just as Jiang Roshue indulged in tender moments with him, 12 figures emerged, their presence imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 33. Triumph over the brother-in-law to win the heart of a beauty. Jiang Roshue, reveling in her conversation with her brother Qin, suddenly sensed the murderous intent radiating from her own brothers as they approached. "Brothers, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, feeling that her intimate moment with Qin Hengyu was rudely interrupted by her brothers, who were encroaching with unfriendly expressions. "Sister, this is a matter for us men. Please stand aside," Jiang Yijan asserted, stepping forward. In his eyes, it was evident that his sister had been coerced by Qin Hengyu into performing menial tasks. A blatant disregard for her dignity. After the arrival of the 12 brothers from the Jiang family, Qin Hengyu immediately realized that their visit was for Jiang Rousno. In his previous life, he had heard of the term sister complex. These 12 brothers indeed held a deep affection for Jiang Rousno. When she sacrificed herself to shield him from a blade, they were filled with rage and ultimately departed with her lifeless body, without directing any hostility towards him. However, from that moment onward, their paths diverged. In the original narrative, only one brother, Jiang Yijan, remained, still consumed by the desire for vengeance for his sister. To be frank, Qin Hengyu is not inclined to wield his power to intimidate others. Rather, he prefers to resolve the matter through means befitting men. His objective is to demonstrate his capability to protect Jiang Roshue. "Shuer, allow me to handle this." "Be good. I will manage it well. There is nothing to worry about." As Jiang Roshue stepped forward, Qin Hengyu grasped her hand and gently pulled her behind him, positioning himself in front. This was commendable. Jiang Yijan observed Qin Hengyu's proactive stance and nodded in approval. Had Qin Hengyu chosen to remain behind his sister, it would have reflected poorly on him. By stepping forward, he inadvertently facilitated a resolution. What level of mastery does the esteemed young lord possess? Previously, Jiang Yijan had expressed his indignation and contemplated a confrontation. Yet given Qin Hengyu's distinguished identity, even in the face of aggression, a justifiable pretext would be necessary. He stood at the first level of the divine ability realm. Qin Hengyu did not conceal much. He estimated that the method for resolving issues among men often resorted to physical confrontation. Jiang 12, possessing the first level of the divine ability realm yet lacking any learned abilities, was invited to engage in a duel. "If you defeat him, we shall discuss further," Jiang Yijan continued. The approach was nearly identical to what Qin Hengyu had envisioned. "Very well." Without hesitation, Qin Hengyu agreed. This form of combat posed minimal risk, and he sought to gauge the true extent of his own strength. Yi Xingqian had unleashed his full power, leading to a swift resolution. However, Qin had yet to experience a more prolonged and evenly matched confrontation. Simultaneously, as the guardian, Jiang Zhan did not make an appearance. Tacitly accepting that Jiang Roshue and Qin Hengyu were together, a decision orchestrated by the emperor himself. The willingness of his sons to engage Qin Hengyu in battle stemmed from the camaraderie of their generation, ultimately benefiting the Jiang family in the long run. Thus, what reason was there for him to intervene? Qin Hengyu and Jiang Yijan, among others, appeared in the square before the palace. Jiang Roshue hesitated, her face etched with concern. One was her beloved elder brother, while the other was her biological brother. Upon arriving at the square, Qin Hengyu and Jiang Shire were met with an immediate assault from Jiang Shire, his fist directed menacingly towards Qin's eyes. This blow could not be disregarded. To evade it would be to sacrifice one's dignity. The technique employed was none other than the true dragon fist. Qin Hengyu erupted with an imposing aura, responding with his own martial prowess. With a more extensive reservoir of energy and being a congenital holy body, his punch, surprisingly, reached its target first. Jiang 12 found himself at a disadvantage, sent flying by a single strike. Jiang 12? Among the 12 brothers of the Jiang family, none anticipated that Jiang 12 would be struck down so effortlessly, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Do not underestimate your opponent, Jiang Yizhan admonished sternly. Jiang 12, feeling the impact, rolled over and surged forward once more, summoning the ominous manifestation of his energy, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The malevolence emanating from this vision could instill terror in his adversaries, while simultaneously dispelling certain mental assaults. He also unleashed a technique known as Blood Fiend Palm, which, when coupled with his manifestation, amplified its potency by over tenfold compared to ordinary methods. Jiang 12 was now entirely earnest in his efforts. Alas, Qin Hengyu is never lacking in extraordinary visions. Immediately, a scene that left the Jiang brothers astounded unfolded, courtesy of Qin Hengyu. As the spiritual energy erupted from Qin Hengyu's dantian, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded upon the vast sea, where a resplendent golden moon began its gradual ascent amidst the azure waters. The silvery moonlight cascaded gently, enveloping the surroundings in a tranquil glow. However, the mere presence of this moonlight caused Jiang 12 to slow his movements. It was only after the surge of blood light enveloped him that he managed to evade further control. A golden carp leaped over the dragon gate, transforming its upper body into that of a dragon. At this moment, Qin Hengyu was enveloped in a radiant golden light, which not only adorned his body with dragon scales but also cloaked him in a resplendent aura, significantly augmenting his overall prowess by nearly tenfold. The carp that had transformed into a true dragon leaped forth, seemingly capable of engaging in battle with vibrant vitality. Yet, the extraordinary phenomena were far from over. A towering snow-capped mountain, emanating an astonishing chill, revealed an ice phoenix soaring majestically, emerging from the pinnacle of the snow peak, accompanied by frost and icy blades. Upon witnessing these three manifestations, Jiang Shire was left utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, rather than experiencing an enhancement in his movements, he found himself considerably diminished. As Qin Hengyu summoned three distinct visions, he proactively launched an attack, effortlessly sending Jiang Shire flying with a single strike known as the Skyward Leg. Displeased by the frigid atmosphere, he conjured frost around him and invoked another vision. The fire ape, burdened by the mountain, emerged from within a volcano. A colossal fire ape grasped an iron rod, rising from the molten depths and surveying its surroundings. In an instant, the frost that had just formed melted away. Astonished, the Jiang brothers observed Qin Hengyu, feeling an unfamiliar sense of awe. When did the anomalies in Qin Hengyu's qi manifest? There were precisely 4 anomalies. Was there not a time when none existed? Meanwhile, Jiang Ro contemplated that if her elder brother Qin were to be struck, she would rush to his aid. However, upon witnessing her 12th brother being sent flying by a single punch and kick, followed by the sight of Qin's qi radiating such formidable energy, she could not help but blink in astonishment. Brother Qin has truly become increasingly formidable. Surely, he has endured numerous hardships along the way, which evokes a sense of compassion. Hiki, taking the initiative in the hot spring pool that day certainly reaped its benefits. Now, it seems that I have managed to keep Brother Qin close by my side. Moving forward, I shall ensure that my dear brothers heed Brother Qin's counsel more often. They are solely focused on their cultivation and have fallen behind him. If only the Jiang brothers were aware of Jiang Rushue's feelings, they would surely be overwhelmed with despair. Qin Hengyu gazed at Jiang Shire on the ground. Beginning to comprehend his own position of strength, he estimated that he could likely contend across 3 minor realms in battle. After all, his celestial palace had yet to reveal its full grandeur, and under the oppressive weight of his spiritual aura, Jiang Shire would fare even worse. I have not yet been entirely defeated. Once again rising to his feet, Jiang Shire unveiled his celestial palace, which took the form of a grand mound, a high tomb constructed from the remains of fallen foes, exuding an aura of lethal intent. 12th brother, step back. You have lost. Jiang Yizhan interjected, commanding Jiang Shire to withdraw. Jiang Shire held great respect for his elder brother, and despite his reluctance, he complied and stepped back. Next I, in the name of Brother Rushue, sought an audience with the Emperor's son, hoping for nothing but the unvarnished truth. Might the Emperor's son possess the audacity to clandestinely infiltrate my sister's chamber, to spy upon her as she bathed, and subject her to indignities? Jiang Yizhan broached the delicate matter concerning his sister's virtue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rushue's face flushed crimson, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Were her brothers truly so obtuse? How could they speak so indiscreetly? What was once a trivial matter had become a threat to her honor through their words. They were utterly dense. Jiang Zhan, upon hearing this, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Were they all made of wood? How could one discuss such matters so openly? What absurdity! Jiang Zhan found himself compelled to intervene, chastising his sons. Even if such an event had transpired, it should not be spoken of so brazenly. Family matters and private affairs should not be paraded so publicly. One must uphold his daughter's dignity while also considering Qin Hengyu's status. Father. It is not as my brothers have portrayed, Jiang Ruxue interjected anxiously upon her father's arrival. After I finished bathing, the emperor's son appeared in the palace, seemingly returned by the emperor himself. She deliberately glossed over the scene in the hot spring. Upon hearing Jiang Ruxue's account, Jiang Yizhan and the others exchanged uncertain glances, pondering whether they had truly misunderstood. Chapter 34. In the realm of divine powers, one is spoiled for choice and techniques. Qin Hengyu, in all honesty, intended to speak candidly. It was a matter of mutual affection, stemming from emotion yet entangled in propriety. Upon hearing Jiang Ruxue's words, he recognized her modesty and chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, when Jiang Zhan made his appearance, he respectfully addressed him as Uncle Jiang. Acknowledging the esteemed figure before him, Jiang Zhan inclined his head slightly in response. In truth, Qin Hengyu was acutely aware that Jiang Zhan was nearby, serving as a guardian. At times, he found it somewhat provocative to consider that while he was pursuing the affections of someone, Jiang Zhan's father was in close proximity. When Jiang Zhan made his entrance, he was sure to observe the necessary formalities and address him respectfully. Look at you all. Each of you has been lax in your cultivation. The talent of the imperial scion is no less than yours, and yet you deem yourselves worthy of being surpassed? Furthermore, you act without thought, seeking to tarnish your sister's honor? Jiang Zhan offered a faint smile to Qin Hengyu before turning to his sons, whereupon he began to reprimand them vociferously. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the extraordinary manifestation exhibited by Qin Hengyu, merely from the standpoint of presence. He exuded the authority of an imperial scion, albeit slightly lacking in realm. Considering the remarkable transformation Qin Hengyu underwent in merely a month, it was indeed rare. Had it been the previous imperial scion, he could scarcely envision the future of the great Qin sacred land. Upon hearing Jiang Zhan's words, Qin Hengyu felt a touch of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. In truth, his mastery of the swallowing heaven demon technique, coupled with the continual enhancement of his fortune through Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, did not require particularly strenuous effort. Conversely, Jiang Zhan had indeed experienced a plethora of events, both commendable and regrettable. He had engaged in actions that one should and should not undertake, adopting both appropriate and inappropriate postures. However, with Jiang Zhan having stated his perspective, it seemed imprudent for Qin Hengyu to interject, as doing so might lead to misunderstandings and render him a hypocrite. The Jiang brothers, having faced reprimand from their own kin, naturally refrained from retorting. On one hand, it was clear that Jiang 12 had indeed been bested in combat. On the other, the misunderstanding regarding the relationship between his sister and Qin Hengyu was a misjudgment on their part. We apologize for the misunderstanding. The Jiang brothers expressed their contrition after receiving their scolding, their demeanor reflecting sincerity. It is of no concern. The unexpected circumstances surrounding the teleportation location naturally led to such misunderstandings. Qin Hengyu opened his eyes and spoke with utter nonsense, displaying remarkable tolerance and magnanimity in order to let the matter pass. At this moment, the relationship between Qin Hengyu and the Jiang brothers is gradually improving. Subsequently, the Jiang brothers also took their leave. After they had exited a certain area, Jiang Yizhan and several of his elder brothers swiftly surrounded Jiang Shire. Jiang Shire, observing your martial skills appear rather unrefined, it seems we must dedicate ourselves to training with you, they declared. Indeed, indeed. The Jiang brothers felt a pang of disappointment, naturally directing their focus towards Jiang Shire. Their dissatisfaction with his performance was palpable. Isn't it simply because I am a bit younger? Jiang Shire attempted to defend himself, but it proved futile. Instantly, his brothers clasped him by the shoulders, saying, "Yes, it is precisely your youth that compels us, as older brothers, to shower you with even more affection." Jiang Zhan also found an excuse to retreat once more. Qin Hengyu remained in Jiang Ruxue's chamber, indulging once more in intimacy. It can be said that the brother-in-law has fully immersed himself in the realm of affection, as the two found themselves once again entwined in tender whispers and gentle caresses. Thus, another evening of relaxation unfolded. Qin Hengyu reluctantly departed from Jiang Ruxue's palace, making his way to the underground palace, intent on mastering the realm of divine abilities. Prior to this, Qin Hengyu did not intend to seek out other warrior families as he once did with Jiang Zhan. The situation has evolved. As the son of an emperor, even if he has erred in the past, there is no need for him to humbly admit his faults. One instance may be excusable, but repeated admissions could signify weakness. Even during his dealings with the Jiang family, he did not adopt a sycophantic approach. Rather, he opted for an equitable exchange. A sycophant never attains true love, just as an emperor cannot acquire power through mere supplication. True power must be obtained through dominion or negotiation. Your pleas and vulnerabilities will only serve to misalign the hierarchy between subordinates. Now, with the Jiang family being the first to stand by him in his resurgence, they will reap substantial rewards from the source stone mines, setting an exemplary precedent. It is anticipated that upon his return from the underground palace, the entire Qin sacred land will witness significant transformations, akin to a dormant dragon gradually awakening. Within the palace, a perpetual lamp shines, never to extinguish. Father, I have returned. Upon returning to the subterranean palace, Qin Hengyu felt as though he had returned home, calling out with an air of familiarity. This was indeed his greatest source of confidence. Qin Hengyu harbored no doubts regarding the ulterior motives of his imperial father. After all, he was the emperor. Had he wished to act against him, the outcome would have long been dire. In the original narrative, it was only after the emperor's demise that the fate of the protagonist began to shift. Thus, it was his seemingly benevolent imperial father who had always served as his steadfast pillar of support. With that pillar now fallen, misfortune ensued. My son, your emperor's strike has been expended, yet there remains more here. As Qin spoke, offerings materialized in the air. Several jade tablets emerged, each inscribed with a solitary character in Qin script, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, these were the very strikes capable of vanquishing a saintly-tier adversary. How serene! Qin Hengyu, showing no restraint, collected these great emperors with a single strike, while expressing concern. Father, you must take good care of your health. Indeed. With the resurgence of traitors who have betrayed the Dao domain to ally with the dark races, it is imperative that I ensure your safety. In Qin Ying's voice, there lingered a note of concern. A traitor? His experience of traversing through the narrative, coupled with the identity of the emperor's son, rendered him quite familiar with this name. The dark race exists in another realm, said to dwell beyond the spirit world. They are inherently cursed and corrosive, capable of devouring the lives of other star domains to grow stronger and often instigate wars themselves. Given that the dark race possesses a cultivation system and heritage, some individuals within the Dao realm have chosen the path of betrayal. These entities remain shrouded in mystery. In the original narrative, they were not extensively described, as the primary focus was on the romantic endeavors of the destined child. Encounters with the dark race's traitors were akin to mere skirmishes. A single clash would shatter them, often yielding a bounty of valuable items. Ultimately, the plot of the original work concluded amidst preparations for battle, leaving the outcome of the conflict shrouded in uncertainty, leading some to criticize it for an unsatisfactory ending. Qin Hengyu furrowed his brow. Could it be that Yu Xingqian, the fated child, has ties to the dark races? Thus, one must remain vigilant. If the fated child Yu Xingqian and Lu Rian are indeed connected to the dark races, then I cannot afford to let my guard down. My son is already aware and will certainly take the necessary precautions. Qin Hengyu spoke earnestly. At this moment, he increasingly understood the adage that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The mere ability to conjure so many formidable strikes of the great emperors makes the phrase father resonate profoundly. First, he must cultivate the realm of divine powers. As the name suggests, pertains to the cultivation of various divine abilities. There exists the heavenly foot, the heavenly eye, the heart's perception, the heavenly ear, the fate connection, as well as the 1,000-mile eye, the wind-listening ear, the fiery eye, the celestial gaze, and the sixth ear. The 5 organs of divine powers comprise the indestructible, the wood spirit, the earth walker, the fire controller, and the water escapist. Moreover, one must not overlook the dauntless courage and the insatiable appetite for devouring. Divine powers manifest in myriad forms, with countless lineages and traditions, making them ever unpredictable. Regarding scriptures, he had genuinely comprehended a considerable amount. The Taoist scriptures on divine powers delineate the 6 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and thought. The ancestral royal scripture from his esteemed father contains a singular divine power, encapsulated in one word: unity. This can amalgamate physical strength, unleashing several-fold power, thereby enabling one to transcend the mundane and inch closer to divinity in all facets of the body. This divine power is by no means weak. In fact, it is notably comprehensive. Yet, at this moment, he found himself somewhat dazzled by the array of choices he owned for every divine power. Yet the thought of acquiring one while forsaking the others bore a resemblance to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. Was he truly contemplating the scriptures of divine powers? As Qin Hengyu grappled with his indecision, a voice resonated from Qin Ying's side. He was clinging to life, yet his spirit soared. Witnessing Qin Hengyu's growth brought him unparalleled joy. Father, I have been greedy. Now, having comprehended the Tao scriptures and the true Sun scriptures, alongside my father's ancestral royal scripture, I find myself bewildered amidst the divine powers. Qin Hengyu did not conceal his thoughts. He indeed encountered some difficulties in his cultivation. Qin Ying's strength surpassed his own, and having lived longer, he undoubtedly possessed superior insights. To refrain from seeking guidance and to blindly pursue cultivation would ultimately lead to one's own detriment. Perhaps one might consider trying this approach. Upon grasping the situation, Qin Ying spoke. As his voice echoed, the mechanisms of the entire underground palace stirred to life, revealing a square abyss in what was once an unblemished floor. At its center, a lotus-shaped dais began to rise gradually. At the heart of the lotus's form lay a tattered piece of parchment, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, how could anything cherished by the emperor be deemed ordinary? Chapter 35, Fragments of Celestial Artifacts, a gift from the emperor's father. Qin Ying truly revealed the most treasured possessions he had kept hidden. For it is undeniable that these items played an instrumental role in his ascension to becoming a great emperor and in his longevity. How could a mere boy from the frontier bridge the chasm that separated him from those favored by the heavens? Beyond the ethereal notions of talent and willpower, a tangible foundation was undoubtedly essential. Qin Ying elucidated. The yin-yang diagram is attributed to an emperor known as Tai Xian, who, according to legend, was the first sovereign to transcend the mortal realm and attain the celestial abode. Though this treasure is but a fragment, it has accompanied me closely, allowing me to comprehend the supreme divine arts. Now, I bestow it upon you. Perhaps you will glean some insight from it? Prior to this, Qin Ying had not presented the fragments of the yin-yang diagram to Qin Hengyu, who remained in a state of profound confusion and disorientation. The more valuable items Qin Hengyu possessed, the greater the likelihood of attracting calamity. One should not underestimate seemingly worn and ordinary objects, for they often go unnoticed. An individual of noble status, adorned with such humble artifacts, may easily become the subject of suspicion regarding hidden treasures. As a prince, even a common stone could be sold as a source stone, drawing buyers without a hint of doubt. A rope tied to a cabbage reflects its price, while the same rope, when affixed to poultry, signifies a different value. It is not the rope that has elevated in worth, but rather the rope has borrowed the identity and value of the poultry. Status and position imbue certain superficial values. Qin Hengyu, oblivious to Qin Ying's thoughts, experienced a moment of enlightenment as the blueprints fluttered before him. The moment of realization was triumphant. Suddenly, insights began to emerge from the recesses of his mind. The Taishin classic, particularly its chapter on divine abilities, one must first cultivate the primordial energy of heaven and earth, then separate this energy into the dual forces of yin and yang. Through these dual forces, one can refine divine powers, thus dividing one into two, two into three, and three birthing myriad creations. The framework is undeniably vast. The Taishin classic encompasses a formidable divine ability known as the transformation of one into three purities. The primordial energy can be differentiated into three formidable avatars, each considered an independent facet of oneself, yet possessing a profound connection of mutual understanding. However, after employing this divine ability, it becomes exceedingly challenging to wield any other powers. Divine abilities impose certain requisites on one's strength. Therefore, individuals lacking innate talent find it arduous to cultivate potent divine powers. Even if they succeed, they remain unaware of their accomplishments and cannot transcend their boundaries. Upon attaining enlightenment, Qin Hengyu immediately embarked upon his cultivation journey. It must be said that fortune had indeed smiled upon him. The primordial energy, the essence closest to the source, is also known as the source qi. Remarkably, within the bodies of the celestial beings he absorbed, there existed attributes related to both the Taiyin and the Sun. With this foundation established, a wisp of primordial energy swiftly coalesced. In other words, while others toil and struggle to cultivate primordial energy, he merely needs to inhale and absorb. Increasingly resembling a villain. A villain he may be, but possessing strength is what truly matters. Upon discovering that he had mastered the Tai Xian Jing, Qin Hengyu realized that he could not only wield a myriad of divine abilities but also unify them harmoniously, ensuring that they would not conflict with one another. Success. Qin Hengyu never anticipated that the troubles that plagued him would be resolved so swiftly. Meanwhile, Qin Ning also sensed the transformation in Qin Hengyu and immediately expressed his joy. "My son, have you truly attained enlightenment?" His voice resonated with heartfelt delight. "Father, I have comprehended the divine passages of the Taishan scripture and have condensed a modicum of primordial energy." Upon hearing Qin Ying's words, Qin Hengyu slightly raised his hand. It seemed as though a gentle breeze danced within it. This was the enigmatic essence of primordial power. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Indeed. This is the path I have pondered deeply yet found elusive. I have only grasped a singular principle I refer to as unity. Your understanding has already surpassed that of your father." As Qin gazed upon that thread of primordial energy, a sudden clarity washed over him. It seemed as though many questions had finally found their answers within his heart. Previously, he had pondered what it was that rendered Taishan so extraordinary. After this moment of enlightenment, the power coursing through Qin Ning began to evolve uncontrollably, with a radiant spectrum of colors gradually unfurling around him. Was his father on the verge of a breakthrough? Qin Hengyu silently clicked his tongue. Does this mean that one can live even longer? Is there such a fortunate occurrence? Father, it appears you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps it would be best to return this fragment of the yin-yang diagram to you, Father. Qin Hengyu was uncertain about the significance of the fragments of the yin-yang diagram for Qin Ning, and thus he hastily presented them, having already comprehended the Taishan canon. He felt sufficiently accomplished. "My son, why not nurture the fragments of the yin-yang diagram within your Qi? With your innate power, you will be better equipped to unleash their potential and more readily discover other fragments than I could. Should we attain the complete yin-yang diagram of Taishan, we might just catch a glimpse of the celestial realm beyond the emperors, surpassing Hengyu in strength." Qin Ning did not pursue the matter any further. Just moments ago, his son Qin Hengyu had displayed remarkable vitality, which had provided him with some insights. However, he had already exhausted his potential and found it exceedingly difficult to achieve another breakthrough. All he could do was extend his life for a few more years. Thus, he had shifted his thoughts away from the prospect of Qin Hengyu ascending to the rank of emperor. In his eyes, Qin Hengyu possessed the demeanor of an emperor, and it would be effortless for him to attain that title in the future. The only question that remained was how far he could go after achieving such a status. Qin Ning remained in a deep slumber within the obsidian dragon coffin, while the fragments of the yin-yang diagram resembled a gliding fish, seamlessly entering the corporeal form of Qin Hengyu. Upon the infusion of the fragments of the yin-yang diagram into Qin Hengyu's body, he beheld the emergence of a fish within his Qi. A fish? How could a living creature manifest in the Qi? Those extraordinary phenomena, although seemingly vibrant and animated, were all under control. Yet, this fish possessed an elusive quality that was difficult to grasp. Merely observing the fish's graceful movements evoked a sense of enlightenment. It was utterly remarkable. Qin Hengyu was well aware that the fragments of the yin-yang diagram were not mere imperial artifacts, but rather celestial instruments. Even a single fragment possessed the power of an emperor. Upon the fragment entering his body, he felt a profound sense that, should he manage to gather the fragments of the yin-yang diagram into completeness, it would not be impossible to extend Qin Ying's life. Naturally, the challenge of this endeavor was undeniably formidable. Qin Ning endeavored to control the fragments of the yin-yang diagram, yet his attempts were futile, as they seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. Nevertheless, the entry of these fragments into the Qi brought about certain advantages. The myriad anomalies that once plagued the Qi, previously in a state of mild discord, have now been significantly subdued, as if they were being restrained. "Father, I am now heading to the scripture repository. I shall return after some time." Having completed his assessment of the internal situation, Qin Hengyu expressed his intention to take his leave. The path had been firmly established. Next, he would embark on the cultivation of various divine abilities, which required a certain foundation of scriptures for support. Thus, the Sutra repository presented itself as a superior choice compared to the underground palace. He still had opportunities for enlightenment and could select several imperial scriptures for focused study. Coincidentally, his father also needed to immerse himself in this endeavor. Qin Ning also agreed. Having gained some understanding earlier, yet requiring a certain amount of time to organize his thoughts, fearing that Qin Hengyu might remain in the underground palace and inadvertently harm someone. The spatial displacement. Qin Hengyu effortlessly ascended to the highest pavilion of the great Qin sacred land, a realm adorned with an array of imperial scriptures, treasures that would be revered elsewhere, yet are abundant here. This is the profound legacy accumulated by Qin over 100 millennia for the great Qin sacred land. In the original narrative, Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had both reaped significant benefits in this very place, discovering scriptures that resonated with their essence. Now, however, this sanctuary belongs solely to him. Qin Hengyu traversed the golden pages crafted from celestial gold, inscribed with the scriptures of the great emperor, searching for the fragments he required. Methodically inheriting the sacred grounds of the great Qin was indeed exhilarating. However, he found himself pondering the fates of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu resolved to hasten his breakthrough, eager to engage in some delightful competition. Chapter 36, The Withered Chrysanthemum, A Field of Wounds, Severing Hearts in Jin City. The discovery of new source stones in the desolate mountains surrounding it had stirred considerable excitement. Following the development of the new source stone mine, a wealth of resources began to emerge, attracting many eager to seek out suitable cultivation materials. Naturally, tales of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan circulated widely, depicting them as individuals blessed with extraordinary fortune, yet driven by selfishness. Despite uncovering the source stone mine, they sought to hoard it for themselves, failing to share with the rest of the Lu family, which ultimately led to internal strife. This narrative became the most prevalent, as it was difficult to fathom how the sacred grounds of the great Qin had acquired such information. Reluctance to accept that Qin Hengyu, once deemed a useless prince, could orchestrate such maneuvers only added to the incredulity. This portrayal rendered Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian somewhat foolish, suggesting a lack of capability that fostered discord within their family. Their luck yielding nothing but an advantage for the Lu clan. The expulsion of Lu Ruyan from the sacred grounds was not without justification. Yet, their subsequent re-entry into the great Qin's sanctum sparked much discussion, hinting at an element of fortuitousness. In the Huanyu sacred grounds, Yi Xingqian had recovered from his injuries over time, aside from a slight flattening of his nose. All else seemed well. His cultivation had ascended to the realm of divine powers. Following his breakthrough into the palace-breaking stage, the celestial palace was fully revealed, a ruin of heavenly splendor. Seemingly shattered yet still magnificent, adorned with remnants of dragons and phoenixes among other mythical beasts. At that moment, Granny Zhou brought Yi Xingqian, Lu Ruyan, and Meng Fanyan to a marsh within the Huanyu sacred grounds. This marsh represented the most tainted area of the sacred realm, teeming with two ferocious types of beasts, varying sizes of crocodilian creatures and venomous snakes. They melded seamlessly with the marsh, densely packed. Merely glancing at the marsh's edge could send shivers down one's spine. These charming little creatures possessed sharp teeth and were almost impervious to pain. The snakes, imbued with venom, could paralyze even a king-level individual upon a single bite. All three of you jump in. After Jiopopo brought the three individuals to this location, she commanded them with authority. Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, while Meng Fanyan trembled at the sight of the swamp, recalling his previous visit, which had been a torment. Since this is your first time here, I must advise you to strip down a bit. Otherwise, you won't last long, Jiopopo continued. Lu Ruyan frowned, finding the suggestion somewhat incredulous. Two men and a woman undressing? This is the method of the soft scripture, the emperor's sacred text. If you wish to survive in the swamp, you must learn it, she commented. Jiopopo did not force the three, after tossing a golden page aside. She waved her hand, and they plummeted into the mire. As the Holy Sun, Meng Fanyan had cultivated the universe's true scripture. His entire technique was related to fire, and he possessed a Vajrao ability that rivaled artifacts of the same level. After the heavenly oath, his cultivation was diminished, and his powers were shattered, forcing him to start anew in the realm of divine abilities. Among the three, he was the first to shed his garments, standing completely bare. Meng Fanyan's emaciated form bore little flesh, giving him a somewhat frail appearance. Upon entering the swamp, he remained motionless, floating in the murky waters, indifferent to the poisonous snakes and crocodiles that approached him. This strategy proved advantageous, as the creatures did not immediately attack. In contrast, Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan found themselves in a dire predicament. As they tentatively stepped onto the swamp, countless poisonous snakes and crocodiles surged toward them. Instinctively, they unleashed their spiritual powers. However, upon doing so, the surrounding creatures reacted even more aggressively, as if the entire swamp had become a battleground against them. The scene grew increasingly terrifying. Senior sister, we cannot use spiritual power. Yi Xingqian, the destined child, quickly discerned Meng Fanyan's unique approach and alerted Lu Ruyan. Satisfied by Yi Xingqian's observation, Jiopopo nodded approvingly from the shore. As for the worthless Meng Fanyan, she anticipated that he would be eliminated by Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian, thereby cultivating more formidable insect spirits. Meanwhile, without the use of spiritual power. Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan swiftly began to sink into the swamp, their bodies becoming encrusted with mud. "My clothes are too heavy," they lamented. Lu Ruoyan suddenly realized the reason behind old Granny Jiao's earlier suggestion to shed her garments. In an instant, she seized a golden page inscribed with the essence of softness, wielding it like a dagger, effortlessly severing the hem and sleeves of her attire. Yu Xingqian, too, discarded his clothing, leaving only a scrap of fabric around his hips, a perpetual torment in his heart. He observed Lu Ruoyan as half-revealed form after she tore her garments, yet was rendered powerless by his own desires. Meanwhile, in the marsh, Meng Fanyan's gaze fixated on Lu Ruoyan, his throat involuntarily swallowing in response to his lascivious thoughts. Beside him, Yu Xingqian caught a glimpse of Meng Fanyan's lecherous stare, a flash of anger igniting within him. Meng Fanyan should not be present, and his intentions towards Lu Ruoyan were a path to ruin. On the shore, old Granny Jiao scrutinized Yu Xingqian's physique with satisfaction, noting his slight fleshiness, deeming such a youth to be the most delightful plaything. Yet, regrettably, Yu Xingqian was the desired object of those above, and thus could not be trifled with. Otherwise, she would have eagerly explored every inch of him. Observing Lu Ruoyan and Yu Xingqian ensnared in the marsh, she began her analysis and decided to withdraw from the scene. There was no need to linger, as watching would hinder their endeavors. At that moment, Yu Xingqian felt a surge of warmth at his rear, akin to an impending bout of diarrhea. Turning back in desperation, he discovered an alligator beast had burrowed into him, its tail the only part visible. He had been violated. Concurrently, the source stone, harboring dark fingers within him, shattered under the beast's assault. Upon the destruction of the divine source, the alligator beast became even more frenzied, twisting and struggling in futility as pain drove him to the brink of madness. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the dark fingers transformed into a black visage, resembling a mouth that devoured the alligator beast, chewing in a scene both gruesome and horrifying. What was that? Meng Fanyan, still fixated on Lu Ruoyan, suddenly noticed Yu Xingqian's transformation and gasped in alarm. However, scarcely had he uttered a sound when the nose of the black mouth elongated infinitely, piercing towards Meng Fanyan's brow. Before long, he was drained of life, the spatial ring on his finger falling into the murky water. The dark entity seemed unsatisfied. It pivoted and charged toward Lu Ruoyan, clearly intent on consuming her. "Stop!" Yu Xingqian instinctively called out. Upon the utterance of that phrase, the dark entity momentarily halted, returning to Yu Xingqian, gradually morphing into a face the size of a palm. It traversed along the skin, shifting from the posterior to the palm. Though it was entirely black, a closer inspection revealed a nose and a face, lending it a strangely lifelike appearance. Could it be that dark finger? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, inquiring of Yu Xingqian. In that fleeting moment, she had sensed the specter of death and dared not utter a word. "Senior sister, let us retrieve Meng Fanyan's spatial ring and peruse the Emperor's scripture for proper cultivation," suggested Yu Xingqian, his heart equally troubled as he gazed at the black visage on his palm, yearning to swiftly enhance his strength and gain the ability to confront whatever lay ahead. "Very well," Lu Ruyan replied, nearly delicately crouching in the murky mire to collect the spatial ring belonging to Meng Fanyan, now scattered upon the swamp. Chapter 37. Breaking through again, the three warlord families descend. A month later, Qin Hengyu opened his eyes in the training room of the scripture pavilion. In accordance with the requirements of the Taishan Classic, he had cultivated 9 strands of primordial energy, successfully breaking through to the divine transformation realm and attaining the ascendant dragon stage. The Taishan Classic still held further cultivation potential by harnessing greater primordial energy. One could unlock even more divine abilities. Qin Hengyu has selected numerous supernatural abilities for cultivation, effectively encompassing all parts of the body: mouth, nose, eyes, ears, tongue, face, hands, feet, head, trunk, and neck, skin, flesh, blood, bones, and tendons, heart, lungs, spleen, liver, kidneys, intestines, stomach, and gallbladder. Many of these powers were merely spoken of in his previous life, yet he has successfully cultivated them, such as the 1,000 Hands, a supernatural ability found in the scriptures of Guanyin. An additional eye has manifested in the center of his brow, ensuring that even with 2 blind eyes atop his head, he retains sight through this third eye. Upon breaking through to the ascendant dragon realm, he must refine his spine, which resembles a dragon and serves as a heavenly pillar, facilitating a connection between the celestial palace and the Qi Sea. However, the practice of spinal cultivation is perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to damage to both the Qi Sea and the celestial palace, resulting in the loss of all prior efforts. Why is the cultivation of supernatural abilities essential? As the saying goes, the hands and eyes reach the heavens. For these abilities inherently assist in the cultivation of the ascended dragon realm. Once the Qi Si and celestial palace are interconnected, consciousness and spiritual energy merge to form mental power, allowing every ounce of strength to be controlled by the mind, thereby reaching what is referred to as the King realm. Should the Qi Si contract and the celestial palace remain hidden, one can exist as an ordinary person. However, when the urge to kill arises, one can strike down foes in an instant. The more adept one becomes at wielding mental power, the greater their combat prowess in the King realm, potentially giving rise to a unique realm of mental power. After Qin Hengyu transcended the realm of divine powers, he discovered that his dragon ascension pillar had connected, enabling him to ascend to the pinnacle of the dragon ascension realm in a single stride. Qin Hengyu contemplated that it might be related to the divine abilities associated with the cultivation of the spine within the realm of divine transcendence, which had yielded certain feedback. However, each previous realm had been relatively flawless, and he was reluctant to transition so easily into the dragon ascending realm. He considered seeking another imperial scripture to refine his spine once more, believing that this approach might enhance his strength, albeit slightly. Qin Hengyu had previously attained a profound understanding of the ancestral emperor scriptures, and at the ascended dragon realm, he successfully opened both the Ren and Du meridians, as well as the 8 extraordinary vessels, with the ascendant dragon pillar as the foundation and the meridians as a supplement. This enhancement rendered the ascendant dragon realm even more formidable, simultaneously altering the divine ability realm, thus achieving unparalleled dominance within the same tier. In essence, the ancestral emperor scriptures can be cultivated once within the ascendant dragon realm, followed by an endeavor to integrate another scripture from the ascended dragon realm. There is no need for haste. After a period of diligent practice, it is now time to assess the state of the great Qin Holy Land. Additionally, it is imperative to spend some affectionate moments with Jiang Roshue. Having been apart for a month, he finds himself longing for her. As Qin Hengyu made his way to the palace of Jiang Roshue, he happened to pass by the Sun Palace at the heart of the great Qin sacred land, a magnificent edifice that had been sealed for an extended period. This palace served as a venue for deliberations and court sessions during the era of the Great Qin Empire. Prior to his last retreat, he had issued a notification for its reopening. Now, outside the palace, there were an increased number of guards, along with maids and eunuchs bustling about within. It would be prudent for him to take a look. After all, it was a property belonging to his own estate. Qin Hengyu stepped inside. Before him lay a vast plaza, an elongated corridor, and an ascending series of steps. Once, the grand gates of the Yang Palace stood wide open, and the path from the entrance to the main hall was lined with the ministers of the mighty Qin. However, following the slumber of the ancestral emperor, few souls remained to grace this place. Upon entering the Yang Palace, he discovered that the lights within the council hall had been ignited, illuminating the space considerably, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food and wine. As Qin Hengyu made his appearance in the hall, 4 pairs of eyes almost simultaneously turned toward him. Uncle Jiang? Qin Hengyu called out to the most familiar figure within the hall. In truth, the 3 individuals, whose physiques were similar to that of Jiang Zhan, were also well known. The Great Qin sacred land is home to 6 prominent martial families: Jiang, Bai, Ming, Wang, Bailey, and Gongsun, each excelling in distinct martial arts. The Jiang family is renowned for their mastery of spear formations. The Bai family boasts numerous armored warriors. The Ming family is invincible in beast taming. The Wang family is unparalleled in archery and crossbow skills. The Bailey family excels in formations, and the Gongsun family is adept in both formations and mechanisms. Presently in the Grand Hall were Ming Tian, the head of the Ming family, Wang Jianpa, the leader of the Wang family, and Bailey Shouqing, the patriarch of the Bailey family, ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th among the 4 great families, respectively. The Gongsun family's lower ranking is certainly not indicative of their capabilities. With their dual mastery of formations and mechanisms, it would be inconceivable for them to be placed last, yet they remain few in number. Previously, the original character foolishly offended every family. The Bai family staged a performance akin to the Fire and War of the Lords, wherein Lu Ruan, who once wished to dance, was specifically invited by the Bai family to perform the Armored Warrior Dance. This dance holds great significance within the Bai family, performed only for ancestral worship, victorious celebrations, or to honor the spirits. As for the Ming family, their prowess in controlling battle beasts is unquestionable. The original character had the audacity to have them train cats, dogs, and even sparrows, merely to amuse Lu Ruoyan, effectively trampling on the dignity of each family. It can be said that a sycophant meets a dismal fate. Subsequently, the Jiang family withdrew from the Great Qin sacred land, while the remaining families, although still nominally part of it, have practically closed their doors to the original character. The appearance of the Ming, Wang, and Bailey families now presents an opportunity, allowing Jiangzhan to seize the moment for guidance and to reclaim them under his banner. The increase in available manpower is indeed a positive development. Qin Hengyu called out to the other clan leaders, addressing them with a slight variation. Master Ming, Master Wang, Master Bailey, I extend my greetings to you all. Upon noticing the prince, Jiangzhan was the first to rise, offering a slight bow, while the other three simultaneously raised their hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Highness." "No need for formalities," came the reply. Qin Hengyu gestured slightly with his hand, signaling the several warriors that there was no need for such formality. Upon hearing his response, 4 pairs of hands were lowered, and they resumed their seats once more. Qin Hengyu surveyed his surroundings. The space was desolate, with numerous vacant seats. Yet, the most striking of all was undoubtedly the highest seat, the one that belonged to his father, Qin Ning. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hengyu strolled towards the designated spot and gracefully settled himself upon the dragon throne. This position afforded him an exceptional vantage point, allowing his gaze to sweep across every corner of the grand hall, even extending beyond to the plaza outside. From his lofty seat, Qin Hengyu discerned that Jiangzhan and the other 3 generals were engaged in a nostalgic conversation. Thus, he resolved to join them for a meal and drinks, aiming to foster a closer bond among them. Upon discovering that he had taken his seat upon the dragon throne, Qin Hengyu noticed that a eunuch had already appeared beside him, exuding a formidable presence. How shall one address the esteemed eunuch? Qin Hengyu did not directly address the eunuch, but rather opted for a slightly more familiar term. "Your Highness, you may call me Master Zhang," the eunuch replied respectfully, bowing his head slightly. Though not part of the 4 great martial families, these eunuchs constituted a rather distinctive faction of their own. "Master Zhang, prepare a sumptuous banquet and summon the dancers and singers." With a graceful gesture, Qin Hengyu commanded eunuch Zhang, his words resonating with grandeur and poise. "Understood," eunuch Zhang replied before retreating. Upon his return, he was followed by eunuchs bearing trays and palace maidens adorned in resplendent garments, their every movement reminiscent of wild pheasants. The grand hall was illuminated by numerous bright lanterns. The incense wafting through the air grew denser, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of bells and stringed instruments. Meanwhile, outside the Golden City, in desolate mountains, the miner slaves toiled after Qin Hengyu seized the source stone veins from Yuxingchen and Lu Ruoyan. In merely a month, many had managed to purchase their freedom from slavery. Simultaneously, source stones were continuously excavated, categorized, and either transported back to the sacred land of Qin or sold in the Golden City, where they were auctioned and used for gambling. Suddenly, an uproar ensued as miners were reportedly attacked by a peculiar black beast, seemingly emerging from the source stones. Nearby, other source stones revealed, upon shedding their outer layers, some terrifying appendages sealed within, covered in black scales. Had it not been for Qin Hengyu's assurance that the slaves were granted a new lease on life, there might have been those reckless enough to break open the source stones, unleashing the strange limbs and causing even greater chaos that could jeopardize the sacred land of Qin. With newfound hope, the slaves chose caution instead, summoning the officials of the sacred land to address the situation. Upon learning of the circumstances, the officials promptly sealed off the mining area and escalated the report, summoning genuine powerhouses to resolve the issue. Chapter 38. Unearthing the Ancient Princess, a Preemptive Strike. Qin Hengyu and 4 valiant warriors were raising their goblets when a messenger entered the Grand Hall, bearing a jade tablet. Report. The dark races have been discovered in the source stone mine. Defensive formations have been established, and we are suppressing them with crossbows and war beasts while managing the aftermath. The dark races? Qin Hengyu could hardly fathom that he would be discovered so swiftly after his last appearance. Meanwhile, at the behest of Grand Eunuch Zhang, the chief eunuch hurriedly approached the messenger soldier and took the jade slip from his hands. The contents of the jade slip comprised both text and imagery. Qin Hengyu soon realized that within this source stone mine, there existed not only the so-called source stones and treasures, but also the sealed dark races. Fortunately, these dark races had yet to awaken. The primary concern was that the dark races were exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Unless thoroughly obliterated, they retained the potential for resurgence. akin to wild grass. Provided they have roots, they shall continue to sprout whenever they encounter water. It was also fortunate that he had intercepted Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, one could only imagine what schemes they might concoct using the dark races. Upon gaining an understanding of the situation, Qin Hengyu felt a sense of relief. Uncle Jiang, you should take a look as well. After Qin Hengyu finished reading, he handed the jade slip back to the chief eunuch, instructing him to deliver it to Jiang Zhan and the others. Subsequently, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the family heads from the 4 warrior clans, including Jiang Zhan. The dark races had not manifested for a considerable time and warranted careful handling. Should we not investigate further? It is imperative to eradicate them swiftly, or else rumors may proliferate. Shall the 4 great families unite to suppress the dark races? After a discussion among themselves, they turned their attention to Qin Hengyu, with Jiang Zhan earnestly requesting, "Imperial son, shall we go forth to subdue them? I wish to accompany you." Qin Hengyu immediately expressed his desire to investigate the situation. He yearned to discern the truth of the matter. With the formidable strike of the emperor still at his disposal, he was unperturbed by the prospect of employing it if necessary. After all, the dark race had ultimately been vanquished by his esteemed father, Qin Ing, and he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Jiang Zhan did not refuse and readily acquiesced. Allowing the young prince to observe such matters firsthand was indeed prudent, eliminating the need for constant consultations. The imperial stable had been preparing carriages daily, requiring minimal preparation, in an effort to maintain a semblance of low profile. The group opted for a more modest carriage as they discreetly journeyed to the desolate mountains. At that moment, a small fortress had begun to rise amidst the rugged terrain, interspersed with numerous mechanisms. Upon arriving at the heart of the city, Qin Hengyu and Jiang Zhan stumbled upon a storeroom where they discovered numerous source stones, among which lay the fragmented remains of the dark race. After carefully excavating the remains, the group became significantly more cautious, meticulously peeling away the stone skin from the extracted divine sources. Among their findings was a female corpse, strikingly beautiful in appearance. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the human race, save for her hands, each adorned with 6 complete fingers. Her skin was exquisitely pale, and her hair, while appearing black at first glance, revealed a unique, deep purple hue upon closer inspection. She was clad in a form-fitting, elegant purple dress that left little skin exposed, complemented by a simple yet refined purple crown atop her head. In her right hand rested a curved dagger of deep violet, exuding an aura of darkness. Unmistakably a supreme sacred artifact. No, it would be a misnomer to label her as a mere corpse. She was still alive. As Qin Hengyu drew closer, he discovered that the female corpse encased within the source stone had awakened, her eyes fluttering open. "Be cautious," Jiang Zhan exclaimed, noticing the anomaly within the source stone. In mere moments, he had traversed the distance to stand beside Qin Hengyu. Simultaneously, Ming Tian, Wang Jianpa, and Bai Li Shouqing positioned themselves around him, their expressions grave, determined to safeguard Qin Hengyu from any peril. Qin Hengyu raised his hand, halting the approach of the crowd, and exclaimed, "Wait." At that moment, he had discerned the true identity of the enchanting figure before him. In the original narrative, the character known as the Navi Maiden exhibited a profound ignorance about her origins and destination. Yi Xingqian, having offered her a modicum of assistance, found himself the recipient of her benevolence on multiple occasions thereafter, culminating in his acquisition of a precious treasure. Although she was not formally acknowledged as part of Yi Xingqian's harem, her role was akin to that of a cherished concubine. Subsequently, due to unforeseen circumstances, Yi Xingqian ventured into the territory of the dark races, where the Navi Maiden provided significant aid. Her true identity was eventually unveiled. She was a forgotten princess of the dark races. This lineage was further complicated by the fact that the dark races were divided into various factions and dynasties. In her flight, the ancient princess had suffered the loss of countless memories, rendering her a blank slate. It was utterly astonishing to discover that the Navi Maiden had emerged from the very heart of the Source Stone. Qin Hengyu gazed intently at the woman encased within the Source Stone, increasingly convinced that she was indeed the innocent maiden. After all, upon opening her eyes, the girl exhibited no further actions. She merely blinked, revealing a purity and naivety akin to that of an infant. Jiang Zhan and the other 3 heads of families, upon noticing the woman's stillness within the Source Stone, remained alert and cautious, pondering the appropriate course of action. Qin Hengyu once again employed the Eye of Fortune to scrutinize his opponent. The presence of purple and gold in their aura indicated that they were certainly formidable adversaries. Unable to eliminate them could potentially lead to numerous future troubles. Thus, What means could be employed to bind the ignorant maiden to his side? After a period of contemplation, Qin Hengyu conceived the notion of binding techniques between master and servant. Perhaps, through such esoteric methods, he could gain control over the ignorant maiden, the ancient princess of the dark race. A moment of enlightenment, perhaps? The efficacy of this technique remains uncertain, as does his ability to comprehend it. However, he has already expended a considerable number of moments of insight during his ascension to the realm of divine powers. System, Enlightenment System Host, Qin Hengyu Moments of Insight, 2 Realm. First level of Dragon Ascendance Comprehension Abilities. Eye of Fortune, Devouring Demon Technique, True Sun Scripture, Tao Scripture. True Dragon Fist, Supreme Xian Scripture, Avalokiteshvara Scripture, Ancestor Emperor Scripture. As Qin Hengyu pondered deeply, a sudden realization emerged in his mind. He detected the presence of a host. Unearthed the ancient princess of the dark race, and grasped the essence of the Femininity Mastery Sutra. The interplay of yin and yang constitutes the way. All things possess yin while embracing yang, harmonizing through the flow of energy, and when one's heart resonates with that of a woman, the 5 senses intertwine, moving in tandem with one's actions. The Femininity Mastery Sutra? Is this the technique I have come to understand, one that is tinged with sensuality, whereby mastering the feminine leads to empowerment? As Qin Hengyu immersed himself in the teachings of the Yun Heart Sutra, his mind began to brim with anticipation. However, upon delving into the relevant content, it appeared to deviate from his initial imaginings. Alas, he felt a sense of unmerited excitement. Ahem. He reminded himself that he was a virtuous gentleman and ought not to entertain such lewd thoughts. Qin Hengyu felt a profound sense of self-reproach. However, based on the information obtained, the Heart Sutra of controlling women appeared to be particularly suited to his current predicament. This technique can only be employed with a single individual, allowing for the formation of a so-called spiritual connection with a woman of pure heart. Their perceptions and senses can synchronize, enabling them to interchange their positions at will. He could assume her place, and she could take his. This capability was indeed formidable, akin to having an aware doppelganger, while also possessing a remarkable spatial ability. Furthermore, the two could enter each other's shadows, allowing for a certain degree of concealment that would elude the notice of ordinary individuals. This added yet another layer of potent stealth. Astonishing. As for the prerequisite, is there a being more naive than the ancient princess of the dark race, who is oblivious to the world? She is akin to a blank slate, easily molded. Does this imply that he could utilize this technique on the so-called princess of the dark race? It was worth a try. Qin Hengyu intends to make an attempt first to see if it proves useful. Chapter 39, The Art of Controlling Women. Can one dominate a saint-level powerhouse? Qin Hengyu raised his hand, placing it upon the source stone. With a forceful effort, a fissure suddenly appeared in the stone. At that moment, Jiangzhan could not help but exclaim, displaying his concern. He truly feared that Qin Hengyu might encounter peril at such close proximity. Meng Tian, Wang Jianpa, and Bali Shouqing furrowed their brows, their hands manifesting with spiritual energy, clearly prepared to intervene at any moment to eradicate the dark race within the source stone. After all, even they found this dark race somewhat inscrutable. A flicker of dissatisfaction towards Qin Hengyu arose in the hearts of the three. Previously, after hearing Jiangzhan's account, they had thought Qin Hengyu's temperament had altered. However, upon witnessing the present situation, it became evident that although he had distanced himself from Lu Ruyan, he was still not exercising the necessary caution in his actions. Such recklessness made it difficult for him to achieve greatness. Nevertheless, Qin Hengyu raised a hand to halt their advance, adorned with the imperial-grade defensive artifact bestowed by Qin Ing. He was confident that no one could eliminate him in a single strike. He could afford to take risks. Should he succeed, he would gain invisible scouts and enforcers. Crack. After the source stone shattered, the ancient princess of the dark race remained asleep, blinking her eyes as if intrigued by the man before her. Yet, she made no further movements. Once the source stone was opened, a unique scent of sandalwood emanated from her. Qin Hengyu raised his right hand, intending to place it in the hand of the dark princess. After successfully resting his hand entirely upon her left hand, she merely blinked, remaining motionless. Seemingly intrigued as she sensed something, Qin Hengyu, noticing the other party's lack of response, simultaneously activated the art of enchanting women. To his astonishment, the scant amount of vital energy within him began to circulate. How could it be that this art of enchanting women required such vital energy? After the operation of his martial arts technique, Qin Hengyu felt a slight astonishment, indicating that the art of the woman's heart was of a remarkably high caliber. Indeed, a commendable practice. The Tai Jing was a treasure that even the emperor, his esteemed father, regarded with awe. Setting aside the discussion of vital energy, the two shared a profound tranquility. As time passed, they naturally established a connection, and he discovered that he could delve into the memories of the Dark Princess, revealing her innocence and naivety. As he took the lead, he could only grasp fragments of information when he allowed himself to relax. Suddenly, the Dark Princess gazed at Qin Hengyu, and in an instant, she recognized the unusual nature of their bond. Her hand seemed to tighten even further. Thus, they exchanged glances for a full hour, while Jiang Zhan and the others beside them felt a tension that constricted their throats. Nevertheless, they understood that Qin Hengyu was under the protection granted by the emperor, and since nothing had been triggered, it indicated that all was well. Qin Hengyu remained composed, suggesting he possessed some understanding and confidence in the situation. Consequently, everyone else chose to observe from the sidelines. After Qin Hengyu transformed into the ancient princess of the dark race, he realized that he had successfully cultivated the art of enchanting women. It appeared as though an enigmatic thread connected him to her. The ancient princess of the dark race seemed to have her eyes brighten with newfound clarity. Qin Hengyu gradually infused certain common knowledge, such as written words, into the mind of the other party through a mysteriously intricate line. Qin Hengyu bestowed upon the princess of this dark race the name Ziqing. After a moment of silence, Ziqing's eyes flickered, and her delicate lips, reminiscent of peach blossoms, finally stirred, parting slightly before closing again, akin to the blossoming and wilting of flowers. A single word escaped her lips, June. Just that one utterance. Yet Qin Hengyu understood it was a call of his name. The two shared an unspoken connection. Ziqing. Qin Hengyu nodded in acknowledgement, prompting a brighter glimmer in Ziqing's gaze. Her voice tinged with a hint of joy, my lord. At this moment, Qin Hengyu also sensed the cultivation system of Ziqing. Unlike the complex structures of the Qi or Tian Palace, Ziqing possesses only a singular life core. This life core serves as the wellspring of her power. Ziqing's strength primarily emanates from the forces of the Taiyin, intermingled with a hint of dark essence. The potency of this dark essence feels strikingly similar to spiritual energy. In terms of realm, it appears remarkably akin to Jiangzhan, perhaps even slightly superior. A holy tier? Furthermore, with a primary focus on physical prowess? How formidable! Qin Hengyu never anticipated that Ziqing was, in fact, a being of the saintly tier. Had it not been for Ziqing's exceedingly peculiar circumstances, he would be utterly unable to exert control. Even now, it is not merely a matter of manipulation. The crux lies in Ziqing's innocent demeanor, which appears rather docile. The term hungry, once Ziqing mastered language, emerged as another word. This so-called hunger is more indicative of an exhaustion of energy. When Ziqing expressed her hunger, Qin Hengyu also discerned her objective, which lay beside the source stone. Is she consuming the divine source? Qin Hengyu promptly produced a small amount of divine essence. However, Ziqing shook her head, expressing her discontent internally. And there were also the corporeal forms of their kin. Qin Hengyu recalled that the dark races scarcely possess the notion of refraining from consuming their kin. The weaker beings exist solely to sustain the powerful. He sought to validate his hypothesis, reaching out to draw a nearby source stone of the dark race into his grasp. As the divine essence shattered, a writhing severed hand emerged. It was a robust arm, its 5 fingers resembling fierce claws, exuding an air of ferocity. The moment the severed hand materialized, it began to twist and probe, clumsily seeking a path as if yearning to escape from its confines. Upon witnessing the arm, Ziqing was immediately captivated. Shall we venture a trial? Qin Hengyu grasped the dark hand firmly in his own. This hand, suffused with a corrosive essence, seemed to be absorbing spiritual energy, gradually regaining its strength. At the moment of capture, its reaction intensified, hinting at the possibility of unleashing further techniques. Once he handed it over to Ziqing, the dark hand, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, instantly fell into a state of tranquility. A look of joy illuminated Ziqing's face and heart alike. As her hand eagerly made contact with her arm, it swiftly began to decay, turning to ash. Subsequently, her gaze returned to Qin Hengyu, filled with a poignant longing, as if she were a pitiful creature yearning for solace. This is for you. All of it is for you. Qin Hengyu, once again, extracted several fragments of corpses from the source stones, just as he had done previously. Ziqing glanced at Qin Hengyu, grasped his arm, and shook it gently while pointing at his mouth, earnestly insisting, "You must partake as well." It was evident that she wished for Qin Hengyu to consume a morsel as well. Qin Hengyu smiled faintly and remarked, "I am not particularly fond of it. You may indulge yourself." With this encouragement, Ziqing took the initiative, releasing a modicum of her formidable aura. Remarkably, the fragments of the deceased began to gravitate toward her. Once they entered a certain proximity, they were swiftly absorbed by Ziqing. Following this absorption, the core of her life emanated a deep violet luminescence, enhancing its potency. Her skin underwent subtle transformations. The previously visible purple patterns and scales, alongside a slight alteration in her hair color, became more pronounced. Now, her skin and appearance bore a closer resemblance to that of an ordinary person. However, the six-fingered anomaly remained unchanged. Did her appearance undergo further alterations? Qin Hengyu gazed at the transformation of Ziqing, feeling a hint of surprise. Empress, are you all right? However, the four warriors, witnessing the unfolding scene, mistakenly believed that Qin Hengyu had fallen under control and immediately exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 40, Taming the Dark Princess, the Warriors in Astonishment. Qin Hengyu was aware of the misunderstanding among the four warriors and clarified, "It's nothing. I am not under control." Jiangzhan and the others exchanged astonished glances. They observed Qin Hengyu's actions with a degree of ambiguity, yet it was evident that the woman they had unearthed belonged to the dark race. "Empress, she is of the dark race," Jiangzhan remarked, unable to contain himself. His daughter, Jiang Roshue, still had a tenuous connection with Qin Hengyu, and he naturally wished to prevent Qin Hengyu from being momentarily blinded by beauty. "Uncle Jiang, there is no need for concern," he reassured. "Though she is of the dark race, she is not like the others. In fact, she exhibits restraint towards her kind. Currently, she is under my control, serving as my protector and shadow." Qin Hengyu elucidated a statement. At that moment, the astonishment on the faces of Montaigne, Wang Jianpa, and Bailey Shoqing intensified. For a long time, the prevailing belief among them was that the dark races were virtually uncontrollable. They were frenzied and brutal, devouring anything in their path. And some of their kind even consumed divine essence. Now, this enigmatic dark race woman was under the control of the Emperor's son? Such a skill had never been witnessed before. The Emperor's son himself wielded such power. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's assertion, and noting that no one was under control, Jiangzhan harbored some lingering concerns yet found himself at a loss for words. After Qin Hengyu concluded his explanation, he instructed Jiangzhan, "Release those corpse fragments." He intended to set free the bodies of the dark race for Ziqing to absorb. Jiangzhan complied, releasing his grip on the golden spear, which soared effortlessly through the source stones, causing the corpse fragments to stir into motion. The terrifying aspect of the dark race lies in their peculiar vitality. Even when their bodies are severely mutilated, as long as the head and torso are reassembled, a new entity can easily emerge. Remarkably, even a single hand, left alone for a while, can develop facial features and a brain. This bizarre phenomenon is precisely why the dark race remains incomprehensible to ordinary people. To confront them, one must devise ways to shatter and incinerate them. However, before Ziqing, the fragmented remains were compelled to gather, presenting themselves for her absorption, after which they vanished completely. Ultimately, the room was devoid of any trace of darkness, and the fragments of source stones were impeccably clean. Qin Hengyu recalled that he had just examined Ziqing's fortune, which shimmered with a blend of purple and gold, marking her as the most fortuitous presence in his vicinity. However, she was slightly eclipsed by Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. He pondered whether her fortune could potentially influence his own. Naturally, while the colors of fortune may be identical, their effects can vary significantly. Some golden fortunes may bring misfortune to those nearby, while others are solely directed at the individual. It remained uncertain which category Ziqing fell into. According to the original narrative, Ziqing appeared to belong to the type that assists in dire situations rather than in emergencies. Her power, being at the saint level, was indeed compelling. Although her strength had not yet fully recuperated, absorbing the remains of these dark races should enable her to unleash a saint-level attack. Oh, and there was also the capability of the Maiden's Heart Sutra, particularly its hidden abilities. Concealment. Qin Hengyu spoke to Ziqing, who promptly comprehended his intentions and activated her ability to merge into the shadows. Standing still, Ziqing vanished without a trace, leaving the entire space devoid of her presence. "Your Highness, be cautious. Where is she?" The four warriors, upon her disappearance, grew increasingly vigilant, realizing that it appeared Emperor Z had been deceived. Jiangzhan extended his hand, and his spear returned to him. From Manchin's sleeve emerged a tabby cat, sniffing the surroundings in search of clues. Wang Jianpa drew forth a longbow, wielding it with the seriousness of a blade. Bailey Shoqing took a gentle step, causing numerous golden divine patterns to materialize around him, gradually forming a formation, a killing array. In an instant, a golden fortress of spiritual energy encircled them, expanding as if to consume the entire room. This would also prevent the adversary from escaping, trapping them within the confines of the formation as if surrounded by towering walls. After a significant pause, the four warriors exchanged glances, eager to ascertain if any of them had made a discovery. How could even the saint-level beings fail to detect her? One could not help but wonder if their esteemed emperor father, Qin Hengyu, would be able to uncover Ziqing's whereabouts. "Do not fret. I have concealed her presence," he declared. "Ziqing, reveal yourself." Qin Hengyu smiled and spoke once more. Meanwhile, behind Qin Hengyu, a striking silhouette in purple materialized, wielding a curved dagger, standing back to back, reminiscent of a mother cheetah on the prowl. "What the hell?" Jiang Zhang gazed incredulously at the reappearing Ziqing, disbelief etched across his face. She was still in the room, still beside the emperor's son. How had he failed to notice her presence moments ago? If she had truly manifested beside him, would he have recognized it? If his eyes did not deceive him, she was a being of the Holy Order. The concealment of such an entity posed an immediate threat, one that even they could perceive. Meanwhile, the other three clan leaders exhibited a spectrum of emotions, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. They had initially assumed that the emperor's son was merely captivated by beauty, but it now appeared their understanding was woefully shallow. Particularly, Bali Shouqing wore an expression akin to severe discomfort. Though he too was of the Holy Order, his expertise lay in formations, and he was notably weak in close combat. The fact that the formation could not detect her presence, and that she could approach so closely, indicated a grim reality. If it came to combat, the outcome was already evident. The emperor's son had effectively harnessed the powers of a Holy Order being, which meant he wielded their strength. Whether this power was aligned with light or darkness was of little consequence. They all understood that as long as the great emperor remained, there was no need for concern regarding Qin Hengyu. The great emperor would handle any issues that arose. Power transcends the dichotomy of good and evil. After Ziqing emerged, Qin Hengyu once again turned and struck the back of his hand against hers. In the blink of an eye, Ziqing vanished into the shadows once more. Qin Hengyu gazed at the shattered source stone beside him, already aware that the fragmented remains would be numerous. He knew he must continue his excavation. Fortunately, he possessed the source heaven technique. In Ziqing's mind, remnants of memories lingered, recalling a great battle that had once transpired here, followed by a colossal foot descending upon them. At that time, many dark races, including herself, had been sealed away, their fates unknown. Shall we pay a visit to those enslaved souls and resolve the issues surrounding the source or vein? Qin Hengyu addressed the four great generals, discussing the forthcoming arrangements. Ziqing was to continue absorbing the corpses of the dark races, as his presence here necessitated the resolution of the pertinent issues regarding these dark entities. With the capabilities of a source celestial master at his disposal, he was ideally suited to tackle this dilemma. Bali Shouqing, upon hearing about the plan to venture into the source stone mines, readily expressed his approval, for this was his area of expertise. He possessed knowledge of various formations and could sense spiritual energies, eager to showcase his skills before Qin Hengyu. The three great generals, heads of their respective families, were equally keen to demonstrate their abilities, aspiring to secure a more significant position in Qin Hengyu's esteem. Much like the Jiang family, currently represented by Jiang Zhan, which had inexplicably acquired numerous source stone mines, they recognized the extraordinary nature of Qin Hengyu through the peculiar woman he had subdued from the dark races, prompting them to make their own displays of prowess. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. Previously, Qin Hengyu needed to gauge the expressions of the generals. But after subduing a saint-level entity, it was now the saint-level heads of the four great generals who needed to consider Qin Hengyu's demeanor. After receiving a response, Qin Hengyu slightly nodded and turned to venture deeper into the mine. Chapter 41. In the midst of losing treasures and feeling the sting of regret, one seeks the child of destiny to unleash fortune. Deep within the mine, one could observe a myriad of diverse beings, including towering giants standing 2 to 3 meters tall, accompanied by formidable war beasts transporting stone blocks. Not all the massive boulders were source stones. Naturally, a meticulous selection process was required. The slaves were nearly entirely unclothed to prevent any illicit appropriation of source stones. Key positions were manned by soldiers, while archers and gunmen were strategically stationed throughout, maintaining an orderly environment. Additionally, members of the Bailey family were utilizing divine inscriptions to stabilize the mine, ensuring that even after excavating thousands of meters downward, it would not collapse. Upon the arrival of Qin Hengyu and his companions, the overseer of the mine approached and respectfully greeted. "I pay my respects to the imperial son and esteemed lords." The moment Qin Hengyu arrived, he inquired about the situation of the slaves. Where were the slaves who discovered the anomaly? There would be rewards and punishments. To speak candidly, the slaves played a pivotal role in this incident. Otherwise, Ziqing might have been released, inadvertently facilitating Yi Xingqian's emergence. The interplay of gain and loss posed a considerable challenge for the sacred land of the Great Qin. Previously, a specific alert had been issued to the commanders, elevating the status of the slaves, which resulted in a somewhat unexpected delight. During the unfolding of events, it was indeed the slaves who, upon noticing the irregularities, promptly informed the commanders. In the past, conflicts between the slaves and commanders were often acute, likely leading to chaos. After Qin Hengyu addressed the situation of the slaves, several of them stepped forward, comprising 3 young men and an elder, the venerable goat. When Qin Hengyu beheld the elderly gentleman, he experienced a modicum of surprise. He had not anticipated that the previous Zhang Shanong would uncover such a matter. Indeed, the interplay of fate and circumstance often reveals various serendipities. The esteemed one need not be addressed as a venerable elder, a simple old man suffices. Upon encountering Qin Hengyu, Zhang Shanong was equally elated. In recent times, the status of slaves had undergone a notable transformation. Many individuals had successfully redeemed their identities. However, the manner in which Qin Hengyu addressed him left Zhang Shanong somewhat taken aback. "Is there no progress in your own redemption from slavery?" Qin Hengyu felt a trace of bewilderment. According to his own arrangements, the young and able-bodied would be eligible for redemption in approximately a month's time, while the elderly and children should be the first to be sent out from the mines. Having acquired their identities through redemption, he contemplated the liberation of others within the tribe. It was also essential for them to accumulate a modest amount of resources for their own cultivation. Remaining in the mines to toil was quite favorable. After enduring some hardships, future generations would be blessed. Zhang Shanong stroked his goatee, expressing his satisfaction. He too had noticed that once they departed from the mines, another group of slaves would soon arrive to take their place. It would be more advantageous to seize this opportunity to gather additional resources. "In that case, should I arrange for the cancellation of your tribe's slave registrations?" he proposed. Qin Hengyu increasingly felt that this old man possessed a certain depth of wisdom. Mining, as one might expect, is an arduous task. A group of individuals who were once slaves, even if they shed their shackles, might find themselves returning to servitude should they fail to secure a means of livelihood. Conversely, having a stable occupation could gradually transform their circumstances, provided the environment is conducive. As for the imperial status, it has become irrelevant. We are now citizens of Qin. Having fulfilled our obligations, we aspire to liberate ourselves from the stains of slavery. If rewards are to be given, a modest provision of techniques and spiritual stones would suffice. Zhang Shanong shook his head repeatedly. Some things, when acquired too easily, can be discarded just as readily. If Qin Hengyu were to lose his status with a mere word, he might just as swiftly regain it. As for spiritual stones and techniques, they are the very foundation upon which one stands. "Very well, Uncle Jiang. Please take charge of the arrangements." Qin Hengyu held a favorable view of Zhang Shanong and turned to Jiang Zhan with a demand. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, Wang Jinpa, and Bailey Shouqing, who had previously been informed of the emperor's intention to abolish slavery, regarded Qin Hengyu's approach as somewhat ostentatious. The distinction between a slave and a free man was merely a matter of nomenclature. Both families often employed slaves. Yet the status of certain household servants could surpass that of military officials, given the weight of their capabilities. Now, upon witnessing the outcome in Zhang Shanyang's performance, the 3 men regarded him with increased admiration. This was evidently a means of winning the hearts of the people. With their support, success would be far more attainable. After Qin Hengyu completed the rewards for the slaves, he ventured deeper into the cavern. Several areas where the corpses of the dark races had been unearthed were marked, serving as warnings for the slaves to remain vigilant against potential dangers. The empire would undergo profound transformations, akin to the changing of tides. Many veins or were slender and fragmented, extending in lengthy strands, interspersed with variously shaped lumps. By observing certain patterns, it was possible to forcefully obliterate some of these veins, thereby completely eradicating the source of the dark race's remains. Shall I take charge? Naturally. Bailey Shouqing understood that Qin Hengyu intended to shatter those veins before the remnants of the dark races could coalesce into a formidable threat. If such a task required the intervention of the prince, then his own presence would be rendered futile. I shall address all the issues in one fell swoop. However, Qin Hengyu discerned that the marked mineral vein merely represented a portion of the area cluttered with the remains of the dark race. Endowed with the source sky technique, he observed intently, yet had never employed it, naturally igniting his desire to experiment. The source sky technique itself embodies mastery over formations, granting him profound confidence in his understanding of spiritual veins and source veins. After Qin Hengyu concluded his statement, the other three family heads, aside from Jiangzhan, momentarily stood in astonishment. Is that not so? When will Qin Hengyu achieve this? It is not surprising regarding Jiangzhan. The last time Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen arrived here, Qin Hengyu was likewise certain about the existence of the source stone. Qin Hengyu did not wait for the others to respond. He began to wield the source heaven technique. This technique diverges from other formations in its unique approach. Utilizing source stones as brushes, the terrain as canvas, and divine patterns as symbols. Remarkably, it does not require any cultivation level to sketch the divine patterns. Immediately, the veins began to stir like great azure dragons, their earthy coverings gradually stripped away. Several veins were shattered, revealing clusters of source stones within. The formations generated by the divine patterns sliced and pulverized the veins, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Yet, this dark essence was simultaneously suppressed by the divine patterns, resembling enormous black insects that were expelled under the might of the heavens and earth. Emerging from the shadows that had long cloaked her, Ziqing stepped forth. She reached into the midst of the dark entities, her hand seemingly conjuring a black whirlwind that shredded and absorbed those dark races. Ziqing's strength experienced restoration and revival. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart. By taking such actions, the precious resources within the origin stone could not be guaranteed. The origin stones themselves also suffered considerable loss, significantly diminishing the value of the minerals. Once again, he found himself reminiscing about Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. It was time for him to seek out the two of them, to amass a small fortune in gold coins to offset his losses. Furthermore, this endeavor might also yield some moments of enlightenment. Qin Hengyu has already devised a plan. Upon exiting the mine, he intends to seek information about two individuals and devise a strategy accordingly. The fortune of the destined son appears to be akin to chives meant to be harvested. Chapter 42. No, has the fated son risen to become a saint? In the sacred land of the universe, within the marsh pool, nearly 3 months have elapsed. Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan have swiftly advanced to the dragon ascendance realm. They have not only cultivated the soft scripture but have also discovered the true scripture of the universe from the deceased Ming Fanyan spatial ring, effectively merging the teachings of two emperors in their practice. This has led them to achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang, at least for Yu Xingchen. It signifies an end to previous limitations. However, after practicing the true scripture of the universe, he has begun to sprout a faint beard. Naturally, for Yu Xingchen, there are still alternatives. At this moment, a purple scorpion tail emerges from his back, ruthlessly assaulting the nearby crocodiles and venomous snakes. They are swiftly drained of life, reduced to ash and mingling with the swamp. Following the attack, the scorpion tail retracts and moves beneath Yu Xingchen's skin, finally settling at his shoulder, where a beautiful visage manifests, greedily exclaiming, "Comforting." Through this period, Yu Xingchen has gained a deeper understanding of the enchanting face upon him. He is aware that in ancient times, in anticipation of the dark races, there were cruel sacrifices. Yu Sha is but one victim of this fate. Her parents were slain. Her brother perished before her eyes, and she herself was transformed into a being of darkness, shunned by the world. Fortune has smiled upon her, as upon seeing Yu Xingchen. She perceives a resemblance to her brother. Hence, she wishes to offer him assistance without expectation. Yu Sha has even transmitted fragments of her memories into Yu Xingchen's mind. Upon grasping these images, Yu Xingchen is moved to the brink of tears. Should Qin Hengyu become aware of this situation, a classic line would echo in his mind: a gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and the shattered remnants of her. Qin Hengyu would indeed recognize Yu Sha. This Yu Sha, a dark entity that had previously collaborated with the original body, ultimately led to the original's downfall, cementing the accusation of collusion with dark races. Yet, Yu Xingchen, in his naivety, believes wholeheartedly in Yu Sha's words, contemplating the power of unity, where two hearts become as one, yielding unmatched strength. Given Yu Sha's ability to transform into any shape, they could easily present Yu Xingchen as a robust man, evoking a sense of emotional resonance within him. The delicate balance of gain and loss, that profound feeling of fulfillment and compensation, is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Sister Yu Sha, how has your strength evolved? Yu Xingchen regards Yusha as his trump card, significantly amplifying his own capabilities. Those adversaries were feeble. And now I can barely unleash power nearing the realm of kings, merely enough to elevate your strength by an entire realm. I mustn't linger. Granny Geo has arrived. And I must conceal myself. After uttering her sweet, melodious voice, Yusha vanished beneath the surface of the skin, as if she had never existed. When Granny Geo approached the marshland, she encountered Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan seated upon the ground, an unsurprising sight. The moment Ming Fanyan perished, she had been aware. Death was but a part of the continuum. Over the years, the Holy Son of the universe had numbered not in the thousands, but certainly in the hundreds. The younger generation could only serve as pawns, who would genuinely place their hopes in a mere youth. At least the Holy Land of the universe would not. The interests of their ancient ilk took precedence. She discerned at a glance that both Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen had experienced a marked enhancement in their prowess, despite their seemingly motionless presence in the marsh. In truth, their bodies quaked with every passing moment, akin to serpents in motion. This was a mystical ability from the soft scripture, known as softness, allowing the body to perfectly dissipate force. It was the pinnacle of transcendental powers. Furthermore, the soft scripture contained several other abilities, including soft bone, which enabled the body to contort into a sphere or a cube. Their tongues could perceive scents in the air, their olfactory senses far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. They possessed powers for explosive force and digestion, each contributing to a significant enhancement of their strength. This accounted for 5 transcendental abilities. The final ability, shedding skin, allowed for the rapid transformation of injured areas, preserving the unscathed parts and ensuring self-preservation. In total, there were 6 abilities. Additionally, they had cultivated the true scripture of the universe, which endowed them with a singular ability known as Vajra, rendering their bodies incredibly resilient, capable of catching blades with bare hands against weapons of the same realm. You too shall henceforth be the holy son and holy daughter of the holy land of the universe. After announcing the future arrangements, Granny Geo presented them with a spatial ring. Thank you, Granny Geo. Upon hearing that he would become the son of the universe sacred land, Yu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. He sweetly exclaimed, if you truly wish to express gratitude to grandmother, come visit her tonight. Grandmother Nine's smile bloomed like a radiant flower, reminiscent of an aged chrysanthemum. Coupled with her tender voice, the impact was utterly compelling. Oh, dear, I wouldn't dare. Yu Xingchen instantly felt a pang of hesitation. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. You lack a sense of humor. Grandmother Nine continued, for now, focus on your own cultivation. I have some matters to attend to. She cast a lingering glance at Yu Xingchen, refraining from making further demands. Goodbye, grandmother, Lu Ruyan, observing Yu Xingchen's treatment, called out anxiously. You are not bad either. Grandmother Nine's demeanor towards Lu Ruyan was noticeably cooler than her warmth towards Yu Xingchen. After concluding her announcement, Grandmother Nine departed. And at that moment, the presence of Yusha resurfaced in Yu Xingchen's palm. That wretched old woman dared to tease you. I shall ensure her demise. Yusha's voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly indifferent. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of bitterness upon witnessing Yusha's emergence. Since Yu Xingchen had acquired Yusha, his previously unreserved candor with her had shifted, and he had grown somewhat distant. What is the point of pretending when there's nothing left? Lu Ruyan thought, grappling with her feelings while enduring the change. The knowledge imparted by Yusha had greatly enhanced their understanding, teaching them the subtleties of the soft scripture and assisting them in merging with the true scripture of the universe, which had ultimately enabled their survival in the swamp pool. Xingchen, what lies within the ring? Lu Ruyan approached Yu Xingchen, curiously eyeing the spatial ring. Yu Xingchen opened the storage ring, revealing various identification documents of the son and the daughter of the sacred land, along with corresponding garments. As Lu Ruyan gazed at the identification, her eyes inexplicably glistened with tears. It has been so arduous, from having nothing to being utterly destitute, and now regaining everything I ever desired. As Lu Ruyan took the identity token from Yu Xingchen's hand, her hands trembled slightly, yet her eyes remained dry. Senior sister, we shall surely triumph over Qin Hengyu, Yu Xingchen declared, his heart stirred by Lu Ruyan's tears. Absolutely, Lu Ruyan responded, though her emotions were somewhat conflicted. She found herself increasingly torn between Yu Xingchen and Qin Hengyu. What she possessed now was not solely bestowed by Yu Xingchen, but also stemmed from the enigmatic figure with the purple visage. Subsequently, the two arrived at the main hall of the universe sacred land. Upon presenting their identity tokens, the inhabitants within the hall promptly made arrangements, and news swiftly circulated. Servants eagerly stepped forward to assist them in understanding the intricacies of the sacred land. What privileges does the son enjoy? What are the specifications for travel? What realm does a guardian truly embody? The situation over at Lu Ruyan is rather similar. She has been arranged to enter the sanctuary of the Holy Maiden, where she has taken a bath in the hot spring pool and donned resplendent attire, a golden hairpin resembling a butterfly once again adorning her head. Lost and then found? She has transformed her identity. It is time for her resurgence. The Holy Land of the universe may not compare to the Holy Land of the Great Qin. Yet it offers her the opportunity to pursue greater endeavors, even to seek retribution against those who have previously humiliated her. For instance, Lin Yi from the Star Pavilion. She may also confront Qin Hengyu, which necessitates the formulation of a cunning strategy. As Lu Ruyan contemplates how to deal with Qin Hengyu, a stirring excitement wells up within her. Meanwhile, in the desolate mountains, the actions of Qin Hengyu are gradually drawing to a close. After absorbing the remnants of the dark race, Ziqing, the ancient princess of this shadowy lineage, has steadily attained her full power, now reaching the 5th level of the sacred tier. Chapter 43. Is it not reasonable to engage in close communication with the ancient princess? Qin Hengyu observed as Ziqing completed her absorption, feeling a profound sense of relief. The remnants of the dark race's corpses occupied nearly half of the mineral vein. Yet a portion of the source stone deposits remained intact, preventing a complete loss. He also sensed Ziqing's cultivation level, which, to be honest, surprised him somewhat. In most sacred lands, she would already be regarded as a sovereign, nearly invincible without drawing upon the foundational strength of the sacred domain. Currently, the most formidable force within the Great Qin sacred land is nominally Jiangzhan, at the 5th tier of the sacred realm. Ziqing's combat prowess is unlikely to be inferior to Jiangzhan's. In fact, under the enigmatic influence of the Maiden's Heart Sutra, she may surpass him. Of course, this consideration excludes the ancient beings sealed within the subterranean chambers and coffins of the Great Qin sacred land, many of whom possess cultivation levels exceeding the 5th tier. As Ziqing opened her eyes, she caught sight of a flicker of unease on Qin Hengyu's face. Qin Hengyu felt a sense of perplexity as he extended his hand. Upon making contact with Ziqing, fragments of memories surged into his mind. It transpired that with Ziqing's powers fully restored, remnants of her past began to resurface, instilling a sense of fear within her as she projected these memories. Moments later, he comprehended certain aspects of these memory fragments. Ziqing was, in fact, a being from 100,000 years ago. Long ago, the imperial star had been invaded by a dark race, though they were subsequently driven out. After the forces of the dark race were annihilated, Ziqing sought refuge on the imperial star, only to be pursued by a female warrior named Yusha. At that time, she had managed to bring forth a considerable amount of divine essence and resources. It was unclear which emperor sensed the dark aura in that location, but he launched an attack that melted much of the divine essence, temporarily sealing the dark race, while many of their number perished. Yusha? Qin Hengyu found himself somewhat familiar with the original plot, as it was intrinsically linked to the fortunes of his former self. It revolved around a black finger, a lethal artifact capable of effortlessly extinguishing the lives of both humans and other races. After the loss of the Great Qin sacred land, his previous incarnation had fortuitously acquired this treasure from a piece of source stone that had occasionally emerged. However, this very artifact also served as evidence of his collusion with the dark races. Following the departure of Yusha, he, now tainted by darkness, was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. It appeared that Yusha had not made an appearance since then. Even after absorbing the remnants of the other dark races, he still did not materialize. Where could he have gone? Qin Hengyu began to reminisce. Having acquired all the intricate details regarding the source stone mine, yet yielding no significant gains. No matter. Upon delving into Ziqing's memories, Qin Hengyu gently caressed her head, allowing her to gradually find solace and merge into the shadow of his being. Nearby, Li Shouqing observed in astonishment as Qin Hengyu adeptly wielded divine patterns without the slightest use of spiritual power. A source master? Li Shouqing recognized that only a source master could manipulate divine patterns without spiritual energy. For others, it was merely a tool, while for a source master, the patterns gravitated towards them. One represents skill, while the other embodies a profound path to realms that cannot be equated. The current imperial son, not only inherently superior in status, could serve as a mentor in the comprehension of divine patterns, such as the terror. Jiangzhan and the others noticed the shift in Li Shouqing's expression and immediately understood that their imperial son was indeed extraordinary. In a heart devoid of women, the imperial son naturally embodies divinity. Imperial son? Jiangzhan inquired with concern, having witnessed his sovereign resolve the situation. Clearly, there were matters at hand. With these dark races eliminated, all was well. They could proceed to mine resources and should return to the great Qin sacred land. After Qin Hengyu delved into Ziqing's memories, his conviction regarding the source sky technique was further solidified. He could essentially rest assured about this matter. The dark races had been largely dealt with, aside from some suspicious entities like the ghost killers, which warranted careful scrutiny. As for the four prominent families, Jiangzhan's daughter was already in alliance with Qin Hengyu, having long since pledged her loyalty. The other three clans, the Meng, Wang, and Bailey families, had also begun to regard him with newfound respect following his decisive interventions on 2 occasions. In particular, Qin Hengyu commanded a sacred tier from a dark race before them, treating them as if they were not outsiders. With capability comes power, and with trust comes reliance. They naturally understood how to navigate this. Upon returning to the sacred land of the Great Qin, Qin Hengyu promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the whereabouts of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. He had already perceived that the treachery he had suffered from Yusha in the original narrative might very well be linked to Yi Xingqian. Previously, he had not taken the Bodhi seed from Lu Ruyan, yet he had kept a watchful eye on it. There was a significant possibility that Yusha had seized the opportunity to follow Yi Xingqian upon leaving. At this very moment, with the 4 great clan leaders making their appearances, the entire sacred land had begun to gradually shift towards the direction of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Hengyu also resided in the Eastern Palace within the royal abode, under the auspices of eunuch Zhang. He was granted the indulgence of a soothing bath in the hot spring pool. This served to alleviate his travel fatigue. The waters of the spring, infused with various spiritual herbs, were beneficial to the body and devoid of any harsh sensations. At the pool's edge, palace maids assisted him in cleansing his mouth and nose, as well as tidying his long hair. Such treatment was something he had scarcely experienced in his past life. After the maids rendered their service, they withdrew from the area, allowing the delicate curtain above the hot spring to descend, enhancing his sense of serenity. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the pool as the maids departed. As Qin Hengyu opened his eyes, he was astonished to find Ziqing gracefully immersed in the hot spring, her garments and adornments mysteriously absent. Ziqing appeared to be mirroring his demeanor, serenely enjoying her bath while occasionally fluttering her eyes open to cautiously observe whether he made any movements. It was undeniably alluring. Ultimately, Qin Hengyu could not feign indifference. He extended his hand. The two shared a connection through the art of enchanting women, and Ziqing, aware of his intentions, likewise reached out her hand. Qin Hengyu ultimately witnessed that the young lady was unfamiliar with the art of bathing, and thus took it upon himself to instruct her. One might consider this a form of courtship, perhaps. The droplets of water cascaded freely upon their bodies, occasionally grazing her innocent gaze in the delicate, fragile form that elicited a stirring within him. Their hearts seemed to resonate with an unspoken connection. Jun Ziqing also drew closer, uttering but a single word. Yet her eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation. Ziqing, Qin Hengyu, being a man, cannot possibly remain as calm as still water. His arms envelop another. In the confined space, 2 bodies, attuned to each other, gradually breach the barriers, engaging in passionate kissing and entanglement. They have accomplished everything except the final step. In Qin Hengyu's mind, the classic imagery from his previous life in the bathroom emerged, ultimately breaching the final barrier. It must be said that the 5th tier of the saint level possesses formidable strength. The lingering moments stretched on endlessly. Qin Hengyu ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber upon the dragon bed after his time in the hot spring. Beside him, Ziqing clung tightly to his arm, her sparkling eyes wide open as if nothing were amiss. Once she confirmed that Qin Hengyu remained still, she pouted in feigned distress. Nevertheless, she did not leave his side. Instead, she maintained a vigilant watch over him, resolute in her intention to stay close. Chapter 44. Intrigues and Deceptions. The following day, Qin Hengyu awoke comfortably from his slumber, subsequently engaging in morning exercises with Ziqing before they both adorned themselves and departed from the Eastern Palace. Upon his arrival at the royal hall, Jiang Zhan and others had already gathered in anticipation. During this period, most matters requiring resolution were addressed in this very location, which lent it an air of added significance. As soon as Qin Hengyu took his seat upon the dragon throne, Jiang Zhan promptly declared, "Your Majesty, this morning we received alarming news. It appears that a dark race has been sighted in Jincheng, with several young scions and their servants meeting untimely and tragic fates. The evidence of this dark race can only be discerned through the remnants upon their flesh." Jiang Zhan's demeanor was notably grave, having recently eradicated a dark race. The emergence of such news instilled a vague sense of unease. It was inconceivable that the emperor had failed to contain the situation, allowing a dark race saint to escape. Naturally, such speculation could not be voiced aloud. Shall I journey to Jincheng to investigate? Upon hearing the news, Qin Hengyu promptly resolved to visit Jincheng to ascertain the situation. Soon after, he gathered additional intelligence, evidently regarding the dark races, which was of utmost importance. He then proceeded to issue further orders concerning the management of slaves. Given the previous policy had proven effective in its trial phase, he decided to intensify the efforts to expedite the transformation of slavery. Meanwhile, at the Leifu Inn, Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan resided within its walls. Presently, Lu Ruyan found herself alone in the room, anxiously awaiting developments. After a while, a shadowy figure appeared at the window. Lu Ruyan hastily opened the window, allowing the cloaked figure to enter. The figure removed their mask, revealing none other than Yu Xingqian. Upon entering the room, a purple visage manifested upon his hand, exuding an air of immense satisfaction. Tonight promised a sumptuous feast, a delight indeed. The corners of Yu Xingqian's mouth curled into a contented smile, relishing the exhilarating sensation of wielding life and death with such authority. Having ascended to the status of a holy son, his confidence had been restored. Xingqian, did you successfully impersonate a member of the dark races? Lu Ruyan inquired about Yu Xingqian's endeavors. It turned out that the two had gleaned from Yusha's words that there were numerous dark races within the source stone veins, which sparked an idea. If rumors could spread that the great Qin sacred land was harboring dark races, then the sacred land would face an onslaught. Without any direct action from them, the great Qin sacred land could be obliterated. Even if it survived, its reputation would inevitably suffer. Are you referring to me? Lu Ruyan's remark was met with a playful interjection from the delicate face in Yu Xingqian's hand. Yusha, stop teasing. Yu Xingqian, aware of Yusha's penchant for teasing Lu Ruyan, quickly intervened. He then continued, everything has proceeded smoothly, save for refraining from taking action against the people of the great Qin sacred land. Indeed, although the great Qin sacred land could claim others are slandering them, they could also be perceived as deliberately fostering misunderstandings. Regardless, their reputation cannot be cleansed, unless someone were to traverse the source stone veins. Lu Ruyan expressed unwavering confidence in her plan. Yusha's ability to sense the dark races would ensure that the great Qin sacred land could no longer conceal its secrets. Senior sister, your approach is bound to succeed. Yu Xingqian concurred. Ever since Lu Ruyan had articulated her plan, he had felt a stirring within him. Following the incident where Qin Hengyu had emasculated him and marred his appearance, he had harbored a profound resentment. No matter the cost, he was determined to see Qin Hengyu utterly destroyed. You rely on the great Qin sacred land? Then I shall bring about its ruin and observe how you navigate the aftermath. I am now heading to the Star Pavilion to procure information, thereby escalating the situation and capturing the attention of the entire populace of Jin City. After obtaining results from Yu Xingqian, Lu Ruoyan has also been diligently arranging the next steps. Shortly thereafter, having tidied herself up, Lu Ruoyan proceeded to the Star Pavilion in Jin City. At the Star Pavilion, Lin Yi was incensed upon seeing Lu Ruoyan's arrival. Ideally, conducting business should entail a calm demeanor. However, after Lu Ruoyan paid her deposit, she began to stir trouble. Lin Yi found herself unable to dismiss her. After all, Lu Ruoyan was now the holy maiden of the universal sacred land. On the contrary, Lu Ruoyan found herself at ease. Her visit to the Star Pavilion aimed to tarnish the reputation of the great Qin sacred land. And seizing the opportunity to toy with Lin Yi was a delightful prospect. Previously, during her fall from grace, Lin Yi had relished in the spectacle and mockery. Observing Lin Yi's impatience brought Lu Ruoyan a sense of satisfaction. Since Lin Yi seemed disinterested in conducting business, Lu Ruoyan resolved not to intrude further. It appeared that the Star Pavilion, in its grandiosity, was prone to being bullied. Not only would she lodge a complaint, but she would also take this matter outside to discuss. With a leisurely rise, Lu Ruoyan uttered a chilling farewell. Take your time. The mention of a complaint made Lin Yi grit her teeth. The Star Pavilion, being an establishment reliant on external commerce, needed more friends than foes. Even a holy maiden feared complaints. As Lu Ruoyan began to leave, Lin Yi could not restrain herself and muttered a curse under her breath. To hell with you. You dare to insult me? Lu Ruoyan swiftly turned, her icy gaze fixed upon Lin Yi. I did not. Lin Yi defiantly denied having uttered any insult. However, Lu Ruoyan, with a mocking smile, raised the recording stone in her hand. This device could capture surrounding scenes and sounds, thereby documenting Lin Yi's recent outburst. Should this recording be revealed, It would undoubtedly tarnish the Star Pavilion's reputation. Lin Yi was instantly taken aback. Yet, as curious eyes began to gather around them, she realized she could not act recklessly and could only whisper, "What will it take for you to give me that recording stone?" "Too late," Lu Ruoyan replied, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. Moments later, an elderly matron approached Lu Ruoyan, addressing her respectfully, "Holy Maiden of the Universal Sacred Land. This is a gift from the Star Pavilion, which should sufficiently compensate for your losses. May I retain the recording stone?" The Star Pavilion will administer its own form of punishment. The venerable matriarch, a senior elder of the Starry Pavilion, inherently bears the duty of overseeing the saintess. Her presence now undoubtedly aims to salvage the reputation of the Starry Pavilion. In truth, the audio-visual stone holds little significance. It is merely a matter of avoiding unnecessary troubles. As for Lin Yi, her reprimand falls within the bounds of normalcy, for as the saintess of the Starry Pavilion, she is subject to numerous expectations. This time, Lin Yi bears the initial fault and will undoubtedly face some form of punishment. "What if I refuse?" Lu Ruoyan, who had come seeking trouble, wore an amused expression. She relished the sight of Lin Yi, once eager to please, now at a disadvantage and helpless. At that moment, a maid entered and respectfully addressed the matriarch, "Grandmother. The imperial son has arrived and specifically requested to meet the saintess for urgent matters." The maid's words instantly transformed the atmosphere. Positioned in the corridor, they could clearly see Qin Hengyu within the main hall. The new saintess of the celestial sacred land and the imperial son of the great Qin sacred land hold little in terms of comparability. "You may go." The matriarch instructed Lin Yi with a glance, signaling her to attend to the guest. "Humph," Lu Ruoyan scoffed, glancing at the audio-visual stone in her hand, suddenly feeling it had lost its significance. Yet again, it was Qin Hengyu. She was curious to see what he intended to do, how he could remain so at ease while courting disaster. Chapter 45. A single slap to unravel the scheme. Upon seeing Qin Hengyu, Lin Yi felt a flicker of hope. Akin to spotting a savior, she had no desire to entangle herself further with Lu Ruoyan, especially given the recent treachery. She promptly exited the room. "Imperial son, you have arrived. How may I serve you?" Lin Yi inquired as she approached Qin Hengyu, adorned in resplendent attire, exuding charm with every movement. Recently, information from the Starry Pavilion indicated that Qin Hengyu was a promising investment prospect. It is difficult for women emerging from the Starry Pavilion to remain unmercenary. Within the Starry Pavilion, as long as the price is right, even a saintess can be bought and sold, though the cost is often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Historical accounts reveal that the Starry Pavilion once offered a saintess to an emperor whose prowess matched that of the sovereign. Grateful for the favor, she bestowed significant benefits upon the Starry Pavilion, solidifying its foundation. In Lin Yi's mind, everything has a price, including herself. Lu Ruoyan, in her eyes, had depreciated from her previous worth, prompting further disdain. "I have come to inquire about Meng Fanyan." Qin Hengyu elucidated his intentions upon noticing Lu Ruoyan's presence. He seized the opportunity to pose an intriguing inquiry. Previously, he had observed Meng Fanyan's waning fortune and had concluded that the latter's days were numbered. His seemingly innocuous question was, of course, intended to place Lu Ruoyan in an awkward position. It was akin to a masterful painting. Indeed, as soon as his question was posed, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall of the Star Pavilion, with nearly all eyes fixated upon Lu Ruoyan, Lin Yi, and Qin Hengyu. How fortuitous! The assembled crowd harbored a curiosity regarding the fate of Meng Fanyan, especially since both Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruoyan had ascended to the status of saints. If memory serves, Meng Fanyan had extended his kindness to both Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian. Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, evidently perceiving that Qin Hengyu was stirring up trouble. Having just witnessed Lu Ruoyan's recent setback, she was inclined to relish in her rival's misfortune. With a smile, Lin Yi remarked, "Your Highness, is this the sole piece of information you seek? We are more than willing to share our insights. According to the information we have gleaned from the Star Pavilion, Meng Fanyan has perished, replaced by the new saints." "Ah, I recall that Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian were once sheltered by Meng Fanyan, were they not? It was due to my disdain for certain individuals exhibiting ingratitude that I expelled them from the great Qin sacred land. Could it be that history is destined to repeat itself?" Qin Hengyu observed Lin Yi as she tended to the fire, showing no concern whatsoever. He secretly hoped that Lu Ruoyan would cause a commotion in the Starry Pavilion, as it would provide him with a justification to confront her. Having already deemed Lu Ruoyan an adversary, he found no reason to feign civility. Kindness towards one's enemies and foes is a cruelty to oneself. To repay kindness with enmity, how could one reciprocate virtue? Moreover, he had labeled Lu Ruyan a treacherous wolf, having betrayed Ming Fanyan, and this revelation had become common knowledge, ensuring that no one would extend their assistance to her any longer. His objective had been accomplished. As for the emperor, I remain oblivious, he. Lin Yi covered her mouth, laughing merrily, her meaning unmistakable. Qin Hengyu was entirely correct. The gazes of those surrounding Lu Ruyan shifted noticeably. Was Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian truly treacherous wolves? It indeed made sense that they had been expelled from the sacred land of Qin. Had they not been cast out, it was conceivable that Qin Hengyu's fate would mirror that of Meng Danyan. Lu Ruyan felt her composure slipping slightly. She turned to Qin Hengyu and retorted, Qin Hengyu, you cannot possibly have just learned about the dark races wreaking havoc in Jincheng, can you? Aside from your sacred land of Qin, other families have suffered casualties. Could it be that within the source stone veins you have unearthed, dark races exist, and you have deliberately unleashed them under your control? In such a setting, Lu Ruyan struggled to maintain her poise. It is often challenging for individuals to regulate their emotions in certain situations, especially for someone like Lu Ruyan, who was not particularly adept at emotional restraint. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Qin Hengyu had already ascertained that everything was orchestrated by Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian. Bam! With a sudden chill in his demeanor, Qin Hengyu traversed the distance in mere steps, appearing before Lu Ruyan with remarkable swiftness. He delivered a fierce slap, exclaiming, "Wretched woman! You deliberately instigate trouble against the great Qin sacred land. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to end your life? It is common knowledge that you and I harbor animosity, were it not for your relentless schemes against the great Qin sacred land. How could you possess such intimate knowledge of these matters?" With a swift motion, Qin Hengyu sent Lu Ruyan flying, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. He found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate the situation, since Lu Ruyan had boldly stepped forward to address the matter. He merely needed to transform the conflict into one between himself, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Xingqian. Naturally, this would draw attention to the two individuals, instilling a sense of caution within them. Why not seize such an opportunity? Lu Ruyan, taken aback by Qin Hengyu's decisive action, could scarcely believe her eyes. Did he truly think that, having ascended to the position of saintess of the universal sacred land, she could act with impunity without considering the views of the great Qin sacred land? Did she intend to incite a war between the two sacred lands? Qin Hengyu spoke sternly, exuding an unparalleled aura. The current sacred land of the great Qin is certainly not a place that just anyone can provoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yi noticed a sound stone on the ground and discreetly stepped upon it. In an instant, the stone shattered, obliterating the only evidence that could be directed against her. What a relief! As Lin Yi gazed at Qin Hengyu, her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Oh, dear prince, do not be angered. Some individuals are simply not worth your ire. One cannot retaliate against a dog that has bitten you, can they? Since you have arrived at the Starry Pavilion? Surely there is more you wish to inquire about? In truth, we could converse leisurely in a more private setting. Her tone was laced with flirtation, as she leaned almost provocatively against Qin Hengyu's chest. In reality, this was also a subtle jab at Lu Ruyan, once the favored consort of the prince. Lu Ruyan now found herself in a predicament as Lin Yi sought to allure Qin Hengyu. What could she do about it? Qin Hengyu indeed observed Lin Yi's subtle gestures. Coupled with Lu Ruyan's subsequent actions in the earlier exchanges, he naturally discerned that a conflict may have transpired between the two. There was no need to dwell on it. He had effectively quelled Lu Ruyan's arrogance, which was quite commendable. With a single strike, he not only subdued her but also garnered a modicum of fortune for himself. It was a splendid gain. Qin Hengyu, unperturbed by Lin Yi's overture, naturally embraced her more tightly. The intimacy between them was palpable, bordering on profound. In a bold move, he even leaned in for a kiss, with the eyes of everyone upon them. Was he truly this forward? Lin Yi, caught off guard, had merely intended to flirt, yet found herself unexpectedly swept away by Qin Hengyu's fervor, her eyes widening in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Humph. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan covered her face, gazing incredulously at the scene of Qin Hengyu passionately kissing Lin Yi, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Witnessing the couple nestled so closely together stirred a twinge of bitterness within her heart. Chapter 46, A Solitary Man and Woman in One Room. Upon his immersion into the narrative, Qin Hengyu increasingly found himself adept in navigating its complexities. He discerned the shift in Lu Ruyan's demeanor. Regret? That realization had come too late. Once spilled, water cannot be retrieved. He was no longer the original self, destined to perish clinging to a solitary tree. Rather, he possessed an entire forest, Why then should he concern himself with a crooked tree? In his heart, Qin Hengyu chuckled coldly. After kissing Lin Yi, he spoke. I must inquire about certain matters, such as how two individuals intend to target my esteemed Qin Holy Land. Let us retire to a private room for our discussion. Before Lin Yi could respond, he reached out and gently grasped her waist, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. A soft gasp escaped Lin Yi's lips. Her cheeks flushed with surprise. She had not anticipated Qin Hengyu's boldness, as previous accounts painted him as a rather serious individual. Nevertheless, she did not resist being embraced. The affirmation of certain relationships held significant value for the Starry Pavilion, indeed, a commendable asset. How vexatious, Lin Yi exclaimed playfully. Yet her hands instinctively wrapped around Qin Hengyu's neck, her form nearly melding with his. A light-hearted laughter began to echo throughout the Starry Pavilion. Qin Hengyu held Lin Yi close, gracefully spinning around the grand hall, unabashedly showcasing their connection. How splendid! Qin Hengyu paused before proceeding to Lin Yi's bedroom, once again issuing a warning in front of Lu Ruyan. A flicker of color danced across Lu Ruyan's face, alternating between shades of blue and gray. This clearly indicated the turmoil brewing within her, as she struggled with a sense of pent-up frustration. Ultimately, Qin Hengyu glided past Lu Ruyan, traversing the crimson corridor, until he arrived at Lin Yi's chamber. He unceremoniously cast Lin Yi onto the bed. As a son of the emperor, he could effortlessly claim Lin Yi's form. Although there would be certain repercussions to consider, he was certainly not one to shy away from such costs. It was merely a natural progression. Lin Yi's movements exhibited no hint of resistance, almost as if she were acquiescing willingly. Qin Hengyu gradually embraced his identity as the emperor's son, fully aware of the implications it entailed. As an imperial figure, any woman who engaged with him would only stand to gain. Those who could not possess him would become infatuated, even entangled in their yearning for him. This affection, in many respects, constituted a form of resource. Lin Yi observed as Qin Hengyu loosened his belt, her demeanor transforming into one of sultry allure. Having been held in his embrace throughout, a delicate blush grazed her cheeks. The attention she received was not unwelcome. Otherwise, the Starry Pavilion would have taken action long ago to intervene, and the silence within the room would not have lingered. It was as if they were tacitly granting their approval. Oh, enchanting beauty! After Qin Hengyu revealed his bare torso, he took the initiative to embrace Lin Yi. She feigned reluctance yet welcomed him, coyly asking, DZ, who is more beautiful, me or Lu Ruyan? Lin Yi posed a question that many women are fond of asking. How can one know without attempting? Qin Hengyu wore a mischievous smile as he began to probe. Have you found your answer, Emperor? How could it be so swift? Are you suggesting that this emperor is too hasty to fulfill your needs? Not at all. After their exchange of subtle jests, the veils they wore seemed to diminish slightly. To add a touch more would be excessive, while to take away would render it insufficient. After a prolonged silence, Qin Hengyu raised his head from a mound of pale flesh and, with an air of seriousness, proclaimed, Your Highness, you are incorrigible. What makes you say that? I could certainly show you what it means to be truly wicked, he retorted. And what might that look like? Lin Yi, a professional in her own right, found herself drawn closer to Qin Hengyu amidst their playful banter. Can you guess? I shan't venture a guess. I merely wish to know whether you seek to provoke Lu Ruyan or to take advantage of me, she replied. Have you not guessed correctly? Exclaimed Lin Yi with a cry of exasperation as Qin Hengyu chose to confront the situation head-on. Your Highness, be gentle. In that instant, a sound akin to the sweet trill of a lark filled the air. In Jin City, at the Laifu Inn, Lu Ruyan was oblivious to how she had exited the Starry Pavilion, enduring the scrutiny of countless eyes as she made her way back to the inn. The saintess has returned. Upon her arrival, Lu Zhuanggue, who had previously been entangled in matters concerning Lu Ruyan, hurried out, stooping to personally brush the dust from her embroidered shoes. He dared not voice any grievances against her. What need had a merchant for pride? After fulfilling this task, he prostrated himself at the threshold, allowing Lu Ruyan to tread upon his back as she entered the Laifu Inn. Nearby, a maidservant kept her head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Although Lu Ruyan had been struck in the presence of Qin Hengyu, she still held the esteemed title of Saintess of the Cosmic Sanctuary. Given the right opportunity, she could still triumph over Qin Hengyu. Was it resentment or bitterness she felt? At that moment, she could not discern her own emotions. After traversing a lengthy corridor, she soon arrived at the supreme chamber of the Laifu Inn, a room costing a staggering 100,000 spirit stones per day. Inside, Yi Xingqian was engaged in cultivation, but upon Lu Ruyan's return, he opened his eyes. The moment he did, he noticed the imprint of a hand upon her cheek, and, filled with indignation, rose to his feet. "Sister, who struck you?" "Qin Hengyu," Lu Ruyan replied, biting her lip as she spoke his name. "You encountered him? What of the plan?" A fleeting look of concern crossed Yi Xingchen's eyes as he inquired about the progress of their scheme. It may already have failed. He has concluded that we are behind the mischief, implying that if such occurrences arise again, we shall be targeted. Lu Ruyan recounted Qin Hengyu's response to the situation. Why is he so domineering? Yi Xingchen's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He is the prince of the great Qin sanctuary. After Lu Ruyan concluded her response, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. The sun was dead, yet another would soon emerge. The emperor's heir was undeniably the rightful successor, rendering any comparison moot. After posing that singular question, Yi Xingchen felt somewhat foolish. If one were not tyrannical, could they truly be called the emperor's heir? What should the next course of action be? With the plan thwarted, Yi Xingchen's mind became a chaotic tangle. If he refrained from further killings, it would undeniably imply that he was up to no good. Yet if he continued, Qin Hengyu might very well retaliate against him and his companion, igniting a conflict between the Huanyu sacred ground and the Qin sacred ground. Yi Xingchen felt that even with 100-fold courage, he would hesitate to embark on such a path. Nonetheless, he felt an undeniable sense of resentment. After becoming the sun, returning to Jinsheng was bittersweet. For those who once mocked and ridiculed him now bowed and fawned over him. Instantly, he felt invigorated. To return to the Huanyu sacred ground in disgrace was not an option he entertained. "I have an idea," he mused. At that moment, Yu Sha materialized in Yi Xingchen's hand, stating, "What I mean is, you must continue the killings and provoke Qin Hengyu into confrontation. Only by facing each other again will I have the opportunity to manipulate him, forcing him to the mines where the dark races dwell." Yu Sha had grown slightly larger, her form shifting as if a face was sprouting a neck. "Then we shall participate in the arena within Jinsheng. I have heard that if one achieves 100 consecutive victories, conditions within a certain range will be met." The arena appeared to be a property of the Qin sacred ground. Given Lu Ruyan's previous experience there, she immediately conceived a new plan. "Very well, Ruyan, I shall avenge you," Yi Xingchen declared, noticing the imprint of a hand on her face, unable to resist caressing it while making a solemn promise. "I trust you," Lu Ruyan replied, her eyes dimming as she nodded. She, too, took the initiative, pressing Yi Xingchen's hand firmly against her face. Uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Perhaps this was her way of retaliating against Qin Hengyu? "Senior sister, believe in me." As Lu Ruyan released her grip, Yi Xingchen stumbled away in a flustered retreat. Lu Ruyan stood dazed in the room, perplexed as her mind was devoid of Yi Xingchen's image. Only the scene of Qin Hengyu embracing Lin Yi lingered painfully in her consciousness. Her heart ached. It hurt profoundly. Chapter 47. The Deer Calls. Feasting on wild artemisia in the starry pavilion, a chamber lay quiet. Lin Yi, resembling a lamb, opened her eyes to find a glimmer of confusion in her gaze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Upon awakening, Lin Yi found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion, her mind racing with a few fleeting recollections that ignited a rosy blush upon her cheeks. Initially, she intended to engage in a bit of playful banter, with the roles of dominance reversed. However, she was taken aback to discover that Qin Hengyu had ascended to the formidable dragon ascend realm, unexpectedly reversing their positions. The intensity of their encounter left her feeling as though her very bones were on the verge of disintegration. It was an overwhelming display of vigor. It felt akin to an entire army bearing down upon her, plunging her into a whirlwind of chaos and tumult. Despite her limbs remaining intact, she found herself utterly immobilized. Tears streaming down her face, oscillating between laughter and sorrow, her demeanor bordering on madness, as her emotions spiraled beyond her control. Sweat poured from her body like rain, an insatiable thirst driving her to seek relief, yet she found none, as if in a parched desert devoid of any rain. Unbeknownst to her, she succumbed to slumber, only to awaken now, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Hengyu, how do I measure up to Lu Ruyan?" Lin Yi, now seemingly more delicate, timidly revisited the question she had posed before their fierce confrontation. "Why should you compare yourself to her? In my heart, you are undeniably one of a kind." Qin Hengyu gently embraced Lin Yi's delicate back and spoke with utmost sincerity. It can only be said that the charming phrases learned from the internet before entering this narrative world have finally found their purpose in this new realm. Indeed, after Qin Hengyu uttered these words, Lin Yi buried herself in his chest, a few tears cascading down her cheeks. She was remarkably easy to console. However, it is true that women are like water. Despite an entire night of coaxing, they remain unquenched. Qin Hengyu gently caressed Lin Yi, causing a faint blush to rise on her skin. Although it was Lin Yi who had been defeated, she unexpectedly took the initiative to tease him with an air of recklessness. Lin Yi began to emit soft, melodious sounds reminiscent of deer calling, as if to say she was foraging in the wild. Qin Hengyu is indeed that hunter, unexpectedly brandishing the head of a deer. The young creature flails its limbs in a state of confusion, utterly at a loss. However, Qin Hengyu played the zither and blew the sheng, soothing the frightened fawn until its bright eyes grew calm. The gentle call of the deer echoed, feasting upon the wild herbs. Perhaps the fawn had never encountered such a visually captivating sustenance, becoming slightly entranced and unable to resist its allure. Qin Hengyu could hardly afford to neglect his role as a guest for the young fawn, preparing exquisite wine and delighting in the joyous presence of his companions. Crafting a delectable feast. Time has passed, and outside the door, the elderly matron, who had been patiently awaiting its opening, now wore a complex expression of mixed emotions. A fleeting moment of indulgence. When Qin Hengyu reappeared alongside Lin Yi, they found themselves in the tea room of the starry pavilion, where an array of exquisite delicacies awaited them. Lin Yi leaned entirely upon Qin Hengyu's stature, a posture she maintained even in the presence of the elderly matron. Your Highness, we at the Starry Pavilion have received news that Yu Xingqian is currently engaged in challenges at the fighting arena in Jinxing, having secured 18 victories thus far, with his opponents either dead or severely incapacitated. It appears he aims to compel Your Highness to confront him through the arena's rules. Upon entering, the matron refrained from mentioning anything pertaining to Lin Yi, instead choosing to discuss Yu Xingqian. Among the strong, the value of emotional ties significantly outweighs that of mere material gain. In essence, the bonds of affection between Qin Hengyu and the esteemed Qin Holy Land hold paramount significance, with Lin Yi serving as a vital pawn in this intricate web of relationships. Presently, what is the cost of such a valuable asset? Should Qin Hengyu ascend to greater heights and the Starry Pavilion continue to nurture Lin Yi, the value of their union, especially with the birth of progeny, would become immeasurable. Naturally, the Starry Pavilion would bide its time, awaiting a suitable offer. At this juncture, the old matriarch has taken the initiative to inform Qin Hengyu about Yu Xingqian, further indicating a willingness to collaborate. Acknowledging this, I extend my gratitude to the old matriarch. In the future, should the Starry Pavilion find occasion to utilize the resources of the Qin Holy Land, a mere word would suffice. Qin Hengyu nodded, acknowledging the kindness of the Starry Pavilion. This news held some significance for him, as Yu Xingqian had not yet given up, attempting to entice him into a trap. Had he not traversed through time, remaining as his original self, perhaps he would have succumbed to the surge of emotions and gone over. Alas, Qin Hengyu was far from impulsive. He intended to act only after all preparations were meticulously arranged. He exhibited a composed demeanor, continuing to partake in his meal. In the eyes of the old matron, this undoubtedly added to his merits, as a steady disposition is more likely to open up greater possibilities in the future. I have departed. Before departing, Qin Hengyu gently kissed Lin Yi's forehead and left without a trace of reluctance. He is akin to an imperial figure, ensnared in the embrace of tenderness. Yet, Lin Yi resembles wild herbs and flowers. Indulging too deeply in such delights renders them mundane. Occasional encounters are far more refreshing. Unlike the constant sweetness that could never rival the purity of Jiang Roshua, the snow lotus. It is often said that the dynamics between men and women involve a delicate tug-of-war. As Lin Yi gazed at Qin Hengyu's retreating silhouette, a hint of reluctance flickered within her. Shortly thereafter, the old matron interjected, reminding her that matters concerning Lu Ruyan were now resolved. But the events between her and Qin Hengyu would inevitably spread. She must seize the opportunity and relearn the art of captivating men. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi's expression dimmed. As a saintess of the Starry Pavilion, her heart was not entirely her own. For instance, the pavilion sought to leverage the news of her relationship with Qin Hengyu to gain influence. Such a scheme was beyond her control, as she inherently bore certain attributes of commodity. Indeed, the Starry Pavilion's public acknowledgement of this relationship was a shrewd maneuver to transform Lin Yi into a social butterfly. Ensnaring numerous scions from sacred places in a game of balance would be an overestimation of the pavilion's capabilities. To manipulate multiple relationships recklessly invites peril. Those who maintain equilibrium among powers must themselves be formidable, capable of subduing opposition. The Starry Pavilion exists within a precarious niche among the myriad forces. Securing a partnership with a top-tier faction is already the optimal solution. Thus, Lin Yi acquiesced, though her heart remained shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Hengyu's interest in Lu Rian, does it stem from genuine affection or a mere fascination with her physique? This love, is it authentic? Men. Lin Yi recalled the passionate entanglement they shared just hours earlier, along with Qin Hengyu's words and his subsequent, unhesitating departure. Her curiosity about him intensified. Were Qin Hengyu present at this moment, he would undoubtedly reflect on the adage, only petty individuals and women are difficult to nurture, proximity breeds disrespect, while distance fosters resentment. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu was en route back to the great Qin sacred land, devising strategies to confront Yu Xingqian and Lu Rian. He eagerly anticipated further turmoil between them. For without conflict, he would lack justification to contend with either. He resolved to return, organize his thoughts, and contemplate how to undermine them effectively. Qin Hengyu, feeling somewhat impatient, hurried back to the holy land of the great Qin. Chapter 48. Triumphing with integrity, if one is to cause a stir, let it be grand. Upon returning to the grand hall, Qin Hengyu promptly summoned the assembly, discussing the circumstances surrounding the gladiatorial arena in Jinsheng and inquiring about everyone's plans. The arena serves as a lucrative venture for the sacred land of the great Qin. Combatants of the same realm and those below engage in duels, while spectators place wagers. The victors receive the stakes, along with rewards for the cultivators within the arena. This competition effectively invigorates the aspirations of young cultivators and gathers formidable practitioners from various realms. After Qin Hengyu concluded his remarks, the four prominent generals hastened to volunteer their services. The four noble families, with even a slight display of prowess, could indeed sway their opponents, allowing the Jiang family to seize the initiative. Upon hearing the call to action, Jiang Zhan was the first to make arrangements, which immediately ignited a flurry of competitive responses from the other clan heads. The Ming family asserted their strength, declaring they possessed their own 5 tigers. The Wang family, masters of both sword and arrow, proclaimed their unwillingness to yield even in the arena. The Bailey family, despite being adept in formations, also affirmed their capability for battle within the confines of the arena. As Qin Hengyu listened to several war generals vying for accolades, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. According to their notions, it was highly probable that they would unwittingly bestow experience upon Yu Xingqian. This was no ordinary individual. He was the fabled son of fortune, the child of destiny. Have you forgotten my counsel? To disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. Are you truly esteeming an adversary in such a manner? Have you perhaps overlooked the nature of your own fortune in contrast to that of your opponent? Qin Hengyu spoke solemnly to the crowd. Their gazes met, still filled with confusion. Could it be, he pondered, that this is merely a conflict between Yu Xingqian and myself? Is it not possible that this is a struggle among the sacred lands? Qin Hengyu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and articulated his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of Jiang Zhan and the others shifted noticeably, a creeping dread settling in. Jiang Zhan raised his gaze towards Qin Hengyu, seeking to discern the next course of action. My lord, shall we prepare for a confrontation with the universal Holy Land? No, Qin Hengyu interjected. What we must do is lure the serpent from its lair. If my intuition serves me correctly, the entire universal Holy Land has been usurped. Qin Hengyu expressed his conjecture. In truth, this was not merely a conjecture. After becoming acquainted with Granny Jiao, he recalled that the sacred land of the universe had seemingly been attacked by the dark races later on. At that time, the narrative had not clarified the origins of the dark races. Given the present circumstances, it is highly probable that there exists a stronghold. The Emperor's son stated that dark races resided within the sacred land of the universe. Thus, if we could expose these dark beings, might we not be able to handle the situation accordingly? Li Shouqing, renowned for his mastery of formations, demonstrated remarkable acumen. Indeed, we need to escalate matters a bit further. Merely allowing Yu Xingqian to create chaos in the arena is hardly sufficient. We could entirely reopen the talented one's ranking. Gathering the exceptional talents in Golden City, Qin Hengyu articulated his method. Is it merely about causing a stir? He intends to employ an even greater intensity to extricate matters from Yu Xingqian's control. Thus, he aims to triumph through audacity. I do not merely seek to comprehend your problem. Rather, I will formulate an entirely new one, seizing a more formidable initiative. Should I merely follow in the footsteps of others in problem solving, I would inevitably succumb to their rhythm. The Tianjiu ranking is a creation of the Xingqian Pavilion. Previously, whenever a grand contest arose, the Xingqian Pavilion would produce a list, profiting from the sale of its information and garnering considerable favors. The existence of such a list also served to entice the prodigies into conflict. As for the Tianjia ranking, it can be regarded as an imperial artifact, requiring substantial resources. It was previously established through the collaboration of the Xingqian Pavilion with several factions. Now, the Qin Sacred Land monopolizes it without concern. The Qin Sacred Land lacks no source stones. Rather, by expending a few source stones, it can attract various factions to Jincheng, ensuring a lucrative return. The Imperial Scion is indeed sagacious. After exchanging glances, the four unanimously concurred. They too are astute individuals. Acutely aware that Qin Hengyu's actions aim to draw more factions into the fray, thus allowing him to profit amidst the chaos. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hengyu proceeded to arrange the matters at hand. Meanwhile, in Jincheng, after Qin Hengyu departed from the Starry Pavilion, the news circulating within its walls spread even further. Firstly, concerning the dark race's murderous deeds, certain unexpected developments did arise. After Qin Hengyu had implicated the dark race with Lu Ruyan, few took the matter seriously. It was perceived merely as a quarrel between the two, with a palpable sense that Lu Ruyan, feeling slighted, resorted to rumors. This sentiment was particularly amplified following the revelation of Lin Yi's romantic entanglement with Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu directly carried Lin Yi into the inner chamber of the Starry Pavilion, emerging only the following day, which led many to speculate that something significant may have transpired between them. The public increasingly believed that their entanglement had deepened, likely unrelated to the dark races. Consequently, information regarding the dark races failed to capture much attention. Simultaneously, news spread of Yi Xingqian's ongoing challenges within the arena, where he was accompanied by Lu Ruyan. The trio of 2 men and 1 woman saw Lu Ruyan seeking out Qin Hengyu, who remarked that as long as certain elements were mentioned, the tale would nearly write itself. Thus, Lu Ruyan's attempts to associate the dark races with Qin Hengyu became increasingly far-fetched, especially as she feared confrontation with him. In this manner, the dark races were inadvertently overlooked by the populace. On another front, Jiang Roshua had also heard the news from the Starry Pavilion and resolved to seek out Qin Hengyu. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of Ziqing's circumstances. Jiang Zhan and others, having witnessed Qin Hengyu's control over a dark race, naturally chose to keep this information confidential, treating it as Qin Hengyu's secret. Jiang Roshua sought Qin Hengyu instead of Lin Yi out of concern that he might view her as capricious. Her intention was not to confront him, quite the opposite. Jiang Roshua wished to express her satisfaction with Lin Yi's choice, particularly as she had opted for Lin Yi's company over Lu Ruyan's presence. That felt immensely gratifying. Jiang Roshua even planned to bestow praise upon her brother Qin. At that moment, within the East Palace, Qin Hengyu was indulging in a bath when he dismissed everyone due to the impending arrival of Ziqing. Consequently, when Jiang Roshua came over, she encountered no one and directly entered the East Palace, arriving at the hot spring pool where Qin Hengyu was soaking. As Qin Hengyu luxuriated in the waters, he suddenly sensed Ziqing's departure and swiftly attuned his awareness to his surroundings. Jiang Roshua? Qin Hengyu felt a twinge of curiosity about why Jiang Roshua had come, yet she remained still, feigning tranquility as she immersed herself in the bath. As Jiang Roshua made her way, she encountered no one. Upon arriving at the hot spring, she noticed the gauzy curtain and realized something was amiss. Taking a moment to ponder, she moved even more cautiously, shedding her garments and stealthily preparing to enter, intending to surprise Qin Hengyu. Chapter 49, The Ascendant's Rankings Commence. Igniting the Great Contest. After Jiang Roshua deliberately approached Qin Hengyu, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Why have you come, dear Roshua?" This was not the first time for Jiang Roshua. She had taken the initiative many times before. She nestled against Qin Hengyu's waist from behind, affectionately nuzzling him. On that previous occasion, it was Qin Gij who had made the first move. Was this time considered her initiative? With a blush gracing her cheeks, Jiang Roshua shyly remarked, "I did not expect to find you bathing during the day. How presumptuous of me. I came to inquire about the rumors circulating in the Star Pavilion regarding you and Lin Yi." Jiang Roshua refrained from directly mentioning the affair between Qin Hengyu and Lin Yi, as it was an established fact, by referring to it as mere rumors. She afforded Qin Hengyu a degree of dignity. Nonetheless, being a woman, she felt a tinge of bitterness in her heart after expressing those words. Logically, given her status, she had no right to pry into Qin Hengyu's private matters. Yet, driven by her emotions, she found herself unable to resist the urge to ask. Upon hearing Jiang Roushu's inquiry, Qin Hengyu felt a surge of happiness, as it indicated that Jiang Roushu harbored feelings for him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It primarily pertains to the necessity of collaboration with the Starry Pavilion, which compelled me to acquiesce to certain conditions for them to activate the talented individual's ranking. Additionally, during my time at the Starry Pavilion, I encountered some conflicts with Lin Yi and Lu Ruyan, which were also aimed at facilitating my actions against Lu Ruyan. I sincerely appreciate your concern, dear Raoshu. Were it not for the pressing nature of the matter, I would undoubtedly seek your invaluable advice. Qin Hengyu offered an explanation. Crafting an excuse. Do you speak the truth to women? Apologies. Regardless of gender, most individuals prefer the soothing embrace of a delightful falsehood. The harshness of reality often wounds the heart. By attributing the cause to Lu Ruyan, it is likely that Jiang Roshue would feel somewhat comforted as well. He also expressed gratitude towards Jiang Roshue, elevating her significance. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Roshue felt a surge of joy within her heart. Would her opinion still be sought after? Brother Qin truly treats himself with great kindness, but it is all due to Lu Ruyan. The Tianju list is indeed a significant matter, undoubtedly unrelated to Brother Qin. Under the influence of her infatuation, Jiang Roshue has filled her mind with numerous thoughts. The knot in her heart was instantly untied. However, being a girl, she felt a hint of shyness upon arriving at the hot spring. She was at a loss for the next step. Once Jiang Roshue felt reassured, she composed herself and said, Brother Qin, you flatter me. It is I who have been too hasty. If that is the case, I shall take my leave now. Her clothes were completely soaked, and she wished to turn and depart. Shuer, since you have come, why not help me with a bath? Qin Hengyu naturally seized Jiang Roshue's hand, preventing her from leaving too swiftly, and found an excuse to linger. It's been quite some time since I last helped my brother Qin with a bath. Jiang Roshue said knowingly, her mind drifting back to the days of her youth when her brother Qin had playfully challenged her. She recalled the moments when she, not particularly tall, had to scrub his back in the hot spring, only to slip and choke on water, much to his loud amusement. Yet, the Qin she knew now was truly different. In the warm embrace of the hot spring, droplets danced upon her skin, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Meanwhile, within the Starry Pavilion, Jiang Zhan had arrived and began to converse with the elderly matriarch about the notion of initiating the talented ranking. To be frank, the matriarch was somewhat taken aback by this arrangement. It was a matter that could significantly impact the future of the Starry Pavilion. The talented ranking could only be established once the great contest of the world was firmly established. However, they had also received word that the emperor was still alive, a plan orchestrated by him. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Starry Pavilion could hardly contain their astonishment. They had no authority to refuse, for no one dared to defy the emperor. It was evident that the emperor intended to pave the way for Qin Hengyu, who, given the present circumstances, indeed possessed the qualifications to be so favored. Simultaneously, the Starry Pavilion felt a sense of relief. Their saintess had already woven her fate with Qin Hengyu. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one might ponder whether the emperor's strength had waned, for otherwise, such actions would be unnecessary. Was this his final dance in the twilight of his years? The Starry Pavilion dared not speculate too much about the emperor, for such thoughts could lead to their own demise. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the emperor and the great Qin sacred land, the talented ranking was ultimately unveiled, an ancient tome bound in gold. Upon its revelation, beams of golden light radiated forth. Simultaneously, across the myriad realms, a golden light appeared in the sky, resembling a beacon of hope. The words talented ranking were emblazoned across the golden pages, heralding the dawn of a new era. Within the 5 domains and 13 states, numerous dynasties, forbidden lands, and holy sites flickered with powerful information, seemingly stirred to their very core. Across the entire imperial star, nearly a dozen holy legacies remained unbroken. In addition to these sacred places, there also existed a multitude of esteemed families and sections. Upon the emergence of the talented rankings, they commenced utilizing divine inscriptions for teleportation, sending individuals to the central continent to investigate the circumstances. Beyond the imperial star, there were many other celestial bodies, some of which housed formidable forces. The powerful within these factions turned their gaze toward the imperial star. The reasons were well understood. Either the emperor had perished, prompting the unveiling of the talented rankings, or the emperor was still alive, yet on the brink of death. In either case, preparations had likely been made in advance. The holy sons or daughters of their respective factions were expected to undergo trials. Should they fail to grow stronger, they would be swiftly replaced. Additionally, alliances that had long been established reconnected, forging what was deemed a coalition, in hopes of better surviving the tumultuous times that might lie ahead. Naturally, these various factions were also keenly interested in the individuals who had entered the talented rankings, eager to uncover the identities of these remarkable talents. Thus, it is indeed a worthy gamble. The celestial ranking is an extraordinary imperial artifact. Apart from its main body, it encompasses numerous sub-rankings across various star halls. And even some factions maintain their own sub-rankings. By infusing spiritual energy and demonstrating one's prowess before the sub-rankings, the celestial ranking will naturally assign a certain ranking based on one's strength. It is said that once one appears on the list, their fortune will gradually transform. Furthermore, there exists an alternative method of being recorded. Should an individual be documented by the celestial ranking, any opponent they engage in combat with will also be entered into the rankings, remaining there until death erases their name. This implies that once a portion of individuals enters the celestial ranking, it is likely that nearly everyone will eventually appear on the list. Naturally, most prodigies would not decline the opportunity to be ranked, even if they are not particularly concerned with their reputation. The list itself can be a means to acquire resources and gain the favor of their own faction, as well as attract further investment from other powers. The information provided by the celestial ranking can also be somewhat misleading. With careful design, it can even be utilized to lure and deceive adversaries. One could assert that the celestial ranking is immensely beneficial, if not indispensable. As for the Star Hall, which oversees the celestial ranking, it can leverage the list to sell information, ensuring profit while also subtly maneuvering to appease various factions. On the surface, it appears that everything regarding the celestial ranking is under the control of the Star Hall. However, it is not solely theirs, as multiple factions have a stake in it. Therefore, regarding the Star Hall as the administrator of the celestial ranking would be more fitting. This is also the reason why various factions tacitly allow the existence of the Star Hall. Once the celestial ranking was unveiled, numerous divine pattern teleportation arrays within the Golden City illuminated swiftly. These arrays encompass certain star domains, as well as other locales across the 5 regions and 13 prefectures. As the teleportation arrays activated, saints of distinct temperaments began to emerge from within. All of this transpired in an orderly fashion. The situation, however, grew increasingly enigmatic. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian, still within the arena, fought desperately to defeat an adversary, anticipating the cheers of the spectators. Yet, from the sky above the arena, he beheld the radiant glow of the celestial ranking from the Star Hall. The tide had changed once more. The audience in the stands rose to gaze upon that golden light, entirely indifferent to Yi Xingqian, who had just secured victory in the arena. And the defeated opponent collapsed at his feet. Chapter 50. The Celestial Ranking? Merely a plaything of this imperial prince, Yi Xingqian remained unaware of how he exited the arena. Upon learning that the Star Hall had created the celestial ranking, he realized that his plans seemed to have fallen through once again. The arena? Originally, one could utilize this to captivate public opinion, compelling Qin Hengyu to confront directly, thereby pressuring him to unveil the source stone veins and cast a shadow upon the dark races. However, with the emergence of the talents ranking, it seems that few are genuinely concerned about the arena affairs, nor do many pay heed to the source stone veins and the dark races. In the short term, the focus of the masses will solely be on the talents ranking. A trace of bitterness crept onto Yi Xingqian's lips. The grand situation had shifted, let alone the minor circumstances he controlled. Upon returning to the Laifu Inn, Lu Ruyan greeted him swiftly, having received pertinent news that left her quite astonished. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Lu Ruyan, somewhat helpless, remarked, "Junior brother, what do you propose we do?" She had been quite vexed. After her encounter with Qin Hengyu, her plans had faltered, and her reputation had suffered as a consequence. It was common knowledge that she and Yi Xingqian had been brought back to the cosmic Holy Land by Ming Fanyan, and following his demise, they had become the saintess and saint, which clearly raised suspicions. Lu Ruyan was infuriated, yet felt powerless. With the talents ranking reinstated, she was uncertain whether Xingqian Pavilion and the great Qin Holy Land had conspired together, leaving her in a state of unease. If this were indeed a scheme orchestrated by Qin Hengyu, how could they possibly counter it? "Senior sister, not all news is dire," Yi Xingqian reassured her. "Now that the talents ranking has been released, if we secure the top position, we can rally the other talents to target Qin Hengyu." After pondering during their journey, he began to formulate a strategy. With more factions now involved, perhaps he could navigate the murky waters, merely shifting the focus from the arena to the talents ranking. Such a course of action might reveal some of his strength, yet with the presence of Yusha, what significance did it hold if certain abilities were exposed? Very well. I shall partake in this endeavor as well. Lu Ruyan found the reasoning quite compelling. Strength reigns supreme once one enters the so-called heroic rankings. One might even reverse their reputation. Thus, Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyin set forth once more to the Star Pavilion within Jinqing. At this very moment, within the Star Pavilion, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered before the sublist of the heroic rankings. By merely placing their hands upon it and channeling their spiritual energy, one could readily unveil their realm and strength, thereby revealing a purported rank. The innate human desire for comparison is undeniable. As long as one can glimpse their position within the heroic rankings, there is an inherent thrill associated with it. In the early stages, the Star Pavilion naturally refrained from concealing the rankings. However, as the heroic rankings were displayed, they would glean further insights, discerning the extent to which the rankings may be inflated, thus concocting an unofficial private list. This means that by the time the general populace received news of the heroic rankings, it was already widely known. Upon entering the heroic rankings together, Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyin immediately attracted attention, as both were the favored children of the cosmic sacred land. Curiosity arose regarding their respective standings. Consequently, a space was quickly made for them. Yu Xingqian, at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, placed his left hand upon the sublist of the heroic rankings, and in an instant, his rank was revealed. After all, he had mastered the scriptures of two great emperors, merging them together, which rendered his prowess extraordinary. Almost instantly, he attained the foremost position on the divine ability rankings. First place? The majority gasped upon witnessing this, realizing they had underestimated Yu Xingqian. It was astonishing that he had achieved such strength in such a brief period. It seemed evident that Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyin had valid reasons for being esteemed as the holy son and holy daughter of the cosmic sacred land. Even the death of Meng Fanyan could be perceived as just retribution. Under the halo of strength, many began to alter their perceptions of Yu Xingqian, as humans are inherently drawn to the powerful and repelled by the weak. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyin conducted her own evaluation. Her innate talent, of course, was not on par with Yu Xingqian's. She secured the 9th rank on the heroic rankings in the divine ability realm, especially after being thwarted by Qin Hengyu. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Consequently, the public's perception of Lu Ruyin experienced a slight shift as well. After achieving the top rank in the heroic rankings divine ability category, Yu Xingqian let out a cold snort and departed the Star Pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Ruyin exhibited a similar demeanor. As for the news of Yu Xingqian's first place in the heroic rankings, it spread like wildfire. Why was he deemed the foremost in the divine ability realm? Indeed, the heroes list is meticulously categorized into several sections according to distinct levels of cultivation, body refinement, qi, palace opening, divine ability, and ascending dragon. Although few individuals currently ascend to the heroes list, Yu Xingqian's acquisition of the top position within a particular realm is undeniably remarkable, and the news swiftly spread throughout the entire Golden City. On the other side, after Qin Hengyu and Jiang Roxue shared a tender moment, they also received pertinent news. It can only be said that this was entirely unsurprising. When Qin Hengyu initiated the Celestial Talents list, speculations arose regarding his intentions. Securing the top position in the realm of divine abilities was merely a plaything for him. He refrains from showcasing his true prowess, choosing instead to deliver a decisive blow to Yu Xingqian at a pivotal moment. His reluctance to intervene earlier, during Yu Xingqian's audacious displays in the arena, stemmed from a desire to avoid being drawn into the rhythm dictated by Yu Xingqian. With Yu Xingqian ascending to the top of the Celestial Talents list, this development aligns perfectly with Qin's plans. He bears no concern over Yu Xingqian's obscurity. Rather, he fears that should Ye's reputation remain too insignificant, his own victory would yield little reward. Presently, he can orchestrate a grand narrative around Yu Xingqian, elevating him through exaggerated praise, only to later bring him crashing back to reality, rendering him utterly defeated, a scenario that promises to be quite entertaining. To this end, Qin Hengyu picked up the jade tablet and dispatched his orders. Meanwhile, Jiang Roxue, having grasped the situation, appeared somewhat perplexed and curiously inquired, "Brother Qin, is this truly the right course of action?" She believed her brother, Qin, to be unequivocally the foremost among all. "You will understand in due time." Qin Hengyu gently pinched Jiang Roxue's cheek, his movements becoming increasingly unrestrained. What a descent into depravity. Yet, he resolved to continue this descent. "How annoying," Jiang Roxue exclaimed. But her actions grew bolder. The true affections of a woman can often be discerned through subtle gestures, at the very least. A woman who harbors feelings for you will approach you willingly. You don't find it bothersome? I believe I've recently grasped a unique technique for the weekend. It wouldn't involve any peculiar movements again, would it? Last time, you claimed the technique was utterly ineffective. That was a mere accident. You admitted you felt something. Jiang Raoshu's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. As for their cultivation, it naturally progressed into a second round. Chapter 51, The Pursuit of Realms? Who was chasing whom? The news of Yu Xingchen ranking first in the divine realm on the celestial talents list quickly spread. During this time, the convoluted relationship between the noble Qin Hengyu, Yu Xingchen, and Lu Ruyan garnered considerable attention. Many saints and prodigies had come to Jinsheng to inquire about this matter. Who could resist a bit of gossip? In the tea houses and inns of Jinsheng, every patron engaged in discussions surrounding these events. Rumor had it that Yu Xingchen was originally a beggar, taken in by Lu Ruyan out of kindness, and unexpectedly. His extraordinary talent propelled him to become the son of the universal Holy Land. In the great Qin Holy Land, he was unremarkable, yet, upon leaving, he soared to great heights. Are you suggesting that the feng shui of the great Qin Holy Land is unfavorable? Such remarks must be made cautiously. In my opinion, Lu Ruyan is indeed decisive, managing to elevate Yu Xingchen to such heights. Should they become a couple, it would undoubtedly become a celebrated tale. Ahem, that seems improbable now. It is said he offended the Qin Emperor, rendering him impotent, able to gaze upon, but not to act. Lu Ruyan would likely not regard him favorably, would she? Lu Ruyan had previously ignored the Qin Emperor, but later, she was bought for a night, nearly indistinguishable from a courtesan. During the last encounter at the Xingchen Pavilion, they met again, and the Qin Emperor, having gained insight, struck out. Yet, one cannot dismiss Lu Ruyan, ranked 9th in the divine realm. She is indeed a woman who has learned from her past. Has the Qin Emperor not yet entered the celestial talents list? Surely, he will. Yu Xingchen undoubtedly wishes to challenge the Qin Emperor once more. Tell me, why does the Qin Emperor not deal with Yu Xingchen if he possesses such capability? You fail to understand. When a woman betrays you, what brings the greatest satisfaction? Killing her? Certainly not, as nothing compares to the satisfaction of destroying one's spirit. In my view, the Qin Emperor seeks to obliterate the spirit, but Yu Xingchen has ascended to new heights. Is that so? Please elaborate. In a lively atmosphere, amidst the sipping of tea and the clinking of wine glasses, conversations flowed freely. The overall sentiment elevated both Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan to heights that seemed beyond their reach. Yet it remained unclear how much of this was attributed to Qin Hengyu's influence. At the Laifu Inn, during this period, Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan had caught wind of various rumors. It could be said that both humiliation and a sense of superiority coexisted within their hearts, as each aspired to once more best Qin Hengyu to validate their worth and silence the gossip surrounding them. On a particular day, Granny Jiu unexpectedly made her appearance. Upon seeing her, Yu Xingchen felt a twinge of fear and immediately knelt to pay his respects. Everything they possessed at that moment could be deemed a gift from Granny Jiu. Greetings, Granny Jiu. Lu Ruyan followed suit, bowing from behind Yu Xingchen. You have ascended the talented one's rankings? Granny Jiu inquired, her tone indifferent yet unsettling. Yes, Yu Xingchen replied, his heart racing. I initially intended to engage in 100 battles at the arena before compelling Qin Hengyu to face me. However, the commencement of the talented one's rankings has shifted everyone's focus. Thus, I must participate in the rankings to also bring renown to the Huanyu sacred land. This presents an opportunity. As I progress through the matches, I shall ultimately alter their perceptions and confront Qin Hengyu, ensuring he becomes my defeated foe. Yu Xingchen's fervor was palpable. In truth, the recent discussions had bolstered his confidence and provided him with greater assurance. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Jiu acknowledged the validity of his reasoning with a nod, then strived to break through to the Dragon Ascendant's realm. Without pressure, there can be no motivation. This is a perfect opportunity for you to advance and refine your skills. Standing out in the Dragon Ascendant's tier of the talented one's rankings will garner more attention than merely remaining at the divine power realm. Understood, Yu Xingchen grasped Granny Jiu's intention. To merely showcase strength was but the beginning. Showcasing immense potential would set him apart. Granny, I possess the ancestral emperor scripture. Lu Ruyan interjected, unable to contain her excitement. The ancestral emperor scripture was reputed to be the most powerful imperial scripture within the Dragon Ascendant's realm, and during their time in the great Qin sacred land, they certainly could not let such an opportunity slip away. However, the text was obscure and challenging to transcribe. With some effort and the prior assistance of Qin Hengyu, she had managed to record a portion of the ancestral emperor scripture relevant to the Dragon Ascendant's realm. Granny Jiu expressed mild surprise upon hearing this revelation. Here, Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to reveal a tooth hidden within her mouth, which upon closer inspection was adorned with a myriad of intricate runes, suggesting an extraordinary nature. Thus, it is not solely men who conceal their treasures. When a woman harbors cunning intentions, her ability for scheming and plotting can be even more pronounced. Even Qin Hengyu had not anticipated Lu Ruyan's audacity in both consuming and appropriating. Very well, Xingqian, your fortuity lies here. Upon witnessing the tooth, old Granny Jiao broke into a wide grin. With this, Yu Xingqian could ascend to unparalleled heights within the Dragon Ascension realm, even exerting pressure on Qin Hengyu, a scion of the great Qin sacred land, who had yet to master the ancestral emperor's scripture, would find himself outdone by an outsider. One must ponder. How embarrassing is that? As for the fear of Qin Hengyu breaking through the divine passage realm and becoming unattainable, that is hardly a concern. As long as public sentiment swells sufficiently, a confrontation between the two is inevitable. The notion that the stronger one becomes, the more anxious they should feel is a fallacy. It is only Qin Hengyu, with his comparatively lesser strength, who ought to feel the pressure. Understood. Yu Xingqian comprehended this arrangement and nodded vigorously. Turning her gaze toward Lu Ruyan, she noticed a peculiar glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, Lu Ruyan was her fortuitous star. At that moment, Yu Xingqian felt a bit guilty, as if she had taken advantage of the situation. Subsequently, under old Granny Jiao's guidance, Yu Xingqian commenced her cultivation of the Dragon Ascension chapter within the ancestral emperor scripture, swiftly enhancing her prowess and surmounting the barriers of her realm. She reveled in her success, convinced that Qin Hengyu was still in pursuit. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu, after a period of introspection in the Eastern Palace, realized his excessive infatuation with beauty. Consequently, he resolved to return to a state of tranquility and dedicate himself to his spiritual practice. After an extensive search, Qin Hengyu discovered a scripture that resonated profoundly with him, known as the Bone Sutra. The scripture was the legacy of a great emperor, the Emperor of Bones, who had once again awakened his intellect. This emperor was named the Bone Sovereign. He forged flesh and blood from bone, drawing life from death, embodying a living form from a lifeless shell, and waging battles across myriad realms with his skeletal might. This scripture harmoniously complemented the ancestral Emperor's Sutra. Listening to his esteemed father, the great emperor, elucidate the intricacies of the ancestral Dragon Sutra, he learned that its formidable power stemmed from its unique synthesis of meridian pathways. The Bone Sutra, on the other hand, possessed the inherent capacity to transcend through the refinement of bones at the Dragon Ascendancy stage. The amalgamation of these two scriptures would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. With these two texts, he felt sufficiently equipped for his cultivation at the Dragon Ascendancy realm. Qin Hengyu placed the Bone Scripture before him and began to utilize the system's enlightenment. To be candid, without the system, he harbored little confidence in mastering it. As the host experienced sudden insight, he comprehended the Bone Scripture, ascending to the first level of Dragon Ascension, then the second, and finally the third. His realm soared once more at an astonishing pace, not as a mere case of hastening growth, but rather a culmination of profound preparation yielding remarkable results. Chapter 52. Has the dark hand behind the scenes also stirred? Indeed, during Qin Hengyu's cultivation journey, he encountered numerous challenges. Even after attaining understanding, he was still required to endure considerable hardships. He often found himself lamenting while engaging in his practice. After all, the method of bone cultivation was exceedingly rigorous, involving the shattering of bones. One must fracture the bones in a manner that is subtle enough to avoid damaging their essence, while also allowing for a certain degree of healing. This process must be repeated 108 times, meticulously reconstructing every bone in his body. Upon reaching this stage, his bones could rival the treasures of a higher realm. Subsequently, each level could be refined anew. It is said that his bones would be comparable to imperial artifacts, unified yet capable of dispersing into thousands of fragments. Remarkably agile and extraordinarily resilient, this process embodied the harmonious interplay of rigidity and flexibility. The meridians of the ancestral emperor scripture functioned similarly. Each strike would resonate like a taut bowstring, channeling power through the meridians, amplifying strength 100-fold. The bone cultivation is akin to forging the body into a bow, while the ancestral emperor scripture transforms the body into the bowstring. Both methods yield 100-fold enhancement. Thus, upon completing the cultivation of both scriptures, one could effortlessly amplify their strength 1,000-fold. How terrifying indeed! In the arduous journey of cultivating the ascended dragon realm, Qin Hengyu endured considerable suffering. After elevating his prowess to this exalted state, he frequently faced the torment of bone fractures, causing him to descend once more. The cultivation of the ancestral emperor scriptures followed a similar pattern. At the very least, the abundant resources provided by the entire Qin Holy Land facilitated his progress. While others merely trained in the ascendant dragon realm, Qin Hengyu's circumstances suggested he had traversed this path at least 108 times. Fortunately, the rewards appeared substantial. Meanwhile, in the universe Holy Land, Yi Xingqian, having acquired the ancestral emperor scriptures for the ascendant dragon realm from Lu Ruyan, returned to his sanctum. He chose to retreat into a blazing magma cavern to commence his next phase of cultivation. With thoughts of Qin Hengyu in his heart, he was filled with boundless motivation. What of you, the prince of the Qin Holy Land? Are you not merely weaving garments for my ascent? As long as my fists grow formidable and I advance incrementally, I am destined to garner the admiration of countless souls. Since I possess nothing, I stand to lose everything. What does it matter if I falter once? I can afford to stumble 100 times. Yet, you, the prince of the Qin Holy Land, should you falter even once, your resolve shall shatter, leaving your heart fractured. Qin Hengyu, you are doomed. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth and immersed himself in the magma to cultivate. The magma could soften his bones, making it far more convenient to practice the ancestral emperor sutra. It is said that the former ancestral emperor also underwent his training in this manner. Although the magma harbored fiery toxins, there was no room for hesitation in the pursuit of rapid strength enhancement. When he emerged from his seclusion, he would do so with an invincible aura, creating a greater commotion. Even if Qin Hengyu possessed myriad hidden cards, they would hold no weight before him. Meanwhile, as Yi Xingqian was on the verge of a breakthrough, changes were also occurring on the celestial talents ranking. The name of the first-ranked individual vanished, naturally causing quite a stir. Conversely, Lu Ruyan's realm and strength ascended by a rank. Curiosity abounded regarding the events that transpired. Some speculated that Yi Xingqian had already met his end, attributing his downfall to his excessive flamboyance, which was orchestrated by Qin Hengyu. However, in the coming period, as Yi Xingqian's realm ascended, he was destined to re-enter the public eye. On another front, Granny Jiao was not idle either. Upon learning of Yi Xingqian's plans, she devised bolder strategies to counter Qin Hengyu. Granny Jiao entered a cave, traversed a concealed door, and after navigating numerous traps, arrived at the depths. There, she discovered a stone mirror. In her grasp, she held a servant from the Holy Land. As the servant's head was crushed, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the stone mirror. In the inky darkness of the mirror, an image began to materialize, figures cloaked in black robes, each adorned with a bronze mask. Their mere appearance within the stone mirror evoked a palpable sense of dread. A voice emerged from the depths, resonating like a demonic echo, layered and distant, as if emanating from far beyond. With Yi Xingqian's strength visibly increasing, the celestial talents ranking would soon be activated, and efforts would be made to challenge the crown prince of the great Qin Holy Land. Granny Jiao sought to take credit for the unfolding events, motivated by the desire to acquire superior treasures that would ensure her survival. Thus, what arrangements do you propose? A pair of dark eyes appeared before her, seemingly piercing through Granny Jiao's intentions. I wish to orchestrate a scheme to eliminate Qin Hengyu, thereby testing whether the ancestral emperor has truly perished. Even if Qin Hengyu survives, the prestige of the great Qin Holy Land would be irreparably tarnished. The opportune moment would be during the clash between the Crown Prince Qin Hengyu and Yi Xingqian. Granny Jiao articulated her plan. Fully aware of the needs of her counterpart, strategies aimed at undermining the great Qin Holy Land. For this, a suitable plan could secure ample resources. What are your terms? After a moment of silence, the figure opposite swiftly posed a new condition. In truth, the cloaked elders had already attempted once, resulting in the demise of a true companion. They were now hesitant to emerge again. If Granny Jiao truly wished to take the plunge, it would not be out of the question. It presented an opportunity to try once more, to ascertain whether the emperor had made an appearance. I yearn for a more resilient vessel. I have grown weary of my current guise, having not genuinely savored joy for quite some time. Furthermore, I require the soul recalling bell. The bell would also facilitate the departure of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Upon my resurrection, I could continue to serve as Yi Xingqian's guardian, willingly toiling for eternity. Granny Jiao's voice bore a tinge of melancholy, mingled with a hint of madness. Each time she exchanged her vessel, a century's worth of time would age her, stripping away her beauty. Moreover, to prevent a regression in her power, she could not frequently change her guise. The two choices weighed heavily on her heart, akin to a needle piercing her soul. Upon the articulation of the prior conditions, the cloaked figure nodded in quick agreement. However, Hesitation lingered concerning the soul-recalling bell. It was evident that the bell was no trifling matter, and after an extended silence, they ultimately acquiesced. "We agree." Following their affirmation, the scene upon the stone mirror shifted once more. A glimpse of the spiritual realm began to emerge. A narrow, dark river revealed itself, from which a pair of decaying hands tremulously extracted a pristine paper boat. Though merely a paper vessel, it appeared remarkably lifelike, adorned with generals and soldiers. Clearly a representation of a warship. Simultaneously, a bronze bell was placed upon the paper boat, exuding an air of mystique. Once the bronze bell was suspended, the paper vessel seemed to come alive, unfurling in the wind, and commenced its descent along the dark river. "Thank you, esteemed sages," Granny Gio immediately bowed in gratitude. With the incantation cast, there would be no turning back. This paper boat from the realm of the dead was no inexpensive trinket. This plan appeared to be meticulously laid out. Chapter 53, poised to emerge as a mighty dragon in the sacred land of the universe, amidst the magma caverns. Another breakthrough had been achieved. A smile graced Yi Xingqian's face. His skin bore crimson streaks, a manifestation of the fire poison permeating his bones. After a surge of energy, his aura stabilized entirely. At this moment, he had ascended to the 7th level of the Dragon Ascendance realm. Without pressure, there is no impetus. Fueled by fervent emotions, the pace of his power enhancement soared to its zenith. It was time to venture forth. Yi Xingqian arose and ventured outside the cave, where he encountered Lu Ruyan, who was patiently awaiting him. During this period, Lu Ruyan had maintained her status in the Divine Passage realm, her foundational skills having become considerably more robust. At the very least, her mastery of the soft scriptures and the universe true scriptures had deepened significantly. Upon witnessing Yi Xingqian's arrival, her face gleamed with anticipation as she inquired, "Junior brother, have you achieved a breakthrough?" "Indeed." Yi Xingqian naturally extended his hand. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened several degrees, infused with joy, as she linked her arm with his. Truly, her junior brother had succeeded. Remarkably, within such a short span, he had ascended to the 7th layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, bringing her immense delight. This time, with her junior brother's enhanced prowess, she was certain he would triumph over Qin Hengyu, thereby validating her choice. What did it matter if Qin Hengyu was the son of an emperor? As Lu Ruyan regained her composure, she noticed Yi Xingqian still holding her hand, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering his recent breakthrough, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. "Senior sister, shall we head to the duel arena? We must devise a plan to challenge the adversaries on the Talented One's ranking, thus compelling Qin Hengyu to reveal himself." Yi Xingqian had already prepared for the next steps. Naturally, in pursuing this endeavor, it was essential to inform Granny Gio, for her support would greatly facilitate their plans. Though Granny Gio did not appear in person, she had already prepared a jade tablet. The message within reassured Yi Xingqian to pursue his ambitions without hesitation, as she would provide discreet support. In this context, Yi Xingqian felt emboldened to accompany Lu Ruyan to the Star Pavilion, where they began to examine the sublist of the Talented One's ranking. At this moment, despite Yi Xingqian's breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, his ranking was not particularly formidable. Upon arriving at the sublist, he promptly recorded the top 10 individuals within the Dragon Ascension realm, intending to seek an opportunity to challenge one of them. In fact, the Star Pavilion offered such a service. Immediately, individuals began to approach him, eager to ascertain what the typical talents were engaged in and how to encounter them for potential alliances. Yi Xingqian received information indicating that within the duel arena, there existed a contender ranked 7th on the Talented One's list in the Dragon Ascension realm, an ideal opponent for him. After Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan departed from the Star Pavilion, news circulated that he had indeed broken through to the Dragon Ascension realm. Many believed that Yi Xingqian would remain at the Divine Passage realm for some time, yet unexpectedly, he has now ascended to the Dragon Ascend realm. Such a feat requires considerable courage, especially since the talent's ranking has only just commenced, and the prodigies must showcase their renown. When breaking through realms, one's hidden cards can even enable them to triumph over stronger opponents. Yi Xingqian's approach appears somewhat hasty. However, when it was discovered that he was once again heading to the arena, a throng eagerly followed suit. In Jincheng, at the arena, Yi Xingqian, at his own request, faced off against the 7th-ranked contender of the talent's ranking in the Dragon Ascend realm, hailing from a northern domain and belonging to a sect known as the Juyong sect. The heirs of this sect have historically exhibited saintly combat prowess, often possessing a unique physique referred to as the Juyong body, also known as the heir apparent. His current opponent, Chu Li, is indeed the Juyong heir, born with immense strength. As the match commenced, Both began to engage in a contest of martial prowess. While the arena permits the use of various weapons, tradition dictates that typically, after a round of physical combat, weapons are introduced in subsequent rounds. During the initial confrontation, Yu Xingqian faced Chu Li's overwhelming strength, which effortlessly countered many of his techniques. Nevertheless, Yu Xingqian employed a strategy of yielding to strength, preventing any significant harm from being inflicted upon him. Amidst the ongoing struggle, Chu Li's momentum gradually waned, while Yu Xingqian's aura intensified. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Xingqian achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Dragon Ascend realm. Upon this transformation, the onlookers erupted in excitement. Merely months ago, he was the foremost in the Divine Passage realm, and now he was matching Chu Li blow for blow in the Dragon Ascend realm. What a prodigy! To elevate a minor realm before the conclusion of a single battle is indeed impressive. The outcome of this match could very well lead to a confrontation with Qin Dizai. In the stands, discussions erupted as Yu Xingqian's breakthrough took place. A number of spectators, reveling in the spectacle, began to cheer loudly. Over time, as they witnessed Yu Xingqian ascend to the top of the talent's ranking from the Divine Passage realm, and now boldly advancing to defeat his opponents, their admiration for him grew. This situation even evoked memories of a certain individual, the Ancestor Emperor. It is said that the Ancestor Emperor traversed the desolate star realms, seeking adversaries one by one, defeating them to elevate his own standing. No one anticipated that this youth, devoid of any notable lineage or heritage, would ascend to the status of an emperor. He was a boy scorned by all, characterized by his barbarism and ignorance. His personality so straightforward that it seemed ill-suited for survival in the ruthless pursuit of strength. Yet, within Yu Xingqian, there flickered a shadow of the legendary Ancestor Emperor. Unavoidably, thoughts turned to Qin Hengyu. In contrast, Yu Xingqian appeared more akin to the rightful heir of the sacred land of the Great Qin. Especially if no misperception had occurred moments prior, it seemed that traces of the Ancestor Emperor's scripture already manifested upon him. This gave rise to another speculation. The sacred land of the Great Qin is vast, and those who harbor ill will towards it, along with unfavorable information, would undoubtedly face suppression, leading to Yu Xingqian suffering an unjust grievance. Of course, such sentiments were seldom voiced openly. Meanwhile, Chu Li, undeterred by superstition, perceived Yu Xingqian's breakthrough at the scene as a slight against himself and charged forward. Seeking destruction, Yu Xingqian, however, was equally resolute. A surge of fist intent materialized atop his clenched fist, ethereal energy swirling, colliding entirely with Chu Li's own strike. An explosive wave of energy erupted within the arena, causing Chu Li to stagger back 10 paces before crashing to the ground, carving a long scar in his wake. By all accounts, he appeared to be on the verge of defeat. Yet, at this moment, Chu Li remained unwilling to concede. He promptly drew forth a long-handled battle axe. Not merely 3 axes in number, but a singular weapon reminiscent of 3. This royal axe of the kingly tier was sufficient to contend with Yu Xingqian in combat. Receive my strike. With the royal axe in hand, Chu Li radiated a fierce brilliance, regaining some of his earlier momentum. Thus, the duel, in name, had officially entered its second round. Chapter 54. Disrupting the arena. Open provocation. Has he become arrogant? With the weapon in hand, Chu Li's aura intensified. He pressed forward, initiating an assault against Yu Xingqian. Even from a distance, the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth were thrown into disarray. Yet, as Chu Li launched his attack, Yu Xingqian remained unfazed, his body twisting at an uncanny angle to evade the onslaught. Now that I have broken through, you are of no consequence. Yu Xingqian continued speaking, and soon after, he extracted a broken blade from his storage ring. Though the sword was fractured, its aura remained formidable. It was indeed a weapon of the sacred tier. While it may have seemed somewhat unfair, it was not an instrument that just anyone could wield. As Yu Xingqian exerted a modicum of power, an unparalleled presence surged forth, surpassing even the speed of his opponent. Chu Li attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only hastily change his tactics. In doing so, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, yet he remained defiant, prepared to withstand the oncoming assault, declaring, "Continue the battle." However, as his words lingered in the air, Yu Xingqian's voice resonated, broke in heaven. With that whispered incantation, an aura of blade intent enveloped the surroundings. A somber atmosphere began to pervade. The strike transitioned from swift to slow. Although its speed diminished, its force gradually dissipated, rendering it insurmountable. Chu Li struggled to maintain his balance, his knee pressed firmly against the ground, terror reflected in his eyes. The massive axe in his hands transformed into a shield, desperately attempting to counter this formidable technique. In an instant, he barely managed to defend himself. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Chu Li was forcefully driven to the ground. His axe shattered into several pieces, and he collapsed, rendered unconscious. A deep crater was left in the arena, marking the end of the battle. The audience was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Silence enveloped the area for a moment, as some gazes filled with fervor and reverence turned towards Yi Xingqian. It became evident that he had concealed his true strength. If I surmise correctly, that is indeed blade intent, which he has comprehended at such a tender age. It is likely that, within the same realm, few could rival him. Blade intent. How terrifying. Chu Li had unwittingly played the role of a sparring partner. Upon awakening, he might be beside himself with rage. Was it not said that only those of the king tier could manifest blade intent? Perhaps it was a blade intent innate to the sacred tier weapon, yet the fact that Yi Xingqian could wield it was extraordinary. The spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. Yi Xingqian had indeed summoned the blade intent of the broken sword. Although it was merely the rudimentary form of blade intent, it was still a martial spirit that could only be employed at the king tier. Once the energy of the sea and the heavenly palace merge, the so-called martial spirit emerges. Only by wielding a weapon and merging with this martial spirit can one hope to manifest blade intent. The realms of blade intent are categorized into rudimentary, minor success, major success, and perfection. Rudimentary blade intent embodies the aura of the blade, allowing one to perceive the essence. Minor success reveals the shadow of the blade, guiding it with an ethereal force as if aided by the heavens. What is witnessed is perplexing, seemingly unstoppable. The essence of the blade reaches its zenith, returning to its purest form. A formless strike appears to drift gracefully. Yet it is only upon being struck that the true essence is revealed. Only in death can one truly grasp its significance, often referred to as the death intent. Currently, Yi Xingqian, having ascended to the Dragon Ascension realm, is capable of wielding battle intent, indicating that he has approached the threshold of the King realm. This is no longer merely the Dragon Ascension realm, it is a manifestation of exceptional talent. At this moment, on the battlefield marred by a colossal pit, Yi Xingqian's attire is slightly disheveled, yet his aura is even more formidable, exuding an overwhelming presence that renders one unable to gaze directly upon him. He resumes his meditation on the ground, consolidating his energy. Dragon Ascension, 9th layer. After defeating Chu Li, his momentum has surged once more, elevating his realm yet again. Indeed, he has ascended into the top 10 of the talented rankings, basking in an unprecedented spotlight. In the stands, a striking woman resembling a battle beast coyly conceals her face with a handkerchief, seemingly enamored with Yi Xingqian. She exuberantly proclaims, "Yi Xingqian, I love you. You cannot bear children, yet I still love you." At that moment, as Yi Xingqian has just opened his eyes amidst the murmurs and cheers of the crowd, a subtle smile graces his lips, abruptly struck by the unexpected fervor. In an instant, his resolve wavers, and a flicker of disdain briefly flashes in his eyes, quickly concealed thereafter. Following this match, he intends to publicly declare war on Qin Hengyu, compelling him to engage in battle. The 9th layer of Dragon Ascension is sufficient. Perhaps Qin Hengyu has yet to break through to the Dragon Ascension realm. Should he have succeeded, he would likely be eager to confront him. Qin Hengyu is undoubtedly just a pretty face, lacking true substance. In response, Yi Xingqian raised his hand and amplified his voice through spiritual power. Addressing the spectator stands, "I am aware that some believe I have developed a relationship with my senior sister. Allow me to clarify, the innocent remain untainted. Such assertions are mere rumors, and I am no mere pretty boy. Any rumors you propagate, I shall dispel through my strength. As for the esteemed Qin Hengyu, I wish to seek justice for my senior sister here. I hereby issue a challenge, hoping to confront him in battle. Can it be? An imperial scion dares not face me? If I should lose, I shall rise again. Is it truly the case that an imperial scion shies away from combat? That would surely render him a laughingstock. Ha ha ha. I intend for everyone to realize that he is unworthy of my senior sister. Only I possess the capability to protect her." Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's declaration, the audience was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such directness from him. After a brief period, some voices emerged from the crowd. "Yi Xingqian, you are formidable. Indeed, let the imperial scion accept the challenge and reveal the truth, rather than cower in the shadows. How courageous! When shall I ever witness such protection?" It became clear, Yi Xingqian was indeed extraordinary. The essence of the blade is not something just anyone can wield. Many late bloomers have undergone a transformation in their fighting spirit at the king's level. At that moment, a multitude of voices rose in unison. However, It remains uncertain how many of those voices were orchestrated by Qin Hengyu and how many were spontaneous expressions of enthusiasm. Many appeared delighted at the spectacle. An imperial scion challenged by a holy son. What a splendid drama to behold. Numerous holy disciples and members of noble families, upon witnessing this, became increasingly intrigued. Yuxingqian's actions undoubtedly placed the great Qin sacred land under intense scrutiny. A mere encounter with Qin Hengyu might yield invaluable insights into the formidable secrets of the great Qin sacred land. Unless Qin Hengyu emerges to defeat Yuxingqian, a shadow of disgrace will linger over the great Qin sacred land, casting the entire arena battle in the lofty rankings in the glorious light of Yuxingqian. Qin Hengyu cannot retreat, for if he does, it may leave a mark upon his heart, adversely affecting his future elevation of realm. Conversely, Yuxingqian flourishes under this pressure, rising higher and garnering greater fortune and momentum. As a result, Yuxingqian has garnered newfound respect. This news swiftly disseminated. The Daqin sacred land soon became aware of Yuxingqian's public provocation and promptly relayed the information to higher authorities, seeking guidance for subsequent actions. Chapter 55. Everything within grasp. Upon the transmission of this news, the Star Pavilion also took action. It was revealed that Lin Yi, upon learning of Qin Hengyu's provocation, journeyed to the Daqin sacred land to convey certain intelligence. Given the current circumstances, the Star Pavilion continued to collaborate with the Daqin sacred land. They were apprehensive to wager on the notion that the great emperor had fallen. It was prudent to observe the situation rather than take the lead. The Star Pavilion possessed considerable experience and caution. Lin Yi sought out Qin Hengyu with the intention of providing vital information. Upon her arrival at the Daqin sacred land, she encountered little obstruction in reaching the Eastern Palace, entering with ease, clearly with Qin Hengyu's consent. Indeed, Qin Hengyu had long since completed his cultivation and emerged from seclusion. Now, he was gazing at the system panel. System, Enlightenment System Host, Qin Hengyu Enlightenment Instances, 2 Realm, Pinnacle of the Ascending Dragon Realm Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fortune. Devouring Heaven Demon Art, True Sun Scripture, Tao Scripture, True Dragon Fist, Supreme Mysterious Scripture, Guanyin Scripture, Ancestral Emperor Scripture, Heart Sutra of the Sovereign Woman, Bone Scripture. These 2 precious instances of enlightenment were hard-earned. One was obtained through a confrontation with Lu Ruoyan, while the other was an additional instance acquired during his intimate encounter with Lin Yi. To be frank, 2 instances felt rather meager. He found himself reminiscing about the days when he possessed 9 instances of enlightenment, when his heart was filled with an unparalleled sense of security. Qin Hengyu remained still, merely observing that it was somewhat inappropriate to take action while Yuxingqian showed no signs of movement. He believed that the net could be drawn once Yuxingqian made an appearance. Upon noticing Lin Yi, he realized that she appeared somewhat displeased. Consequently, Qin Hengyu stepped forward, gently ruffling the other person's hair as he inquired, "What troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Allow me to defend your honor." Lin Yi shook her head, her gaze fixed upon Qin Hengyu. "It is not my issue, but rather yours, brother Qin. Yuxingqian has recently emerged from seclusion, achieving the 9th level of the Dragon Ascension realm, and is currently provoking you within the arena of Jinqing. Rumors abound that Yuxingqian will defeat you." She expressed with concern, "I believe that the current Qin brother is too admirable to be slandered by outsiders. This is my doing." Qin Hengyu smiled, completely unfazed. Having traversed into this narrative, he understood the significance of manipulating public opinion. The discussions swirling around were all orchestrated by him. Merely defeating Yuxingqian was not his true objective. His intention was to tarnish Yuxingqian's reputation, forcing him to flee like a dog without a master. As for the dark races within the Source Stone veins, what if I were to unearth the dark races residing within you, as well as those in the Celestial Sanctum? Why, you ask? Lin Yi furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, feeling a tinge of confusion. At that moment, the Star Pavilion had received some intelligence. Yet, she couldn't shake off her skepticism. Who would create momentum for their adversary? Wouldn't that be akin to striking oneself in the face? Sister E, have you heard the saying, one watches him build his grand mansion, host his guests, only to witness its collapse? Since Yuxingqian desired to revel in such a lofty sensation, descending from that height would not be so simple. First, he must be elevated. And when the opportune moment arrives, he shall be dealt with. In the end, everything will revert to me. All the clamor will ultimately belong to him. Qin Hengyu smiled as he spoke of his arrangements. Of course, this was merely a superficial layer. The deeper, more sinister plans of the dark races remained unspoken. Yuxingqian and Lu Ruoyan were the most suitable candidates to serve as bait. To this end, the great Qin sacred land devised the talents ranking. actively promoting Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, all in an effort to lure the nine granny into causing a stir. When the time came, capturing them all in one fell swoop would be quite a splendid triumph. Brother Qin, what if we lose? After hearing this, Lin Yi grasped the situation but could not suppress a lingering sense of worry. Qin Hengyu's thoughts were commendable. However, every endeavor harbors uncertainties. Suffering a loss of face could indeed lead to a greater downfall and inadvertently bolster Yi Xingqian's arrogance, potentially leaving behind a lingering inner turmoil. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to present the intelligence. Brother Qin, this is the pertinent information and strategies we've gathered regarding Yi Xingqian's performance in the arena. She added, Yi Xingqian has also cultivated the ancestral emperor scripture. There was a hint of trepidation in Lin Yi's voice as she mentioned the ancestral emperor scripture. As if fearing Qin Hengyu's wrath, the ancestral emperor scripture? Qin Hengyu received the jade slip with a hint of perplexity. The information contained within swiftly permeated his mind, revealing a plethora of intricate details. For instance, Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had both delved into the profound scriptures of the cosmic sacred land. Moreover, they had even practiced a unique scripture known as the soft scripture, which possesses the extraordinary ability to conquer rigidity with gentleness. Typically, the study of the soft scripture is suited to female practitioners. Previously, Ming Fanyan would have been an apt candidate as well. However, it is rather unexpected for a male like Yi Xingqian to pursue the soft scripture. One could even say, considering one's loss of vitality, it seems fitting. As for the ancestral royal scripture, Qin Hengyu believed that the leak originated from the former self's indiscretion. Previously, the former self had generously shared passages of scripture, while Lu Ruyan had expressed disinterest, prompting the former self to insist on offering it. This resulted in a considerable portion of the Zhuang Sutra being disseminated. However, it remained a mystery how Lu Ruyan managed to retain a fragment of it. After resolving the matter with Yi Xingqian, it would be imperative to find a means to reclaim it. The meridians of the Zhuang Sutra, particularly those pertaining to the Dragon Ascension realm, could be deemed its essence. This bore a certain correlation to the gentle scriptures they had practiced earlier, which perhaps facilitated their successful cultivation. Upon gaining an understanding of the relevant circumstances, Qin Hengyu remained surprisingly unfazed. Was it a case of Li Gui encountering Li Kuei? Qin Hengyu is indeed unafraid of Yi Xingqian, who has cultivated the ancestral emperor scripture. When the time comes to confront Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, he will undoubtedly make it clear to them who the true original is. There is no need for concern. I have long been prepared. Qin Hengyu showcased the formidable powers of several emperors contained within his ring. As an imperial offspring, this was his greatest source of confidence. Each of these powers was akin to the devastating impact of a nuclear weapon in the world before the narrative unfolded. This method of attack was specifically devised to confront the dark races, yet it could also be employed against Yi Xingqian. Although such an approach might inflict some harm and backlash upon his father, it was preferable to the prospect of Yi Xingqian emerging victorious. The primary objective was to exert dominance. His most significant trump card, his ultimate reliance, was his esteemed father, Emperor Qin. As long as his father drew breath, he could stride through any challenge with unyielding assurance. There was no shame in this, regardless of scriptures, martial arts, or personal strength. As long as he had not yet surpassed his father, all such efforts were rendered meaningless. It was far more prudent to lean on his father's power. Any plans, arrangements, or designs could falter without the solid foundation provided by an emperor. Possessing the might of an emperor was akin to having amassed billions before the narrative. With the support of his father, he had an unassailable backing. Lin Yi, recognizing the potency of those emperor-level strikes, could not help but marvel inwardly. With such power at his disposal, what could Yi Xingqian possibly do? Qin Gu had prepared adequately, leaving Yi with no cause for concern. With that, she decided to take her leave. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of relief and turned to depart. No need to rush. Come along with me. Qin Hengyu, however, grasped Lin Yi's hand, preventing her from departing prematurely. He had just placed his trust in her by revealing the Emperor's strike. This journey, albeit brief, offers a chance to rekindle their emotions. Even a short distance can warm their hands and feet, cannot it? Chapter 56. Can one truly rely on hidden cards to match the Emperor? Qin Hengyu vowed that his intentions were not driven by mere lust for beauty, which motivated his decision to embark on his journey the following day. Indeed, it must be so. His aim was solely to temper Yi Xingqian, to diminish his fervor. As the saying goes, one's initial momentum is strong, but it wanes with repetition. Meanwhile, Lin Yi beside him, though weary, appeared somewhat radiant, evidently having received considerable nourishment. Her gaze held a hint of reproach towards Qin Hengyu, as if to say that with an impending battle on the horizon, he had already engaged in an earlier skirmish. It was clear she had agreed that victory would grant him any wish. With the dawn barely breaking, the imperial horse supervisor prepared the necessary provisions for the journey. One's attire adorns the person, just as the saddle embellishes the horse. Once the spectacle is set, everything transforms. Indeed, as a son of the emperor, one's travels must be accompanied by a certain grandeur, unless one is merely venturing forth for training, in which case they may simply follow a few guardians. Even then, the entourage would not be scant. Otherwise, who would recognize the distinction of one's noble status? Before departing from the sacred land of the great Qin, Qin Hengyu instructed someone to relay a message to the stargazing platform, ensuring that preparations were made for the forthcoming matters. This was part of his meticulous strategy. The great Qin sacred land and the stargazing platform, where Li Shouqing was stationed, were focused on monitoring the vicinity of the combat arena, keenly detecting the unfolding events from a distance. At the center of the stargazing platform, a bronze eye began to rotate. Within this eye lay a dark realm. This bronze orb, known as the Heavenly Eye, possesses the remarkable ability to observe even the most elusive places, rivaling the capabilities of imperial artifacts, especially when it comes to matters concerning the spiritual realm. Additionally, there exists a precious marking treasure known as spiritual breath, said to be derived from the formless and odorless winds of the netherworld, which only an emperor could harvest. By marking an individual or object with spiritual breath, one could track them over an extended period, rendering them unable to escape. With the aid of spiritual breath, the Heavenly Eye could observe with greater precision, making it exceedingly difficult to lose sight of its target. This treasure is invaluable, originally intended to mark the elusive elixir of immortality, and it is likely that others would not anticipate that Qin Hengyu would employ it to mark Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. Li Shouqing soon received Qin Hengyu's message, and his demeanor grew more serious. Would the changes the young emperor spoke of truly come to pass? Although Li Shouqing felt that the young emperor might be exaggerating, he recognized that Qin Hengyu, being of imperial lineage, could afford to expend some effort and time without consequence. Should there be any genuine discovery, it would undoubtedly yield great rewards. Meanwhile, within the Golden City, in the combat arena, following Yu Xingchen's challenge to Qin Hengyu, a throng of spectators surged into the venue, making it nearly impossible to secure a ticket. The arena resembled an open circular bowl. Yu Xingchen remained seated, motionless in the center of the arena, patiently awaiting Qin Hengyu's arrival. Initially, he feared that the emergence of the talented one's list would disrupt his plans. However, in light of the current developments, it seemed to have only served to further compel Qin Hengyu. After all, the name of Qin Hengyu has never graced the Tianjiao list, which has significantly bolstered Yu Xingchen's confidence. Qin Hengyu was undoubtedly convinced that with the commencement of the Celestial Talents ranking, numerous prodigies would emerge, surpassing him in prowess. However, Qin Hengyu miscalculated. He had not anticipated his own rapid growth. Initially, achieving the first rank on the talents list in the divine ability realm was insufficient to contend with Qin Hengyu. However, advancing a major realm in a short span of time and seizing the talents list once more was indeed sufficient to create a significant momentum. The first light of dawn, as the initial rays of the morning sun broke forth from the horizon and illuminated the arena. The convoy of the great Qin sacred land finally made its slow entrance into the contest grounds. Qin Hengyu, perched upon his chariot, advanced towards the radiant beam of light. Resembling a celestial deity, he cast a condescending glance at Yu Xingchen within the arena, then surveyed his surroundings with an air of disdain. Yet, it appeared that destiny had intertwined their fates, placing them in direct opposition. The atmosphere in the stands transformed instantaneously upon Qin Hengyu's arrival, erupting into a cacophony of murmurs and discussions. "Lo and behold, the emperor's son has indeed graced us with his presence," exclaimed the one voice. "I had thought he would shy away from this confrontation. To my mind, the emperor's son displayed a lack of cunning. He could simply dispatch his subordinates to remove Yu Xingchen from the equation, achieving the same outcome. Indeed, he was overly complacent and recklessly audacious. But what did it matter? All we desired was to witness a thrilling battle unfold." "You underestimate the situation," another interjected. "What if the emperor's son enlists others to vanquish Yu Xingchen? He could return time and again unless he is utterly destroyed." It could only be said that Yu Xingchen's methods, though unrefined, were undeniably effective. Yu Xingchen regarded Qin Hengyu's arrival with a slight frown. He perceived him as nothing more than a fool, believing that his ostentatious appearance could secure his dominance. Rising to his feet, he scanned the crowd, intent on amplifying his own presence. I, Yu Xingqian, have come to face this challenge. Regardless of Qin Hengyu's lineage and abundant resources, what does it matter? Mastery and cultivation demands innate talent. In the past, I had suffered indignities at the hands of others within the great Qin sacred land due to my innate abilities. It was only through the protection of my senior sister that I was spared from Qin Hengyu's jealousy, leading to the annulment of our engagement. Yet, he bore a grudge and stripped my senior sister's family of all their wealth, banishing us to desolate mountains, even in those remote hills. The great Qin sacred land kept a watchful eye on us, driving us away after we acquired source stones. But so what? My talents have ultimately been recognized by the Huanyu sacred land, and through diligent cultivation, I have now reached the pinnacle of my potential, fueled by an indomitable spirit. Today, I, Yu Xingqian, shall no longer feign modesty. I am not merely proving my worth, I am validating my senior sister's discerning judgment. The great Qin sacred land is unworthy of her. With his final declaration, Yu Xingqian's voice resonated powerfully, releasing the pent-up humiliation he had endured over time. The spectators in the stands fell into a profound silence, some gazing at Yu Xingqian with a touch of sympathy. A gifted individual, yet devoid of a powerful background. Noble lineage or boundless resources, he toiled diligently within the great Qin sacred land, enduring the scorn of others. What Yu Xingqian had experienced was a reflection of the struggles many faced, while Qin Hengyu's life as an emperor's son was one of privilege that few could comprehend. This narrative was one that resonated deeply with the audience. Yu Xingqian, you have the power to prove yourself. Let us fight. Previously, I was misled by those rumors, leading to some doubts about you. For that, I extend my sincerest apologies. It was my misunderstanding that prevented me from recognizing your fervent spirit as a passionate youth. With Yu Xingqian's assertions, many have begun to accept this notion. Who would dare provoke the sacred land? Perhaps Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan were expelled from the great Qin sacred land due to the oppressive nature of the sacred land itself. Numerous individuals have already begun to scrutinize the demeanor of Qin Hengyu, as he unmistakably embodies the archetype of the tyrant preying upon the weak. The atmosphere has undeniably shifted. Qin Hengyu naturally heard Yu Xingqian's barking, but paid it no mind. The more Yu Xingqian spoke, the more he would reveal his own ugliness when the time came. There was no way he would allow Yu Xingqian to triumph. Hesitating? Afraid to face the challenge? Seeing that his goal had been achieved. And with Qin Hengyu still unmoving atop the carriage, a hint of scorn appeared at the corner of his mouth. Would one be angered by an ant? The sacred land of the great Qin stands tall, its radiance everlasting. How foolish are the ignorant, unaware of the new slander they sow, a mayfly shaking a great tree, laughable in its overestimation of itself. After I awaken my resolve, I shall step forward and seize time. Yu Xingqian, should you manage to best me? What of it if I grant you the title of the imperial son? Qin Hengyu's voice was calm yet exuded an unparalleled arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the audience at the arena gaped in astonishment, their expressions a vivid tableau of surprise. A resounding shock rippled through their hearts. Was this not excessively audacious? Chapter 57. You possess a broken blade, while I wield a celestial sword. Do you perceive Yu Xingqian's actions as those of mere ants? Yet, you dare to assert that the emperor's son would serve Yu Xingqian? Are you truly unafraid of losing and facing humiliation? Even those other sons and daughters of the sacred land regarded Qin Hengyu with a hint of unfamiliarity. Is this truly the emperor's son of the great Qin? Despite his unique status often drawing admiration, he seemed utterly oblivious to the reality surrounding him. In this moment, Qin Hengyu bore a resemblance to the legendary figure who once sparked wars for the sake of Lu Ruyan, yet there were unmistakable differences. Indeed, how could one expect a fool to become wise? A fool merely transitions from one form of folly to another. The performance of Yu Xingqian had not gone unnoticed. He ranked first among the prodigies of the Divine Passage realm and now placed within the top 10 of the Ascending Dragon realm. Could he be so easily underestimated? All were aware that Qin Hengyu's previous display of prowess seemed limited to the Divine Passage realm. It was said that his ease in defeating Yu Xingqian was merely a result of his superior realm. Yet, Yu Xingqian's talent was far from negligible. Now, he was on the rise, and by all accounts, Qin Hengyu's realm should not exceed the Dragon Ascendance level. At most it would be on par with Yu Xingqian. Why the arrogance when both are of the same realm? Even at his weakest, Yu Xingqian could endure several exchanges under your hand. Moreover, with Yu Xingqian's mastery of sword intent, the probability of his victory is significantly high. Coupled with Yu Xingqian's earlier remarks, Many in the crowd began to wonder if Qin Hengyu was indeed overly arrogant. After all, such brazen words would not be uttered without cause. Several individuals could not help but murmur their support for Yi Xingchen. What audacity! Previously, one might have referred to him as a sycophant. But now he seems to embody sheer hubris. Should Yi Xingchen emerge victorious, could it be that the great Qin sacred land would see a change in its prince? If the great emperor were still alive, he might even consider taking an adopted son. Initially, I found the confrontation between the two rather compelling. Yet now all I desire is to witness Yi Xingchen's triumph. Should he fail, it would be an affront to justice itself. Let us battle. Victory must be achieved. In that moment, the crowd was stirred with fervor. Qin Hengyu continued to regard Yi Xingchen as inconsequential, disregarding the clamor around him, and with a calm demeanor inquired, "What troubles you? Do you not dare to claim the position of the emperor's son?" The reason why Qin Hengyu is so arrogant is primarily to manipulate public opinion. Yi Xingchen has made his stance abundantly clear. He is capable of it as well. Qin Hengyu's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Since you proclaim my might to be unparalleled and deem me arrogant, I shall indeed display my arrogance unabashedly. I aspire to be the singular first among all. The laws of this world dictate that the strong hold the truth. It is not merely about lofty principles, it is about tangible outcomes. Should I emerge victorious over you? Your arguments become irrelevant. You are rendered inconsequential. In this game, only those who etch their names in memory are the true victors. I regard you as nothing more than an ant. In retrospect, everyone would realize that Qin Hengyu had disregarded Yi Xingchen entirely. How could he possibly target him? Could it be that someone has overstepped their bounds and offended him? Very well. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Yi Xingchen felt his veins throb with indignation. How infuriating. The sensation of being overlooked is truly unbearable, despite the fact that my current realm and strength may not surpass his. What gives him the right to treat me with such disdain? He has utilized magma to refine his body and allowed the fire's poison to seep within, all to swiftly elevate his realm and triumph over Qin Hengyu. Even if you are a son of the emperor, I shall still prevail. I, Yi Xingchen, shall not be outdone. I am certain of my ability to defeat you. Prepare yourself. Words are futile. With a thunderous shout, Yi Xingchen leaped forward, launching an attack towards Qin Hengyu, who remained in his carriage. At that moment, Yi Xingchen's garments tore apart, revealing the silhouette of a blue dragon upon his back, a symbol of his refined meridians. The manifestation of the blue dragon naturally formed as a testament to his cultivation. Previously, there had only been speculation regarding Yi Xingchen's mastery of the ancestral emperor scripture. Now, it was confirmed beyond doubt. As Yi Xingchen exhibited the blue dragon on his back, he provocatively gazed at Qin Hengyu, seemingly intent on inciting his ire. Qin Hengyu was certainly not angered. There was nothing to be upset about. Defeating Yi Xingchen was all that mattered. He gently clenched his fist, and the top muscles in his back created a striking silhouette of a soaring dragon. Even through the fabric of his clothing, the embroidered black dragon on his back appeared even more menacing in that fleeting moment. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu collided with Yi Xingchen, and in the blink of an eye, their figures clashed dozens of times. It was evident that from the very beginning, Yi Xingchen was in a state of suppression, one possessing 100 times the strength of his body, while the other boasted nearly 10,000 times. Even with the enhancement of the divine techniques of softness and the true scriptures of the universe's diamond, which enveloped him in a golden radiance, he still found himself retreating in defeat. In fact, he was struck to the ground by the true dragon fist. The entirety of the azure dragon's back seemingly on the verge of collapse, while Qin Hengyu still retained considerable strength. The audience in the stands fell into an astonished silence. They appeared utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Yi Xingchen himself seemed somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated being so thoroughly overpowered in the martial arts exchange. After rising to his feet with blood at the corner of his mouth, he once again awakened his Qi and celestial palace. However, Qin Hengyu had no intention of employing the concepts of Qi and heavenly palace, rather. A layer of spiritual energy infused with mental power enveloped his physical form. This was not a manifestation of combat intent. Yet there was a discernible flicker of martial spirit beginning to emerge. In the face of this nascent combat fervor, the influences of Qi and heavenly palace had diminished significantly, leaving Yi Xingchen still at a disadvantage. Both Qi and heavenly palace exhibited some fluctuations, suggesting a degree of disorientation from the blows received. With a resounding thud, as Qin Hengyu unleashed another strike with the true dragon fist, he was sent reeling, losing a tooth, and ultimately found himself outside the confines of the arena. His fall here signified the conclusion of the initial melee. Qin Hengyu also came to a halt, This was a battle staged for the audience, and pursuing victory relentlessly would not be in accordance with the established rules. Seeking death, Yi Xingqian, bruised and battered, rose to his feet once more, resolutely making his way to the center of the arena. He brandished his broken blade, intent on shattering Qin Hengyu with a single strike. Again, Yi Xingqian's fierce command erupted like a thunderclap in the air, astonishing nearly everyone present. Fight! Fight! Some among the crowd, infused with Yi Xingqian's fighting spirit, joined in the fervent cries. With a distance of 100 meters between them, Yi Xingqian swung his blade. The essence of the sword coalesced, manifesting as a shadowy figure. This apparition, akin to an assassin, wielded a complete black blade as it surged toward Qin Hengyu. The visible shadow was a testament to the nascent mastery of his sword intent. In that moment, Yi Xingqian astonishingly elevated his combat spirit to new heights. The sword's essence, tangible yet swift, often claimed its victim before they even perceived its approach. Qin Hengyu, this strike is for the time you once trod upon me. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, brimming with unwavering confidence in his impending strike. How could Qin Hengyu be unprepared? In his hand, a sacred-grade longsword materialized, adorned with a golden dragon. In fact, the sword was aptly named Golden Dragon. It was forged from the essence of a sacred-grade dragon. Compared to the broken blade wielded by Yi Xingqian, the Golden Dragon longsword appeared far more formidable. Heavenly blade, Qin Hengyu murmured as a swarm of dark shadows suddenly enveloped the arena, casting a pervasive gloom. Chapter 58. I dislike when others display superiority before me. There was a fleeting moment between perceiving the intent of the blade and feeling its ominous presence. Even before Yi Xingqian unleashed his strike, a melancholic aura had already begun to permeate the atmosphere. Once the essence of the broken blade's intent fully manifested, the spectators in the stands could sense a lingering sorrow. A tingling sensation prickled their skin. It was evident to all that Yi Xingqian was on the brink of victory. At that moment, a collective realization dawned upon the crowd. Some self-proclaimed prodigies, the sons and daughters of destiny, found their astonishment intertwined with a hint of complexity, grappling with feelings of inadequacy. Yi Xingqian had shattered their pride in their own talents with a single stroke. Despite possessing far greater resources and enjoying a smoother path, their prowess paled in comparison to his. Many lacked even the rudimentary spirit of combat, let alone the ambition to excel. Concurrently, their hopes for Qin Hengyu had all but dissipated. No matter how formidable their martial skills, they could not rival the intent of the blade, a blow that resonated across realms. Furthermore, Yi Xingqian's resilience left little room for the pampered Qin Hengyu to seize any opportunity. Why do many formidable figures rise from obscurity? It is precisely because, at higher realms, the execution of techniques demands unwavering belief. The stronger the conviction, the mightier the strikes. After wielding his blade, a subtle smile graced Yi Xingqian's lips, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. His comprehension of the blade's intent was profoundly aided by this broken sword. Had he wielded a complete blade, the understanding would not have been as profound. This treasure was unearthed with the assistance of Sister Yusha, who even sacrificed her meager strength to aid him in grasping the intent of the blade. Indeed, after his initial defeat, he did not hesitate to unleash his most formidable technique. One could only assert that his chances of victory were exceedingly high. Revenge would be sweet. Yet, Qin Hengyu's strike was breathtaking in its execution. What is the celestial blade? It is a blade that aligns with the heavens. Time and space momentarily froze. Even the opponent's intent was suspended. The essence of the blade is omnipresent and ever-changing, eluding comprehension. Furthermore, the emergence of the blade's shadow signifies a mastery of its intent. The power of this celestial blade already conveys the sensation of a profound mastery. In that fleeting moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only that, Lin Yi, present at the scene, also exhibited a chill as Yi Xingqian unleashed this strike. Qin Ge. Lin Yi's hand tightened gently, her heart filled with turmoil. Despite knowing that Qin Hengyu possessed the might of an emperor's strike, she remained anxious, fearful that he might inadvertently falter. However, once Qin Hengyu unleashed his blade, a sense of tranquility enveloped her, revealing that the situation appeared slightly more favorable than she had anticipated. Yi Xingqian, on the other hand, was in dire straits. Lin Yi empathized with Yi Xingqian's predicament and felt a twinge of despair. Yet, within the arena, Yi Xingqian appeared oblivious to any threat. A smile lingered on his lips. Almost all onlookers could perceive the shadow of the blade and sense the imminent danger, while he remained untouched by such awareness. It was as though he could not see the impending strike, unaware of the peril he faced. I am destined to win, he proclaimed. The so-called intent of the severing blade was to slice through water, yet he believed it impossible for ordinary blade intent to sever his own. His blade intent was far from ordinary. It was, in his estimation, not worthy of a worthy adversary. Yi Xingchen, blissfully unaware of his impending doom, continued to boast. Each distinct blade intent bore its own unique effects. Yi Xingchen's severing blade could traverse a considerable distance, making it exceedingly difficult for even a king-level opponent to withstand such an assault. However, as Yi Xingchen's words faded, a transformation unfolded before his eyes. It became evident that the heavenly blade had delayed his senses, rendering him less perceptive than the spectators outside the arena, leading to his delayed realization. What should have been a singular strike revealed itself as asynchronous. First, the shadow of the severing blade was effortlessly obliterated. Indeed, obliterated. It was as if ice met water, seamlessly dissolving without a trace of disturbance. Impossible! Yi Xingchen exclaimed, witnessing the effortless annihilation of his strike. His eyes widened in disbelief, yet simultaneously, more blade shadows surged forth towards him. I do not appreciate others flaunting their prowess in my presence. Qin Hengyu then spoke languidly, simultaneously beginning to turn. Addressing the audience, what does it mean to advance without hesitation? Only when one is in complete control can it be called true mastery of the blade. You were given the opportunity to be an emperor, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Qin Hengyu spoke languidly, revealing his awareness of the dark lineage within Yi Xingchen. While feigning indifference, he was, in reality, laying a trap. With a resounding crack, as Qin Hengyu's words echoed, it seemed as though a vast mirror shattered, restoring the space and time to their original state. A multitude of blades descended upon Yi Xingchen with relentless ferocity. In the stands, the spectators experienced a disorienting sensation as Qin Hengyu's voice reverberated in their ears, creating an illusion of time and space being extricated from reality. Yi Xingchen gripped his weapon, determined to fend off the onslaught and retaliate. Yet, how could he possibly counter the attacks from all directions? Reality and illusion intertwined. Ultimately, he felt a chilling sensation beneath him as blood began to stain the ground and an arm was severed in the process. His body was suddenly riddled with wounds. One stroke instilled a false impression in his adversary. Another severed the fabric of time and space. A third evoked the sensation of 1,000 troops charging forth. The specter of death, Yu Sha, was equally astonished by the sheer might of Qin Hengyu's strike. In a state of panic, she could only strive to preserve Yi Xingchen's life. After all, their fates were intertwined. Should Yi Xingchen perish, so would she. Thus, she exerted every ounce of her strength to protect him. Yi Xingchen, too, sensed Yusha's intervention and felt a profound despair. He had never anticipated such a devastating defeat, and it was only through Yusha's timely assistance that he remained alive. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to a single blow. Defeated once again, Yi Xingchen felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His body betrayed him as he collapsed to his knees. With a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground, blood dripping rapidly, coalescing into a stream. To be alive felt akin to being dead. After narrowly escaping death with that singular strike, the audience was awash with expressions of horror. What was this? They could hardly believe their eyes. Questioning the authenticity of the scene before them, was this the essence of blade intent? Why did it seem even more terrifying than the presence of a monarch who claimed that Qin Hengyu was inept? At that moment, a new twist of fate unfolded. No, I refuse. In the arena, Yi Xingchen, unwilling to accept his defeat, clutched the broken sword with his severed hand, emanating a sinister aura of darkness. Yu Sha, desperate to save him, found himself unable to reign in his own power. In a surge of emotion, Yi Xingchen inadvertently harnessed Yu Sha's strength, forging an even closer bond between them. The energy coursing through him transformed almost entirely into a force of darkness. Miraculously, his wounds healed in an instant, despite having lost one hand. A black right arm materialized in its place. With eyes gleaming crimson, his gaze fixated intently on Qin Hengyu. At last, he had arrived. Qin Hengyu has been anticipating this very moment, fearing that should he reveal all his cards and the dark races fail to appear, his plan would be rendered futile. As long as the dark races emerge, he can proceed to the next phase. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Qin Hengyu's face. Chapter 59, Publicly Transforming into Darkness? Is that not courting death? Qin Hengyu never believed that his full-force strike could slay Yi Xingchen. The presence of destiny's aura allowed for countless unforeseen possibilities. Thus, at the moment Yi Xingchen comprehended the situation, his consciousness sharpened to its utmost, perceiving every detail around him. Unwilling to concede defeat after being vanquished by a single blow, and in a state of irrational thought, Yi Xingchen still sought to strike at Qin Hengyu. With a gentle clap, he propelled himself forward like a meteor hurtling through the sky, intent on launching a surprise attack. Calm and unhurried, Qin Hengyu deftly evaded Yu Xingqian's assault, casting forth a wisp of spiritual essence that fortuitously landed upon Yu Xingqian. As for the attacks from the dark race, with Ziqing's covert perception, he effectively possessed the guidance of a sacred tier, showing no trepidation towards the approaching foe. The situation became a stalemate. At this moment, in the stands, Granny Jiao sensed an opportune moment as Yu Xingqian made his move. She had concealed her presence upon Yu Xingqian's arrival at the arena, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. It was evidently a perfect occasion. Act now. Granny Jiao commanded those around her, who were affiliated with the dark race, to prepare for action. Their targets were not solely Qin Hengyu, but also other holy sons and daughters from various sacred lands. Should they succeed, it would deliver a significant blow to the great Qin sacred land, for the arena was undeniably their territory. It would also serve as a means to subtly probe whether the Emperor Qin Ing of the great Qin sacred land still drew breath. Following Granny Jiao's command, several enigmatic figures materialized on the scene. Their state bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yu Xingqian, with parts of their bodies already having undergone aberration. Enveloped in a dense aura of darkness, they were poised to strike. Qin Hengyu produced a jade seal in the midst of a fray among the crowd. Silence. Qin Hengyu merely uttered a single word, and the entire space became utterly frozen. Everyone was halted in the same motion, some displaying bewilderment at the shifting stars, others frowning in recognition of the dark races, while the likes of old Granny Jiao exhibited frantic agitation. This was the might of the Emperor's strike. In contrast to the ephemeral stillness wrought by a single blow, the Emperor's strike within the Jade Seal could suspend time for a full quarter of an hour. And its reach was even more expansive. Qin Hengyu turned around to gaze at Yu Xingqian, whose expression had frozen in shock, and delivered a powerful punch. Yu Xingqian was once again sent crashing into the arena, creating a substantial crater upon impact with the ground. Heavenly Blade. Qin Hengyu once again wielded his blade, aiming a lethal strike at Yu Xingqian's neck in a bid to slay him. Suddenly, a chime resonated, seeking to disrupt Qin Hengyu's intent. The clamor was deafening. Due to his formidable spiritual awareness, Qin Hengyu did not halt his actions amidst the bell's assault. Behind him, a pair of ebony arms enveloped his ears. Annihilation. Qin Hengyu hesitated not for a moment as he crushed a black stone tablet in his grasp. This was a formidable strike, specifically designed to combat the dark races. Upon activating the tablet, the heavens themselves seemed to coalesce into thousands of stone tablets. Each tablet bore golden scriptures that, in an instant, descended upon all the attacking dark races. In that fleeting moment, the dark beings were rendered nearly flayed, their flesh torn asunder. Even the formidable Nine Grandmother found a layer of her skin stripped away, revealing a gruesome expanse of flesh and blood, enwrapped in a net of obsidian. Yet, despite this, red flames erupted from the tablets, intent on incinerating and obliterating every dark entity. Time, though it may seem lengthy or brief, witnessed the might of two imperial strikes, leaving scarcely a dark race unscathed. Even the most powerful Nine Grandmothers struggled in the face of such overwhelming might, her eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of horror. On Qin Hengyu's body, there remarkably exists the power of two imperial strikes, and perhaps even more remain unknown. This suggests that the plan has likely failed and come to an end. It is highly probable that the great Emperor Qin Ing has not perished, otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of imperial strikes? A quarter of an hour later, the spectators in the stands regained their faculties and were able to act once more. They observed several stone tablets, upon which a few dark souls were bound by chains, their corporeal forms having been nearly consumed by flames. Among them was Yu Xingqian, who had been utterly transformed, losing all semblance of humanity. The crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Yu Xingqian was not innocent and was likely affiliated with the dark races. As for those who had intended to launch a sneak attack, their true appearances were revealed under the influence of the black stone tablets. They were indeed individuals from the cosmic Holy Land. Their actions and behaviors indicated a plot to assassinate their own comrades who were spectating, as well as Qin Hengyu. Suddenly, a chime resonated. An apparition emerged from within the body of old Lady Jiao, revealing a shadow of the celestial palace. It was the spirit of a person. After her soul was severed from her body, she managed to break free from her restraints and rushed into the bell. As the bell departed, it passed by Yu Xingqian, whose head was the only part remaining somewhat intact, devoid of discernible features. When the bell approached, his skull split open like a watermelon. One half of the brain, enveloped in a layer of black membrane, also entered the bell. The brain had not perished. Essentially, Yi Xingqian himself had not died either. Qin Hengyu gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished that Yi Xingqian could still manage to walk in such a manner. Indeed, fate was remarkably resilient. Before entering the narrative, there was no such thing as merely existing with a singular focus. When Qin Hengyu found the bell appearing beside him, he refrained from attacking. The spiritual aura had already been unleashed, and it was likely that both Yi Xingqian and the bell had become tainted. There was no escape from this predicament. Qin Hengyu remained unfazed as Yi Xingqian narrowly escaped death once more. Each encounter bore semblance to battling monsters, allowing him to extract certain elements from the experience. After the bell's departure, the obsidian monument descended, and the dark races were relentlessly scorched, likely unable to flee. The conclusion was drawing near. Qin Hengyu surveyed the scene, his mind racing with predictions. Despite this, he remained vigilant. As the unexpected turn of events unfolded, Jiang Zhan promptly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively beside Qin Hengyu, exclaiming, "Your Highness, who could have anticipated that you would once again foresee this, that another twist of fate would emerge?" In the stands, Lu Ruyan, rising to her feet, gazed at the retreating bell, her countenance ashen. She felt utterly forsaken. During the clash between Yi Xingqian and Qin Hengyu, she had harbored great hopes for Yi Xingqian's victory. However, as she observed the unfolding battle, her heart sank deeper with each moment, the sense of despair intensifying. It was over. Lu Ruyan slumped back into her seat. And when Qin Hengyu's gaze fell upon her, an icy dread coursed through her heart. Chapter 60, Kill? How could I possibly eliminate the bait? Was Lu Ruyan truly abandoned? Qin Hengyu candidly expressed a modicum of surprise. Initially, it was presumed that Lu Ruyan would indeed depart. Could it be that the heavens determined he would not eliminate Lu Ruyan, thereby ensnaring himself in a web of emotional entanglements, orchestrating a so-called saga of love and hatred? Qin Hengyu believes that the original self could indeed become entangled, yet how could he still harbor feelings for Lu Ruyan? You suggest that he should further explore Lu Ruyan's physical allure. Such indulgence should occur only once. Repeated encounters would surely lead to emotional attachment. Hypothetically speaking, if he were to visit a brothel in the future, he would never choose to engage with the same woman twice. It is a matter of discernment. Pleasure is pleasure, and seriousness is seriousness. Moreover, Qin Hengyu has now altered his perspective. Since Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan possess such extraordinary fortunes, they resemble a pig that can unearth treasures and opportunities. As long as he refrains from taking their lives and instead casts them aside, he will inevitably acquire treasures with intent. In fact, the more wretched their circumstances, the greater the chance for fortuitous encounters might become, even if just a little. Qin Hengyu cast a satisfied glance at the remnants of Yi Xingqian. Although Yi Xingqian's mind remained intact, he would have to start anew, reopening his energy sea from scratch. The energy sea relies on the physical form, while the celestial palace depends on the soul. Should Yi Xingqian's spirit escape but his body be utterly destroyed, the energy sea would cease to exist, though the celestial palace might endure, potentially allowing for a reincarnation and renewed growth. Losing his mind was fortuitous. To fully restore his body, he would require elixirs of immortality, the pinnacle of spiritual medicines. The hidden forces lurking in the shadows may or may not be willing to provide such resources to Yi Xingqian, and even if they were, it seems there might be an opportunity for interception on his part. However, considering that Yi Xingqian could regain his physical form and begin anew, expanding his energy sea once more, bolstered by the advantage of being a child of destiny, it is likely he would rise again, stronger than before. Preparations must be prudently made. Since Yi Xingqian has cast his line into the waters, so too shall Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu had already devised a plan, intending to use Lu Ruyan as bait. At this moment, following the unforeseen events, the soldiers stationed at the Great Qin Sacred Land swiftly sprang into action, commencing the lockdown and control of the scene, wary of any lurking dark races that had yet to be eradicated. Among them, Ming Tian from one of the four great general families also appeared at Lu Ruyan's location. Bound by a golden chain, Lu Ruyan was brought to Qin Hengyu's side. The spectators in the arena, witnessing the reunion of Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, found it impossible to tear themselves away, as the unfolding drama promised excitement. "You may as well kill me," Lu Ruyan declared, fixing her gaze upon Qin Hengyu. In truth, she harbored no desire for death. This was merely a facade of vulnerability. Having lost the arena battle, Yi Xingqian had exposed the dark races, leaving her uncertain of her next steps. If it were to be said, if Qin Hengyu were to rekindle feelings for himself, it would not be impossible. Evidently, it presents a unique opportunity for him. To facilitate this, Lu Ruyan deliberately feigned a sense of helplessness. Upon the arrival of Lu Ruyan at Qin Hengyu's side, he discerned that her connection to the dark races was tenuous at best. Behind her, Ziqing possessed an acute sensitivity to the dark races. Even a mere insect from their ranks could be apprehended. This made matters considerably easier. Qin Hengyu turned to the audience and said, "Esteemed guests, you must be aware of the collusion between Yi Xingqian and the dark race. I have examined Lu Ruyan and found no trace of the dark race's aura. She is likely a victim of deceit, according to our past methods of dealing with the dark race. Those who are unaware yet have some connections with them are subjected to a punishment of 100 lashes. What are your thoughts on this?" In the presence of the gathered assembly, Qin Hengyu pronounced his judgment on Lu Ruyan. His actions bore several advantages. Firstly, it showcased his persona as one who cherishes old sentiments. Furthermore, it served to sow discord between Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian, potentially diminishing their intertwined connection. Indeed, two treasure-seeking entities, when separated, are likely to uncover more riches than if they were to pursue their quests together. Upon the conclusion of Qin Hengyu's declaration, a chorus of voices erupted from the surrounding stands. Indeed, the Emperor's fairness, a testament. These exclamations were somewhat restrained. Otherwise, one might have been compelled to inquire whether the leniency shown towards Lu Ruyan was a mere faade to hastily conclude the matter. After Qin Hengyu spoke about the 100 whips, he turned to Jiang Zhan and said, "Uncle Jiang, it's your turn. There is really no need to hold back. Just ensure I remain alive." Qin Hengyu chose not to take matters into his own hands. Instead, he enlisted Jiang Zhan's assistance in delivering a forceful blow. As a dignified figure, what need has he to engage in such trivialities? Does he not find it tiresome? Jiang Zhan possesses sufficient prowess to manage the situation. Their connection is rooted in enmity, and thus, he is unlikely to hold back, as long as the intent is not to kill. He can exert as much force as he deems necessary. With a resounding crack, the first strike of the whip echoed, leaving a crimson mark upon Lu Ruyan's skin. Master Jiang Zhan, it seems, wields his instrument with a certain finesse, inflicting pain without tearing her garments, thereby preserving a semblance of dignity for Lu Ruyan. Initially, she feigned vulnerability, but after enduring that lash, her true nature was laid bare. Ouch! Lu Ruyan uttered a genuine cry of anguish, her eyes flashing with indignation. Qin Hengyu must be doing this intentionally. He seeks to humiliate himself. Indeed. Having received just 100 lashes and not wishing to end his own life suggests he still harbors some affection for himself, does it not? Do you think that by treating me this way, I would beg for mercy? Absolutely not. It is utterly impossible. Lu Ruyan's mind immediately became a tempest of love and hatred, believing that Qin Hengyu thought she would weaken and submit now that she was devoid of support. She felt that staging a defiant performance would more deeply move Qin Hengyu. To this end, she gritted her teeth, determined not to utter a sound. However, Jiang Zhan remained oblivious to Lu Ruyan's inner turmoil, mistakenly believing he had struck lightly, and thus applied a bit more force. He even attempted to sever some of Lu Ruyan's meridians, thus obstructing her continued cultivation of the ancestral emperor's scripture. 2 lashes, 3 lashes. Her garment swiftly became soaked in crimson. Alas! After enduring 10 lashes, Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her composure, beginning to cry out in agony. Her voice was hoarse, heart-wrenching. Her eyes began to roll back, and eventually, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She truly felt that life was worse than death. Lu Ruyan no longer wished to play games. "Please, be gentler. I cannot bear it any longer. Qin Hengyu, I still have feelings for you. Spare me." Lu Ruyan once again adopted a pitiful demeanor. Of course, she continued to hurl insults within her heart. Qin Hengyu is a scoundrel. She must be harboring thoughts of revenge, which is why she urged Jiang Zhan to strike so ruthlessly. "I shall undoubtedly seek retribution in the future." Unfortunately, before Lu Ruyan could contemplate further, she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Montian also carried Lu Ruyan away. The spectators in the stands, though curious about how Lu Ruyan would address the situation, could only speculate, feeling that the consequences were of her own making. How tragic it is that she has forsaken her role as the beloved empress to find herself in such dire straits now. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu, however, was employing the heavenly devouring technique, absorbing the fortunes present in the vicinity to enhance his own. Yi Xingqian's physical form had vanished entirely, and Lu Ruyan was on the brink of being utterly incapacitated. The arrangement was entirely justifiable. The fortunes were practically overflowing, and he simply needed to absorb them. One could only say, what a delight. Chapter 61. Attaining Azure Fortune, Numerous Opportunities for Enlightenment. as long as Qin Hengyu refrains from absorbing corpses in public view. No one will uncover his secret of utilizing the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb fortune. The others are preoccupied with watching Lu Ruyan endure her beating. After a while, Qin Hengyu observed the transformation of his fortune, which had shifted from a shade of yellow to a vibrant blue, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The spectrum of luck unfolded before him: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold. His fortune had ascended 2 levels, bypassing the green stage entirely, thus sparing him the embarrassment of bearing a hint of green. As for Lu Ruoyan, her fortune had completely evolved into a deep purple, and as the child of destiny, her stability remained unshaken. Remarkably, there was even a subtle trace of gold edging her fortune, indicating that opportunities might still be at hand. She proved to be a fine treasure-hunting companion. After Qin Hengyu completed his enhancement of fortune, he turned his gaze towards the surrounding stands and spoke aloud. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed the emergence of numerous dark races within the sacred land of the universe. Among them, their holy son is indeed a being of the dark races. Previously, there were rumors suggesting that the sacred land of the great Qin harbored dark races. It now appears that those who cry thief are, in fact, the culprits themselves. I invite you all to serve as witnesses and accompany me to the sacred land of the universe to uncover the truth behind this matter. Qin Hengyu sought to seize the opportunity to subdue the universal sacred land. The 9 matriarchs, representatives of the so-called dark races, left one wondering about the true state of the universal sacred land. This moment seemed perfect for an exploration of its depths. The onlookers in the stands primarily offered their support in terms of prestige. Among them were other scions and daughters of various sacred lands, poised to exert considerable pressure on the universal sacred land. The impact of bringing a group to confront the universal sacred land was profoundly different from merely sending the forces of the great Qin sacred land alone. Upon hearing these words, the crowd in the stands responded in agreement, eager for first-hand evidence and demanding accountability for the treatment they had received. The universal sacred land harbored malice and thus owed them an explanation. Gratitude was expressed for the protection granted by the emperor's son. The spectators relished the unfolding drama. And indeed, their perception of Qin Hengyu had undergone a significant transformation. They regarded him as honorable and devoid of ulterior motives. Was he arrogant? After witnessing Qin Hengyu's prowess, any notions of his arrogance had faded. A person of strength is entitled to a measure of pride, especially one who had deployed the might of 2 emperors to safeguard others and prevent the situation from escalating. While it was indeed expected, it was also a kindness. Thank you, everyone. Let us now proceed to the universal sacred land to seek clarity. Qin Hengyu intends to seize the opportunity. Excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager to accompany him to the celestial sanctuary and continue their endeavors. As Qin Hengyu departed, he also organized personnel to suppress the remnants imbued with a sinister aura in the arena of Qingzhou. These entities might very well possess the ability to resurrect after death. As Qin Hengyu departed in his carriage, he cast a glance at the system. Goodness! The number of insights was truly remarkable. Ding! The host had triumphed over Yu Xingchen twice, earning 2 insights. The host thwarted the dark race, earning 1 insight. The host obliterated a group of the dark race, gaining another insight. The host reduced Yu Xingchen to mere consciousness, thus acquiring 1 insight. The host lashed Lu Ruyan 100 times, suppressing her fortune, which granted 1 insight. The host obtained Azure Fortune, earning yet another insight. The host amassed considerable prestige, resulting in 1 more insight. And this was not the end. It amounted to 7 insights in total. Qin Hengyu had just exhausted his final 2 instances of enlightenment during a skirmish with Yi Xingchen. Now, he was somewhat replenishing them. System, Enlightenment System Host, Qin Hengyu Instances of Enlightenment, 7 Realm, Pinnacle of the Ascending Dragon Realm Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fortune, Devouring Heaven Demonic Art, True Scripture of the Sun, Tao Scripture, True Dragon Fist, Grand Shin Scripture, Guanyin Scripture, Ancestral Emperor Scripture, Heart of the Woman Mastery, Bone Scripture, Minor Blade Intent, Heavenly Blade. Indeed, quite impressive. As Qin Hengyu made his way to the sacred land of the universe, his spirits lifted considerably. He even entertained the whimsical notion of inviting Lin Yi from the adjacent carriage to come in for a playful squeeze. Just moments ago, he had lashed Lu Ruyan 100 times, yet Lin Yi appeared rather cheerful, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, at the great Qin sacred land, atop the star observation platform, Li Shouqing's eyes widened in astonishment upon the sudden appearance of the bell. It was astonishing how everything unfolded as the emperor's son had foreseen. His cunning was indeed formidable. Subsequently, through the celestial eye, he observed the surroundings transform as the bell tolled. They found themselves above a dark river, where a massive paper boat sailed through an indistinct realm. Was this the boundary of the spirit world? Conventional means would falter here, difficult to pursue or destroy. It seemed that the creations of the spirit world could only be dismantled within its realm. While Li Shouqing fixated on the paper boat within the celestial eye, resolved not to lose track, as he needed to fulfill the emperor's plans. He had contemplated the possibility that they might not be able to kill their adversary. However, if they could not slay them, they would need to conduct extensive surveillance and intervene at a critical moment. On the paper boat, Yu Xingqian observed his rejuvenated form. A flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Had he not been on the brink of death? His body was restored. Beside him, Yusha had also regained her completeness. She gazed at the bell ahead on the boat, a fleeting nostalgia shimmering in her eyes, showing no signs of unfamiliarity with their surroundings. This was indeed the spirit world. Within this realm, the lines between life and death blurred. Even if one were left with only fragmented limbs and a semblance of a mind, they would become whole again in the spirit world. What one perceived might well be deceiving. While one might think they had stumbled upon paradise, lurking within were secrets and enigmas that ensnared one unexpectedly, leading to madness and loss of consciousness. This place was the most prosperous, the safest for survival, yet also the most perilous. Nearby, Granny Geo regarded her pale arms, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. For ages, she had yearned to restore her youthful appearance. Though she could enter the spirit world, her understanding of its dangers made her acutely aware of the necessity for means of self-preservation. Presently, it seemed she had little need for mere skin. In comparison to her skin, she had nearly lost all her flesh and cultivation. Reflecting on this, Granny Geo glanced at Yu Xingqian, her emotions swirling in complexity. He was both her fortune and her misfortune. At that moment, the timing of the attack was rather inopportune. The original plan was to wait until Yu Xingqian emerged victorious before launching an assault, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to eliminate targets and then retreat. Even with the resurrection bell at their disposal, the intention was not to utilize it at that juncture. However, Yu Xingqian's unexpected defeat undoubtedly altered the course of events. The current situation left old Lady Geo hesitant to act recklessly. Observing the woman beside Yu Xingqian, who was evidently of the dark race, she sensed an imminent danger. The origins of this individual could be quite extraordinary, rendering her cautious about inciting any conflict. For now, she could only proceed cautiously, taking each step as it came. The entire plan had unraveled completely, and it was fortunate that she had insisted on acquiring the resurrection bell. Otherwise, escaping the current predicament would have been a mere fantasy. As for the universe sacred land, old Lady Geo had never paid it much heed, as it was essentially a place of usurpation. Should anyone dare to venture there to resolve the so-called issues, they would soon discover it to be a veritable abyss, one that no one could hope to overcome. Chapter 62. The Ancient Saintess Awakens in a Time of Crisis. Prior to the events at the universe sacred land, under the influence of Qin Hengyu, sufficient forces had gathered, along with the holy sons and daughters, demanding an explanation. Behind him stood Jiang Zhan and Ming Tian, both of whom were of the sacred rank. The number of warriors was impeccable, with Ming Tian even leading a squadron of heavy cavalry, a hallmark of the great Qin sacred land, their armor resplendent. Who would Ti don armor in a brawl? The holy sons and daughters were accompanied by protectors and attendants, creating a formidable procession, with many clad in armor. Overall, it resembled an impressive battalion. With tens of thousands of cultivators present, the sight was somewhat terrifying. Many sacred lands might not boast such a multitude. Even the universe sacred land, capable of mustering its might, would likely struggle to assemble more than 10,000 warriors, not accounting for those who lay dormant beneath its halls. Meanwhile, the universe sacred land was in disarray upon receiving the news. The land's master had been in seclusion for an extended period. It was said that prior to entering this retreat, he had delegated all affairs to old Lady Geo. However, old Lady Geo could only be considered one of the 9 inner elders of the sacred land, a position that ideally should have 9 incumbents. Yet, it appeared that the others were also engaged in seclusion. The unexpected events in the arena clearly indicated that several elders from the universe sacred land had succumbed to corruption, resulting in a direct reduction of their ranks. The remaining elders were either from the outer sect or lacked authority, rendering them incapable of making decisive judgments. In this moment of upheaval, the universe sacred land found itself leaderless. Perhaps it was time to awaken those who lay dormant. One individual has proposed an idea that garnered widespread agreement. If the contemporary individuals are unable to resolve the matter, let us call upon the ancients. Within the sacred realms of the universe, there remain some individuals sealed within the divine source, while others, enveloped by ordinary divine sources, are merely postponing their demise. It seems that these can be roused. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that no one dares to provoke the wrath of the sacred land of Qin. The existence of these sacred realms almost randomly awakens the slumbering ancients, as once a group of key figures has perished. No one can ascertain the precise locations of the dormant ancients and elders. To this end, within the forbidden grounds of the sacred realms, there lies a geothermal site. In a circular pool, the rising steam obscures a crimson coffin submerged beneath the water. Suddenly, divine runes activate, and the entire coffin is lifted to the surface, standing upright. Emerging from the water as the lid is forcefully opened. Inside, a woman of the divine source is clad in a fiery red gown. With a red hammer resting beside her, a soft, explosive sound resonates. The divine source within the coffin begins to crack open gradually. The woman opens her eyes. Hope has arrived in this grand era. Upon opening her eyes, Zhu Dan lets out a sigh. Not everyone possesses the ability to dissolve the divine source. To enter a state of slumber through it, one must at least have the intervention of an emperor. In truth, her slumber was a transaction made with an emperor. Before succumbing to sleep, she had already conveyed that she should not be awakened until the sacred land faces destruction or another emperor remains alive. This slumber is a gamble. A desperate wager, merely to seize an opportunity to transcend the level of an emperor. It is not merely any emperor-level combat prowess, but a truly unique emperor. Recognized solely by the heavenly path. Throughout the ages, only one individual shall possess this opportunity. After waking, Zhu Dan finds the pre-established passage and prepares to venture out and assess the situation. Completely unaware of how long she has been asleep or that a palace coup is unfolding outside. Within the grand hall of the sacred realms, a group of remaining elders still awaits. Why is there no movement? Should we attempt to awaken other elders? It is said that those elders are nearing the end of their lifespan. Perhaps it is better not to seek those with insufficient lifespans? Were it not for the fear of the sacred land of Qin intervening and capturing me, I would have already fled. It is all the fault of old Granny Geo. Who could have anticipated her collusion with the dark races? Now, the combat strength of the sacred realms has dwindled. Is someone approaching? Who are you? Upon the emergence of Zhu Dan, she beheld a multitude of venerable elders within the grand hall. There were inquiries being made. And it was no wonder that some of the elders were unacquainted with her. Unless one ascended to the rank of an emperor, one's lifespan was limited, often not exceeding a millennium before succumbing to death. Even upon attaining the status of an emperor, one could only extend their life by approximately 10,000 years. The ancestral monarch, Qin Hengyu, who managed to live for 100,000 years, was indeed a rarity. Consequently, in the present day, few recognized Zhu Dan. To accurately gauge the duration of her slumber would reveal that it had been 300,000 to 400,000 years since. And thus any familiar faces had long since faded into oblivion. Where had the former saintess, Zhu Dan, the sovereign of the sacred land, gone? As Zhu Dan sensed the presence of the crowd, a slight frown creased her brow. Their prowess appeared somewhat lacking. Why were there only 3 or 4 venerable individuals and a few of royal rank? Their auras were feeble. Surely, the sacred land of the universe could not be reduced to such a state? Zhu Dan pondered the absence of even a single saintly figure. During her previous period of slumber, even the first tier of the saintly realm was not the pinnacle of the universe's sacred land's might. Upon declaring her name and presenting an ancient, resonant token, she revealed her own aura. Saintly tier? We humbly welcome the saintess. Almost all present prostrated themselves in reverence. Observing their respect, Zhu Dan's expression softened slightly as she inquired, "Pray tell, what has transpired?" Noticing the anxious countenances of several individuals, she suspected that something was amiss and sought relevant information to devise a solution. "Saintess, the matter is thus," began an elder, stepping forth to elucidate the situation. "Yesterday, the esteemed matriarch who governed the sacred land of the universe, Granny Geo, was." Upon hearing the circumstances, Zhu Dan's brow furrowed further. "You mean to tell me that upon my awakening, the sacred land is on the brink of being annihilated by the dark races? The sovereign of the sacred land may even have been slain? And to make matters worse, other sacred lands are conspiring to besiege our own? Such cruelty." The thought of this chaotic predicament caused a throbbing headache within her. "Let us venture out and assess the situation." Zhu Dan glanced at the elders. Recognizing that remaining here was futile, she suggested they take the initiative to investigate. "We shall ascertain the circumstances and then act accordingly." "Yes, saintess," they responded. With the imposing presence of the saintess leading them, the elders followed closely as they exited the main hall. At that moment, the array of the sacred land was activated. Most disciples of the sacred land were visibly tense at the sight, relieved that those from outside had not breached their defenses. Upon reaching the entrance of the sacred land, Zhu Dan witnessed the forces of the great Qin sacred land and learned of Qin Hengyu's existence through the elders' accounts. Qin Hengyu also recognized the saneness of the universe holy land, Zhu Dan. In the original narrative, following the resolution brought by Meng Fanyan and the old lady Jiu, the status of the universe holy land plummeted, leading many elders to depart. The now declining universe holy land was seized by dark races as a transmission coordinate. Consequently, it suffered even greater devastation, transforming into a desolate ruin. It can be said that it was obliterated even before the great Qin Holy Land. Yu Xingchen was still scavenging for treasures amidst the ruins of the universe Holy Land when, by a stroke of fortune, he liberated Zhu Dan. As the saintess of the universe Holy Land, Zhu Dan found herself collaborating with Yu Xingchen, who feigned being the holy son of the universe Holy Land, both aiming to restore its former glory while engaging in numerous endeavors together. Throughout this journey, Zhu Dan gradually became part of Yu Xingchen's harem, and due to her expertise in weapon forging, she provided him with significant assistance. Now, has she been awakened ahead of schedule? Qin Hengyu first employed the Eye of Fortune to observe Zhu Dan, only to discover that Zhu Dan was endowed with a striking violet aura of destiny. Truly, she is one of the consorts originally designated by Yi Xingchen, and her fortune is commendable. Originally, the sacred land of the Great Qin would have possessed a considerable amount of violet fortune. However, it is unfortunate that his father, Qin Ing, seemingly mishandled matters, resulting in a significant depletion of such fortune. Whether it was through awakening or traversing realms, the outcome remains the same. Now, nearly all are enveloped in blue auras of destiny. For any aspect of the sacred land of the Great Qin, possessing even a hint of violet fortune is considered fortunate, as it heralds a new dawn, bringing with it fresh prospects. Upon catching sight of Zhu Dan, Qin Hengyu contemplated deceiving her. Chapter 63. Initially, he had no intention of showing off. Zhu Dan, unaware that her defenses had been stripped away, mistakenly believed that Qin Hengyu's intentions remained focused on coercion. Consequently, she feigned ignorance and inquired, "I have just emerged from the divine source. May I ask the purpose of your visit, esteemed one?" This statement was designed to subtly instill a sense of caution in her interlocutor, facilitating the continuation of their dialogue. Qin Hengyu directly articulated his demands. "I presume you are already aware of the emergence of the dark races in your holy land. Our hesitation to launch an offensive stems from our desire to negotiate a solution, considering that we are all part of the same sacred realm." In Qin Hengyu's voice, there was an unmistakable assertiveness. Zhu Dan sensed this dominance but felt powerless, as the individuals surrounding her lacked any significant strength. In the present circumstances, she could only devise a compromise that would be acceptable to both parties. "Your Highness, I also hold the sacred land of the Great Qin in high regard. I permit only you and a select few to enter the sacred land to investigate the pertinent events, and I shall accompany you. As for Granny Jiu and the others, we are unaware of their intentions, and thus, we wish to sever any ties. Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen may relinquish their positions as the Holy Maiden and Holy Son. I shall then assume the title of Holy Maiden of the Universal Sacred Land, for there cannot be two Holy Maidens." Zhu Dan first sought to delineate boundaries, then proposed a more moderate condition. "If you allow everyone to enter, what then becomes of the universal sacred land itself? Allowing only a portion to enter may lead to potential traps. Those who dare to enter must be prepared to bear a measure of risk. It is, after all, a gamble on the Emperor Qin Hengyu's formidable resolve." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hengyu agreed. He still possessed the formidable strike of the Emperor, rendering the situation relatively safe. Should he uncover the dark schemes of the cosmic Holy Land, he could preemptively eliminate a potential threat. Given the proximity of the cosmic Holy Land to the Qin Holy Land, should it indeed become a stronghold for the dark races, it would pose a significant danger to the Qin Holy Land. Moreover, if the threat were confirmed, the cosmic Holy Land would owe a debt of gratitude to the Qin Holy Land. "Brother Qin," Lin Yi expressed her evident concern. "You're not even allowing everyone to enter completely. What if something goes awry?" "There's no need for worry. Rest assured." Qin Hengyu, being under the protection of Ziqing, felt no fear in the absence of a formidable emperor's might. "Welcome, divine heir." Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Zhu Dan regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing that matters could be resolved with remarkable ease. Shortly thereafter, at the forefront stood Qin Hengyu, followed closely by several other holy sons and daughters. Among them were Lin Yi, the Holy Maiden of the Starry Pavilion, and Ming Dan Yin, the Holy Maiden of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Along with Yi from the Hui tribe, Zhu Dan was accompanied by a few elders, and the group first arrived at the cave of Old Granny Nine. As the cave was opened, a sight of scattered skeletons and an eerie, somber atmosphere met their eyes, prompting nearly everyone to frown, Zhu Dan included. This indicated that the dark races had audaciously emerged within the universal sacred land. Who dares to approach? A smoky voice echoed from within the cave. In an instant, the skeletons began to converge, forming a skeletal giant to guard the cave. Begone! Zhu Dan reacted with unmatched swiftness, brandishing a hammer that glowed as red as a meteor streaking through the sky. With a resounding crash, the skeletal giant was obliterated before it could fully materialize. Flames erupted from the surrounding skeletons, igniting them in a fiery blaze. Zhu Dan gracefully descended to the ground, showcasing her well-toned physique, a stark contrast to her delicate visage. After regaining her composure, she turned her gaze towards Qin Hengyu. Her proactive display of strength was intended to manifest her capability in clearing obstacles, subtly exhibiting the might of the universal sacred land. Now that the Holy Maiden has dealt with the Guardian, let us see what secrets lie ahead. After Zhu Dan resolved the issue, Qin Hengyu produced a retrospective talisman, capable of revealing the events that transpired within a certain time frame. This artifact is quite precious, akin to a holy-grade treasure, demonstrating a considerable display of wealth. With a flourish of Qin Hengyu's hand, the surrounding scene seemed to revert to its original state. Nine Granny appeared at the entrance of the cave, clutching a young boy. If only you were Yi Xingqian, cackling with glee. Nine Granny placed the boy upon the stone table and began to caress him. What followed was a gruesome display of flesh being devoured raw. It was somewhat repulsive. Many, despite having witnessed the brutality of life and death, could not suppress their retching. After bypassing some unsettling imagery, one could observe Nine Granny activating a series of black runes, transforming the stone tablet within the cave into a stone mirror for communication. As the onlookers beheld Nine Granny's actions, a wave of revulsion washed over them. Truly, she was a member of the dark race. After Qin Hengyu demonstrated several scenarios, his gaze turned to Zhu Dan. Zhu Dan, the Holy Maiden, as you can see. This monument may well be connected to the realm of the dark races and ought to be destroyed. You have no objections, I trust? In truth, this was the very coordinates linked to the dark races, known as the Dark Monument. He certainly would not leave such a hidden danger near the sacred land of the Great Qin. Allow me to handle this. Upon witnessing the actions of the old matriarch, Zhu Dan's heart swelled with anxiety. Since the adversary could communicate with the old matriarch, it was likely they had already grasped the entirety of the situation within the universal sacred land. This posed a significant threat to the universal sacred land. With her hammer raised, she approached the ominous stone monument. It appeared as if red flames enveloped her, and the hammer she wielded was a sacred artifact. The aura she emanated surged to its peak. Bang! With a resounding crash, the monument remained utterly unscathed. Zhu Dan, somewhat incredulous, struck the hammer down once more. Again. A thunderous sound echoed, yet the monument stood steadfast and unmoving. Zhu Dan felt a twinge of irritation. Now, she found herself in a rather awkward predicament. Let me take over. Qin Hengyu approached Zhu Dan, reaching out to grasp her hammer. Zhu Dan was about to mention that her hammer weighed nearly 100,000 pounds, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. However, she then witnessed Qin Hengyu effortlessly lift the hammer in his hand, even activating its inherent power. Is this the Ascendant Realm? Zhu Dan began to doubt the evidence of her own eyes. Qin Hengyu gazed at the obsidian monument, and to his astonishment, his eyes manifested a dual pupil, shimmering with a golden hue, while a vertical eye appeared at the center of his brow. He employed nearly all of his ocular abilities. With the enhancement of his eye techniques, coupled with his identity as a source celestial master, he possessed a profound mastery over divine inscriptions and discerned the connection between the black stone tablet and the earth's veins. The monument bore numerous notes. Only by striking the correct node could one successfully obliterate it. The monument itself was imbued with the power of the cosmos, rendering it impervious to destruction merely based on one's cultivation level, for the strength of its defenses was inherently derived from the force of the hammer's strike. Qin Hengyu appeared to strike down lightly with his hammer, yet the black stone tablet shattered into pieces. This stood in stark contrast to Zhu Dan's earlier efforts, rendering Zhu Dan seemingly feeble. Chapter 64, Striking Again, shocking the entire venue. At this moment, Qin Hengyu took the initiative to speak. The unraveling of the black stone tablet is not contingent upon strength. Rather, the greater the power, the more formidable the defensive feedback. It was only after the attack from the holy maiden Zhu Dan that I discerned some of the intricacies of the tablet. While this may appear to elucidate the peculiar nature of the black stone tablet, it is, in fact, a subtle means of providing Zhu Dan with a graceful exit. With his words concluded, he returned the hammer to Zhu Dan. "What shall we do next?" she inquired, accepting the hammer. At this juncture, she was blissfully unaware that she had instinctively begun to regard Qin Hengyu as the leader from their very first encounter. His ability to command the situation and resolve issues had guided her actions. Qin Hengyu inhaled deeply, determined to pursue the trail further. The scent of the dark race had not entirely dissipated. He shared a profound connection with a princess of the dark race, Ziqing, rendering the aura of darkness particularly familiar to him. It was highly probable that the issues plaguing the cosmic Holy Land were more severe than he had initially surmised. As Qin Hengyu turned, the crowd instinctively followed, eager to discern the unfolding situation. After a while, they arrived at the lair of the Holy Land's master. According to the elders, the master was supposed to be in seclusion. However, upon Zhu Dan's intervention, the entrance was easily breached, revealing an overwhelming number of coffins within. This dwelling, how could it possibly harbor such an abundance of coffins? Merely gazing upon them felt inherently unsettling. Yet, as the door to the lair swung open, one elder, upon witnessing this macabre scene, fell to his knees, wailing in despair. Such cruelty. The bodies of numerous elders have been exhumed. The distinctive markings on the coffins indicated that they were reserved for the elders. This implied that after their demise, the elders had been interred in nearly identical coffins, now unearthed, suggesting that grave robbers had indeed been at work. All signs pointed to the involvement of the old witch. Surrounding onlookers cast sympathetic glances towards the cosmic Holy Land. How careless must you be to attract such dark races, transforming your once sacred domain into this disarray? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within the coffins. The dark race's sinister methods. Almost everyone present thought of those words. Indeed, as the coffins were inspected, grotesque black insects emerged. These creatures, with their repulsive forms and wings, were identified as black scythe bugs. Linyi, the saintess of the Star Pavilion, possessed the most knowledge and exclaimed their name. These insects belonged to the dark race, voracious and insatiable, impervious to destruction. Moreover, anything they consumed would endow them with certain attributes. Having feasted upon the corpses of so many powerful beings, that was profoundly chilling. As this realization dawned, Lin Yi instinctively sought to draw closer to Qin Hengyu. Zhu Dan also recognized the threat and stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he cautioned, "Do not let the black scythe bugs escape." The emergence of the black scythe insects signified an impending calamity for the sacred land of the universe. With a decisive strike, Zhu Dan succeeded in slaying several of these creatures, flames flickering around him as he launched an assault on the approaching black scythe insects, endeavoring to reduce them to ashes. Nevertheless, an overwhelming swarm of black scythe insects continued to emerge from the coffin, as if they were saturating the entire cavern. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, and several members instinctively took a step back. In this scenario, Qin Hengyu took a proactive step forward. While the black scythe insect may present a challenge to others, for Ziqing, who belongs to the same dark race, it was rather effortless to manage. Ziqing concealed her form, existing within the shadows. Qin Hengyu and Ziqing shared an unspoken connection, sensing each other's desires. Recognizing Ziqing's needs, he resolved to fulfill them. He crouched down, placing his hands upon the ground, and flames erupted forth. This was the true fire of Samadhi, a divine ability he had acquired during his time in the realm of divine powers. Concealed within the depths of his liver, when the moment arose, he could unleash its formidable force. Although the flames emitted were not as potent as those of the Zhu Dan, he had never intended to rely solely on their power. The flames served merely as a diversion. With a resounding explosion, the flames rapidly engulfed the entire cave, and in their wake, wisps of dark gas began to spread. The flames concealed Ziqing's actions, and it was her presence that rendered the black sickle insects and the ice-like entities vulnerable to the fire. Zhu Dan, witnessing Qin Hengyu's flames, initially doubted their efficacy, but was taken aback as the black sickle insects began to vanish. This left him somewhat bewildered. Finally, someone beside them could no longer contain their admiration. "You startled me. I thought we were in trouble. The Emperor is truly formidable. Each of his actions leaves me in awe. Had I not come to the sacred land of the universe, I would have been unaware of his capabilities. Is it possible that during the battle with Yi Xingqian, he only revealed a fraction of his true power? It is hard to ascertain." Yi Xingqian attempted a surprise attack with a weapon, yet failed miserably and was easily subdued. The title of emperor is indeed well-deserved. Qin Hengyu had unleashed his prowess merely twice. The first instance saw him shatter the obsidian monument with a single strike, while the second dealt with the swarms of the dreaded black-scythe insects, entities that others dared not approach. Had the means employed been discernible, the situation would not have been so convoluted. However, the scions of the sacred lands were unable to unravel the intricacies at play, rendering them mere background figures. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, her affection for Qin Hengyu intensifying due to Mu Chang's inherent nature. In the realm of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, Meng Dan Yin displayed a fleeting glimmer of apprehension. The Nine Nether Sacred Land possessed techniques akin to those of the dark races involving parasitic insects, though their methods employed a measure of control. Was the three flames of true fire truly that formidable? Although the black-scythe insects had been incinerated, the coffin itself remained untouched. With audacity, an elder from the Huan sacred land lifted the lid of a coffin, only to find it devoid of any remains. The black-scythe insects had thoroughly devoured every trace of the corpse. Following the incineration of the black-scythe insects, nothing remained. Qin Hengyu was aware that the sacred land of the universe had decayed, yet he was astonished by the extent of its deterioration. The remains of the departed were unearthed, repurposed as sustenance. Fortunately, he had discovered this early and dealt with it promptly. It must be said that as long as one maintains the right perspective and employs unconventional methods, individuals like Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen seem to embody a fortuitous opportunity, resolving numerous calamities. However, he sensed that something still lingered within. It was imperative to remove the coffin first, as there were still remnants inside. Upon realizing this, Qin Hengyu spoke to Zhu Dan. Chapter 65, Two Insights, Resolving Two Major Troubles. Zhu Dan summoned several elders to assist in moving the coffin, and after some time, they finally beheld the so-called master of the sacred land. If one could still consider the figure before them to be human, Qin Hengyu gazed at the figure before him, which had lost all semblance of humanity. The lower half resembled that of a scorpion, while the upper body emerged from the scorpion's form. Judging by the visage and torso, it was indeed the lord of the sacred land. Various dark magical runes adorned its body, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Beneath the lord of the sacred land lay a formation, seemingly responsible for maintaining the current state, while also ensnaring it in slumber. The aura it emanated was far from weak, unmistakably exuding a saint-level presence. Surrounding this entity, some individuals were unable to withstand the oppressive force and knelt down, resulting in the sound of several foreheads striking the ground. The magical scorpion people, a race of darkness, were indeed of the saint level. Lin Yi once again uttered the corresponding name, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. The magical scorpion people are a dark race, possessing a human-like upper body and a scorpion lower half, impervious to blades, and possessing formidable strength. Do not be afraid. Qin Hengyu once again stepped forward. His extraordinary abilities allowed him to discern that this was not a true scorpion demon, but rather a transformed being, the lord of the sacred land. Still in the throes of incomplete metamorphosis, the so-called sacred stage was merely a faade, glittering gold on the outside, yet riddled with decay within. However, it would be inaccurate to declare it merely thus. The lord of the sacred land had unwittingly fallen into a trap, now besieged by curses and the encroaching forces of darkness. Presently, both his Qi and celestial palace remained intact. One half of his body was the lower half of a scorpion demon, a half-living corpse. The fusion of these two entities had bestowed upon him such formidable presence. To thwart this menace, it was imperative to sever the connection between them. In a bid for greater security, Qin Hengyu resolved to subtly elevate his sword intent. The perfected sword intent embodies a return to simplicity, manifesting as an intangible blade. It appears ethereal and elusive, revealing its essence only upon striking. A realm that can only be perceived in death, often referred to as the death intent. He sensed that his rudimentary sword intent was insufficient. Thus, he sought to comprehend the sword intent more profoundly. Qin Hengyu silently recited, utilizing his extraordinary talent for comprehension, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to become a touch more subdued. He once again brandished his sacred-grade longsword, delivering a swift strike. Celestial blade. The sword moved with remarkable speed. Qin Hengyu's eyes discerned the curse and the connection, even the intricate patterns of certain magical runes within. The essence of the heavenly blade's intent is inherently imbued with mastery over space, time, and detail. Qin Hengyu observed the flickering intent of the blade and subtly unleashed 108 strikes upon the demon scorpion. No other individual could have executed such a flawless resolution. The master of the sacred land and the remnants of the demon scorpion existed in a delicate equilibrium. Should any magical runes be triggered, or should the severance not be entirely thorough, leaving a connection between the two, chaos would ensue, spiraling out of control. The master of the sacred land could very well succumb to madness, perhaps even resulting in a catastrophic self-detonation. Everyone within the cavern might find themselves unable to escape. It was fortunate that Qin Hengyu refrained from voicing this possibility, for otherwise, those present might have fled in terror. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hengyu was undertaking a perilous endeavor, and they merely watched the spectacle unfold. As the blade struck, the master of the sacred land's once rolling eyes immediately returned to normal, and an eruption of power surged forth. At long last, salvation had arrived. Tears welled in Luo Tianyou's eyes. Who could have imagined that? After ascending to the position of master of the sacred land, he would still be ensnared in his own abode, his body entombed within the form of a demon scorpion? He had been imprisoned for nearly a century. Now, though he had lost half of his corporeal form, he had regained his freedom and could accept the circumstances. Drink. Luo Tianyu bellowed, his arms suffused with the power of the sacred tear, transforming into a crimson hue. The essence of the sacred tear was predominantly about the mastery of domains. Centered around Luo Tianyu, a crimson sea manifested, enveloping the surroundings and seemingly solidifying the atmosphere. Simultaneously, a blood-red palace emerged above the sea of blood, giving rise to numerous scarlet swords. Luo Tianyu's arms morphed into the shape of long swords, fiercely aiming to strike at the remnants of the demon scorpion. In an instant, the remains of the demon scorpion underwent a transformation. Its shell darkened and deepened. And as Luo Tianyu's strikes reached their target, they were met with repeated resistance. This situation was proving to be quite troublesome. Although Qin Hengyu was not directly involved, he discerned that Luo Tianyu might not be an adversary. At this moment, he faced a choice, to unleash the Emperor's strike or to utilize his moments of enlightenment. Qin Hengyu still believed that the Emperor's strike was a tremendous waste. Instead, the moments of enlightenment could significantly enhance his capabilities. He utilized this insight to devise a solution to his current predicament. In the depths of Qin Hengyu's mind, he silently contemplated. Before long, a system notification echoed within his consciousness. Ding. The host has encountered a threat of the holy rank and has comprehended the secret technique, the art of weakness. The art of weakness? Why is a respected being called so? It is because each esteemed individual possesses a unique secret skill, a capability that is difficult to surpass. Although it may not elevate one to the extraordinary realm, it remains unparalleled. This secret technique can be cultivated by individuals of any rank. In truth, it is often only after a revered being's rebirth that they can fully master their secret skill. Otherwise, even if there are no barriers to usage for an ordinary person, the threshold for learning remains insurmountable, requiring astonishing insight. After grasping the art of weakness, the world perceived through one's eyes takes on a slightly altered hue. One becomes acutely aware of weaknesses in their surroundings. For instance, the remnants of the demon scorpion before him, clad in armor, displayed an added layer of darkness where the freshly severed wound had been, making it far from easy to breach. The tail, segmented into 9 parts, is the most resilient here, yet its interior is the softest, ready to be shaken. Qin Hengyu shouted loudly. The damaged carapace of the scorpion demon was not something an ordinary person could breach, unless a being of the holy rank appeared. Luo Tianyu, the recently separated lord of the Holy Land, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing the voice, he initially intended to strike at what he perceived to be the vulnerable front half, but his body twisted to change direction. Emerging from the blood mist was a massive blood hammer. He forcefully altered the nature of his attack. Hammer after hammer, he struck the sturdy protrusion primarily composed of 9 segments at the tail. He chose to place his trust in Qin Hengyu, who had just saved him. The scorpion demon, which had been struggling moments before, ceased all movement as it was assaulted in that area. With a resounding thud, Luo Tianyou's strength finally pierced through the defenses of the demon's remains and entered its interior, culminating in a tremendous explosion that rendered the scorpion demon completely incapacitated. As black mist billowed, only remnants of its shell remained, with all its dark powers extinguished and obliterated. Consequently, Luo Tianyou's legs had vanished, for he had only possessed an upper body to begin with. After neutralizing the threat to himself, he consolidated his strength and stood upon the ground. I appreciate your guidance. I am Luo Tianyu, the Lord of the Holy Land of the universe. May I inquire your esteemed name? Gratitude filled Luo Tianyou's heart. Without the other's reminder, he might not have been able to resolve the situation so effortlessly. and his appreciation was boundless. Chapter 66. Has a holy land surrendered just like that? While Luo Tianyu was intrigued by Qin Hengyu, Zhu Dan stepped forward first. She introduced Qin Hengyu. This is the Crown Prince Qin Hengyu of the Great Qin Holy Land. I am Zhu Dan, the former Holy Maiden. Currently, the Holy Land of the universe is facing an invasion from the Dark Races. And Crown Prince Qin is actively addressing and resolving this matter. Each generation brings forth its own legends. In the past decade or so, Qin Hengyu has only just awakened. While Zhu Dan has emerged even more recently, it is quite normal for Luo Tianyu to be unfamiliar with them. Zhu Dan's hasty approach was motivated by a desire to prevent any misunderstandings. Are you the former saintess, Zhu Dan? Upon hearing her name, Luo Tianyu's expression shifted slightly. As the master of the sacred land, he had certainly heard of her, presuming she had long since perished, unaware that she lay entombed beneath the sacred land. I was unexpectedly awakened, Zhu Dan remarked, feeling a sense of relief upon realizing that he was familiar with her. Since he recognized her, matters would be more manageable. There would be no need for excessive self-affirmation, and collaboration could ensue. Hearing this, a hint of bitterness crept into Luo Tianyu's smile. It was due to his own mismanagement that the former saintess had resurfaced. He was acutely aware of the crisis facing the Huanyu sacred land, which explained why only half of his body remained. His legs mysteriously vanished. I am grateful for the intervention of Emperor Qin. Following this incident, the Huanyu sacred land would align closely with the Qin sacred land, united in their battle against the Dark Races. Luo Tianyu then turned to Qin Hengyu to express his stance. He was uncertain if the prince of the Qin sacred land had come to assist him. But for the time being, it was best to assume goodwill. Otherwise, the aftermath would prove rather difficult to manage. No matter, as fellow sacred lands, mutual aid is only to be expected. Upon hearing Luo Tianyu's attitude, Qin Hengyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had come seeking an explanation. Yet he found himself transformed into a formidable enforcer, resolving numerous predicaments for the Huanyu Holy Land. Now, having successfully rescued the Lord of the Holy Land, he felt that it was rather disrespectful for them to withhold even a semblance of gratitude. Zhu Dan cast a grateful glance at Qin Hengyu. The mere presence of that black stone tablet was already daunting, not to mention the black scythe bugs and the demonic scorpions. She pondered whether the Emperor's son could uncover the whereabouts of the remaining Dark Races. Zhu Dan was genuinely uneasy and pressed on with her inquiries. While it was understandable that there were issues with old Granny Chiu, the fact that even the Lord of the Holy Land had fallen victim, and that numerous elders' coffins had been disturbed, was utterly chilling. It was clear that the Huanyu Holy Land had been subjected to a covert assault of which they were entirely unaware. Following Zhu Dan's remarks, the gazes of those around her turned towards her, eager to comprehend the events of the day, which had left an indelible impression. They too were anxious to discern whether any further uncertainties lay ahead. At this moment, Qin Hengyu destroyed the stone tablet within the Nine Grandmothers' cave and subsequently vanquished the black sideworm while rescuing Luo Tianyu. His mind began to connect more dots. After the incident at the Universal Sacred Land, the elders had fled. Upon reflection, it was clear they must have sensed impending danger and escaped, knowing that failure to do so would lead to calamity. In the aftermath, the disciples below scavenged remnants of treasures and engaged in trade. As news of these findings spread, a multitude flocked to the Universal Sacred Land in search of riches, spurred on by reports of treasures discovered, resulting in a frenzy that cost many lives. This is easily comprehensible. Greed can cloud one's judgment. During that time, the Great Qin Sacred Land seemed to have discovered the black scytheworm. As the Dark Races made their entrance, leading to significant casualties among the Jiang clan in their quest to eliminate the so-called black scytheworm. This was misinterpreted as an attempt to annex the Universal Sacred Land, ultimately proving to be a thankless endeavor. Due to the timing of events, many believed that the Great Qin Sacred Land had been the first to consume the Universal Sacred Land, and the deceased were regarded as victims of its sinister machinations. Subsequently, the Great Qin Sacred Land fell prey to the Dark Races and faced an assault from a complete scorpion demon, which was deemed a fitting punishment. Meanwhile, the original body, as a sycophantic prince, continued to pursue the shadow of Lu Ruyan, oblivious to the theft of his home. The Great Qin Sacred Land, lacking a leader, did not step forward to clarify matters, yet explanations would have been futile. The former saintess of the Universal Sacred Land, Zhu Dan, was entangled with Yu Xingchen, whose words carried more weight. Aside from the scorpion demon, he recalled the existence of a dark nest deep underground. This was the breeding ground for the Dark Races. As long as a steady influx of corpses and nutrients flowed in, It could spawn the cursed dark races, who were under the dominion of the dark nest. The dark races, apart from their enigmatic powers, employed methods that defied human ethics, earning the resistance of the entire Dao domain. Among the dark races, there existed two distinct methods of breeding and inheritance. One mirrored the Dao domain, where male and female relations produced offspring. The ancient princess, Ziqing, belonged to this category, her strength and potential nearing the infinite. The other method originated from the dark nest. The prowess of the elites produced by the dark nest had limited enhancement, primarily confined to corpses. If all goes as expected, the dark nest lies beneath the universal sacred land, a resting place for numerous ancestors and other factions. We are doomed. Upon contemplating this, Qin Hengyu felt a growing gravity. By this reckoning, he had merely addressed a superficial issue, while the abyssal nest still posed significant challenges. In fact, it could potentially bring about the downfall of the celestial sanctum. At this moment, it was evident that leading a few saintly maidens and sons would not suffice to resolve the predicament. As Qin Hengyu contemplated this, the enigmatic Ziqing subtly extended a finger to touch his hair, brushing against his forehead. In that fleeting moment, a wealth of information flooded his mind, specifically concerning the dark nest. It became clear that Ziqing's faction of dark beings stood in stark opposition to the entities of the dark nest. While Ziqing was incapable of absorbing source stones, the dark nest possessed this ability, utilizing the source stones to breed an abundance of dark entities. However, the dark nest itself was immobile. Conversely, Ziqing could absorb the dark beings transformed by the dark nest, thereby rapidly augmenting her strength. As an individual, her power was ultimately limited. Facing the onslaught of the dark nest's forces would undoubtedly prove arduous. Ziqing could not confront a dark nest alone, for it would require the might of at least a sacred domain's army. After Qin Hengyu received the news, he realized that the task of eradicating the dark nest was even more formidable than anticipated. The continuation of the extermination efforts was no longer feasible. Not only was the success rate alarmingly low, but there was also a significant risk of alarming the enemy. When you inquire if there are more threats, I can confidently assert that there are indeed, as the presence of dark races has already manifested here, and there will undoubtedly be more lurking in the shadows. It is possible that these adversaries are beyond our current capabilities, necessitating a more strategic approach. The eradication of the dark races is a collective responsibility, however. The root of the problem lies with the sacred land of the universe, which bears the primary accountability. Our arrival is not merely to assist in resolving your issues, but rather to seek an explanation. Therefore, the sacred land of the universe. Though Qin Hengyu's words were not fully articulated, their meaning was unmistakably clear. The celestial realm must inevitably pay a price to compel the great Qin sacred land to take action and resolve the issues at hand. The surrounding holy sons and daughters remained silent, merely serving as witnesses. Having observed Qin Hengyu's prowess, they felt they had garnered sufficient insight and were merely curious whether they could procure some valuable items from the celestial realm. However, the current state of the celestial realm appeared rather dismal. They seemed unwilling to intervene, fearing that their involvement might lead to greater losses. Following Qin Hengyu's remarks, Luo Tianyu and Zhu Dan exchanged a glance, both enveloped in silence. Zhu Dan need not elaborate, since awakening, he had been engulfed in matters pertaining to the annihilation of the dark races. His inability to manage the stone tablet had left him feeling quite inadequate. As for Luo Tianyu, his very life had been salvaged by Qin Hengyu, and he was now deprived of his lower half. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to compensate for the loss of one's physical form. It is a daunting task to cultivate a new body to mirror the former one. Perhaps it is wiser to adapt to the new state of being. Qin Hengyu is not one to deceive. The situation in the Huanyu sacred land may indeed be more dire than anticipated. Your Majesty, exclaimed Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu in unison as Qin Hengyu turned away. Both had resolved to seek assistance from Qin Hengyu. Observing that Luo Tianyu had already spoken, Zhu Dan refrained from interjecting. In name, it was Luo Tianyu who held the title of the sacred land's ruler. Your Majesty, our Huanyu sacred land seeks the aid of the Qin sacred land, fully opening our doors to you, in hopes of preserving the name of the Huanyu sacred land. Luo Tianyu, having lost his legs, bowed deeply, nearly prostrating himself in submission. Chapter 67. Success means kingship, failure means being a bandit. Luo Tianyu's retreat to this extent was already extreme. Should the Qin sacred land choose to depart, the very existence of the Huanyu sacred land could be at stake. Retaining merely a name would be a considerable fortune. There remained the possibility of reconciliation afterward. It was an agreed matter to unite against the dark races, yet it was left ambiguous whether the resolution would come before or after calamity struck the sacred land. Even in the past, the Huanyu sacred land had to pay a hefty price. As Luo Tianyu reflected on the machinations that had ensnared him, he realized the chaos within the Huanyu sacred land was complete. If decisive action was not taken, not only the Huanyu sacred land but his own safety would again be jeopardized. Having faced a life-and-death crisis once, he was now somewhat frantic. Judan, upon hearing these words, bit her lip. As a former saintess, she truly wished to avoid witnessing the Huanyu sacred land in such a state of subservience. The situation was entirely beyond their control, having witnessed the disintegration of other sacred lands before. Her emotional ties to the Huanyu sacred land made her reluctant to see it vanish in such a manner. Thus, despite feeling somewhat uneasy, she fundamentally concurred with Luo Tianyu's assessment. The young saints nearby, listening intently to Luo Tianyu's words, displayed expressions of shock. They had not anticipated that Qin Hengyu would visit the Huanyu sacred land and compel it into submission. It is crucial to note that the Huanyu sacred land extends beyond the imperial star. The imperial star serves as the heart of the star domain. Beyond its substantial territory in the central domain, the relationships within the imperial star are intricate and complex, and its influence extends throughout the entire Dao domain. Numerous celestial bodies with volcanic activity host outposts of the Huanyu sacred land. Have you truly submitted to the Qin sacred land so easily? Indeed. Every family has its own challenges to confront. The Lord of the Holy Land, Luo Tianyu, comprehends the dominion that the Universal Holy Land exerts over its various branches. The state of the Universal Holy Land is characterized by a delicate balance of strength and weakness. Otherwise, there would not be issues arising within the Holy Land while its external branches remain utterly unresponsive. It is likely that if the Holy Land encounters turmoil, those branches would finally be liberated. It may be more prudent to align with the Great Qin Holy Land, preserving their reputation and instilling a sense of trepidation among the branches. Lin Yi's eyes, already quite large, widened even further in astonishment. Various factions exist in a state of equilibrium, and the Universal Holy Land is generally perceived as only slightly inferior to the Great Qin Holy Land. The union of the two would undoubtedly indicate an impending surge from the Great Qin Holy Land. The silver bell of the Nine Nether Holy Maiden, Mingdanin, could not help but chime, its sound resonating with her inner unrest. The tinkling of the bell revealed a heart not at ease. After speaking, Luo Tianyu cast a worried glance at Qin Hengyu, genuinely fearful that he might refuse. The Universal Holy Land cannot afford to neglect the resolution of the dark races, which may require the full exertion of its power. With their strength already limited, any further depletion could lead the Universal Holy Land to a slow demise. After listening to Luo Tianyu's words, Qin Hengyu once again turned his gaze towards Zhu Dan and inquired, Saintess Zhu Dan, do you share the same sentiment? Zhu Dan, caught off guard by the sudden question, momentarily paused. Logically, as the master of the sacred land, Luo Tianyu possessed the authority to dictate certain matters concerning the universal sacred land, wielding far more influence than a former saintess. Nevertheless, Zhu Dan felt a flicker of joy at Qin Hengyu's consideration of her thoughts, signifying that she was valued. The universal sacred land stood on the brink of peril, and thus she implored the prince for aid. Zhu Dan tacitly agreed with Luo Tianyu's arrangement, recognizing that offering assistance was undoubtedly preferable to inaction. You may deliberate further within the universal sacred land, and after your arrangements are complete, come to find me, for the sake of your land's reputation. The Great Qin sacred land certainly required some preparation. After Zhu Dan spoke, Qin Hengyu conceded a modicum of leeway to the Huanyu sacred land. He harbored no intentions of dominating the sacred land. However, he was unwilling to offer assistance without recompense. Any support rendered would necessitate the sacred land to demonstrate a favorable disposition and compliance in the future. Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu comprehended Qin Hengyu's sentiments. It was merely a procedural formality. The responsibility lay with the sacred land, distinct from that of the two individuals, highlighting a fundamental difference in their natures. This consideration was for the benefit of both parties, prompting simultaneous expressions of gratitude from them. Furthermore, given Qin Hengyu's visit today, it was evident that the sacred land owed him a more hospitable reception. Their current submission was also a gesture of ample goodwill. Qin Hengyu nodded and began to lead his companions away, his heart still brimming with delight. His initial intention was merely to secure a modest compensation while clarifying the relationship between the Great Qin Holy Land and the Dark Races, thereby demonstrating their irreconcilable opposition. However, the situation of the Huanyu Holy Land proved to be even more dire than he had anticipated, leading him to successfully subdue the adversary. He had truly seized control of the Huanyu Holy Land, akin to augmenting the Great Qin Holy Land by 2 or 3 additional families of warriors. As Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu departed, they expressed their gratitude. The Huanyu Holy Land possessed unique expertise in weapon forging, and as Qin Hengyu departed, he was generously gifted numerous weapons, many of which had previously been observed in the coffins of the recently deceased elders. After all, with the bodies gone, the significance of accompanying artifacts seemed diminished. Once Qin Hengyu and his entourage exited the Huanyu Holy Land, news swiftly disseminated. The revelation that Yi Xingqian and the 9 grandmother belonged to the Dark Races piqued the curiosity regarding the true state of the Huanyu Holy Land. Relevant information soon emerged from the Xingqian Pavilion, a faction known for trading intelligence, which would certainly not let slip an opportunity to sell vital information, especially considering the extraordinary relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu has gained considerable renown, shining brightly as the focal point of this operation. The news that the sacred land of Huanyu may have to submit to the sacred land of Daqin has also caused quite a stir, marking a rare instance of subservience between 2 sacred domains, which are typically bound by alliances. Among the discussions, there have been repeated mentions of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian. The situation surrounding these two is rather peculiar. One remains in the dark. After the 100 Whips incident, it is uncertain whether Yi Xingqian managed to escape, and those he previously interacted with seem to have met unfortunate fates. Indeed, there have been murmurs in the tea house regarding this matter. Is it not said that Yi Xingqian is plagued by misfortune? Whenever he is with Lu Ruyan, calamity seems to follow her. They ventured to Huanyuan Mountain, where Meng Fanyan faced constraints, and then to the sacred land of Huanyu, which subsequently encountered troubles. Quite ominous, indeed. Perhaps Lu Ruyan's aura is tainted. Remarkably, ever since the prince departed from Lu Ruyan, his demeanor has improved, and his cultivation has advanced. Could it be that they embody the fabled body of misfortune? The Lu clan remains in the sacred land of Huanyu. It is uncertain how they will be dealt with. These speculations, whether guided or not, have only served to solidify the perception that Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian are increasingly marked by ill omen. It can only be said, success leads to kingship, while failure results in infamy. Qin Hengyu's victory naturally garnered him greater support. As for the members of the Lu family still in the universe sacred land, their situation was hardly any better. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhengyan, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After much difficulty, his daughter had become a saintess, presenting a glimmer of hope, yet before they could fully acclimate to their new surroundings, they were cast out once more. Fortunately, unlike their prior experience in the Great Qin sacred land, they had at least received some spirit stones to ease their plight. However, the news regarding Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, the unfortunate star, had already spread, and the Lu family found themselves associated with ill fortune. Shockingly, not a single member of the Lu family was offered refuge. In a single night, this once proud clan found themselves in a predicament akin to that of homeless waifs. Universally scorned, with only a handful of spirit stones to provide them a modicum of distance from their dire circumstances. In this situation, Qin Hengyu continues to send individuals to monitor the Lu family. Is he not a traditional antagonist? Can he not even manage intelligence properly? Qin Hengyu took the opportunity to glance at the system once more. It must be said that considering Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan as treasure-seeking pigs was indeed a prudent notion, for he had unexpectedly gained 5 more opportunities for enlightenment. Nearly every endeavor within the universe sacred land had granted him such an opportunity. In this regard, Luo Tianyu seemed to have utilized and subsequently regained what was expended. However, it remained uncertain how many enlightenment opportunities would be bestowed upon him after completely resolving the issues of the universe sacred land. Chapter 68. Then let us charge in. A few days later, in the universe sacred land, under the arrangements made by the 2 sacred tier individuals, Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu, the assistance from the Great Qin sacred land was seamlessly facilitated, and nearly the entire protocol was completed. Both Luo Tianyu and Zhu Dan felt a sense of urgency. They had summoned the remaining elders to calculate the number of missing individuals from the universe sacred land, and the figures appeared alarmingly high. A sense of crisis loomed heavily in their hearts. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Hengyu gathered a dozen individuals from the four great general families and journeyed to the Universe Holy Land to address the issue. Upon returning to the Universe Holy Land, he was accompanied by over 10 sacred tier warriors. Although these individuals may not rival Jiang Zhan and Wang Jinpa in strength, their own prowess is undeniably formidable. This formidable force could easily annihilate a significant number of sections. In just a few days, Luo Tianyu fashioned a unique mechanical limb for himself, a leg equipped with intricate mechanisms. It bore a resemblance to a scarecrow yet possessed the capability to facilitate his leaps. Under his command, the upper body could detach from the mechanical leg, allowing for free movement within a certain range. This showcased the Universe Holy Land's adeptness in crafting mechanical weaponry. We have meticulously surveyed all conceivable areas, and it appears that the core of the dark race lies beneath the sacred mountain, where numerous ancient elders, skilled in delaying death, reside. Luo Tianyu succinctly articulated the gravity of the situation. The Emperor possesses the ability to dissolve divine essences and even to seal the existence of sacred tier beings, enabling them to endure for an extended period unless, of course, the divine essence shatters unexpectedly, which is said to sustain for nearly 1,000,000 years. Such feats require the favor of an emperor. It is implausible for ordinary elders to achieve this. In order to preserve their elite combatants, the Holy Land often employs divine essences, akin to bricks, in conjunction with divine inscription formations as the lifespan of sacred tier elders approaches its end. While this method is not as effective as an emperor's intervention, it can still extend their lives to some extent. Ultimately, they face death within a maximum of 10,000 years, heralding the arrival of their final day. The sacred mountain of the Universe Holy Land stands as a pivotal area, wherein those ancient elders, utilizing divine essences and inscriptions, have managed to prolong their existence. Many of their strengths are not inferior to that of Luo Tianyu. Yet as their lifespans dwindle, their capabilities are significantly limited. However, with the presence of the Dark Nest, the circumstances may very well reverse. In Qin Hengyu's grasp lay the formidable strike of an emperor, yet the mere combat prowess of a dozen saints felt rather unreliable. Ultimately, it paled in comparison to the dependability of his imperial father. Were it not for his father's unsuitability to emerge from the crypt, he might have considered sending the emperor himself to resolve the Dark Nest, which would have been rather gratifying. To access the sacred mountain, one must traverse a designated secret passage that leads into the heart of the mountain. Upon entering this concealed route, a series of bronze lamps ignited, illuminating the path ahead. Almost immediately, one could observe that the passage was rife with cobwebs. The weaving spider, Zhu Dan remarked with a hint of gravity upon sighting the arachnids. The existence of the dark races had persisted for an extensive duration, and Zhu Dan was no stranger to them. While the weaving spider bore little offensive capability, it would issue a warning at the moment of contact. This meant that their initial step could potentially reveal their location, transforming the endeavor into a battle of attrition. What had initially seemed a covert approach to the core, with the intent of launching a surprise attack, now appeared increasingly improbable. Does the prince possess a solution? Luo Tianyu inquired, directing his gaze towards Qin Hengyu, eager to discover if he had a plan. Is this the sole route into the depths of the sacred mountain? Qin Hengyu gazed at the weaving spider, refraining from any rash actions, and instead posed a question. Naturally, Luo Tianyu nodded in agreement. Then let us charge in. Qin Hengyu made a decisive statement. He had not anticipated that this would be an ordinary battle. If that were the case, then it was best to charge in without hesitation. With more than a dozen saints present, was there really a need for excessive contemplation? What of the blow from the emperor? If that were insufficient, his own father could intervene, capable of completely subduing the sacred mountain. He had faith in that. After Qin Hengyu issued the command, numerous attacks surged towards the secret passage. With each strike, Luo Tianyu enveloped the area in a mist of crimson. It resembled a blood-red whip dancing through the shadows of the passageway. Qin Hengyu remained motionless, yet the saint-ranked beings beside him sprang into action. With a punch and a sword strike, the lurking spiders in the secret passage were swiftly reduced to mere dust. Above Zhu Dan's head loomed a furnace, its flames erupting with each burst, incinerating the webs before them. Simultaneously, the entire mountain seemed to awaken, trembling slightly. The rear of the secret passage unexpectedly began to collapse, as if urging everyone to venture deeper within. The celestial Holy Land had long hollowed out this mountain. After traversing the secret passage, they emerged into a space reminiscent of a street, where a city stood before them, crowned by a bronze sky that bore the semblance of the sun, moon, and stars. Upon entering the city, the group felt a peculiar resonance, One by one, the bronze lanterns lining the streets flickered to life. However, as they stepped further into the thoroughfare, they encountered several desiccated corpses emerging from the shadows. No, these were no longer mere corpses. They had transformed into insect-like beings, their bodies adorned with segmented limbs, exoskeletons, and two antennae. Their mouths had morphed into grotesque mandibles. The overall atmosphere was one of absurdity and chaos. This was the quintessential representation of the dark races, exuding an ominous presence. Undoubtedly, these emaciated figures were formidable, the leader among them even possessing saint-level strength. The interior of the Holy Mountain was originally fortified with various barriers to thwart external foes and withstand most saint-level assaults. Luo Tianyu surveyed the surroundings and offered an explanation. Yet, plans often falter under the weight of unforeseen changes. The very defenses intended to repel intruders had now become snares meant to ensnare them. At this moment, devising a way to dismantle the obstacles within the Holy Mountain was a source of considerable frustration for him. It was time to prepare for battle. Beside Qin Hengyu, Wang Jinpa swiftly drew his arrow, poised to engage in battle with the leader. Halt! Qin Hengyu stood on the street, thwarting Wang Jinpa's next move. Has this mountain indeed been hollowed out? Qin Hengyu inquired about Luo Tianyu and Zhu Dan behind him, seeking confirmation of the information's authenticity. He intended to embark on a grand venture. Indeed, it had been thoroughly excavated. Luo Tianyu nodded, explaining that the sacred mountain had not been hollowed out in a single day. Rather, it was a product of relentless excavation over time. Hundreds of thousands of years had afforded ample opportunity for numerous endeavors. Thus, we shall take this risk, Uncle Jiang, prepare for the offensive. In the face of the somewhat eerie surroundings, Qin Hengyu resolved to unleash a miraculous force through sheer violence, producing an object reminiscent of a finger. It was adorned with what appeared to be an infinite array of runes. This was the Emperor's strike, imbued with the power of cataclysm, perfectly suited for clearing obstacles. Crash! Qin Hengyu extended his finger, activating the divine patterns within. In an instant, everything around him began to disintegrate, with walls and stones crumbling away. Chapter 69. When there is no alternative, let the Emperor strike. The colossal finger continued to expand. The minions surrounding the Holy Realm were swiftly reduced to mere dust under the residual force. Even the Holy Realm itself was sent flying the moment the finger manifested, losing an arm and spewing forth a copious amount of blood. This was merely due to the fact that the finger's intended target was not him. Otherwise, even the Holy Realm would have been unable to escape. One could take the distant Nine Granny as a reference, who vanished to an unknown location. As the finger swelled, all edifices collapsed, the bronze sky faded, and the artificial lights along with the sun, moon, and stars extinguished. The entire city within the Holy Mountain began to descend into ruin, with nearly every structure plummeting into oblivion. Naturally, Qin Hengyu and his companions did not plummet. Even Wang Jing could momentarily soar, let alone those of the saint rank. They were already supported by unseen forces, preventing any descent. The Emperor's finger struck, shielding Qin Hengyu and the others, blocking the descending debris from above, ensuring that no harm befell them. In the enveloping darkness, the golden radiance of his finger faintly illuminated the surrounding shadows and depths. The entire mountain's interior lay hollow, an expanse of emptiness. As the structures fell, shattered webs became visible, with dark threads weaving layers of silk. It appeared that something had gradually encroached upon the sacred mountain, forming a nest. With the Emperor's strike, Jiang Zhan seized the opportunity, hurling his golden spear, which pierced the wounded saint rank from head to toe. In a burst of golden light, the saint exploded into oblivion, their life force dissipating. Luo Tianyu gazed at the now desolate interior of the sacred mountain, feeling a twinge of disorientation. Memories surfaced, recalling the treasures and legacies that once resided within, now laid to waste. Yet, only the great Qin sacred land possessed such audacity. The Emperor's strike was executed with unparalleled might. Magnificent! In order for the sacred land of the universe to exhibit such grandeur, time must indeed progress. Perhaps even returning to a moment 50,000 years ago when an opportunity might have arisen. However, one cannot deny that the Emperor Qin Hengyu's formidable strike has cleared the interior of the sacred mountain, rendering the ensuing troubles significantly more manageable. Otherwise, it is hard to fathom how long it would take to resolve the issues at hand, potentially leading to entrapments and ambushes. With obstacles removed, dealing with adversaries has become considerably easier. Zhu Dan has also taken action, deftly flicking his fingers to conjure floating lanterns from his storage ring, illuminating the interior of the sacred mountain and enhancing visibility. The features of those present are now clear, yet the lack of any light within the mountain previously hindered combat. Although one might argue that spiritual perception can be employed in darkness, its range pales in comparison to that of light, at least in the current circumstances. Light enables the eyes to discern farther and grasp more information. Both spiritual perception and sight serve as means of exploration, as do hearing and other senses. No one would forsake their ears upon gaining sight, nor would a powerful being relinquish their vision and hearing after acquiring spiritual perception. Moreover, the speed of light surpasses that of many other phenomena. In certain respects, spiritual perception may not be as effective as the eyes. Of course, spiritual perception does provide a more comprehensive understanding of nearby surroundings. In the glow of the lanterns, one can observe the remnants of black nets, not entirely destroyed, with dark humanoid figures still clinging to them, clearly members of the undying dark race. At the base of the sacred mountain, one can see the shifting dark races. Following the collapse of the architecture, a small number remain ensnared in the nets. While the majority of the dark beings that once occupied the area have fallen to the mountain's depths, many of whom have perished and been buried, some, however, have not succumbed and continue to emerge from the ruins of the shattered structures. A glance reveals a chilling density of their numbers. Fortunately, due to the Emperor's powerful strike, the dark races at the mountain's base, although appearing numerous, have indeed dwindled significantly. The loss of some minor soldiers has made it more difficult for them to pose a threat. Attack. Qin Hengyu commanded his subordinates and others to commence their assault, while he maintained a position at the rear. As he urged the group to advance, the surviving members of the dark races, still capable of movement, charged forward, bewildered and instinctually retaliating like wasps disturbed from their nest. In the chaotic melee, it was evident that Qin Hengyu and his companions held the upper hand, positioned advantageously. The bodies of the dark races continued to fall, cascading to the ground. Meanwhile, lurking behind Qin Hengyu, a shadowy figure concealed itself. The audacity of Qin Hengyu to venture here is inextricably linked to the presence of Ziqing. The two can seamlessly alternate their positions, thereby enhancing his ability to survive, which has nearly approached the realm of the saint. For Ziqing, the dark races below present an excellent opportunity for sustenance, allowing for the continuous absorption of their corpses, thus restoring strength while simultaneously elevating her cultivation level. Moreover, Ziqing's descent enables her to contest with the dark nest for the corpses of the dark races. Both can draw upon the remains of these entities. The dark nest possesses the capability to reconstitute the deceased dark races, birthing new individuals and ensuring an unending supply of the dark races. The existence of Ziqing is akin to incinerating the enemy's provisions, while also facilitating reconnaissance of the conditions within the dark nest below. Qin Hengyu appeared to be extravagantly cautious regarding the Emperor's strike, seeking to conserve even the slightest amount of energy. For his father, the inexpensive Emperor Qin Heng, who remained buried underground, executing the Emperor's strike was a relatively simple task. However, sealing the Emperor's strike within a mere trinket proved to be somewhat burdensome, necessitating a considerable investment of time and effort. Hence, every effort to conserve was warranted. After Qin Hengyu finished speaking with Zhu Dan, he felt an additional pair of hands at his waist. Could it be Ziqing returning? Instantly, Qin Hengyu has come to understand the true nature of the situation. After the dark nest was initially buried, formidable beings swiftly emerged from the ruins to carve out several passages. In essence, the dark nest can be likened to a hive adorned with countless mouths, gradually consuming the remnants of the structures. Previously, the dark nest refrained from destroying this place, opting instead for clandestine development. Now, faced with a life and death crisis, it has unleashed its true potential. The bronze components, when devoured alongside the corpses, can amalgamate to form armored dark soldiers who are further imbued with magical arrays. This signifies that the dark nest continuously adjusts its strategies during the process of slaying dark soldiers to better confront its adversaries. Of course, the dark nest is not devoid of weaknesses. At its core lies a nucleus akin to a human brain, which must be penetrated and completely obliterated to render it utterly incapacitated. Upon returning to Qin Hengyu's side, Ziqing has manifested her desires and willingness to embrace risk. The question remains, should they proceed? Qin Hengyu believed that taking things slowly could still present opportunities. At worst, he could simply make more attempts and utilize several great emperors in a single strike. The risks involved seemed somewhat unwarranted. However, Ziqing possessed an insatiable yearning for the heart of the dark nest, and without venturing into the unknown, it appeared impossible to resolve the enigma of that ominous lair. Thus, he decided to give it a try. Qin Hengyu had made up his mind. Chapter 70. close at hand, life and death. Qin Hengyu was aware of the strategy that Ziqing harbored in her heart. After numerous attempts, she discovered her remarkable ability to conceal herself. For even in proximity to the dark nest, she remained undetected. Her plan was to wield a devastating strike from the Emperor, approaching the core to initiate an explosion. As for Ziqing herself, as long as she could evade swiftly enough, she believed there would be little peril. The power of the dark nest was formidable, nearing the 8th rank of the sacred tier, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary strongman to contend with. The highest combatant present, Jiang Zhan, stood at the 5th rank of the sacred tier, unable to vanquish the dark nest. Ziqing, having recently ascended to the 6th rank of the sacred tier, was still somewhat distant from being capable of dealing with the dark nest. Furthermore, the dark nest thrived on sheer numbers, having no intention of engaging in solitary combat. After much contemplation, Qin Hengyu retrieved from his storage ring an artifact known as the Emperor's Strike. It took the form of a formidable fist. Should it be unleashed at the very heart of the dark nest, it is likely that no one would withstand its might, not even an 8th stage saint. The power it exudes carries with it the remnants of an explosive force. How could an ordinary individual at the saint level endure such a strike? Even those with the capabilities of a quasi-emperor would find themselves at a disadvantage. As Qin Hengyu discreetly transferred the formidable ability of the Emperor's Strike to Ziqing, he also channeled a portion of his own power through his fingers, imparting it to her hands. The Dark Race's strength cannot activate the Emperor's Strike. The notion that Ziqing would suddenly awaken her memories and rebel by wielding the Emperor's Strike to annihilate him and others is utterly implausible. Not to mention Ziqing. Even Jiang Zhan would be incapable of such a feat from its inception. Qin took into account that the Emperor's Strike could be wielded solely by Qin Hengyu. Any attempt to direct it toward Qin Hengyu would render it ineffective. Ziqing silently departed once more, stealthily infiltrating the depths below. In the pitch-black environment, teeming with the Dark Race, she found it an ideal setting for her covert actions. The Dark Nest itself consumed the corpses of some members of the Dark Race, while others were actively transporting bodies within. Ziqing effortlessly blended into the shadows, moving like a wraith. At that moment, Zhu Dan approached Qin Hengyu, offering a cautionary reminder. Qin Emperor, there may be a dark nest below. Those dark beings we initially dispatched might be undergoing reconstitution within the dark nest, continuously generating dark soldiers. To eradicate these dark soldiers, we must first annihilate the dark nest, otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. Zhu Dan's instincts were astute, and after engaging in battle for a time, a crucial realization dawned upon him. Despite the relentless onslaught against the dark soldiers above, they continued to emerge in an endless tide from below. Something was amiss. Patience was essential. Qin Hengyu raised his hand slightly, signaling Zhu Dan not to worry. With Ziqing already in motion, a resolution was imminent. However, beneath the ground, an unsettling force stirred within the dark nest, beginning its search, causing its body to tremble involuntarily. It was intimately familiar with every part of its being, which is precisely why it exhibited a modicum of vigilance upon sensing an unfamiliar presence. As Ziqing mingled among the dark race, she drew ever closer to the core of their power. Here, the presence of a saint-level cultivator of the 6th tier became evident. The dark nest, despite its audacity, could not afford to take risks. Thus, it typically retained top-tier combat prowess within its own body. Just as Ziqing approached the core, her proximity was detected. After all, this was not an external encounter, but rather within the confines of the dark nest itself. Being too close led to an inevitable leakage of energy due to the disparity in their levels. A piercing shriek erupted from the massive, writhing mass of flesh within the dark nest. At that moment, time was running short. Within the core of the dark nest, Ziqing unleashed a strike worthy of an emperor, her form becoming ethereal, akin to a fleeting beam of light before vanishing entirely. The dark nest failed to comprehend the disappearance of the detected foe, preoccupied instead with the imminent threat posed by the Emperor's strike. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Emperor's punch detonated from within, causing the entire dark nest to be torn asunder, gradually disintegrating into nothingness. The 6th-tier saint-level presence flickered momentarily, akin to a black flower wilting away. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhan and his companions remained oblivious to the changes occurring below them as they battled fiercely. However, the several saints engaged in combat before them found themselves ensnared by the dark nest, compelled to obey its command to protect it. Amidst the conflicting orders, the saints remained motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhan and his allies launched their assault, successfully slaying the saints. The might of the Emperor's strike then erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, resembling a sun, illuminating the peculiarities at the base of the sacred mountain. Had they succeeded? A sense of disbelief washed over the group, particularly Zhu Dan, who had only just begun to speak. Qin Hengyu, how did he accomplish such feats? He is indeed a man shrouded in mystery. Zhu Dan harbored a multitude of questions. As the saying goes, when a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it signifies her descent into enthrallment. At this moment, the deepest imprint in Zhu Dan's heart was undeniably that of Qin Hengyu. Luo Tianyu, however, was caught off guard. Failing to comprehend the existence of the dark nest below, he belatedly remarked, "There is indeed a dark nest beneath?" Jiangzhan turned to glance at his own imperial son. The only one capable of delivering a strike worthy of an emperor was his own son, the only one with the opportunity to act. Who else could it be besides him? Yet, his son remained inactive, likely due to the peculiar connection to the enigmatic dark race. Jiangzhan, with keen intuition, swiftly deduced some circumstances. Of course, the issues at hand had not been entirely resolved. The dark nest still harbored some presence, having intercepted a significant portion of the emperor's might after enduring his strike. Consequently, once the dark nest was dealt with, some remnants of the dark race succumbed to a frenzy. One by one, they leapt forth, attempting to launch self-destructive attacks. Such assaults posed little threat to the saint-level beings. Rather, they were mindless, providing easier opportunities to counter their advances. Immediately, a faction took on defensive roles while another engaged offensively, systematically eliminating the dark race. The self-detonation could not breach the formidable defenses, and instead, the attacks from Qin Hengyu's side swept through the remaining dark entities like autumn leaves in a gust of wind, restoring tranquility after the tumult. As for Ziqing, she descended first to absorb the core of the dark nest. Chapter 71. Beneath me lies the heavens, above me. The heavens are entombed. After the situation was entirely resolved, Luo Tianyu bowed to Qin Hengyu in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, imperial son, for your intervention, delivering 2 strikes worthy of an emperor. The Huanyu sacred land will forever be grateful." It goes without saying that the 2 emperor strikes were undoubtedly connected to Qin Hengyu. The emperor strike is a life-saving force valued similarly to a saint-level 8th tier, if not stronger. In terms of sheer power, it even surpasses the self-detonation of ordinary sacred artifacts and lacks the need for an emperor to activate it. The sacred land regards such power as a trump card for survival. The Great Qin sacred land, being affluent and ostentatious, wielded 2 of these, which can only be deemed tyrannical and an immense favor and face-saving gesture for the Huanyu sacred land. "Thank you, imperial son Qin." Zhu Dan also bowed, her gratitude for Qin Hengyu evident in her expression. It was truly hard to fathom. Had it not been for the Great Qin sacred land, how could they, the Huanyu sacred land, have breached the sacred mountain? Nevertheless, this matter requires careful handling. Let us descend and investigate further. Qin Hengyu gestured to descend and assess the situation. A group of individuals began their descent, which took approximately a quarter of an hour, landing in a profound pit. Blackened chunks of flesh were scattered everywhere, accompanied by an ominous aura. Had it not been for the protection of the sacred tier, even those of royal stature could have succumbed to corruption. Release my defenses. Upon feeling the oppressive aura of death, Qin Hengyu's eyes brightened. This pressure proved advantageous to him, stimulated by it. He might very well achieve a breakthrough to the king realm. After a moment of hesitation, Jiangzhan slightly relaxed his defenses, contemplating the formidable strike from another emperor that had compelled Qin Hengyu to unleash such potential. Consequently, he found himself increasingly convinced of Qin Hengyu's capabilities. While resolving issues with a mighty emperor's blow is beneficial, it would be quite challenging for him to replicate the current outcome. Nevertheless, they remained steadfastly by Qin Hengyu's side, ensuring no unforeseen events transpired. One could say that Qin Hengyu's strategy was twofold. On one hand, it afforded Ziqing additional time, while on the other, the celestial phenomena and the maritime anomalies surrounding Qin Hengyu began to intertwine under the residual pressure, coalescing into a formidable will to fight. The convergence of these 2 forces gradually birthed a new strength, akin to a child emerging into the world, crying out, suddenly imbued with the essence of life. This was the essence of battle intent. The battle intent of Qin Hengyu did not emerge from thin air. Rather, it evolved over time. Having comprehended the essence of the heavenly blade, he built upon this foundation, gradually cultivating the battle intent known as burial of heaven. Under me, there lies heaven. Above me, heaven is buried. The thunderous roar resounds. After Qin Hengyu's breakthrough, his spiritual energy became remarkably more agile, akin to water spilling from a basket. However, upon reaching the king realm, the gaps in the basket seemed to have been sealed. The water within the basket became even more controllable, remaining cohesive yet effortlessly adaptable. After Qin Hengyu's breakthrough, one could distinctly perceive the sudden alleviation of the surrounding pressure. Behind him, there were also hands that reached out to him. Ziqing had returned. Qin Hengyu has already sensed that the aura of Ziqing behind him has undergone a transformation, likely having ascended to the 7th level of the sacred realm. Surely, it cannot surpass his own advancement to the emperor level, can it? Qin Hengyu gently rubbed his temples. If this were indeed the case, he might find himself reliant on others, yet he remained resolute in his intention to retain control over his destiny. It would be ideal for him to surpass the emperor level. Could he possibly attain a dual emperor status? It was certainly worth contemplating. Following this, Qin Hengyu, accompanied by several Saint-Tier guardians, ventured into the abyssal nest to assess the situation. The remnants of shattered flesh were no longer present. Only the vestiges of what once was remained. The onlookers presumed this to be a natural consequence following the emperor's strike, and thus did not dwell upon it excessively. The saints meticulously scoured the lair of the dark entities, ensuring that none had revived, before they finally ascended the sacred mountain. Upon his departure, Qin Hengyu remarked to Zhu Dan, as per our prior arrangement, the Huanyu Sanctuary shall first accommodate some of the more fundamental provisions from the Qin Sanctuary. This mutually agreed stipulation signifies a transformation in the institution of servitude. Qin Hengyu had no intention of starting from the cultivators directly. Rather, he aimed to begin with those of ordinary strength. His strategy was to gradually effect change from the ground up, thereby completely transforming the Huanyu sacred land. This was a masterful plan. The population exceeding ordinary strength was the true foundation supporting the Huanyu sacred land. Indeed, Zhu Dan did not refuse. The matter had already been clarified previously. The crux of the issue lay in the necessity for collaboration between the two sacred lands, which required a fundamental shift in perspective at the grassroots level. At the very least, they could not exist in opposition. For the higher-level cultivators to alter their mindset would be exceedingly difficult. It would be more prudent to allow for a natural progression, step by step. Master Luo, you should focus on the orders from the great Qin sacred land. Qin Hengyu spoke to Luo Tianyu about another arrangement, stating that while the lower echelons must adhere to rules, the upper echelons naturally require benefits, otherwise, it would be challenging to tame the other party. He planned to craft additional weapons, emphasizing the necessity of safeguarding the source stones, as ultimately, one must possess weapons. Understood, Luo Tianyu nodded in agreement. Qin Hengyu's arrangements have instilled a sense of comfort among them, devoid of any forceful demands for change. Both the middle and lower echelons have reaped the benefits. For Huanyu sacred land, it is possible that the influence of Daqin sacred land could indeed be profound. Having come this far, overthinking serves no practical purpose. After resolving the issues concerning the universal sacred land, Qin Hengyu intended to return to the great Qin sacred land to address matters regarding Lu Ruyan. He had not yet contemplated where to place her. On his journey back, he once again checked the system and found that the resolution of the universal sacred land's problems had indeed yielded considerable rewards. Ding! The host has conquered the sacred mountain of the universal sacred land, earning 3 insights. The host has obliterated the dark nest, earning 3 insights. The host has comprehended the will of the burial sky, earning 1 insight. In total, he garnered 7 insights. Qin Hengyu now felt a formidable strength coursing through him. System. Insight System Host. Qin Hengyu, Total Insights, 17 Realm. First level of the King Realm Comprehension Abilities. Eye of Fortune, Devouring Demon Technique, True Sun Scripture, Tao Scripture. True Dragon Fist, Grand Xian Scripture, Avalokiteshvara Scripture, Ancestral Emperor Scripture, Heart Sutra of the Female Sovereign, Bone Scripture, Great Completion Blade Intent, Heavenly Blade, Secret of Weakness. Truly, it was an extraordinary surge. His insights had escalated from single digits to double digits in an instant. Upon returning to the great Qin sacred land and resolving matters concerning Lu Ruyan, he would first select scriptures. He had acquired a unique battle intent. However, it was through studying other scriptures that he could better integrate his knowledge and elevate his realm of power. Meanwhile, beyond the starry sky, on the desolate backside of a barren star, there was a stark emptiness. No life existed here, only tombstones dotting the ground, indicating that life had once flourished. Should one enter the spiritual realm from this place, a different scene would unfold, teeming with vitality and a meandering stream flowing into the distance. In the spiritual realm behind, among the seated figures in black robes, one individual furrowed his brow and spoke. Our hidden coordinate within the imperial star has been compromised. It was a one-way coordinate and cannot be traced back. Why has fate encountered an unexpected turn? Could it be a chain reaction from the soul-recalling bell? The plan may have already failed, and everything has come to light. Insufficient in success, yet abundant in failure. Prepare the elixir of immortality, flesh and blood, alter appearances. Without controlling the opponent's fate, how can one stir the tide of change? Let us prepare. Several figures in black robes voiced their concerns and communicated among themselves. Unaware that the soul-recalling bell had been tampered with, infused with spiritual essence. Should Qin take action, he could potentially capture them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 72. In a desperate situation, encountering childhood sweetheart again? Upon awakening, Lu Ruyin found herself imprisoned in the confines of Jincheng for an extended period. She had harbored the hope that Qin Hengyu would come to visit her, yet she never caught even a fleeting glimpse of him, not even a silhouette. Though her cultivation remained intact, it was rendered useless in captivity. A foul odor began to emanate from her, rendering her predicament quite deplorable. Was this the spectacle Qin Hengyu wished to witness? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she was unexpectedly released from her cell, signifying that she could never return to Jincheng. Another place to call home slipped away from her grasp. Within Jincheng, numerous onlookers were eager to witness the drama unfolding. Here was Lu Ruyin, recently exalted as a figure of the Huanyu sacred land. Now forced to embark on a solitary journey of wandering, a sight they found utterly entertaining. One could argue that her misfortunes were of her own making. During her rise, she had extended no assistance to others. Now, in her time of distress, it was no surprise that no one was inclined to offer her aid. Moreover, rumors of her ill fortune had begun to circulate. Causing even the curious to keep their distance, members of the Lu family feared that her plight might bring them misfortune as well. Even upon learning of her release, they had no desire to approach her. Nevertheless, Lu Ruyin remained steadfast in her belief that Qin Hengyu held her dear in his heart. She was convinced that if she were to faint, someone would carry her back to the sacred land of Qin, and all would be resolved. With each step, she pressed onward. Time slipped away, and she lost track of the distance she had covered, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Night fell swiftly, and the silvery moon cast its luminous glow, blanketing the earth in a layer of frost. As the darkness deepened, an unusual sight appeared at the roadside, a carriage. A refined gentleman descended from the carriage, his gaze falling upon the fallen woman, momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he removed his elegant attire, enveloping Lu Ruyin within its warmth, before lifting her into the carriage, which then sped off in a determined direction. Simultaneously, within the shadows of the carriage, the figure of Ziqing emerged. How could Qin Hengyu possibly let Lu Ruyin slip away? Following Lu Ruyin presents an opportunity that one must seize. Thus it is only natural to remain closely at her side, waiting for the opportune moment to incapacitate her and abscond with the chance. It would be quite challenging for Ziqing to lose her trail, wouldn't it? The following day, at dawn, Lu Ruyin gradually awakened within a secluded valley. As she opened her eyes, the gentle sound of flowing water graced her ears, and the lush greenery surrounding her exuded a profound tranquility. Who could have saved her? A sense of bewilderment washed over Lu Ruyin as she gazed around, seeking to uncover the identity of her mysterious savior. Qin Hengyu saved himself? Lu Ruoyan still found it hard to believe that Qin Hengyu could be so ruthless. She stood up in a daze and soon noticed a nearby campfire, where a faint ember was glowing amidst the swirling smoke, revealing a figure both strange and familiar. A sense of caution welled up within Lu Ruoyan. Instinctively, she crouched down and picked up a stone. After emerging from the prison in Jincheng, she had long since lost her storage ring and was left with nothing. Holding the stone, she rose and called out to the figure shrouded in smoke. "Who are you?" At that moment, a man emerged from within the haze, lifting his head. His brows were sharp like swords, and his eyes sparkled like stars. He had a high nose and a smile playing at the corners of his lips. His skin was fair, and his features were strikingly handsome, complemented by a cascade of long, jet-black hair, exuding an air of elegance. He could also be described as a pretty boy. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyan awaken, the man displayed a hint of joy and exclaimed, "Ruoyan, you're awake. Have you forgotten me? I am Negong Patian. We were childhood acquaintances, almost like childhood sweethearts." Negong Patian gazed at Lu Ruoyan with warmth. Negong Patian? Lu Ruoyan racked her brain to remember. She recalled that in the border region where the Lu family once resided, there was indeed a family named Negong, far more affluent than the Lu family. Negong Patian used to take her on adventures, introducing her to various novelties, but then the Negong family moved away. The Lu family encountered certain opportunities and relocated to the sacred land of the Great Qin. "Patian, your family also moved to Jincheng? Why have I never heard of you before?" Lu Ruoyan pondered. However, upon recalling Nangong Potion's name, a tinge of disappointment crossed her mind. Why wasn't he at Qin Hengyu? How wonderful it would be if it were Qin Hengyu. From her perspective, Nangong Patian was still somewhat distant from Qin Hengyu. Nangong Patian began to recount his circumstances. My family isn't in Jinqing. We reside in the nearby Nanqing. I happened to pass through here on some business and brought you out. He then offered her a morsel of food, showcasing a roasted chicken in his hand. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's stomach growled. Even cultivators cannot completely detach from the need for food, albeit they require it less frequently than ordinary people, especially after being injured. The necessity for nourishment becomes even greater. Here, Nangong Patian teased her lightly, holding up a chicken leg near her nose. Tears began to flow down Lu Ruoyan's cheeks. What's wrong? I won't tease you anymore. Just eat. In an instant, Nangong Patian became flustered and shoved the chicken leg into Lu Ruoyan's mouth. Reaching out to catch her tears. You are too kind to me. Lu Ruoyan choked on her words, having gone far too long without sustenance. The meal before her was a profound source of satisfaction. She devoured the chicken leg with great fervor. In that moment, her emotions were genuine. Life after departing from the sacred land of Qin had been exceedingly arduous. Once she finished her meal, she resumed her inquiry into Nangong Potion's current circumstances. How fare you now? I mean, what have you experienced since leaving the borderlands? Relying solely on Nangong Patian, she felt an urgent need to understand the situation more clearly. My ancestors once rendered a favor to a certain sect, which subsequently sought us out and provided refuge for our family within their ranks. During this time, numerous opportunities arose that allowed me to ascend to the realm of kings. As Nangong Patian spoke, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lu Ruoyan, revealing a hint of unspoken affection in his eyes. He was already aware that Lu Ruoyan had become the Empress of the Divine Sun, along with a multitude of complications. Yet, under the influence of love, he ultimately chose to overlook these matters. What do you intend to do next? Lu Ruoyan naturally perceived Nangong Potion's demeanor, feeling that he paled in comparison to Qin Hengyu, still engaging in superficial pleasantries. To be candid, the more Qin Hengyu looked down upon Lu Ruoyan, the more determined she became to preserve her chastity for him. I possess a map that is said to contain the legacy of a great emperor. Many claim it to be a fabrication, yet some believe it may hold truth. Nangong Patian produced a map that appeared remarkably new. Lu Ruoyan, intrigued, took it and her eyes widened considerably as she spoke. This marks the ruins of Duantian, where it is said there exists a tower of the Heavenly Emperor, and occasionally one can enter to attain the so-called Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. Having spent considerable time in the sacred land of the Great Qin, Lu Ruoyan was naturally privy to some unique information. Shall we go and explore? However, Nangong Potion's focus was clearly not on the ruins, but rather on Lu Ruoyan herself. Very well. Lu Ruoyan gazed at the map, nodded, and decided to investigate. Previously, she had not lacked resources and had no need to venture into the ruins recklessly. Yet now, sometimes one must break in order to establish anew. Chapter 73. The Ruins of Duantian, No Secrets Before the Great Emperor. The sacred land of the Great Qin. Having resolved the matters concerning the celestial sanctuary, Qin Hengyu returned to the subterranean palace to pursue his cultivation. Ever since he comprehended the supreme profound scripture and imparted the essence of vitality to his esteemed father, Emperor Qin, a subtle transformation seemed to have occurred within Qin. Qin did not specify how many more years he could live. He merely mentioned the possibility of taking a journey. This journey entails a brief excursion to the sacred land of the Great Qin for a skirmish. Remarkably, what I initially perceived as a formidable strike from the Emperor now seems to unveil an additional trump card. A single journey, even if it lasts merely a few milliseconds, could surpass a mere strike from the Emperor, potentially amounting to dozens or even hundreds. Qin Hengyu, within the depths of the underground palace, once again employed the devouring heaven technique to absorb a portion of the primordial essence. This essence, indeed, is a treasure in abundance. In the interim, he also analyzed the bodies of the fallen warriors. Without even delving into profound enlightenment, his current fortuity and capacity for learning would yield invaluable insights. The deceased harbored numerous treasures within their mortal remains. Beyond the primordial essence, there existed traces of the cultivation techniques they once practiced, akin to a living tome. Naturally, in the subterranean palace, Qin Hengyu, through the perspective of Ziqing, came to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Lu Ruoyan and even became acquainted with Nangong Patian. Nangong Patian. Qin Hengyu retained a faint recollection of this name from the original work. By all accounts, he could be considered a tertiary male character. Having shared a period of childhood companionship with Lu Ruoyan, which fostered a certain affection between them. During Lu Ruyan's times of tribulation, he had extended his assistance on several occasions. However, what left the most profound impression on Qin Hengyu was the fact that Nangong Patian exhibited a cultivation speed that was in no way inferior to that of Yixingchen, as if he could attain any level of prowess he desired. Intriguing, Qin Hengyu yearned to ascertain whether this character could be vanquished or perhaps whether it could ascend to a status akin to that of Lu Ruyan or Yixingchen, becoming a treasure-seeking entity. Regarding the Duantian relic, it would be prudent to directly consult Qin Eng. The Duantian relic is renowned throughout the central state as a forbidden ground, housing the Celestial Emperor's tower, within which lies the legacy of the Celestial Emperor himself. The Celestial Emperor, a figure capable of wielding the designation of heaven, is undoubtedly the most formidable emperor in legend, and the scriptures he left behind are referred to as the Heavenly Scriptures. It is said that anyone who has glimpsed the Heavenly Scriptures has ascended to become an emperor. However, no one has ever articulated the contents of these profound texts. Hence, the Heavenly Scriptures are often regarded as the most miraculous of sacred texts. The Duantian relic possesses certain peculiarities. Entry is permitted solely to those below the venerable realm, and one may only enter the relic once in a lifetime. Once one has crossed the threshold, re-entry becomes impossible. It is said to be a manifestation of the Celestial Emperor's will. The Celestial Emperor does not wish to witness the emergence of any who might claim the title of venerable before him, in the heavens and upon the earth. He stands alone in his supremacy. Who among mortals could dare to address him as such? Qin Hengyu instinctively felt that his frugal yet esteemed father could not possibly be unaware of the secrets surrounding the ruins of the broken sky. With this in mind, he took the initiative to inquire, "Father, why do you suppose the ruins of the broken sky impose restrictions on those of the venerable realm from entering?" Without hesitation, Qin Eng spoke directly. The space of the Duantian ruins is fragile, situated within turbulent spatial currents. Were it not for the existence of the Celestial Emperor Tower, it would be utterly impossible for any remnants to exist. Those at the venerable realm possess the ability to disrupt space, rendering entry into the ruins unattainable. If one were to attempt entry at the venerable realm, not only would they be unable to access the Duantian ruins, but they would also risk becoming lost within the chaotic spatial currents. Should they inadvertently enter the spirit realm, the consequences would be dire, with their very lives hanging in the balance. I have pursued the Celestial Emperor Tower on several occasions, yet it has eluded me each time. As for the reason one can only enter once, it is merely due to the overwhelming strength of the life magnetic field within, which likely suppresses certain entities, preventing anyone from re-entering the ruins and bringing forth calamity. Qin Eng articulated the crux of the matter. When discussing the Heavenly Emperor Tower, he expressed a hint of despondency, for it was undeniably a treasure yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Alas, Qin Hengyu did not anticipate that the problem would be so straightforward. "Does my son wish to enter the remnants of the broken sky?" Qin Eng discerned Qin Hengyu's intentions and inquired, "Indeed. My son has dispatched a pawn to shadow Lu Ruyan, believing there is a possibility of infiltrating the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Thus, there is a stirring of interest." Qin Hengyu expressed his thoughts. However, his father provided some protective puppets, which would safeguard him without causing the ruins to collapse. Additionally, he arranged for a talisman to ensure his safety within the ruins, the Heavenly Emperor's Tower, and the spirit realm, thus granting him peace of mind. Upon gaining insight into Qin Hengyu's thoughts, Qin Eng commenced the process of acquiring exceptional equipment. Simultaneously, he continued to elaborate on certain intricacies associated with the ruins of Duantian, while others toiled diligently and risked their safety to unearth resources within the treacherous confines of the ruins. He seemed to be merely indulging in a leisurely tour. After all, the treasures within the ruins were such that Qin Eng could procure even superior ones. Qin Hengyu remained unperturbed. Ziqing was rather exceptional. Although the ancient ruins barred entry to those of the venerable realm and above, she was able to enter without hindrance. Thus, he merely needed to employ the Heart Sutra of enchanting women to reach her side at a crucial moment. One cannot help but acknowledge the somewhat terrifying aura of the Chosen One. Anyone attempting to follow someone other than Ziqing would likely lose their way. Even a venerable or a saint-level being would find it impossible to trail within the confines of the ruins. Qin Hengyu waited for a brief moment in the underground palace before receiving numerous gifts from his benevolent father, the emperor. With those treasures in hand, he exited the palace. However, even upon his departure, Qin Eng remained silent regarding the contents of the heavenly scripture. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Duantian, Nangong Patian, after leading Lu Ruyan through a series of twists and turns, finally arrived at their destination. The ruins of Duantian seemed to undergo transformations daily, with each alteration exhibiting peculiarities that defied convention. It was, indeed, a new map. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to locate anything within the remnants of the map. Upon entering the ruins, Lu Ruyan found it hard to believe what lay before her. This ancient place, imbued with a sense of antiquity, emanated an indescribable aura of doubt. Yet it was eerily desolate, suggesting that few had ventured there. The map appeared to be of little use. Yet she was informed that a legacy of the Emperor had truly been secured. Finally, after such a long wait, a fool has arrived here. Once I emerge from this place, I shall relish all that I have long been deprived of. As the two entered the cavern of the ruins, a skeleton on the ground emitted a mocking laugh. Isn't this the legacy of the Emperor? Nangong Patian, upon hearing the maniacal laughter, displayed no fear but instead questioned with bewilderment. Truly, the greedy are like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. The legacy of the Emperor is not something ordinary folk can attain. Otherwise, why would I have become a mere skeleton? Nevertheless, none of that matters anymore. Once I seize your body, the Emperor's legacy shall be mine. From within the skeletal form, a green flame surged forth, hurtling towards Lu Ruyan's forehead. It seemed that the possessing spirit, in a moment of distraction, deemed Lu Ruyan more suitable for its purpose, disregarding any considerations of gender. In the face of the future, power was all that mattered. Chapter 74. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me here? At that moment, Lu Ruyan's fortune manifested once more. As Nangong Patian stood and took a step forward, he collided with the spirit intent on possession. Damn it! The spirit barely managed to utter 2 words as it entered Nangong Patian's body, only to flee from his celestial abode in a state of frantic disarray. Monsters! There are monsters! It was unclear what had transpired with that spirit, or what unspeakable sights it had witnessed. Its demeanor suggested complete madness. What in the world is happening? Upon encountering an unexpected turn of events, Lu Ruyan gazed at Nangong Patian with a blend of confusion and wariness. There was something distinctly different about Nangong Patian, a quality so potent that it could compel even the soul-snatching entities to flee in madness. Uncertain of the situation, Nangong Patian's expression mirrored a hint of bewilderment. The soul entity had not ventured far when Ziqing appeared before it, seizing the entity with deftness. In an instant, the soul was subjected to a soul-searching technique, one of Ziqing's formidable powers. Simultaneously, the well-prepared Qin Hengyu was transported to Ziqing's side, or rather, cradled in her embrace. With Ziqing's ability to relay memories, he quickly gleaned the details regarding the esteemed soul entity. Remarkably, there existed another imperial legacy in this realm, known as the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor hailed from a race called the Soul Clan, which possessed no physical form, existing solely as souls, devoid even of a spiritual sea. Consequently, in comparison to other cultivating races, they lacked several realms of power. Even without a spiritual sea, the might of the Soul Clan was formidable, primarily relying on their potent divine consciousness. In summary, the allure of the Soul Emperor's legacy was undeniable. This particular soul was originally a sovereign, and upon losing its corporeal body, it had transformed into a venerable entity. It was through the inheritance of the Soul Emperor that it ascended to the venerable realm. Having achieved this breakthrough, it could distort space somewhat, casting numerous maps like drifting bottles, enticing those with potential to engage in soul-snatching. Soul-snatching is a renowned technique within the Soul Sutra. The reason the Soul Emperor could ascend to imperial status was due to the unique circumstance of the Soul Clan possessing only souls in celestial palaces, allowing for the act of soul-snatching. Unlike others, they had the advantage of a celestial palace. This venerable entity initiated its soul-snatching after encountering Lu Ruyan, only to unexpectedly confront Nangong Patian and witness a nightmarish vision, leading to its dispersal. It appears that Nangong Patian is far from ordinary. Could it be that he is a concealed boss? After Qin Hengyu assimilated the memories of that esteemed figure, a sense of vigilance arose within him. The original narrative already hinted at some discrepancies in Nangong's realm, and the essence of this venerable soul further underscored that notion. If this were indeed the case, could it be that the only one capable of contending with Nangong Patian was none other than his own father? Upon discovering the peculiarities surrounding Nangong Patian, Qin Hengyu felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, his father, after all, was still alive, and he possessed protective talismans, if necessary. He could afford to bestow one upon his father. No matter how formidable Nangong Patian might be, he could never surpass his own father. Otherwise, he would not have remained in the shadows for 100 millennia. The perceived risks were not as daunting as they seemed. Engaging sooner would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than delaying and finding oneself without recourse. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hengyu resolved to pay a visit. What brings you here? Qin Hengyu? Lu Rian inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity upon his entrance. I have secured a map to the secret treasure of the great emperor, so it was only natural for me to come and take a look. Qin Hengyu displayed the map in his hand, a piece that exuded an effortless artistry. In reality, it was a fabrication of his own design. Qin Hengyu cast a glance at Lu Rian, then began to assess the condition of the cave dwelling. Qin Dizai? Upon seeing Qin Hengyu, Nangong Patian also recognized him. At that moment, his demeanor appeared somewhat composed, and a look of respect graced his countenance. Qin Hengyu offered no response to Nangong Patian, seemingly indifferent. In truth, he had been observing Nangong Patian from the shadows, yet found no apparent flaws in him. This only heightened Qin Hengyu's sense of unease, for Nangong Patian possessed a golden aura of fortune. Previously, only Lu Rian and Yi Xingqian had such a distinction. Under Qin Hengyu's influence, Lu Rian had ascended to a purple aura of fortune. However, after spending time in the presence of Nangong Patian, Lu Rian's fortune began to exhibit strands of gold, indicating a potential transmutation between their fortunes. Nangong Patian, we could indeed collaborate to explore the hidden treasures of the cave, he proposed. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qin Hengyu's lack of dismissal, Nangong Patian, with a somewhat audacious demeanor, approached despite knowing the complexities of Lu Rian's relationship with Qin Hengyu. Lu Rian frowned from the side, feeling a deep aversion towards Nangong Potion's advances, as if their connection warranted justification. Yet, considering that Nangong Potion's presence might incite jealousy in Qin Hengyu, she chose to remain silent. Torn between her desire for the emperor's secret treasures and the belief that she might have a chance, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. It was rumored that the emperor's treasures were reserved for the chosen few. Even those with extraordinary talent and strength would find themselves powerless if not selected. Only those deemed worthy could hope to obtain the hidden riches, and allowing you to linger by my side is my greatest act of forbearance. Qin Hengyu cast a warning glance at Nangong Patian. His reluctance to expel Nangong Patian and Lu Rian stemmed from the concern that their departure might lead them to encounter even greater opportunities. After all, the ruins of Duantian were not situated near the sacred land of the Great Qin, making them difficult to monitor. It was preferable to keep a watchful eye on them. As for the possibility of Lu Rian and Nangong Patian competing with him for the emperor's hidden treasures, Qin Hengyu believed that his innate understanding was unparalleled, and he felt no urgency, for who could rival such extraordinary insight? The two entities remained within his sight, allowing him to continue his scrutiny without fear of conflict. Such discord would only serve to enhance his fortune. The desiccated skeleton on the ground inevitably disintegrated into dust, following the disappearance of that skeletal form. A green orb slipped from the grasp of the opposing figure, falling to the earth. Once it touched the ground, it erupted with an ethereal green luminescence, illuminating the chamber. The walls of the cavern were intricately adorned with a myriad of carvings, the images bizarre and reminiscent of ghostly apparitions engaged in various enigmatic actions. Unable to comprehend their meaning, he resolved to embrace the experience and seek understanding. Without hesitation, Qin Hengyu utilized one instance of enlightenment, as he currently possessed a considerable number of such opportunities, rendering frugality unnecessary. Ding! The host observed the soul scriptures crafted by the Soul Emperor, and successfully comprehended them. The system's notification left Qin Hengyu somewhat astonished. Is this the Soul Scripture? Chapter 75, You Golden Fortune? Serve me like a dog. Soul Scripture. After Qin Hengyu finished digesting the Soul Scripture, he felt a hint of astonishment. Typically, scriptures delineate a clear path for cultivation, outlining specific methods and practices. However, the Soul Scripture was distinct. It directly narrated the life of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Clan, to which the Soul Emperor belonged, was originally part of a prominent lineage among the celestial realms. Particularly after the Soul Emperor's gradual rise to prominence, it became evident that, upon ascending to the status of emperor, he annihilated his entire clan, seemingly to conceal some profound secret. Following the demise of the Soul Clan, scarcely anyone could cultivate the so-called Soul Scripture, as the fundamental requirement for its practice was to possess a soul body. For an ordinary person to cultivate it, they would first need to take their own life, extracting their soul body before being able to engage with the entirety of the Soul Scripture. Nonetheless, the advantage of the Soul Scripture lies in the ability to exchange physical forms and seize control over another's body. If one successfully usurps a flawless corporeal vessel, they can traverse effortlessly toward elevated realms of cultivation. The Soul Emperor had indeed forged a groundbreaking path. Yet, it was perplexing. Why would he eradicate his own kin? Moreover, Why present the entirety of the Soul Emperor's life? This did not resemble a Grand Emperor's secret treasure left for others. It felt more like a node imbued with memories and records. Could it be that the Soul Emperor never truly perished? Perhaps he has been reincarnating and cultivating anew. And the massacre of his entire clan was merely a ruse to obscure the secrets of his rebirth? By doing so, he ensured that no one comprehended the intricacies of the Soul Clan, rendering its vulnerabilities easily exploitable. Where indeed could one find remnants of the Soul Clan? Perhaps in Nangong Patian, a seemingly ordinary individual. How could he possess a golden fate akin to that of the Child of Destiny? It was imperative that Nangong Patian never be allowed to grasp the contents of the Soul Scripture. Upon contemplating this, Qin Hengyu immediately experienced a moment of clarity. Those so-called murals must not be preserved in the slightest. Upon awakening, Qin Hengyu released the puppets prepared by his imperial father, a total of 12 in number. They stood before him like an impenetrable fortress. The puppets' assaults within the remnants of Duantian reached the very limits of endurance. Shatter! Qin Hengyu addressed the surrounding murals. And in an instant, 12 puppets began to assault the frescoes within the cavern. With a series of resounding crashes, the murals shattered and were obliterated, erased from existence in the cave. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan, who had been gazing at the murals, quickly discerned that they might contain a scripture and began to comprehend its essence. Just as she had begun to grasp its significance and realized that the soul scripture might be suitable for Yi Xingxian, she intended to invite him here to explore it further. However, Qin Hengyu's abrupt attack disrupted her plans and thoughts. Your actions, Imperial Son, what is the meaning of this? Nangong Patian furrowed his brow at the unexpected turn of events. He had just examined the scripture and seemed to have made a slight breakthrough, his aura undergoing a subtle transformation, significantly enhancing his prowess. This technique is likely a trap set by the dark races. How could it remain in the world? My actions are solely to eradicate this malevolent entity. Qin Hengyu spoke with righteous indignation. Naturally, he would not reveal his true intentions directly. His reasoning was sound and justifiable. However, in the eyes of Lu Ruoyan and Nangong Patian, Qin Hengyu seemed somewhat oblivious, displaying a hint of indignation and embarrassment. After Qin Hengyu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the fortunes of the two individuals. Lu Ruyan's golden fortune had vanished, replaced by a shade of purple, while Nangong Patian's fortune had dimmed slightly. It was accomplished. Upon witnessing this transformation, Qin Hengyu realized that his actions were entirely justified. He secretly commenced the cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique, beginning to absorb the fortune around him. Simultaneously, a notification emerged from the system. Ding! The host has disrupted the reincarnation of the Soul Emperor, thereby acquiring a singular opportunity for recollection and 3 chances for profound enlightenment. 3 chances for profound enlightenment? Qin Hengyu still recalls that he only obtained 3 opportunities for enlightenment after having destroyed the Dark Nest and the sacred mountain of the universe Holy Land. This indicates that the significance of this event is by no means inferior to the former 2. It is indeed of great importance. Beside him, Nangong Poti gazed forlornly at the surrounding murals that had been ravaged, lamenting, if the Emperor's son believes this to be so, then so be it. Just moments ago, it felt as though something profoundly significant had been lost, something forgotten. While it is conceivable to seek out similar treasures once more, the endeavor would undoubtedly be fraught with greater perils and challenges. Nangong Poti found his mind overwhelmed by this intricate swirl of emotions, to the point where he struggled to maintain control. After all, when Qin Hengyu had been alone just moments ago, he had refrained from taking action. Now, with 12 puppets before him, the situation was markedly different. After a period of time, Qin Hengyu completed the absorption of his fortune. The colors of his fortune, black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, had long since transformed into a deep azure. Following the subjugation of the universe Holy Land, a hint of blue had further graced his center. After Qin Hengyu destroyed the mural of the Emperor's secret treasure, he absorbed the corresponding fortune, unexpectedly elevating himself to the status of blue fortune. This implies that upon exiting the ruins of the Celestial Judgment, his fortune concentration could potentially surpass that of Jiangshan. The overall fortune of the Great Qin Sacred Land is rather lackluster, predominantly characterized by blue fortune. However, through the devouring technique of the heavenly swallowing devil art, the situation underwent a profound transformation. He was the first to break through to blue fortune, and perhaps he might gradually alter the entire fortune of the Great Qin Sacred Land. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the fortune, he felt the wall still stood firm, prompting him to command the puppet to strike once more, shattering large chunks of the wall. Following the destruction of the mural, he feigned a search for something, exclaiming, "I had expected some hidden treasure within, yet it is utterly devoid of anything." Lu Ruyan observed Qin Hengyu's actions, her anger stifled by her pride. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself. With a tone both cold and haughty, she remarked, "Humph, a mountain pig cannot consume fine grains. The emperor's scripture is clearly within the mural. Yet you fail to perceive it and insist it is the techniques of the dark races. Worthless." In her moment of indignation, Lu Ruyan inadvertently uttered a slight insult. This behavior entirely disregarded their respective identities. Before Qin Hengyu could intervene, the puppet approached Lu Ruyan and delivered a resounding slap. A sharp crack echoed through the air, accompanied by Qin Hengyu's derision. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Nagong Patian witnessed Lu Ruyan's humiliation, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. At this moment, he understood that even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Qin Hengyu is both a formidable dragon and a local tyrant. To challenge him here is to court disaster. DZ, Lu Ruyan has realized her error. Nagong Patian gritted his teeth and approached Qin Hengyu to admit his mistake and offer an apology. "If you truly wish to express your contrition, then Lu Ruyan shall assist me in pulling the cart, while you lead the way, until my grievances are completely alleviated." Qin Hengyu's voice was chillingly cold as he made his arrangements for the two. "So you possess golden fortune, do you? Serve me like dogs." He intended to use Nagong Patian and Lu Ruyan as his treasure-hunting swine, until he located the Heavenly Emperor Tower and even caught a glimpse of the Heavenly Book. Chapter 76, Exploring the Ruins, Entering the Heavenly Emperor Tower by Borrowing Luck Like Dogs. Nagong Patian drew his sword, attempting to resist. However, behind Qin Hengyu stood a formidable array of 12 puppets at the imperial realm, exuding an overwhelming aura that instantly suppressed Nagong Patian. No matter how resolute Nagong Patian was, he appeared insignificant in the presence of these 12 imperial beings. He was merely at the king realm. In fact, he had not even made a move throughout the encounter. He merely sensed the danger emanating from Nagong Patian. "I yield." Ultimately, Nagong Patian chose to bow down and submit. As for Lu Ruyan, she attempted to take action. But upon witnessing Qin Hengyu raise his hand once more, she fell silent immediately. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu threatened, "If you refuse to submit like a beast of burden, do not blame me for humiliating you in public. This is the ruins of Duantian, not a desolate mountain or the arena outside Jincheng. You have provoked my ire, and there will be no room for resistance." Qin Hengyu understood that Lu Ruoyan maintained an air of aloofness while also indulging in the art of pretense. Faced with Nagong Patian, Lu Ruoyan's threats of maintaining her innocence would surely compel her to yield. She was unwilling to tarnish her image before him. Nor did she wish to truly degrade herself, which would ultimately lead to her own detriment. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruoyan bit her lip and reluctantly acquiesced. She realized that Qin Hengyu's temperament was capricious, beyond her influence or control. Should she choose to resist, he might very well act upon his words. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu procured a war chariot. This chariot, originally designed for battlefield use, is adorned with various formations that can synergize with battle beasts to unleash even more formidable attacks. Naturally, it can also be utilized with mechanical beasts. Qin Hengyu subdued the mechanical beast, compelling Lu Ruoyan to bear the burdens of the locks upon her person. As for Nagong Patian, he too found himself adorned with a set of shackles. Nagong Patian was tasked with scouting ahead, discerning the perils that lay along their path. Qin Hengyu intended to gain a deeper understanding of Nagong Patian through this process. It was a quintessentially villainous facade. Following the recent destruction, the cave dwelling exhibited a slight instability, as if it were on the brink of collapse. To this end, Qin Hengyu did not linger for long. Allowing Lu Ruyan to pull the cart away, Lu Ruyan struggled to drag the cart ahead, and gradually, the war chariot began to move, departing from the cave dwelling. Shortly after exiting, the surrounding space collapsed, transforming into a desolate ruin. Qin Hengyu sat upon the war chariot, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse before him. Naturally, a flicker of perplexity crossed his mind. In retrospect, that cave dwelling had not been particularly concealed. How could it have remained undiscovered for so long? After the destruction of the cave, the surroundings lay utterly barren, and in stark contrast to his initial entry. It was truly hard to fathom that such a place as the ruins of Duantian could exist. This only served to further substantiate the notion that the legacy of the Soul Emperor harbored secrets. Qin Hengyu recalled the plot and content he was familiar with, and there was no mention of this aspect at all. Therefore, the entire inheritance should have little to do with Lu Ruyan. Rather, it is significantly related to Nagong Patian. This is further evidenced by the system's reminders, which substantiate this point. The Soul Emperor has been reincarnated. Qin Hengyu remained vigilant, harboring a sense of caution in his heart. During this time, Nangong Patian, not devoid of ulterior motives, endeavored to steer the group towards seemingly perilous or chaotic locations. Such dangers posed a challenge for the average individual. Yet for the well-prepared Qin Hengyu, they represented an opportunity. It must be acknowledged that Lu Ruyan and Nangong Patian possessed a certain fortune, discovering numerous treasures. While these finds may not hold significant value for the great Qin sacred land, they undoubtedly proved beneficial for both Nangong Patian and the current Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu had naturally confiscated all relevant items. Time within the ruins passed swiftly, and before one could realize, 3 days and nights had elapsed. Suddenly, an overwhelming fog enveloped the ruins, rendering it nearly impossible to discern one person from another. Was the Heavenly Emperor's tower about to arrive? Qin Hengyu had long gleaned from Qin Ing the patterns associated with the emergence of the Heavenly Emperor Tower, indicating that a significant transformation was imminent. To thwart the escape of Nangong Patian and Lu Ruyan, he promptly retrieved a soul lamp from his storage ring. This lamp, a treasure of the sacred rank, allowed one to perceive various extraordinary realms, including the spirit realm, and naturally encompass the ruins of broken heaven. Many of the peculiarities stemmed from a lack of preparation. After Qin Hengyu ignited the soul-conjuring lamp, he noticed Nangong Patian had quietly appeared beside Lu Ruyan, attempting to assist her in unlocking the restraints. What are your intentions? Qin Hengyu observed Nangong Patian's actions, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Oh, it's nothing at all. In a hurried manner, Nangong Patian retracted his hand, sheepishly replying, I merely noticed the fog rolling in and feared that you too might lose your way, so I came back a bit. I have a lantern, please. Continue to lead the way. Qin Hengyu did not reveal his thoughts, merely allowing Nangong Patian to continue his journey. Subsequently, with the presence of the soul-guiding lamp, he noticed that those puppets appeared to navigate the mist with ease. Slightly furrowing his brow, he refrained from acting impulsively. The thick fog lingered for an indeterminate duration, until at last, a group of individuals seemed to glimpse a glimmer of light. Following the illumination, they found themselves standing before the majestic Heavenly Emperor Tower. This was indeed the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Qin Hengyu gazed at the towering celestial Emperor Tower, which seemed to pierce the heavens. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Having traversed into this narrative, he had seen a modicum of the world. Yet, encountering a mountain almost as majestic as Mount Tai, only to be informed it was a tower, struck him as somewhat astonishing. This marvel was undoubtedly attributed to the fortuitous influence of Nangong Patian and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, he would never have dared to dream of witnessing the celestial Emperor Tower in his lifetime. Before the tower stood a handful of men and women, who had gradually arrived after entering the Broken Sky ruins. The number of people was quite considerable. Qin Ing had previously mentioned that the space within the Broken Sky ruins was unstable, thereby interconnecting several regions. Numerous planets across various star domains, as well as other locations on the Imperial Star, possessed the ability to access these ruins. Observing this eclectic assembly of individuals, each belonging to different races, he noted some with wings, others adorned with fur, some whose skin resembled withered wood, and yet others seemingly equipped with mechanical appendages. However, the group appeared somewhat apprehensive as they regarded Qin Hengyu, instinctively retreating a few steps. The sight of a beautiful figure harnessed to a carriage seemed to evoke an air of misunderstanding and ferocity. The weaker among them sought solace in numbers, drawn together by their shared trepidation of Qin Hengyu's imposing presence. Before Qin Hengyu had spent much time in front of the Heavenly Emperor Tower, he felt himself being drawn into it. It seemed that those who met the age criteria would be absorbed upon approaching a certain proximity to the Heavenly Emperor Tower. At the same time, the puppets of the Imperial realm, crafted by Qin Ing, ultimately could not all be gathered in time, leaving only half behind. The other half remains before the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Am I to be diminished once more? Qin Hengyu felt a sense of doubt within. Chapter 77. This luck is not quite favorable. Upon entering the Celestial Emperor Tower, Qin Hengyu beheld an expanse of boundless wilderness. Here, one could observe a plethora of celestial materials and earthly treasures, as well as precious metallic ores, and even the presence of various weapons. Occasionally, one might catch sight of rare exotic beasts that are seldom encountered elsewhere. Remarkably, there was not a soul in sight, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden trove of riches all on his own. Qin Ing, indeed, has ventured into the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Subsequently, he also dispatched individuals to enter the tower, acquiring a wealth of knowledge therein. Qin Hengyu naturally understood the situation at hand. This region is known as the Imperial Ruins. The Celestial Emperor Tower inherently collects treasures from within a world, and the existence of the ruins of the broken sky is attributed to the Celestial Emperor Tower. These treasures are distributed across various levels of the tower. Generally, the higher the level, the more exquisite the treasures. However, one must confront certain challenges to acquire these treasures. One can observe an array of ethereal figures nearby. These apparitions are the shadows left behind by individuals who once entered the Celestial Emperor Tower, essentially the prodigies of different eras. Victors may claim their prizes, while the defeated are expelled from the tower. As for ascending to higher levels of the tower, one merely needs to venture further inside. The deeper one goes within the Celestial Emperor Tower, the closer one approaches its pinnacle. How intriguing! As Qin Hengyu contemplated comparing himself to the remarkable figures of various eras, he found himself pondering intriguing notions. Perhaps he could even measure himself against his frugal father, Qin Hengyu. Of course, the most formidable of all manifestations is the legendary Heavenly Emperor. According to his father's assertions, the Heavenly Emperor's apparition resides within the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Distinguished from ordinary specters by its total of 7. Nearly every realm is represented by one. It is said that only those with the most unfortunate luck encounter them. Even though many individuals later ascend to become emperors, few have triumphed over the Heavenly Emperor's apparitions within the tower, particularly across the 7 realms, where victories are exceedingly rare. Qin Hengyu once expressed his pride in having vanquished the ethereal manifestation of the Heavenly Emperor on 2 distinct occasions. He also mentioned that the Heavenly Emperor is one of the very few beings to have transcended the Great Emperor realm. Although Tai Xian has ascended to the realm of immortality, his level of cultivation undoubtedly surpasses that of the Great Emperor. Consequently, this is one of the reasons why Qin Hengyu is eager to enter the Heavenly Emperor Tower. If there are no entities within the tower capable of extending Qin Ying's lifespan, then it is unlikely that such beings exist elsewhere. Furthermore, it is said that one can discern their current level within the Heavenly Emperor Tower by simply observing their own cultivation prowess. As Qin Hengyu commenced his actions, he was immediately aware that his energy reservoir and celestial palace had been sealed. The body refinement realm? Qin Hengyu sensed the transformation of his own strength. Simultaneously, the remaining royal tier puppets around him, along with the recently unleashed puppet rhinoceros, all possessed the power of the body refinement realm. It appeared to leave no opportunity for anyone to exploit a weakness. However, Qin Hengyu possessed a puppet and began to dash deeper into the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Even though the puppet was at the body refining realm, most of its existence was merely an illusion, rendering it no match for their foes. Thus far, the journey ahead had been relatively smooth, albeit devoid of any remarkable treasures. To be honest, Qin Hengyu found himself reminiscing about Lu Ruyan. In the past, when Lu Ruyan was in her canine form, even the items discovered outside the Heavenly Emperor Tower or within the remnants of the broken heaven were of superior quality compared to those found inside the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Indeed, it seemed that his fortunes were just a tad unfortunate. Suddenly, the puppet rhinoceros came to an abrupt halt as a formidable ethereal figure emerged before them, a boy clad in a pristine white bear pelt. I eat, I eat, I eat. I strike, I strike, I strike. The boy, upon catching sight of Qin Hengyu, began to swing his fists energetically, chanting incantations under his breath. Northern Emperor? As Qin Hengyu beheld such an image, he was immediately reminded of the name of the boy before him. Was he truly so ruthless? Having perused the original work, he possessed some understanding of the so-called characters. The Northern Emperor hailed from the frigid Northern Territory, known for its perennial ice and snow. The scripture left by the Northern Emperor is called the Northern Cold Scripture, which is the only text made publicly available to the world and is also regarded as the simplest scripture. Focusing solely on one principle, to forge spirit and will through extreme cold, until one achieves transcendence. Just as this manifestation appeared, a shadow of the great emperor emerged. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. It seems I can only take my frustrations out on this child. At the moment when Qin Hengyu drew near to Beatty, he also unleashed a powerful punch. The true dragon fist. Bang. With a resounding impact, Qin Hengyu was thrust back several steps. Such strength. After being repelled, Qin Hengyu felt no disappointment. Instead, a sense of joy blossomed within him. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a worthy opponent. The Heavenly Emperor Tower, capable of constraining one's strength, provided the perfect opportunity to reassess his prowess in the body refinement realm. Qin Hengyu continued to charge forward, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor's martial technique was remarkably straightforward, executing a series of repetitive moves. Yet, There was a profound elegance in its simplicity. Each of the Northern Emperor's strikes, although seemingly uncomplicated, bore the weight of countless refinements, rendering them nearly devoid of flaws. The crux of the matter lay in the sheer power behind each punch. Even with his innate sacred body, Qin Hengyu found himself somewhat overwhelmed after enduring several consecutive blows. How ruthless! Qin Hengyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward once more. After absorbing the swallowing heavenly demon technique, his body retained a few impurities, which were refined remarkably well through the intensity of this battle. Naturally, remnants of what was known as the original essence still lingered within him. With the presence of the innate sacred body, these essences remained intertwined, failing to coalesce into a new constitution. The amalgamation of various physical forms is no simple feat. It is only after reaching a certain level in the cultivation of the swallowing heavenly demon technique that one can refine all original essences, ultimately giving rise to what is termed the chaotic body. The nature of the constitution that emerges during this process is largely contingent upon fortune. After Qin Hengyu had been engaged in combat for some time, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his innate sacred body. A formidable force unexpectedly manifested upon his skin, as if the fist of the Northern Emperor had forcibly birthed a new constitution within him. Qin Hengyu perceived that this physique closely resembled the legendary Overlord body, inherently exuding an aura of dominance that could even supplant the so-called battle intent. This aura is the ultimate manifestation of vitality, transcending both consciousness and spiritual power. According to legend, the innate sacred body and the Overlord body exist in a relationship of eternal adversaries, one representing the pinnacle of defense, the other the zenith of offense. Both physiques have achieved an extraordinary level. The innate sacred body embodies external protection, while the Overlord body signifies internal aggression. After acquiring the Overlord body, his physical resilience and strength remarkably surged tenfold, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with the Northern Emperor. Due to the simplicity of the Northern Emperor's boxing technique, he gradually began to imitate and master the Northern Emperor's style. Yet, he must remember, he is not the Northern Emperor. After an intense exchange of blows, Qin Hengyu finally landed a decisive punch to the North Emperor's temple, causing the latter's figure to begin to fade away. As for the treasure, Qin Hengyu swiftly discovered a treasure guarded by the ethereal manifestation of the North Emperor nearby. It was a piece of ancient ice essence, a relic of 10,000 years. Within it lay a drop of blood from an unknown beast, and the ice crystal exuded an intense cold capable of freezing even the most formidable beings at the Qi realm. Remarkably, the blood displayed no signs of freezing, which in itself was rather extraordinary. Qin Hengyu gathered his belongings and proceeded deeper within. The Northern Emperor is reputed to be the strongest entity in physical prowess, presenting a formidable challenge for himself. Were it not for the innate sacred body, it would indeed be quite arduous. One can only hope that the journey ahead unfolds with greater ease. As Qin Hengyu was lost in thought, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A child had inexplicably appeared atop the rhinoceros puppet. With a flurry of chaotic movements, the rhinoceros puppet soon vanished. It seemed that continuing to ride the war chariot was no longer an option. What unfortunate luck! Qin Hengyu gazed at the young boy with a hint of exasperation, realizing that another battle was imminent. Chapter 78, Gaining Insight to Acquire the Heavenly Emperor Fist, a Profitable Endeavor. The boy appeared to be merely 8 years of age, draped in a beastly robe, and bore a slight resemblance to the Northern Emperor. However, he seemed to be just a tad younger than the Northern Emperor. Pa. This is unappetizing, the boy remarked after dismantling the rhinoceros puppet, turning to Qin Hengyu and saying with an air of wisdom beyond his years, "You seem to possess a bit of strength, don't you?" Qin Hengyu observed the boy's demeanor and sensed a subtle difference. The Northern Emperor was evidently an illusion, a mere specter, yet the boy appeared so vivid, as if he were genuinely contemplating. "Are you alive?" Qin Hengyu, upon the boy's emergence, expressed his confusion. After posing this question, he felt a twinge of impropriety. It was evident that they were mere phantoms, deceased. The boy cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hengyu, seemingly questioning why he would utter such a foolish inquiry. Qin Hengyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, these were mere phantoms, and it was inconceivable that they were alive. However, the little boy before him appeared to be deep in thought. "Do not indulge in baseless conjectures. I am but a projection of the Heavenly Emperor, and I cannot ascertain whether he is alive. In any case, should you dare declare me deceased, you shall inevitably face retribution. Behold my fist." I neglected to mention the name of this technique. It is called Take My Fist. With that, the boy swung his fist forward. It was exceedingly simple. As Qin Hengyu faced the incoming punch, a singular thought consumed his mind. The martial techniques of the Northern Emperor had already been quite rudimentary, yet this approach seemed even more simplistic. The dilemma was evident. There appeared to be no feasible way to evade it, leaving him with no choice but to absorb the blow. Was this truly a technique that could be executed at the body refinement stage? Qin Hengyu stared wide-eyed as the fist approached, seemingly devoid of any opportunity for defense. It was done. At this moment, Qin Hengyu disregarded everything and swung a fist. If you strike me, then I shall return the favor with a blow of my own. Even in defeat, I refuse to endure pain without purpose. Moreover, could I not also glean insights from your strike upon me? Qin Hengyu also found himself within the Celestial Emperor Tower, once again utilizing the opportunity for enlightenment. During the confrontation with the ethereal visage of the Celestial Emperor, the host comprehended the Celestial Emperor fist. Qin Hengyu's comprehension unfolds at an astonishing pace. The Heavenly Emperor's fist? How could this merely be a manifestation of my strike? Thus, the child before me embodies the ethereal essence of the Heavenly Emperor. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent, even if this formidable presence takes the form of a mere child. After comprehending the intricacies, Qin Hengyu could not help but voice his inner thoughts. However, upon grasping the essence of the fist technique, he discerned a method to counter it. There existed but one maneuver, which was to advance rather than retreat. This was the sole point of vulnerability. If one were to withdraw, the strike would inevitably land, inflicting severe damage. Conversely, by boldly confronting the attack, one might mitigate the impact. The forces at play are reciprocal, and it is possible to achieve a result of inflicting 1,000 points of harm to the enemy while sustaining 800 points of self-damage. After mastering the Heavenly Emperor fist, Qin Hengyu retaliated with a punch of his own. If you strike me, I shall reciprocate with the same technique and let you taste my fist as well. In an instant, their fists collided, causing both to stagger back 5 steps. How do you know the Heavenly Emperor fist? The young boy, observing Qin Hengyu execute the identical technique, curiously stroked his chin. I should not have left any legacy of the Heavenly Emperor fist elsewhere, should I? No, the main body certainly did not leave it behind. Perhaps the main body returned at some point and passed down the legacy. If you can unleash approximately 70% of the Heavenly Emperor fist power, that would indeed be impressive. Then prepare to receive another blow from me. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's response, the young boy immediately endeavored to attempt another technique of the Heavenly Emperor fist, seemingly eager to confirm whether Qin Hengyu truly had mastery over the so-called Heavenly Emperor fist. Qin Hengyu clumsily navigated the ethereal presence of the celestial child before him. Having only recently grasped the concepts at play, his awkwardness was a natural occurrence. However, upon mastering the appropriate responses, the celestial child's apparition became increasingly incapable of inflicting significant harm upon him. It was akin to understanding the sharpness of a blade. One instinctively learns to evade the edge. The same principle applied to the celestial fist. Once one comprehended the underlying mechanics and the degree of peril, evasion became possible. Have you truly mastered it? The young boy inquired, his astonishment growing with each passing moment of their engagement. After engaging in combat for a considerable duration, Qin Hengyu found himself nearly capable of matching the ethereal visage of the Heavenly Emperor, and in fact, due to the nature of his opponent being merely an apparition, he even managed to gain the upper hand at times. He then provocatively addressed the young boy, inquiring, "Is this truly all you can muster?" This was not born out of disdain for his adversary, but rather a desire to ascertain whether the Heavenly Emperor's phantom possessed any additional capabilities. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's fist surely could not be inferior to the true Dragon Fist or the Northern Emperor fist, could it? Such an opportunity was rare. This martial technique might be more precious than all the celestial and earthly treasures present. How infuriating, were it not for the constraints imposed by my primary self, which limited me to this singular technique. I would undoubtedly deliver a resounding blow to you. The youthful apparition of the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have stepped on a cat's tail, becoming increasingly agitated, with his movements growing frantic. Qin Hengyu was also forced to retreat step by step. However, the illusion, after all, was merely an illusion. During the course of the battle, it gradually grew fainter until it completely vanished. Qin Hengyu searched the vicinity but found no treasures at all. This was quite peculiar. His departure was equally strange. How odd. Initially, he believed that he was guarding the treasure alongside the ethereal presence of the Northern Emperor, yet it appeared that things were not as they seemed. Due to the demise of the puppet rhinoceros, Qin Hengyu has resorted to employing a puppet figure to pull the cart. In truth, It is no longer merely a puppet rhinoceros. His storage ring is replete with numerous others. The previous display of a dozen was merely a stratagem to assuage the vigilance of others. As the great emperor, how could Qin possibly allow Qin Hengyu to wield merely a handful of puppets? He could effortlessly assemble a formidable battalion, thus enabling him to engage in combat beyond his current capabilities. There is no need to rush in revealing them. It is prudent to continue advancing through the tower for now. Qin Hengyu continued to advance toward the Celestial Emperor Tower, accompanied by his puppets. Meanwhile, Nagong Patian found himself inexplicably left outside the tower, entirely alone. How could this be? Upon realizing that he was the sole occupant of the vicinity, a flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Potion's mind. After all, throughout his life, he had always been the heir of the Nangong family. How could he not be absorbed into the Celestial Emperor Tower? Nagong Patian attempted to approach the tower, yet as expected, an ethereal barrier repelled him, preventing entry. What was happening? He began to ponder the minutiae of his past. If there were truly an issue, it might relate to his prior entry into the great emperor's abode. However, others, such as Lu Rian and Qin Hengyu, had also entered the tower. Why was he the only one left out? Could it be that he had acquired something within that abode? Perhaps he had obtained the true legacy of the Soul Emperor, leading to the tower's disdain for him. Aha! The thought filled Nangong Patian with genuine elation. He believed that Qin Hengyu had underestimated him, for he must have received the inheritance, albeit through a more clandestine means. He realized he needed to take further action. Nangong Patian noticed the 6 royal-level puppets left behind by Qin Hengyu. How splendid! He had not anticipated that Qin Hengyu would bequeath him such valuable assets. By mastering these puppets, he could accomplish even more. Though he had been denied access to the treasures within the Celestial Emperor Tower, he could seize the opportunity to capitalize on his predicament. With everyone else inside the tower, he could set a trap, lying in wait for their emergence. For instance, he could use the alluring demon grass to attract any remaining demonic beasts from the ruins. Once those individuals exited, they would be ensnared and potentially meet their demise at the hands of the beasts. In the meantime, he could gather the spoils for himself. As for Qin Hengyu, he would surely face dire consequences. With the 6 royal-level puppets at his disposal, Nangong Patian believed he could easily overpower Qin Hengyu, particularly when paired with the demonic beasts. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of familiarity washed over him. As if this were not his first encounter with such a scenario, it felt instinctively known. Had he perhaps dreamed of this before? Nangong Patian did not dwell on the matter. Trusting his instincts, he began to set his traps, and the entire endeavor unfolded with remarkable ease. What issues could there possibly be? Perhaps he had underestimated Qin Hengyu after all. Qin Hengyu is not merely accompanied by 6 puppets. Chapter 79, A Disparity in Fortune. Encountering a stalwart adversary, the Qi Si shattered. Within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, Lu Ruoyan's luck had indeed been remarkable. The phantoms she encountered along her path proved to be no match for her. The treasures she collected were of great utility to her. For instance, among them was a herb capable of mending meridians, and upon ingestion, the injuries inflicted by the 100 lashes had nearly healed. Additionally, the internal injury she sustained when Qin Hengyu disrupted her power, which had resulted in a chilling poison, was also cured. Lu Ruoyan even stumbled upon a treasure that enhanced her youthful appearance. Amidst a plethora of treasures, her vitality began to shine anew. Just as she was about to cross a threshold, she finally encountered a formidable phantom, marked by a flame-like pattern upon its forehead. The Cosmic Emperor? Having once served as the Holy Maiden of the Cosmic Sacred Land, Lu Ruoyan was well acquainted with the image of the Cosmic Emperor, and upon seeing it, she instinctively uttered the name. The phantom launched an assault as Lu Ruoyan approached, and without a moment's hesitation, she activated her gentle scripture, employing its soft techniques to counter the Cosmic Emperor's apparition. Fortune favored her, for the gentle scripture she had studied possessed certain advantages against the Cosmic Emperor's martial arts, particularly the gentle techniques themselves. Lu Ruoyan noted that her physical condition was not as lacking as she had feared. After consuming a multitude of heavenly materials, her physical prowess had significantly improved. Consequently, after a fierce struggle, Lu Ruoyan swiftly triumphed over the Cosmic Emperor's phantom, securing victory in this battle. As the apparition of the Cosmic Emperor dissipated, Lu Ruoyan sensed a restoration of her strength. The Qi Si realm? She had regained her footing in the Qi Si realm. Onward she ventured. After taking just 2 steps, she noticed a substantial block of profound ice upon the ground. Previously, during her training in the body refinement, Qi Si, and palace-breaking realms, she had studied a technique from the Ice Emperor scripture. This technique required not only a body of pure and pristine essence, but also the utilization of ice-related treasures to continue its cultivation. Perhaps she could endeavor to explore further. After all, the gentle scripture and the Ice Emperor scripture bore similarities, and she could always restart her training. After all, she was not Yu Xingqian. With renewed determination to cultivate the Ice Emperor scripture, Lu Ruan mused that perhaps she would continue to flourish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Hengyu has also reached the second level of the Heavenly Emperor Tower, attaining the realm of Qi Si. However, he had not ventured far when a young boy approached him, appearing before Qin Hengyu and saying, "So you are the one who broke the Heavenly Emperor fist. Quite intriguing." The boy held a large wooden stick in his hand, resembling a street urchin. As Qin Hengyu gazed upon the ethereal figure of the youth, he was reminded of the earlier apparition of the boy resembling the Heavenly Emperor. There seemed to be a faint resemblance between the two. Even their facial features bore striking similarities. The Heavenly Emperor's manifestation appeared to be acutely aware of the events that had just transpired, with a tone imbued with inquiry. It did not await Qin Hengyu's response, but lifted its head and declared, "There is no need for your explanations. Simply submit to my overwhelming might." The youthful figure of the Heavenly Emperor then revealed its reservoir of energy, and an extraordinary phenomenon emerged, a manifestation reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. One could vaguely perceive the heavens and earth inverted, enveloped in an ocean of chaos. Upon the emergence of this spectacle, Qin Hengyu felt an immediate constriction in his ability to move. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Hengyu conjured forth a remarkable phenomenon. A luminous moon emerged upon the sea. Golden lotuses blossomed in the sea of suffering. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged forth, blood-staining the oars. A myriad of extraordinary sights manifested behind him, striving to counterbalance the grand spectacle of the opening of the heavens. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's extraordinary manifestations, the ethereal visage of the youthful celestial emperor displayed an expression of astonishment. Such a diverse array of phenomena has reemerged? The youthful celestial emperor stroked his chin, observing Qin Hengyu's manifestations with a contemplative demeanor. This remark rendered Qin Hengyu momentarily speechless. Qin Hengyu realized that the peculiar phenomenon in his Qi Si was attributed to the so-called devouring heaven demon technique. He had always believed that the martial arts originated from a different novel he had read before transmigrating, where the ruthless great emperor and the young heavenly emperor had spoken of it, leaving his mind somewhat bewildered. Qin Hengyu also spoke. "When did you encounter such a thing?" The ethereal visage of the youthful celestial emperor did not conceal his past. He recounted a tale from countless millennia ago, of a girl who claimed to have obtained a stone tablet and practiced a certain arcane art. Her reservoir of spiritual energy was thus modeled, fraught with numerous complications. Subsequently, the girl ascended to the title of Demon Emperor and lingered near the Celestial Emperor's tower. A stone tablet? A demon emperor? Upon hearing this, Qin Hengyu inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was a familiar character, a great emperor whom his father had also encountered, rumored to have vanished without a trace, likely having perished. However, this mention of the stone tablet was a first for him. He was genuinely reluctant, having made cameo appearances in several books, which could lead to an uncontrollable situation. For now, matters remained within the realm of manageability, and he could endure. Yet, how had the other party resolved this predicament? Upon hearing about the intricate issues surrounding the Qi Si, Qin Hengyu felt a certain resonance within himself. Consequently, he inquired about possible solutions. As he absorbed more primordial energy, the anomalies within the Qi Si proliferated, transforming what was once beneficial into a source of adversity, hindering his progress in the realms of Wang and Huang. You will soon understand. The ethereal figure of the young celestial emperor, however, had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Instead, he brandished the celestial emperor's fist and charged forth once more. He employed no other techniques, remaining steadfast with the celestial emperor's fist. It seemed that this ethereal incarnation was solely adept in this singular martial art, yet even this one technique, augmented by the peculiarities of the Qi Si, manifested a multitude of variations. Qin Hengyu also responded with the heavenly emperor fist, soaring into the air in an instant. It was a sensation where the eyes perceived the motion, yet the body lagged behind. In an instant, Qin Hengyu discerned the crux of his predicament. The ordeal he faced was not unfounded. It lay in the fact that his Qi Si failed to resonate with his body and power. During combat in the body refinement realm, the heavenly emperor fist harmonized with the ethereal image of the heavenly emperor, maintaining a consistent frequency. After Qin Hengyu transcended that particular frequency, he ultimately triumphed over the celestial reflection of the child emperor. However, within the realm of the Qi Si, the manifestation, when employing the emperor's fist, still exuded an innate and effortless grace. Moreover, it seemed to possess an even greater depth. This indicated that, in the Qi realm, the disparity between him and the emperor had not only failed to diminish but had, in fact, widened significantly. As Qin Hengyu contemplated unleashing his power, he sensed a lightness in his energy reservoir. Glancing back, he was even more astonished. Had the extraordinary phenomenon shattered? Qin Hengyu discovered, to his astonishment, that several of his visions had shattered. He had rarely heard of anyone possessing the ability to break such visions. These visions were not mere phenomena. They were intricately linked to the heavenly principles, existing beyond the ordinary realm of alteration. His capacity to absorb another's vision into his own being was already quite extraordinary. Yet, the ability to dismantle a vision appeared even more outrageous. After all, to disrupt a vision at the Qi level, one would need to possess at least 2 or 3 higher realms of power. His own realm was at the king level, with the Qi being roughly at that tier. This implied that to obliterate his vision, one would need to be at least of the esteemed level. Yet, the ethereal image of the young celestial emperor was merely at the Qi level. It was unheard of for a lower realm to possess the capability to shatter another's vision. Qin Hengyu had yet to gather his thoughts when another punch surged towards him, leaving him no room for contemplation. He could only brace himself to meet it. Chapter 80. After shattering the illusion, creation emerges from the void, regardless of the outcome. Victory must be prioritized above all. Qin Hengyu, too, was resolute. Upon witnessing the ethereal image of the young heavenly emperor approaching once more, he met it with a powerful punch. In the face of such an onslaught, it is the body that must respond, rather than the mind. Qin Hengyu made slight modifications to the way he intercepted the previous technique. He launched a punch once more, which, although still not successfully caught, demonstrated a marginal improvement. Once more, Qin Hengyu harbored no intention of conceding defeat. He could hardly believe that he would fail to withstand a single strike continuously. Immediately, Qin Hengyu was not merely in a state of disarray for a brief moment. Rather, he remained persistently in a state of turmoil. His robes were utterly torn asunder, leaving his upper body nearly bare. With each blow he endured, a portion of the extraordinary phenomenon shattered, affirming that his earlier discovery was far from an illusion. It was akin to the celestial emperor's phantasm at the Qi realm, accomplishing feats only achievable by a true master. The terror of it was palpable. According to Qin Hengyu's understanding of the celestial emperor tower, the phantasm within embodied the memories beyond that realm. There existed no notion of gaining enlightenment simply through elevated ranks. For instance, even upon acquiring secret techniques, one would not reappear in this place. If that were the case, he would have no hope of victory even at the body refinement realm. Defeating the celestial emperor's phantasm was contingent upon the fact that it only represented a fraction of the celestial emperor's true power. The shattering of the phenomenon, while significant, was not catastrophic. It merely resulted in a loss of certain abilities. With the transition of realms, the phenomenon might well undergo some restoration. This time, however, he had truly been overwhelmed. Qin Hengyu gazed at himself, having been thoroughly beaten, yet the ethereal image of the young heavenly emperor remained unchanged, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Once more, Qin Hengyu had not considered using enlightenment to grasp something that could break the impasse. However, enlightenment requires direction. He had already comprehended the heavenly emperor fist. Yet his current predicament could not be resolved by a single moment of insight. Qin Hengyu, uncertain of how many punches he had thrown, relied solely on instinct to deliver yet another strike. To his surprise, the fist he had initially thought would be impossible to catch was suddenly grasped in that very moment. Qin Hengyu gazed at the fist he had caught, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. He had genuinely believed he would fail to intercept it. He had been continuously adjusting and evolving, yet there lingered an ever-present sense of inadequacy. Now, despite feeling that something was still amiss, he had unexpectedly managed to catch it. Such a phenomenon was indeed remarkable. The ethereal visage of the youthful Emperor of Heaven did not wait for Qin Hengyu to savor the moment. While one fist was successfully halted, another struck with precision, sending the opponent soaring through the air. Qin Hengyu lay upon the ground, yet a serene smile graced his lips. He perceived that within his sea of qi, the once dense and chaotic phenomena had been shattered by nearly 2/3. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the method spoken of by the ethereal figure of the youthful celestial emperor. With the dissolution of the sea of qi, a profound sense of ease enveloped him, akin to shedding an immense burden, or perhaps akin to a wedding devoid of the overwhelming dowry of 300,000 or more, alleviating considerable pressure. This newfound clarity also elucidated why he was able to receive the celestial fist of the youthful celestial emperor. The essence of this method lay in nurturing the essence, as one by one, the fragmented illusions dissipated. Those that remained unbroken represented the most formidable phenomena. Remarkable. Upon conceiving this thought, Qin Hengyu felt as though all his ideas had become illuminated. At this moment, he should also grasp certain revelations. Enlightenment. 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 Ding. The host, during the battle with the ethereal image of the young heavenly emperor, attained an understanding, acquiring the secret of the. Qin Hengyu experienced the power of a new character secret and gained a deeper understanding of the rhythmic essence embodied by the phantom of the young heavenly emperor. This was, in fact, a primordial state of the character secret. It implied that even at the body refinement realm, the heavenly emperor had begun to perceive the nuances of the tremor character secret, suggesting that he would likely grasp it with remarkable ease in the future. Such terrifying talent. After comprehending the principles of the Jun character technique, Qin Hengyu realized the reason behind the shattering of his extraordinary manifestation. The celestial phenomenon, when combined with the Jun technique, produced effects nearly indistinguishable from those of the Jun character technique itself. Furthermore, the wave-like nature of the Jun technique could cause the manifestation to dissolve akin to ice. Upon mastering the secret of the, Qin Hengyu once again engaged in a fierce struggle with the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor. As Qin Hengyu's physique moved rhythmically while executing his martial arts, it resembled the ebb and flow of tides, with gentle undulations. At last, he was no longer merely on the receiving end of blows. However, during the process of Qin Hengyu's tremor, he realized that his extraordinary phenomenon was collapsing at an accelerated pace. Previously, the tremor emanated from the outside to the inside, capable of shattering the anomaly. Now, it had reversed, shaking from the inside out, and it was evident that the phenomenon was struggling to withstand the force. The ethereal image of the young heavenly emperor displayed a fleeting moment of astonishment as Qin Hengyu made his move. To be candid, the junior named Qin Hengyu before him exhibited remarkable potential. His character was exceedingly resilient, marking him as a promising talent. This was precisely why the young heavenly emperor was willing to invest some time to engage with him. Whether assistance would be rendered depended on mutual affinity. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait. After Qin Hengyu adapted, he could inadvertently suppress the young emperor, potentially causing a setback. Having spent an extensive duration within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, the outcome was secondary. The primary focus was amusement. Remarkably, Qin Hengyu had learned the secret of the tremor through his own ingenuity. His talent surpassed that of the demon emperor who had once graced this place, proving to be even more formidable. Upon recognizing Qin Hengyu's comprehension, the young heavenly emperor slightly adjusted his method of attack, aligning the frequency of his strikes with Qin Hengyu's, thus facilitating a more precise shattering of the anomalies. Thank you. Qin Hengyu swiftly discerned the transformation of the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor, expressing his gratitude with spoken words. This apparition of the young heavenly emperor differed significantly from that of the child, becoming evidently more communicative. The ethereal figure, however, appeared indifferent to Qin Hengyu's thanks, seemingly biding its time for him to achieve a successful outcome. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Qin Hengyu. Could he shatter all the anomalies into fragments and then reconstruct them into a new manifestation? As for what kind of manifestation would be most suitable to create, Qin Hengyu believed it could be akin to the creation of the heavens. The universe, in its vastness, is a tapestry of the profound and the mysterious. In the boundless expanse of the Wangan universe, a glimmer emerged, born from the convergence of dust, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Following this upheaval, the dust coalesced into elements, which subsequently intertwined to form galaxies. Within these galaxies lurked formidable black holes, voraciously consuming all that approached them. Qin Hengyu recalled the knowledge he possessed before entering the narrative, particularly regarding the composition of the universe, which was undoubtedly his most familiar subject. However, how could one endeavor to create extraordinary phenomena? Qin Hengyu had no idea how to construct the vision he held in his mind. Perhaps it was best to shatter it first. Qin Hengyu continued his battle against the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor until only the phenomenon of the abyssal sea remained, a celestial sea left behind after the shattering of all other manifestations. It appeared remarkably unique. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor ceased its onslaught, standing aside with a look of intrigue. This manifestation of the abyssal sea had indeed come to fruition, though it fell slightly short of the star dust created by the demon emperor. It was nonetheless a formidable phenomenon. However, just as the young heavenly emperor's figure assumed that this was the culmination of the encounter. The abyssal sea began to tremble and shatter, colossal waves surging within the phenomenon, threatening to obliterate its existence. What? Is the phenomenon disappearing? The young heavenly emperor's figure widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's transformation. Chapter 81. The Black Hole Phenomenon of the Qi Sea, transforming oneself into a black hole. Is this even possible? The young heavenly emperor's figure was witnessing Qin Hengyu's actions for the first time. Was he attempting to create something from nothing? Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom why one would seek to completely erode a phenomenon. He had previously contemplated dissolving his own manifestations. However, his own was a phenomenon of creation. The more it was diminished, the more radiant it became, and the more peculiar its characteristics were, aligning perfectly with his essence. In the realm of creation, one must first dismantle before new beginnings can arise. Frankly, he found himself perplexed, unable to decipher Qin Hengyu's true intentions. Qin Hengyu was solely focused on shattering the final anomaly, without contemplating any further implications. The Sea of Ruins was a world unto itself, composed of grains of sand. If he so wished, he could drown someone within the manifestations. Yet, no matter how formidable the Sea of Ruins might be in the end, it did not belong to him. Why does Qin Hengyu, even after acquiring the system and being the son of a great emperor, still choose to cultivate on his own? He understands that no matter how formidable an external force may be, it is only temporarily his. Such power ultimately holds little value. The weakest spiritual energy, if firmly grasped in one's own hands, becomes the most potent. Much like before his journey into the narrative, every penny earned through personal effort, every fragment of wealth under one's control, and every enhancement of one's mental realm and understanding are truly one's own. A savage body paired with a civilized spirit, both are indispensable, forming the foundation of independence. Here, the mere exchange of currency for spiritual prowess signifies that one must ultimately seize control for oneself. The phenomena of the Abyss Sea are immensely powerful. Yet mastering them requires an interminable span of time. One cannot foretell when that will come to fruition. Rather than fantasizing about possibilities, it is far more prudent to become the master of one's own fate. Qin Hengyu closed his eyes, lost in thought. However, from the perspective of the ethereal youth beside him, a different scene unfolded. In the vastness of the void, a black hole emerged, slowly consuming the surrounding sea of chaos. The ambient spiritual energy seemed to be drawn into it as well, leaving the ethereal figure of the young emperor in a state of astonishment. This phenomenon was a stark reversal of his own celestial manifestation, seemingly poised to bring about annihilation. Could it truly drain his own reservoir of energy? Initially, he believed that the creation of something from nothing would merely dissipate the manifestation, ridding himself of any burdens it might impose, or perhaps even allowing him to become his own manifestation. Yet, what he witnessed was a profound manifestation that surpassed his expectations. This indicated that in future confrontations, both he and his adversaries would be swayed by this manifestation. Upon further reflection, this notion harbored substantial implications. Typically, manifestations serve to enhance oneself while hindering foes. Now, however, the opponent wielded control over both himself and his enemies. Was it conceivable that manifestations and the body could remain unintegrated? Such an idea was utterly unfounded. Previously, a lack of integration might have led to conflicts among manifestations, yet now they had been harmonized. As long as the manifestation appeared, his own safety would be the most fortunate outcome. Having already encountered the worst possible scenario, could there truly be a worse outcome? The thought was indeed terrifying. The young emperor gazed at his opponent, marveling in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hengyu also opened his eyes. A black hole. To be honest, he had never anticipated this answer. He had merely employed his extraordinary intuition once, hoping to alter the anomaly, without giving it much thought, only to discover it had indeed evolved into a black hole. Well then, from now on, all sorts of odd phenomena could be absorbed as fuel. Somewhat akin to the method of the devouring heaven demon technique. He believed he could master it. After the transformation of the anomaly, Qin Hengyu redirected his gaze towards the ethereal visage of the youthful heavenly emperor. Once more, following the reconstruction of the anomaly, his entire state underwent a remarkable transformation. As he eagerly yearned to test the extent of his newfound prowess in comparison to his previous abilities, Qin Hengyu has already sensed that as he manifests this extraordinary phenomenon, his strength is being consumed at an alarming rate. Firstly, it is his spiritual energy, followed by his consciousness. The sensation of being irresistibly drawn towards the black hole is profoundly evident. How fortunate it is that he possesses abundant resources. Qin Hengyu was rather unconcerned. After all, he could employ the celestial devouring technique to absorb the energy seas and residual consciousness of others, so he might as well do so. The crux of the matter lay in power. With a single punch, he wielded the might of nearly an entire universe, though, admittedly, the sensation was somewhat exaggerated. Qin Hengyu once again unleashed the Heavenly Emperor Fist, demonstrating a notable increase in both power and speed compared to before. It was as if he were liberated from all constraints, moving with an effortless swiftness. Previously, his mind had raced ahead of his physical capabilities. But now the roles had entirely reversed. His body instinctively countered the incoming strikes, adapting to his opponent's moves and seamlessly transforming into another technique. While his conscious awareness only caught up afterward, this sensation was immensely exhilarating. Qin Hengyu felt his punching speed increasing, reaching a dazzling level. The ethereal figure of the young Heavenly Emperor was equally impressive, seemingly unleashing his full potential only upon encountering a formidable opponent. This battle could be described as exhilarating and intense, due to the relentless pull of the black hole behind him. Qin Hengyu successfully subdued the ethereal manifestation of the young Heavenly Emperor. As time progressed, the apparition of the young Heavenly Emperor shattered. However, amidst the fragments of the broken illusion, another figure emerged, still the young Heavenly Emperor. This manifestation bore a blade of grass at the corner of its mouth and nodded, saying, "Not bad, come again. Let me see if your celestial palace possesses any remarkable qualities." Qin Hengyu was somewhat taken aback by these words. It seemed that the shadow of the young emperor was indeed the same as before. Was it possible that both realms shared the same emperor's visage? At this moment, the shadow of the young emperor appeared to comprehend Qin Hengyu's thoughts and elucidated, "There is no need for astonishment. The seven of us can exist as one or as seven. I happened to be nearby and thus approached. So that is how it is." Qin Hengyu swiftly contemplated the similarities between his situation and that of Ziqing. Their positions could be altered at any moment. Naturally, the laws within the Heavenly Emperor Tower seemed to exert some influence on his connection with Ziqing. Qin Hengyu was only aware that Ziqing was outside. He was oblivious to the specifics of the situation. However, there was a certain advantage to this ignorance, as it would provide him with a safeguard once he ventured out. It was certainly preferable to being trapped together with another in the Heavenly Emperor's Tower. After the ethereal figure of the young Heavenly Emperor concluded his words, he revealed his celestial palace, astonishingly manifesting three versions of himself: the past, the present, and the future. How wondrous! Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Hengyu was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a celestial palace. The ethereal figure of the youthful Heavenly Emperor seemed to perceive Qin Hengyu's bewilderment and offered an explanation regarding causality in the realm of palace creation. There existed no celestial palace at all. Everyone claimed it was impossible to transcend to the next realm. Yet, with my thoughts, I sculpted my divine consciousness. With my thoughts, I manifested the celestial palace. My greatness is unmatched. The recent performance of Qin Hengyu has evoked a sense of mutual admiration from the ethereal figure of the young Heavenly Emperor, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his demeanor. Remarkable. Upon hearing the experiences of the celestial emperor, Qin Hengyu felt an overwhelming sense of admiration, akin to the remarkable phenomena he had recently manifested. The crux of the matter lay in his reliance on the system, imparting a sense of unfair advantage, as if he were wielding a cheat code against what was evidently a high-level player. Nevertheless, he still employed the celestial emperor's fist. Although he had previously managed to slightly overpower the ethereal image of the young celestial emperor through his newfound phenomena, upon entering the heavenly palace and manifesting his divine consciousness, Qin Hengyu sensed a sudden deceleration within himself. This sluggishness was not physical but rather mental, where he had once been able to respond quickly. He now found himself unable to perceive the opponent's moves, which appeared almost invisible. The danger was palpably present, yet he felt no trepidation. It was reminiscent of the way he had toyed with Yi Xingqian using the celestial blade's intent, and now it was being reflected back upon him, truly unnerving. Yet, within the confines of the celestial emperor tower, he had undeniably made progress. In his heart, Qin Hengyu silently scoffed, but resolved to confront the situation earnestly. Chapter 82. Enclosing oneself to better seek the self. Was his spirit under hypnosis? It felt as if he were walking upon the precipice of a cliff, with a voice within urging him that even if he were to leap down, nothing would come of it, while his body uncontrollably yearned to plunge into the abyss. Even if he reminded himself that it was not a dream and that danger lurked, it proved utterly ineffectual. His extraordinary phenomenon somewhat mirrored this sentiment, pressing others into his proximity only to ensnare them within a grand trap. However, the ethereal palace of the young celestial emperor now appeared increasingly bizarre and elusive. "Let me behold your celestial palace." The spectral visage of the young celestial emperor seemed to exhibit a hint of interest in Qin Hengyu's celestial realm. Ah, the celestial palace. The tower of divine and demonic beings. Under such pressure, Qin Hengyu also released his own celestial palace. Unfortunately, it resembled a dream tinged with doubt. He slapped himself lightly, feeling a slight sting, yet the effect was rather unsatisfactory. At this moment, Qin Hengyu attempted to endure several blows, all of which sent him reeling, leaving traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. The Tower of Gods and Demons? Alas, neither the deities nor the demons offer protection or salvation to mankind. After sending Qin Hengyu flying, the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor seemed to grow disenchanted with him. To be frank, this celestial palace appears somewhat unworthy of the extraordinary manifestations witnessed earlier. Beside him, a sense of urgency arose. Qin Hengyu swiftly realized that he must not be swayed by his opponent, nor allow himself to be drawn into their rhythm. He needed to retreat into his own world. He closed his eyes and silenced his senses. This act was undeniably perilous, akin to walking with eyes shut before a precipice. A veritable dance upon the edge of a blade. Upon closing his eyes, Qin Hengyu found a certain emptiness within his heart. Simultaneously, he shifted realms, emerging directly within the confines of the Divine Demon Tower. The Divine Demon Tower, a realm of duality, embodying both the ethereal and the demonic. Qin Hengyu has always been aware that his celestial demon tower embodies both divinity and malevolence, yet he has never truly stepped inside to behold its wonders. As he observes closely, he realizes the beauty within. However, both the divine and the demonic seem to lack discernible faces. What, indeed, are these entities of divinity and darkness? After experiencing the blinding radiance of divine brilliance, Qin Hengyu found himself in a realm of darkness he had never encountered before. The brilliance was piercing, while the obscurity of the demon tower felt profoundly humble and frail, emanating an inherent chill. Yet, amidst this profound darkness, even the faintest of sounds could resonate near his ears. Every scent seemed to waft before him. There was a breeze. There was warmth. After Qin Hengyu discovered the absence of light, there seemed to be a reduction in the clamor, as well as a diminishment of the false sense of power. The frail self became the sole entity upon which he could rely. Qin Hengyu, in a state of darkness, endeavored to withstand the onslaught of attacks before him with that faint glimmer of his true self. Indeed, he sensed the imminent peril through instinct. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Qin Hengyu swung 3 punches, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as he sensed that he had successfully intercepted a fist. Despite having shut his eyes and immersed himself in darkness, feeling increasingly vulnerable, how could he still manage to catch the blow? Perhaps he could be a touch more ruthless. After Qin Hengyu closed his vision, he also shut off his sense of smell and hearing. Now, he finds himself devoid of sound and scent, retaining only the tactile sensation of his skin. The darkness seems to have deepened. Within it, he feels increasingly diminished, akin to a mere insect when compared to the god and demon tower. Is victory even attainable in such a state? Qin Hengyu found himself engulfed in doubt. What distinction was there between this and self-mutilation? In truth, he was forcefully hurled away from the very first strike. Despite possessing both the innate sacred body and the tyrant physique, he was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to his internal organs being shattered. At that moment, the sound reverberated. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Hengyu had never felt the heartbeat so distinctly before. At the moment he closed his eyes, shutting off his consciousness and losing both hearing and smell, it seemed as though his connection to his own body deepened significantly. Stripped of all external anchors, he found himself reduced to a solitary essence, reliant solely on his heart. In that instant, the only support he had was himself. The sensations coursing through every fragment of flesh and every inch of skin. No, this should be referred to as the sensation of the heart. Qin Hengyu's consciousness had entirely extricated itself from the confines of the Divine Demon Tower, beginning to observe the inner workings of his own body through sensation. Within his corporeal form, the sensation of pain proved to be more acute and swifter than even his own spiritual awareness. Each fragment of flesh seemed to breathe, revealing the intricate processes of self-repair and fortification in the aftermath of injury. Through the feedback from his own flesh, he sensed that he could master his body with even greater perfection. Qin Hengyu suddenly realized that even a congenital saint body, if not thoroughly acquainted with its physical form, cannot truly master it. and consequently cannot harness the formidable power of flesh and blood. Is this the truth? Prior to his immersion in this narrative, there existed a prevalent notion that the unification of body and spirit, or the embodiment of knowledge and action, is essential to unleash one's fullest potential. Another perspective posits that the body serves as a person's primary system. Only by comprehending certain conditions of the body and exercising mental control can one utilize the body akin to a mechanized suit, thereby maximizing its capabilities. This underscores the significance of the body, while also highlighting the indispensable nature of the spirit. Thus, it becomes imperative for the spirit to be governed by oneself. It may manifest as the heart or the soul. The distinction is merely nominal. The essence arising from the body is the heart, while that which emanates from the mind encompasses the soul and celestial realm. The connection between the two is not as distant as one might presume. At this moment, Qin Hengyu discovered that his understanding of himself had become a touch more genuine. Let the heart take control. Qin Hengyu began to gradually let go, starting with the sensation of his skin. When the awareness of touch re-emerged, it was as if the curtain of day had been drawn back in an instant, illuminating the world. The sensation, an omnipresent awareness, allowed him to keenly perceive every subtle change within his body through his skin. Qin Hengyu first groped on the ground, savoring the authenticity of the sensation. Then, he rose to his feet and walked upon the earth. After a few initial unsteady steps, his stride became increasingly robust, reminiscent of a child who had just regained mastery over his limbs. Opposite him, the ethereal visage of the young heavenly emperor displayed a hint of surprise when Qin Hengyu successfully caught the attack for the first time. He managed to catch it? Although it seemed merely a stroke of luck, such an adept reception was indeed unexpected. However, when the young heavenly emperor attempted a second strike, he found it alarmingly effortless to land the blow, as if his opponent had surrendered all resistance. Was it truly mere fortune? The young heavenly emperor's visage furrowed in contemplation as he observed his adversary, quickly discerning that Qin Hengyu was suppressing his own sensory perceptions. Engaged in combat yet choosing to inhibit his senses, what a perilous gamble. The young heavenly emperor shook his head, opting not to press the attack further. Intriguing. He recognized that his opponent was undergoing a transformation akin to one he had once experienced himself. Chapter 83. The Tower of Gods and Demons? A thought of gods and demons. The young heavenly emperor's visage recalled his own journey from a state devoid of divine consciousness to one that embraced it. From the absence of a heavenly palace to its eventual manifestation, there seemed to be a semblance of similarity. He had fervently sought divine awareness, striving to attain it, until one fateful day it finally came to him. He realized that divine consciousness ultimately stemmed from the corporeal form. The heavenly palace, too, was derived from the physical body. One represented the tree, while the other signified the flower and fruit. Upon mastering the tree, one would naturally come to possess the flower and fruit. In later reflections, he learned of ancient times when there existed purely flesh and blood beings as well as solely spiritual entities, both ultimately ill-suited to the heavenly Tao, with only a few surviving. Given that Qin Hengyu's foundation lay in the corporeal, he indeed possessed the potential to comprehend the secrets of the palace-breaking realm. True strength does not reside in the external self, but in the authentic self. The more one traverses this initial path, the smoother subsequent journeys will become. The second passage through emotional tribulation is destined to be far easier than the first. Quite impressive indeed. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the eyes of the young heavenly emperor's visage. In the process of rediscovery, Qin Hengyu encountered considerable challenges. He resembled a toddler, taking his first tentative steps. Initially, his strides were resolute. However, upon facing hindrances, he found himself once more on the ground. Yet, after a period of time, everything transformed. Despite his eyes remaining closed and his ears and sense of smell dulled, he managed to walk with a semblance of normalcy. It would be an exaggeration to declare it entirely normal, as his hands and feet began to engage with the surrounding sustenance in a rhythmic manner. The speed of his movements was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the observer. From an adjacent perspective, his limbs appeared to be moving with a natural grace, as if his vision were being deceived. There was warmth. The fluctuations in temperature allowed him to become acutely aware of his immediate surroundings, merely a few inches away. After Qin Hengyu reached this point, he finally released his sense of smell. The essence of scent is tangible. Once he stirred the air, he could perceive the subtle changes in the aromas surrounding him. These scents perpetually diffused outward, albeit in an erratic manner. Yet, the closer one approached the source, the more rapidly the diffusion occurred. Next came the sense of hearing. The speed at which sound travels appears to surpass that of scent, albeit by a slight margin. Upon producing a sound, a distinct echo ensued. Then there was vision. The eyes could perceive light from distant realms, though they are not entirely authentic. Imbued with a degree of illusion and anticipation, the velocity of light eclipses that of the eyes. One cannot merely rely on sight to experience light. Rather, it must be felt through the body. Only when the light draws near does one truly perceive its presence. But this was still insufficient. As Qin Hengyu returned to his senses, he gazed once more at the Tower of Gods and Demons. These deities and demons were not his own. What significance did they hold? A moment of enlightenment. Qin Hengyu was at a loss regarding how to transform the deities and demons within the divine demon tower to resemble himself. However, he possessed the system's enlightenment. Moments later, as if a gentle breeze had passed, the visages of the deities and demons within the tower began to alter. Expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all reflected Qin Hengyu's own countenance. At that moment, upon gazing at those divine faces again, they no longer appeared so exalted. Instead, they carried a hint of mortal semblance. Among the demonic visages, the madness had dissipated, revealing a trace of pity. Qin Hengyu has once again emerged from the shadows into the realm of light. With a sigh, the heavenly palace has finally reached its consummation. It is only within the depths of one's heart that one can truly perceive the extent of their own frailty in the brilliance of light. One is prone to regard oneself with an inflated sense of grandeur, to completely sever ties with the light. In the depths of darkness, one would ultimately endure a torment beyond endurance. The mind is both divine and demonic. One must learn to soothe the inner turmoil of their own spirit. For with every thought and action, fortunes rise and fall. After Qin Hengyu attained enlightenment, he gazed upon the youthful specter of the heavenly emperor, eager to engage in a new challenge. Come, he extended his hand, once more inviting the ethereal figure of the heavenly emperor. He had never anticipated that within the heavenly emperor tower, such an excellent sparring partner awaited him. The opponent, instead of launching an attack during his moment of comprehension, chose to stand by silently, patiently awaiting his readiness. Very well. The youthful specter of the heavenly emperor smiled as he beheld the myriad reflections of himself within Qin Hengyu's demon god tower. Even though a sense of impending defeat loomed over him, nevertheless, his heart was thoroughly fulfilled. The heavenly emperor's specter unleashed another powerful punch. Yet Qin Hengyu was unlike what he had imagined. He did not catch the punch, but was instead sent flying once more. Had he failed to elevate himself? Yet, that was not the case. Despite being struck away, his heart brimmed with joy. At last, he discerned the movements of the shadow of the young heavenly emperor. The celestial palace of his opponent was distinct from his physical form. The two could merge into one or separate into two. This was the very reason he had been deceived. The shadow of the young heavenly emperor could augment his techniques with an additional layer of complexity, making him feel as though the assault had commenced even before it truly had. Although he had already fortified his defenses, the attack originated from another direction entirely. The young heavenly emperor within that celestial palace bore an astonishing resemblance to the real one, blurring the line between reality and illusion in a most extraordinary manner. Qin Hengyu felt an inability to imitate, yet he had already managed to cope. After rising to his feet, another attack from the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor ensued. Despite the initial strikes of fists and feet, the young heavenly emperor of the celestial palace faltered, causing a dissonance in all his senses. He successfully parried the onslaught. Not only did he deflect the first strike, but he also adeptly countered subsequent attacks. Following the dissolution of the feigned moves, the young heavenly emperor commenced his transformation. The celestial palace and the Sea of Qi began to resonate at a shared frequency. Although they had not merged, a trace of the regal aura of the kingly realm emerged. It truly was an arduous challenge, as Qin Hengyu found himself suppressed. A sigh escaped his lips, a mere expression of his sentiments. He unleashed his celestial realm once more. The previously indistinct visages atop the divine demon tower began to crystallize into distinct identities. These faces, of course, were reflections of Qin Hengyu himself. He embodied both the divine and the demonic. The divine nature could be described as pure rationality, often yielding to objectives with a degree of concession. Conversely, the demonic essence is rooted in emotion. Your techniques become imbued with these emotions, thus amplifying their potency. One ensures a foundational standard, while the other transcends limitations. As Qin Hengyu emerged from the Tower of Deities and Demons, it appeared as though two ethereal figures, one black and one white, materialized beside him, encircling him. The spectral form of the young heavenly emperor, being merely an apparition, was unable to genuinely summon the celestial palace. Yet, three are indeed stronger than one. Almost instantaneously, Qin Hengyu witnessed the specter of the young heavenly emperor shatter under the assault, without even a farewell. Victory was his. Qin Hengyu gazed at his unexpected victory, feeling somewhat taken aback by the sudden conclusion, devoid of any sense of joy. Initially, he had anticipated that the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor would utter some profound words. Alternatively, he expected that the realm of divine powers might also reveal the apparition of the young heavenly emperor. However, no new manifestation of the heavenly emperor graced his sight, nor was there any hindrance to be found. He realized he had lingered here for quite some time. Qin Hengyu did not wait for the next apparition of the youthful heavenly emperor to appear. Instead, he proceeded to the next level, quickening his pace. He had already expended a considerable amount of time earlier. Had the youthful heavenly emperor's apparition attacked him, he would have been eliminated long ago. After a while, Qin Hengyu, now at the divine ability realm, beheld a familiar apparition. His father? That recognizable visage could not possibly deceive him. What a remarkable coincidence. Qin Hengyu truly did not anticipate that he would encounter the phantom of his own father. Chapter 84. A sound beating, the illusory figure of the affable father. He ought to be referred to as the ancestor emperor of the youth. In the past, individuals were commonly addressed as the great emperor. Yet only Qin Ying was designated as the ancestor emperor, revealing Qin Ying's remarkable ambition. The ethereal guardian of Qin is indeed extraordinary, as it reveals the remnants of a phoenix. This is the very totem of the great Qin Empire, embodying the phoenix itself. Qin Ying possesses a physique known as the celestial phoenix body, endowed with extraordinary healing abilities and the remarkable opportunity to be reborn once after death. Such a gift, undoubtedly, should not be overlooked. The shadow of Qin Ying will not possess the ability to think or speak like that of the heavenly emperor. As Qin Hengyu approached, it launched a formidable punch. It is important to note that in the realm of divine abilities, Qin Ying possesses no extraordinary powers, relying solely on the strength of his own physical form. However, after being trained by the ethereal manifestation of the celestial emperor, Qin Hengyu has come to realize the terrifying extent of his mastery over his physical form, rivaling that of divine abilities. He contemplates learning this divine technique, intending to engage in playful competition with his father to determine whose mastery of the character-based divine technique is superior. To be frank, when he transformed the deities and demons within the divine demon tower into an extension of himself, he further comprehended that the potential of the physical body is boundless. Regardless of the divine technique, it invariably requires a certain reaction time. It is akin to executing a skill, which necessitates a preparatory phase. During this interval, one is unable to utilize their divine abilities and may only endure the onslaught. Qin Ying's reaction time is evidently much faster than his own. Qin Hengyu had previously studied the unified divine technique. However, when confronted by Qin Ying, the very creator of this technique, it was evident that he was like a shadow meeting its true form, always falling just short. Fortunately, he had just encountered the ethereal projection of the heavenly emperor, and by employing the moves, rhythm, and unique application of the heavenly emperor's fist, he managed to find a balance in their contest. Qin Hengyu was also observing his inexpensive father, his face bearing a hint of stubbornness and coldness, a stark contrast to the affection displayed in the underground palace. Has my humble father changed so drastically from the past? Alas, people are destined to evolve. Father, will I disappoint you? Qin Hengyu observed Qin Ying approaching, their fists colliding with one another, resulting in a retreat of 3 steps, revealing a slight inadequacy in performance. No need for haste, let us proceed. Qin Hengyu felt a surge of excitement within, eager to engage in a contest with the youthful specter of his father. During the competition, he realized that his mastery over his physical form was impeccable. The innate sacred body, the tyrant body, the emperor's fist, and the divine power of the character Tong all manifested seamlessly. During his battle with the spectral form of Qin Ying, Qin Hengyu felt an increasing familiarity with the abilities he had recently acquired. He began to comprehend why Qin Ying was able to triumph over the emperor's spectral manifestation. The divine techniques not only bridged the gap but also endowed Qin Ying with an array of additional powers, rendering the situation exceedingly unfair. Even in the ascendant realm, he remained significantly ahead. It was likely that his father had been eliminated in the monarch realm. Qin Hengyu, finding himself in a relatively relaxed state, had no intention of swiftly concluding the battle. Instead, he began to experiment with turning back, attempting to harness those supernatural abilities. It is essential to understand that these abilities are not without foundation. They are deeply rooted within the various aspects of the body. The so-called vital energy is, in essence, a fusion of extreme yin and extreme yang, representing one of the fundamental aspects of existence that approaches the source. Qin Hengyu intends to wield the phantom of Qin Ing to experiment with his divine abilities as well. 3 heads and 6 arms. Upon the utilization of this extraordinary ability, Qin Hengyu experienced a transformation within, manifesting an additional head and arms composed of primordial energy. Although these limbs did not possess the same prowess as his original form, they undeniably enhanced his vision, hearing, and combat capability, particularly in the context of a melee, where their effectiveness was significantly amplified. Unsurprisingly, despite the activation of this divine power, he found himself initially restrained and ultimately overwhelmed once more. Qin Ying's phantom possesses the uncanny ability to discern the weaknesses of various divine abilities, delivering fatal strikes with precision. Fortunately, this has resulted in significant advancements in the mastery of such powers. Time has passed for quite a while. Qin Hengyu had essentially adapted all the mystical abilities he had mastered onto Qin Ing. Throughout this process, he continuously refined the methods of employing these skills. Just as Qin Hengyu believed he had reached a certain level, Qin Ying's phantom retreated 3 steps. In that very moment, a profound transformation in his aura occurred. He had ascended to the ascending dragon realm. At that instant, the realm of Qin Ying's phantom had remarkably reached the ascending dragon realm. This indicated that this position was precisely situated between the 4th and 5th levels. The distinction between advancing a few steps and retreating a few steps in terms of realm was entirely different. Qin Hengyu found himself increasingly in awe of his father. Even a mere shadow devoid of substantial intellect could exhibit such a plethora of maneuvers. He even speculated that his father might have triumphed over the Emperor's shadow in 2 realms, perhaps solely through this singular aspect. Harnessing the peripheral rules to contend with the Emperor's shadow, let the challenge commence. Qin Hengyu, in the realm of ascending dragons, exudes a remarkable confidence. Coincidentally, he has also cultivated the ancestral Emperor Sutra and further refined a bone scripture. In terms of his sinews and bones, he possesses an unwavering and formidable assurance. As soon as Qin Ing sensed the slightest movement from Qin Hengyu, he sprang into action. He thought to himself, if he were to be overwhelmed by someone of a significantly higher realm, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Thus, he instinctively chose to shift his focus and retaliate. Qin Hengyu initially dispatched several puppets to ensnare the illusory figure of Qin Ing. There was no alternative. Without the assistance of the puppets, he would undoubtedly be shattered in the absence of a preemptive strike. In truth, the puppets did not endure for long. Yet, that was more than sufficient. During this period, Qin Hengyu's strength has also reached the pinnacle of the ascendant dragon realm, with speed and power surpassing his capabilities in the divine passage realm by nearly 100-fold. The divine passage merely unites all parts of the body. In the ascendant dragon realm, with the support of bones and muscles, it is as if a bow is equipped with an arrow, and a person possesses a head. Thus, attacks become imbued with greater spirit and coordination. Indeed, the ethereal shadow of Qin Ing must also reside within the Sea of Qi and the Celestial Palace, which manifest as a vast ocean of flames and a palace of fire. The Sea of Qi and the Celestial Palace do not always reveal themselves. They only emerge at critical moments of attack, and at times, it becomes imperceptible when the opponent employs the Celestial Palace and the Sea of Qi. The divine abilities are executed with greater subtlety as well. Qin Hengyu also observed that at this moment, Qin Ying's energy reservoir, Celestial Palace, and divine abilities had seamlessly converged into a singular, fluid assault, rendering him far more agile and unpredictable. It was akin to transforming a commonplace rifle into a so-called machine gun. In this game of strategy, one must anticipate a myriad of maneuvers, at the very least. In terms of defense, one cannot afford to focus solely on a singular aspect, for such a narrow approach would invite easy breaches. Qin Hengyu's initial assault was evidently outpaced, resulting in him receiving a considerable number of blows. However, Qin Hengyu possesses a modicum of insight, having studied the ancient emperor's scriptures and listened to Qin Ying's explanations. He understands that these teachings facilitate the rapid manipulation of the Qi Sea, the heavenly palace, and divine abilities through the meridians. Indeed, it is a rare individual who can effortlessly control these forces at will. One must acknowledge that such a method is nothing short of an art form in combat. He endeavored to emulate and learn in order to grasp the allure of this form of attack. Previously, he had heard Qin Ing speak of it. Yet experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different sensation. Initially, Qin Hengyu continued to speculate, eventually relying more on intuition. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. During the process, he unexpectedly seized upon a gap. After all, it was merely an illusion. Throughout the battle, one could discern certain patterns. It was sufficient. With a single punch, Qin Hengyu shattered the illusory form of Qin Ing, and a gentle breeze seemed to stir around them. As he beheld the vanishing specter of Qin Ing, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. After all, he had always seen Qin Ing lying in the coffin. Now, the youthful apparition of Qin Ing appeared as though he had stepped forth from the very fabric of time and space. It was an indescribable emotion. Were they father and son? Brothers? One still slumbering in the underground palace, while the other transcended time to materialize beside him, offering invaluable assistance. Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of melancholy for a brief moment, but soon a smile graced his lips. Perhaps, after exiting the heavenly emperor tower, he could share with his father the news of his victory over him. It might bring him great joy, wouldn't it? Shortly thereafter, Qin Hengyu, having procured the remnants of the phoenix, stored them within a spatial ring. Whether this will prove useful remains to be seen, and he intends to consult his esteemed father, the great Emperor Qin Ing. As he traversed the 5th level of the Celestial Emperor's tower, he finally caught sight of a figure. Remarkably, since entering the tower, he had encountered no one, and now, at last, he beheld another presence. From a distance, it appeared to be a striking beauty. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a familiar face, the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. Qin Hengyu approached slightly and noticed that the individual before him appeared somewhat surprised. Chapter 85, The Innate Tao Embryo? That is the lamb nestled in the palm. The Yaoqi sacred land is not situated in Zhangzhou, but rather in the Eastern Lands. The 5 domains consist of the Eastern Lands, Southern Wilderness, Western Region, Northern Plains, and Zhongzhou, each possessing its own customs and traditions. Among them, the Eastern Lands are renowned for their women, who are exceptionally beautiful. Numerous sects for women exist in the Eastern Lands, with the Yaoqi sacred land being one of the most formidable. It is said that the women within are often cold and indifferent towards men, treating them like mere dogs. This is in stark contrast to the elusive Lu Ruyan, who conceals her true thoughts. In Yaoqi, the veneration of women is overt and explicit. The ancestral land of the Lu family, where Lu Ruyan hails from, is located near the borders of the Eastern Lands. Thus, it is highly probable that her role models and idols are these women from the East. They possess a common adage: men are worthless. The more indifferent you are to them, the closer they come to you. Humph. Upon Qin Hengyu's slight approach, the Yaoqi saintess, Shi Yao, let out a cold snort, her gaze towards him dripping with disdain. Are you the 7th-ranked prodigy on the celestial talents list, Qin Hengyu? Shi Yao clearly recognized Qin Hengyu's identity as an imperial scion, but chose to remain silent about it. She was also aware of his feats, shattering the darkness-possessed Yi Xingqian with a single strike, demolishing the black stone tablet, obliterating the black sickle insect with a mere palm, and saving the Saint Tier with a single slash. Yet, such accomplishments were undoubtedly promoted by the Daqin sacred land. Shi Yao harbored skepticism towards the notion that a single individual could undergo such a monumental transformation. It seemed more a matter of publicity and grandeur.